Qingyuan County Sioux family estate. A man dressed in a purple gold brocade robe rubbed his hands together as he paced anxiously back and forth at the doorway. From within the room came from time to time a woman's agonized groans and the midwife's words of encouragement. Su Yang had lived 2 lifetimes, yet this was the first time he was about to become a father. A tangle of emotions churned within him, leaving him at a loss. He repeatedly stroked the storage ring on his finger, ready at any moment to rush in and feed his wife a kind blood pill. Su Yang was a cultivator, but his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of qi refining. After transmigrating into the cultivation world, he discovered a strand of spiritual radiance within his sea of consciousness. He had once thought this was the golden finger granted by transmigration, and that his path to immortality would be unstoppable, culminating in eternal life. Yet when he joined a sect, the test revealed that he possessed a pseudo-spirituate constitution. In the cultivation world, spirit root aptitude from lowest to highest was ranked as pseudo-spirit root, mixed spirit root, true spirit root, earth spirit root, and heaven spirit root. A pseudo-spirit root was in truth a crippled spirit root. Even after a lifetime of cultivation, one might not be able to defeat an innate martial artist of the mortal world. Thus, Su Yang was relegated to the status of a wandering cultivator. What was crueler still was that the spiritual radiance in his mind remained utterly unresponsive. After wasting more than 10 years, he had only just barely cultivated to the 2nd level of qi refining. That so-called spiritual radiance golden finger was nothing but a joke. Disheartened, Su Yang returned to Qingyuan County and married a gentle, beautiful, and intelligent mortal woman, intending to spend the rest of his life in ordinary peace. At the same time, like any ordinary man, he secretly hoped that if his children became accomplished one day, he might rise in status by virtue of them. A baby's wail suddenly rang out from within the room, instantly pulling Su Yang's thoughts back. He's out. It's a boy. Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, family head. Mother and son are both safe. The maid opened the door, and Su Yang rushed into the room, at once hurrying to the bedside of the pale and slightly haggard woman lying there. Su Yang clasped her hand, his eyes filled with concern. You've suffered, my beloved. Thank you, husband. I'm fine. I want to see the child. Though fatigue clouded her features, it could not conceal her stunning beauty. Even in this most fragile moment, her lovely face remained breathtaking. The midwife carried the baby over to them, smiling broadly as she placed the child in Su Yang's arms. The newborn was wrinkled and far from pretty by ordinary standards, yet in the eyes of Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, their baby was unspeakably adorable. Take this kind blood pill quickly. Remembering the costly kind blood pill he had purchased especially to help Qin Jiangmei recover, Su Yang immediately took it from his storage ring and handed it to her, passing some silver to the midwife at the same time. The midwife thanked them with a beaming smile, while the maid Xiaomei cheerfully offered her congratulations at the side. Everyone was immersed in joy. As Su Yang's emotions gradually calmed, he suddenly noticed that the spiritual radiance which had lain dormant in his mind for 30 years had transformed into a clan genealogy book. The Su clan genealogy. The 4 large characters on the cover stirred his emotions once more, yet he did not hastily investigate. Instead, he joined Xiaomei in carefully tending to his wife. Husband, give the child a name. Qin, Jiangmei said softly. Su Yang sank into contemplation. In truth, he had long ago decided on a name, but the sudden appearance of the Su clan genealogy forced him to reconsider his plans. Since it was a clan genealogy, he could not name the child casually. A great clan always used generation names. The emergence of this golden finger filled him with the ambition to forge a cultivation family. Xuanxin Zhengfa Mingda Weixin Shuyi Jiha Yongshi Qichang. The first generation shall bear the character Xian. Having reached a decision, Su Yang said softly to Qin Jiangmei, let this child be called Su Xuaning. He hoped that the boy would be able to weigh all things, perceive the subtlest details, distinguish right from wrong, and steadfastly uphold his Tao heart. With the aid of the kind blood pill, Qin Jiangmei's body recovered quickly. She was able to get out of bed and walk on the very same day. Even so, Su Yang had her rest properly for a full day. Only after both mother and child had fallen asleep did he finally turn his attention to the Su clan genealogy within his mind. With a slight movement of his will, the spiritual radiance flared, and an ancient, simply textured genealogy book appeared in his hand in an instant. He gently opened the first page. Its contents were very simple. Clan head Su Yang. Spirit root, pseudo-spirit root. Fate pattern none. Su clan first generation. Name Su Xuanheng. Spirit root none. Fate pattern none. Seeing this, Su Yang could not help but frown slightly, though his expression soon relaxed. Having neither spirit root nor fate pattern was in truth what most people's panels would show. He himself was only a pseudo-spirit root. How could he realistically hope for his son to possess a heaven spirit root? Is the genealogy's only function to examine my children's talents? Su Yang did not believe it, and immediately turned to the second page. Fate pattern bestowal. Vigorous vitality. Spirit root affinity. Heaven rewards diligence. Ninefold alchemical heart. Sword heart illumined. Oh, he could actually choose fate patterns. So this was the true function of the genealogy. What did it matter if one was born without a fate pattern? He could simply have the genealogy bestow one. Each fate pattern was a chance to defy the heavens and rewrite destiny. Used wisely, they could allow the clan to flourish endlessly, making everyone as dragons among men. Moreover, at the bottom of the fate pattern page was a small note with every new generation new fate patterns would be added. Su Yang's palm trembled slightly as he forcibly suppressed his excitement and turned to the third page. Family inheritance. Hunyuan condensing true law. It's actually an inheritance cultivation method. Su Yang carefully read through the description of the technique, his expression shifting repeatedly from shock to solemn gravity. The Hunyuan condensing true law was not a Kigathering method, yet its effects were even more defiant of the heavens than a Kigathering art. It was a Tao art that refined a true spirit root. In other words, under the effect of this art, Su Yang's pseudo-spirit root could be transformed into a true spirit root. Even mortals without any spirit root could cultivate a true spirit root through it. If this method were to spread, it would surely bring annihilation upon the entire clan. Even golden core-level clans could not guarantee that all their descendants would possess spirit roots. There existed no heavenly materials or earthly treasures in the world that could grant a spirit root to a mortal born without one. Yet this very Tao art before him had achieved precisely that. It could enable the entire Su clan to tread the path of cultivation, and their starting point would be the true spirit root. An entire clan endowed with true spirit roots and strengthened by bestowed fate patterns. Such a configuration could hardly fail to rise. Su Yang turned back again to the second page. The 5 fate patterns could be bestowed upon his descendants or upon himself as the clan head. At present, the clan had only a single descendant, and he was merely a newborn infant. Bestowing a fate pattern upon Su Xuanheng would be of little immediate use. The genealogy did not display Qin Jiangmei's name, so Su Yang was unable to grant any fate pattern to his wife. It seems that only those who share my bloodline will appear in the genealogy. After a period of deep consideration, he concluded that what he most needed to do was to bestow fate patterns upon himself. Only by elevating his own strength could he enrich the clan's foundation and obtain more resources to nurture his descendants. Su Yang carefully examined the effects of each fate pattern and selected the following 3. Vigorous vitality, a robust constitution, abundant energy, and recovery from injuries at a rate superior to ordinary people. Spirit root affinity slightly enhances one's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Heaven rewards diligence. Through unremitting effort, one is destined to achieve results. Among these 3 fate patterns, aside from heaven rewards diligence, the others were fairly ordinary in effect. The remaining 2 fate patterns enhanced talent and alchemy, and the sword Tao. They were in the truest sense fate patterns capable of defying the heavens and overturning destiny. But Su Yang intended to reserve those 2 for his descendants. The development of a clan could not rely on him alone, and besides, heaven rewards diligence was itself an extremely heaven-defying fate pattern. Heaven rewards diligence. Perseverance will surely bear fruit. It was an all-encompassing fate pattern. Within the Su clan genealogy, the 5 innate fates recorded therein, neither clear sword heart nor ninefold alchemic heart, were in fact not the strongest. The most formidable of them all was heaven rewards diligence. With this fate, Su Yang could through sheer effort alone blossom in both sword Tao and pill Tao, rendering ninefold alchemic heart and clear sword heart almost unnecessary. Abundant vital blood existed to fortify his life force. Su Yang was already 30 years old. Once a cultivator passed 50, their qi and blood would inevitably decline, making foundation establishment far more arduous. This abundant vital blood fate could perfectly offset that weakness. Spirit root affinity, by contrast, was rather ordinary, merely hastening cultivation speed a little, yet better than nothing. For now, he was the only one in the family cultivating, and thus the most suitable recipient. In the future, his descendants would all start with true spirit roots, and would scarcely need this fate at all. Su Yang immediately bestowed the 3 fates upon himself. His entire bearing transformed in an instant. His mind grew exceptionally lucid, vigor surged through every inch of his body, and his physical functions seemed to roll back 10 years in a heartbeat. Seizing this peak mental state, he began to ponder and plan the future of his family. The Su family was in truth very small, with only 3 residents: Su Yang, Qin Jiangmei, and the maid Xiao Mei, who had come as part of the dowry. Now they had added a son, Su Xuanheng. For the time being, this courtyard was still livable, but if they were to have a few more sons and daughters, it would soon feel cramped. Su Yang had a plan ahead now. The foremost concern was a permanent seat for the clan, followed by cultivation resources for the family. Tomorrow I should ask around and see if there is any idle farmland for sale. Buy land, plant spirit herbs, earn spirit stones, accumulate family wealth, repeat the cycle, letting money beget more money. Su Yang possessed a solid skill in cultivating spiritual plants, and it was one of his key sources of income. Previously, he would never have considered cultivating spiritual plants on a large scale, for that required casting spirit rain art over wide areas. With his current proficiency in that art, and his second-level chi refinement cultivation, such a feat had been impossible. But now with the blessing of the heaven rewards diligence fate, all such problems could be resolved. Having laid out the first step of his plan, Su Yang immediately opened the scroll of the Hunyuan condensing true method. This Dao method required gathering materials of the 5 elements, which could be medicinal herbs, spirit stones, demon cores, ores, and the like. By placing the 5-element materials within a formation and coordinating them with the method's incantations, one could refine Hunyuan Qi. Absorbing and refining this Qi would then elevate the quality of one's spirit root. The requirements were not particularly harsh. The process was simply extremely time-consuming. Taking Su Yang's pseudo-spirit root, as an example, refining Hunyuan Qi once a month would require nearly 10 years. However, by improving the quality of the 5-element materials, the duration could be shortened. The real problem in truth was money. If all goes well, I should be able to condense a true spirit root around 40 and have hope of foundation establishment before 60. A decade was but the snap of a finger. Su Yang did not mind the lengthy process. With 3 innate fates supporting him, he no longer feared that his pseudo-spirit root would cap his potential. Moreover, high-quality 5-element materials could further reduce the time. Perhaps he would not even need 10 full years to condense a true spirit root. The next day, Su Yang went out alone to the Xianbao Pavilion to purchase 5-element materials. In this world, cultivators and mortals coexisted. There was no strict separation between the immortal and the mundane. Yet the density of spiritual energy varied greatly from region to region, causing the average cultivation level of local practitioners to differ widely. Qingyuan County belonged to a land of thin spiritual energy. Few cultivators were willing to reside in such a small county town, yet no matter how small a county was, there would always be a Xianbao Pavilion to facilitate passing cultivators in purchasing supplies. Non-cultivators could not enter the Xianbao Pavilion, so the one in Qingyuan County was especially quiet, guarded inside by a lone middle-aged shopkeeper. "Fellow Taoists, so you've come. Congratulations on your auspicious son," greeted shopkeeper Cui, who sported a neat moustache, offering his felicitations as soon as he saw Su Yang enter. Su Yang returned the salute with hands cupped, smiling lightly. "My thanks, fellow Taoist. I have come this time to select some materials of the 5 elements and to ask whether you know of any farmland for sale. We have no shortage of 5-element materials. Please come with me, fellow Taoist Su." As he led the way, shopkeeper Cui glanced back and added, "As it happens, Qingyuan County has just had a tract of land left idle, but it has caught the eye of a martial family." Su Yang paused for a moment. "Which family?" "The Li clan. The Li clan with an innate realm martial artist." Shopkeeper Cui nodded silently. Su Yang could not help but furrow his brows. This might prove troublesome. Low-level cultivators need not fear common martial artists, yet when faced with an innate realm expert, one had to tread carefully. In order to avoid oppression by cultivators, mortals had honed the martial path with bitter diligence, giving birth to innate realm warriors who could contend with chi refinement cultivators. Though the ceiling of martial Dao still could not surpass a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, Su Yang himself was only a minor cultivator at the second level of chi refinement and did not dare act with reckless abandon. Since they have set their sights on this land, why have they not simply taken it already, eh? Su Yang suddenly realized there was a catch. Shopkeeper Cui chuckled. Naturally, they lack the funds. That tract covers 300 mu. Aside from us cultivators, no mortals could swallow such a large purchase in one gulp. Originally, the land belonged to a certain powerful noble, but he recently incurred the wrath of the imperial emperor and his entire clan was executed. The land thus lay idle and was taken over by the authorities for sale. Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Since it was in the hands of the authorities, naturally whoever could produce the money would claim it. His only concern was that the narrow-mindedly clan might secretly target him over this matter. Forget it. Soldiers block the enemy, water covers the flood. If I quail before a mere minorly clan, how can I speak of establishing a family? Su Yang made up his mind he would take that land. Mortals could never rival cultivators in terms of wealth. Though cultivators and mortals coexisted, mortals could not enter cultivation markets, causing the value of cultivation goods to utterly eclipse mundane commodities. To secure those 300 mu of land, Su Yang would need to spend over half his assets, though it would not truly hurt his foundation. After selecting his 5-element materials, he headed straight for the yamen. At the gate, the yamen runner spotted Su Yang and immediately straightened face, breaking into a broad smile. "Immortal Master Su, what instructions do you have today?" As one of the very few cultivators in Qingyuan County, Su Yang enjoyed a measure of renown. "I am here to see Magistrate Wang," Su Yang said evenly. "Magistrate Wang is currently receiving guests. Immortal Master will need to wait a moment. Please follow me," the runner replied. The runner dared not be negligent and ushered Su Yang into the compound. Extending his spiritual sense, Su Yang detected several figures in the main hall, their conversation far from harmonious. As long as you grant this land to my Li clan, we will pay in full within 3 years. You may simply consider it as if the Li clan will only take formal possession 3 years from now. Seated below, the man narrowed his eyes in veiled warning. Magistrate, do you mean to say you do not trust my Li clan? It is not that this official is unwilling to help, Magistrate Wang replied, leisurely, teacup in hand. The higher authorities demand full payment at once. This official is truly powerless. Gentlemen, please take your leave. That land has lain idle for so long. Who but my Li clan would even consider acquiring it? I shall faithfully convey your words to our clan head. I hope you will not regret today's decision. His face dark and chilling, the man rose and stalked out. As he left the main hall, he brushed past Su Yang. Naturally, he recognized him, yet chose to ignore him outright. A mere second-level Qi refinement cultivator was hardly worth the Li clan's notice. Magistrate Wang, on the other hand, greeted him with a beaming smile, clasping his hands. So it is Immortal Master Su. For what matter have you come today? The piece of land you were just discussing. I will take it. Su Yang said, his voice not loud yet enough to make the man behind him halt in his tracks, and slowly turned back with a darkened face. Inside the council hall, the air seemed to congeal into ice, a heavy, deathly silence pressing down until it was hard to breathe. Fortunately, Magistrate Wang opened his mouth at that moment, shattering the stifling mood. Immortal Master Su, there is something you may not know. The court requires this tract of land to be paid for in full at once. It can neither be rented nor bought on credit. This parcel has long been favored by my Li family. Before Magistrate Wang could finish, the Li family man cut in on the spot, his icy gaze fixed on Su Yang. Su Yang merely cast him a faint, indifferent glance, then turned his eyes back to Magistrate Wang. Naturally, I have come fully prepared with the necessary funds, Su Yang said mildly. He paused briefly, then continued in the same level tone, if the Li family truly set their sights on it first, then according to the rule of first come first served, I would naturally be willing to yield. However, surely the Li family understands that in any transaction payment is required. If the previous buyer cannot afford it, the right to purchase naturally passes to the next. Does Magistrate Wang not agree? At these words, the man's expression turned as dark as storm water. Magistrate Wang immediately burst into hearty laughter and cupped his hands. Immortal Master Su speaks true. Trade does indeed follow the order of who comes first, but only on the premise that one actually has the silver to trade. We cannot possibly allow forceful, unreasonable seizures. Their words dripped with veiled barbs, all but saying to the Li clansmen, you have no money, so what are you even trying to buy? Very well, very well. Magnificent Magistrate Wang, splendid Immortal Master Su. Everything you have said today, I shall report to the clan head exactly as it was. His hand trembled with fury as he pointed at the two of them, delivering his threat before turning on his heel and stalking off, his features contorted with vicious malice. TCH, a mere lackey borrowing his master's power, Magistrate Wang muttered with disdain. He shook his head in open contempt. He utterly despised the behavior of the Li clan members who had, I will report to the clan head, on their lips at every turn, as though their clan head were the emperor of the realm. The Li clan was clearly on the decline. Unable to restrain the character of their subordinates, they would sooner or later bring disaster upon the entire family. Immortal Master Su, the Li clan's people are petty and narrow-minded. Having offended them this time, you must be on your guard. Magistrate Wang withdrew his gaze and offered the reminder in earnest. It is of no consequence, Su Yang replied calmly, waving a hand. Before coming, I had already heard that the Li clan had taken a liking to this tract. Since I have come in person, I am naturally not afraid of offending them. The purchase of land could not be concealed and could not be carried out in secret. The hurdle of the Li clan could not be avoided. If he wished to develop his family, he had to secure a permanent family estate. The ensuing transaction proceeded smoothly. Su Yang handed over more than half of all he owned, and though his heart ached, he forced himself to endure it. It was the accumulation of more than 10 years. Wealth earned first by risking his life hunting demons and later by cultivating spiritual herbs. Now he was handing it all over in a single payment. Yet when he thought of the returns that 300 mu of land could bring him, that pang in his heart eased somewhat. The newly purchased 300 mu lay on the northern outskirts of Qingyuan County. Portions had already been cleared into paddy fields while the rest remained dense woodland. Su Yang inspected the land on site and found himself quite satisfied. Upon returning home, he immediately conveyed the news to Qin Jiangmei. Qin Jiangmei was delighted and expressed her unconditional support. The two of them then began at once to plan the division of the fields and to discuss recruiting guards and farmers. In Qingyuan County, at the Li residence, clan head Li Shao sat in the main seat. Having listened to his subordinates report, his expression was far from pleasant. Clan head, this Su Yang is truly audacious beyond measure, daring to snatch land that our Li family had already set our eyes on. If word of this spreads, how is the Li family to maintain its standing in Qingyuan County? The man railed like a scheming advisor filled with righteous fury before Li Xiao. Li Xiao's mouth twitched slightly as he irritably rubbed his fingertips together. According to the rules, there was nothing at all to fault in Su Yang's actions. After all, the Li family truly could not produce that much money. But Su Yang's behavior gave the Li family no face whatsoever. If it had been someone else, even if they could have bought the land, they would have sold the Li family a favor instead. Set this matter aside for now. Our priority is still acquiring farmland. Common gold and silver are worth little. If the Li family wishes to endure without decline, we must develop industries tied to cultivation. After attaining the level of an innate martial expert, Li Xiao had come to understand the limits of the martial path. Even if one achieved the rank of martial grandmaster, one could not contend with powerful cultivators. If the Li clan truly wished to rise, they had to tap into cultivation-related industries to earn spirit stones, nurture their own cultivators, and transform into a true cultivation family. The industry Li Xiao had set his sights on was spirit plant cultivation, the most accessible cultivation resource for ordinary people. But clan head, are we truly to let the matter of Su Yang go just like this? The man's face stiffened inwardly. He was deeply unwilling. Li Xiao's eyes narrowed, his index finger and thumb rubbing slowly against each other. Su Yang is a spirit plant cultivator. If he is buying land, it is very likely to expand his output of spiritual plants. That puts him in direct competition with us, so naturally this matter cannot simply be forgotten. But there is no need to act in haste. We will settle accounts with him in due time. He is only at the second level of qi refining. To trample on the Li clan's dignity, how could that be allowed to pass so easily? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 years had passed. Su Yang had expected the Li clan to stir up trouble from the shadows, yet to his surprise 2 years went by in apparent peace. The Su family compound had been established upon the purchased land. Su Yang and his family had moved in a year earlier, selling their old house. During this period, they had recruited more than 30 guards to patrol and protect the estate and 100 farmers to tend the spiritual plants. Su Yang practiced spells every day. Aside from casting spirit rain once a week to irrigate the fields, he left all other matters to the farmers. In 2 years, the income from spiritual plants had already earned back the fortune he had spent on the land. During this time, Qin Jiangmei had also given birth to their second child. It was another boy. They named him Su Xuanming in the hope that he would grow up intelligent and sensible. 2-year-old Su Xuanming was racing back and forth in the courtyard. Behind him, the maid Xiaomei, arms full with babbling baby. Su Xuanming hurried along, drenched in sweat, for fear the young master might tumble. At that moment, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei were seated cross-legged in a side courtyard. Mysterious array patterns had been carved into the ground, and materials representing the 5 elements were placed at the 5 key positions of the formation. Qin Jiangmei did not understand the function of this Taoist art. Every month, Su Yang would perform a ritual of Taoist baptism for her, and after 2 years of this recurring ceremony, it had become a familiar routine. She vaguely sensed that this method was far from simple. Intelligent since childhood, she did not take the initiative to ask. When Su Yang wished her to know, he would naturally tell her. After refining the Hunyuan Qi within himself, Su Yang then guided spiritual power to help Qin Jiangmei refine hers. He wished for her to step onto the path of cultivation, as well to accompany him onward for as long as they lived. Only after the Hunyuan Qi was completely refined did the two of them return to the inner courtyard. Xiaomei, let me take Ming'er. Don't tire yourself, Qin, Jiangmei said softly, taking her younger son into her arms. I am all right, madam. I am not tired, Xiaomei insisted, her forehead beaded with sweat, yet still putting on a brave front. She had served as Qin Jiangmei's maid since childhood and had come along as part of her dowry after the marriage. To be able to follow her mistress and serve in the household of a cultivator was a blessing she had never dared dream of, so she did not dare slack off or utter a word of complaint while working in the Su household. Su Yang was very satisfied with the young maid. In the future, he was already considering helping her extend her lifespan. Clan head, something terrible has happened. 50 mu of spiritual plants have suddenly withered. Just then a courtyard guard hurried in, his face ashen, with anxiety, cold sweat streaming as he made his report. At his words, Su Yang's brows knit together, a sudden sense of foreboding rising within him. The farmers tending the spiritual plants all possessed rich experience in cultivation. The chances of the plants withering due to some operational mistake were extremely slim. If it was not a problem of technique, then there could be only one explanation. Someone had done this deliberately. Qingyuan County, Li Manor. Li Xiao, in a fit of rage, slapped his subordinate, sending him crashing into the furniture of the hall, leaving a mess in every direction. Li Xiao's chest heaved with anger as he shouted, "You worthless fool! I ordered you to destroy all of the Su family spirit plants, yet you've only managed to ruin 50 acres. The man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, had his face rapidly swelling and turning blue. Despite the pain, he hastily stood up and stammered, "I'm sorry, master." The Su family has too many guards patrolling, destroying 50 acres is already the limit. If I stay any longer, the effects of the medicine will kick in, and I'm afraid. He feared he wouldn't have time to escape, but he couldn't voice that concern. What a useless waste. What good are you? Since you're so afraid of dying, you can die now. Master. The man's face was filled with panic, and before he could finish his words, he felt a violent gust of wind rush at him, and the next moment, he lost all sensation. With a splatter, blood and brains mixed in the hall, releasing an unpleasant odor. However, even after killing the man, Li Xiao's fury remained unquenched. This operation had only one chance, and it was wasted by this fool, not only failing to deal a heavy blow to Su Yang's assets, but also alerting him and making him cautious. Fortunately, no evidence was left behind. At most, Su Yang could only harbor suspicions. No, if I can't destroy Su Yang's assets, I must eliminate him. This man has 2 strong spirit plant skills. As long as he is alive, the Su family will always feast, while the Li family drinks soup, and one day he will surely ride over our heads. Thinking back to when the Su family had not yet risen, they dared to disrespect the Li family by purchasing land. What would happen once the Su family fully ascended? Li Xiao paced back and forth in the hall, his murderous intent growing stronger. He must crush the Su family before they rise, perhaps even obtaining Su Yang's spirit plant inheritance in the process. With this inheritance, the Li family will have the foundation to become a cultivation family. Tonight, I will join forces with Master Luo to take down Su Yang. From then on, we will be on the same boat. Li Xiao's eyes glimmered with determination as he contemplated the plan. He planned to marry one of the girls from his clan to Master Luo to solidify their relationship before handing over Su Yang's inheritance to him. Someone go fetch Master Luo. Li Xiao was plotting his killing scheme. However, he waited in the hall for a long time without seeing Master Luo. He was ready to go out and kill, but how could he tolerate the delay? Just as he was growing impatient and about to head to Master Luo's courtyard, strange sounds came from outside. It sounded like the sound of a blade slicing into flesh. Li Xiao's expression changed drastically as a resounding sword cry accompanied a flash of white light that pierced through the doors and windows, striking directly at his brow. Boom. The innate energy condensed into a shield, but was shattered by the incoming flying sword. The terrifying impact sent Li Xiao flying out, crashing through the door and wall. A far stronger smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. Only then did Li Xiao realize that the Li manor was littered with corpses, and all the lights were extinguished. The guards, servants, and maids lay dead in pools of blood, each pierced by flying swords, dying silently. In the blink of an eye, the entire Li manor had fallen, leaving only him alive. Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling with rage. He saw 2 indistinct figures standing on the eaves, their forms light and agile, as they descended, 2 flying swords radiating with spirit light, swirling around them. Cultivators. When Li Xiao recognized them as cultivators, he couldn't help but gasp. In the next moment, he guessed their identities. Even without revealing their faces, the only cultivator he had offended in recent years was one. It's you, Su Yang. Li Xiao shouted, his heart filled with disbelief. He had planned to wipe out Su Yang's family, but didn't expect him to be so bold and decisive to strike first against the Li family. Moreover, he had allied with other cultivators to wipe out the entire Li clan. This ruthlessness was chilling. In an unknown battle, Su Yang was not his opponent. An innate martial artist could rival a chi refining cultivator, and that was no idle claim. But with another unknown cultivator joining, the situation had completely turned. An innate martial artist could fight, but they couldn't contend against 2 allied cultivators. Li Xiao's mind raced as he attempted to persuade the other cultivator. However, Su Yang, not prone to delay, sent his flying sword forth, while casting several fireball spells in succession. Li Xiao immediately roared in anger, unleashing his innate energy to smash away the flying sword, producing a crisp sound. He charged forward, punching to explode the fireballs, causing sparks to fly. Next, bolts of lightning came pouring down like a torrential rain. Li Xiao acted decisively, knowing that a martial artist could not engage in prolonged combat with cultivators. He had to close in for a swift resolution, or else defeat was certain. He braved the lightning spells and approached Su Yang step by step. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan, who was casting spells, chuckled with interest. In an instant, the flying swords surrounding him transformed into a giant sword several meters tall, descending like a mountain to crush him. Li Xiao's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately turned to flee. However, just as he was about to escape the Li manor, he collided with an invisible wall of air, causing ripples of array patterns to spread out. They had even set up a formation. Damn it, break for me. Li Xiao struck the formation with all his strength, but the formation enveloping the Li manor remained unmoved. Despair filled his heart as he let out a heart-wrenching roar at Su Yang and the others. Damn you, Su Yang, may you die a terrible death. Boom. The giant sword descended, the explosive sound deafening, and the earth shook violently, the expanding spiritual energy waves nearly collapsing the building. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his 7 orifices as the floor beneath him cracked under the pressure, his protective energy scattering into motes of light, and his one straight back bent under the weight of the giant sword. His legs could no longer hold him, and as he knelt, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. A beam of sword light suddenly sliced through his neck, and bright red blood gushed forth like a spring. In the next second, Li Xiao's body went limp, crushed into a pulp by the giant sword. The long sword returned to Su Yang's hand, and he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have brought a helper instead of going solo. A chi-refining cultivator facing an innate martial artist was ultimately at a disadvantage. If Su Yang had come alone, even a successful ambush would have made it difficult to kill Li Xiao. The opponent's physical strength was too high, similar to a body refinement cultivator. Originally, the cultivation world had no innate martial artists. No matter how hard mortals trained, they could not compete with chi-refining cultivators. However, with the birth of innate martial artists, mortals gained the ability to counter chi-refining cultivators. Currently, the strongest martial artist realm was the Grandmaster, whose strength lay between the mid and late stages of chi-refining. Su Yang suspected that if martial arts continued to develop one day, they might truly rival latest-stage chi-refining or even match Foundation establishment. One must not underestimate the people of the world, Su Yang thought to himself, sighing internally. Congratulations, young friend, you've resolved your family crisis. Fu Yuan stroked his beard with a smile, retracting the formation enveloping the Li Manor back into the array plate. The Zhu family members waiting outside rushed in to begin cleaning the scene and looting resources. Su Yang clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your assistance, my friend. Actually, I have one more request. Go ahead and speak." Fu Yuan was in a good mood and didn't mind helping with a small favor. In this annihilation of the Li family, he was the biggest beneficiary, personally acquiring 70% of the Li family's assets, with the remaining 30% given to the Zhu family, because the assets required their management and to pacify the court officials. The dynasty's laws prohibited wanton slaughter. The destruction of a family in a county had significant implications, regardless of the reasons. An explanation was required for the Great Wei dynasty. Do you want to learn alchemy? Fu Yuan's expression was strange. He never expected that Su Yang's other request was to inquire about the skills of alchemy. The income of an alchemist is indeed greater than that of a spirit herbalist, but alchemy is not something just anyone can master, otherwise cultivators would already be filled with alchemists. Fu Yuan immediately waved his hand to refuse. You cannot learn alchemy. It requires talent. If you are not convinced, you can go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to buy an alchemy inheritance and try. They also sell alchemical insights, which are more detailed than what I can teach. Without even teaching him, he concluded that it could not be learned. Fu Yuan's attitude was clear, and the disdain in his eyes was unmasked. Seeing this, Su Yang chose not to say more. To seek advice from the other party was to try to get a free copy of alchemical insights, yet this old man was so stingy. After copying all the martial arts discovered by the Li family, Su Yang took his leave. Martial arts techniques are equally important to the family, as there are not only the Su family, but also guards and servants. Martial arts techniques are suitable as rewards to be taught to the family guards, enhancing the family's overall strength. Strong servants can handle trivial matters more efficiently. The next day, news of the Li family's downfall quickly spread throughout Qingyuan County, causing quite a stir. However, this had nothing to do with Su Yang. On the surface, it was the Zhu family that had destroyed the Li family, and any trouble would be borne by the Zhu family. Moreover, this did not count as trouble for the Zhu family. As one of the 5 prominent families in Qingyuan County, with Fu Yuan stationed at the Zhu family, the court's accountability was merely a formality. With the Li family gone as a potential threat, the Su family entered a phase of stable development. The 50 acres of spirit herbs that had been destroyed last time were all saved under Su Yang's skills, and their quality after maturation was even better than before. Using this batch of spirit herbs, Su Yang purchased a cauldron for alchemy, a first-grade low-level alchemy inheritance, and alchemical insights. Once Henger and Minger turn 3, they must begin practicing the primordial solidification technique. The monthly consumption of 5 elements materials will increase. Relying solely on the income from spirit herbs won't be enough. Only by refining the spirit herbs into pills for sale can I earn more. The quality of the 5 elements materials will affect the efficiency of solidifying the true spiritual roots. With the income from these pills, I will be able to purchase higher-grade 5 elements materials. In this way, Henger and Minger are likely to solidify their true spiritual roots before the age of 12, directly opening the path of cultivation. As for the assertion that alchemy requires talent, this does not apply to Su Yang. The effect of the heavens path, rewarding diligence, manifests here. It allows anything that requires talent to become achievable through hard work and effort. Su Yang has never worried that he would fail at alchemy. The only thing to consider is the consumption of spirit herbs and the distribution of sales to avoid bankruptcy of the family funds before he even produces any pills. Time quietly passed. Su Yang devoted himself to the art of alchemy. With the support of the Heaven's Path rewarding diligence, he successfully refined his first pill after 3 months, becoming a first-grade low-level alchemist. However, Su Yang did not boast about it. Instead, he continued to cultivate his alchemical skills and improve his success rate. Only the spirit herbs sold by the Su family gradually dwindled. Fu Yuan, as a major customer of the Su family's spirit herbs, could not help but sneer inwardly upon learning this. He guessed that Su Yang must be stubborn, ruining his own spirit herbs for the sake of alchemy. While lamenting the waste, he also speculated that the Su family must be facing economic issues, forcing Su Yang to seek more sources of income, with alchemy becoming his lifeline. But still, as the saying goes, alchemy requires talent. Fu Yuan did not believe Su Yang could become an alchemist. If he had the talent for alchemy, he wouldn't have become a spirit herbalist. Anyone who has ventured in the cultivation world knows that being a spirit herbalist is the most basic skill among 100 arts of cultivation. This skill exists primarily to provide medicinal herbs for alchemists, while the most basic level is simply a farmer growing spiritual rice. Who would choose to be a farmer if they could refine pills? Due to the decrease in spirit herbs supplied by Su Yang, Fu Yuan turned to collaborate with others, and their relationship became distant due to reduced benefits. Su Yang was indifferent to this. During his years in the cultivation world, he had seen the true nature of human relationships. Because the path of immortality is long, cultivators have witnessed too much life and death, as well as betrayal, making their personalities more focused on profit and cold-hearted. Friends who have known each other for decades might stab each other in the back for a single opportunity. Let alone Su Yang and Fu Yuan, who had only teamed up once. There was hardly any deep friendship to speak of. In the Su family, inside the alchemy room, a cauldron burning with fierce flames was placed, and the medicinal herbs gradually turned into liquid under the scorching flames. Su Yang changed his hand seals, and the medicinal liquid in the cauldron solidified into pills, a refreshing fragrance instantly filling the entire room. A single cauldron produced 7 stable pills, 3 waste pills. My success rate truly only increases, never decreases. Su Yang's eyes sparkled, realizing that this was the permanent effect of the Heaven's Path rewarding diligence. Once a certain stage is reached, one's ability becomes fixed. Even the success rate of pill refining remains constant. Every time an alchemist refines the same type of pill, various factors can lead to inconsistent quality of the final product. But the quality and quantity of Su Yang's pills would only continue to rise. From initially fixing 1 successful pill and 9 waste pills, now it has become 7 successful pills and 3 waste pills. If this situation continues, Su Yang will soon be able to achieve a 100% success rate for every cauldron of pills. This is something even a first-grade high-level alchemist cannot accomplish. Alchemy requires talent, but I do not need it. Su Yang smiled, collected all the refined pills into his storage ring, and walked out of the room. Qin Jiangmei, with her large belly, sat on a chair basking in the warm sunlight, her eyes filled with tenderness as she watched the 2 children playing in the courtyard. She felt very happy with her current life. It is a great fortune for a mortal to marry a cultivator, and a cultivator like Su Yang who cherishes his mortal wife is indeed a rarity in Qingyuan County. Most cultivators regard their mortal wives as playthings, discarding them once they grow tired. Husband. Qin Jiangmei thought to get up, but Su Yang raised his hand to stop her. My dear, don't move around too much while pregnant. Su Yang walked over to Qin Jiangmei and waved to Su Xuanheng, who was playing in the courtyard. Henger, come here, your father will teach you something. Su Xuanheng was obedient and quiet, immediately running over excitedly. Is father planning to teach Henger that technique now? Qin Jiangmei looked at Su Yang and instantly guessed that her husband intended to teach the primordial solidification technique. Isn't this a bit too early? Henger is only 3 years old and hasn't recognized many characters. It would be hard for him to memorize the entire scripture right. Su Yang smiled lightly and said the essence of the technique lies in comprehension of its meaning, not rigidly fixed text. Moreover, Henger is intelligent from a young age, and I believe he will quickly memorize it with his learning ability. Dad, Mom, what are you going to teach me? Su Xuanheng blinked, his face full of curiosity. I will pass you a family scripture. Su Yang's smile faded, and his tone became serious. Henger, remember, this scripture must not be leaked to anyone, or it will bring disaster to our family. The innocent Su Xuanheng, upon hearing this, shrank his head and nodded cautiously. Dad, I remember. I will definitely not tell anyone. Seeing this, Su Yang revealed a satisfied smile, reached out to ruffle his head, and the scripture of the primordial solidification technique flowed into his mind like a beam of light. In order to accelerate the condensation of his true spiritual root, Su Yang elevated the quality of the 5 elemental materials consumed each month. This was a tremendous expense. Had he not become an alchemist, he would not dare to be so extravagant. When Su Yang arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to sell his elixirs, manager Cui was particularly astonished. Could it be that Taoist Su possesses such a large quantity of elixirs? Did Taoist Su concoct these? Su Yang smiled and nodded, saying, I have fortuitously become an alchemist. Trouble Manager Chui to estimate a price. We will be long-term collaborators from now on. Congratulations, Taoist. From now on, wealth will flow in. Manager Chui hurriedly congratulated, still shocked in his heart. Alchemy is one of the 4 great arts of cultivation, and elixirs are essential for cultivators. Countless cultivators aspire to become alchemists, but are limited by their lack of innate talent. Alchemy not only requires knowledge and understanding, but also a keen sense for spiritual herbs. Each herb's age, harvest time, and its condition after placement can all affect the required firepower, time, and techniques during the alchemical process. A slight deviation can lead to failure in alchemy or a drop in the quality of the final product. Simply put, alchemy is a matter of intuition. It is akin to the talent for cooking. Even if the master and apprentice use the same technique, the flavors will differ slightly. In alchemy is even more demanding than cooking. Among all the cultivators in Qingyuan County, the number of alchemists does not exceed 3. It is easy to imagine how sought-after alchemists are in Qingyuan County. However, this brings about a problem. Su Yang, as an alchemist, must inevitably carve out a piece of the elixir business in Qingyuan County. The interests involved are intricate and complex. Regarding my becoming an alchemist, I hope Manager Chui will keep it private. Su Yang clasped his fists. Manager Chui nodded. That's fine, but such matters can only be hidden for a time. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion only purchases a limited quantity of first-grade, low-grade elixirs each month, and there are not many alchemists in Qingyuan County. Over time, someone is bound to notice. If questioned, I cannot hide it. I hope Taoist Su will understand. I understand. Su Yang nodded lightly, not overly concerned. There are many first-grade, low-grade elixirs circulating in Qingyuan County, but mid-grade and high-grade elixirs are scarce. He was confident that in a few years he could refine mid-grade and high-grade elixirs. By the way, please help me exchange these spirit stones for several first-grade, mid-grade elixir recipes. It seems Taoist Su's talent for alchemy is quite extraordinary. Are you already attempting to break into first-grade, mid-grade? Manager Chui smiled as he counted the spirit stones, exchanging them for several first-grade, mid-grade elixir recipes and handing them over. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, receiving the recipes and the remaining spirit stones. The spirit stones were double what he estimated. Had he miscalculated the price? Just as he was puzzled, Manager Chui preemptively offered an explanation. Recently, there have been unusual movements of demon beasts in the outer regions of the Bailing Mountain Range. Many cultivators have gone to hunt the demons, causing a tight supply of elixirs at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in other counties. If Taoist Su has the ability, you can focus on refining more purifying valley pills and Qingyuan pills in the near future. The prices of such elixirs have risen, and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will buy as many as you can produce. The Bailing Mountain Range is separated from Qingyuan County by Guangling County. The batch of elixirs from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is primarily supplied to the cultivators of Guangling County. That county has attracted a large number of cultivators due to the abundance of demon beasts in the Bailing Mountain Range, experiencing considerable development and being several times more prosperous than Qingyuan County. Thank you for the information, but the Bailing Mountain Range has always been tranquil. Why would the demon beasts suddenly become active? Could it be? Su Yang frowned, recalling the beast tide that had occurred in the Bailing Mountain Range 60 years ago. Manager Cui's expression became serious. The cause of the unusual movements has yet to be determined, but from the signs it indeed bears a striking resemblance to the previous beast tide. Saying that, his expression relaxed, and he smiled lightly. Taoist Su need not be anxious. Qingyuan County is several hundred miles away from the Bailing Mountain Range. Even if there is a beast tide, it will not affect us, especially with the cultivators of Guangling County standing in between. That is true. Su Yang nodded in agreement, chatting for a bit before taking his leave. When he returned home, Su Yang once again immersed himself in enhancing his alchemical skills. He primarily refined purifying valley pills and Qingyuan pills, taking advantage of the current situation where they could be sold without limit to exchange for various resources. The remaining elixirs were kept for developing the family and temporarily stored. A month later, Su Yang's third child was born. It was a girl named Su Xuanjing, who was naturally endowed with a fate: clear mirror, still water. Clear mirror, still water, ultimate focus, and a clear heart, able to quickly enter a state of forgetting oneself and the world. This was Su Yang's first child to be born with a fate, and he named her with Jing due to this characteristic. Su Yang was filled with anticipation for her future. This fate could enhance focus, and those with strong concentration could achieve success in whatever they pursued. Unfortunately, Su Xianjing also did not possess a spiritual root. The probability of a child having a spiritual root from a union between a pseudo-spiritual root and a mortal was minuscule. This made it nearly impossible for ordinary qi refining cultivators like Su Yang to establish a cultivation family. Without spiritual roots in the descendants, what hope is there for cultivation? As time flows on, the years pass swiftly. 5 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. Over the years, the Su family has gradually acquired surrounding farmlands. From the initial 300 acres, they expanded to 1,000 acres, and the number of guards and servants doubled. Looking around, the smoke from cooking wafted gently. Children played along the riverbank, and farmers worked diligently in the rice fields, presenting a scene of prosperity. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, a child dressed in luxurious brocade held a slender wooden sword. His handsome face showed no emotion as he repeatedly practiced the monotonous sword forms. His mouth moved rhythmically with his breathing. Despite having practiced all morning, there was not a trace of sweat on his forehead. In contrast, the younger boy beside him was drenched in sweat, his limbs sore from exhaustion. With a clang, the wooden sword fell to the ground. Su Xianming sat down heavily, panting. "Brother, let's take a break. I really can't hold on any longer. Father said that overtraining would affect our growth and development." The brocade-clad child was unmoved, continuing to practice his sword techniques, his movements neither fast nor slow, but flowing effortlessly. "Father said that in everything we do, we must be persistent, whether in martial arts or studies. This not only enhances ourselves, but also cultivates willpower. The habit should be practiced from a young age, as it will affect our entire lives. You keep switching between reading and practicing martial arts, never committing fully. How can you succeed that way?" Su Xuanheng spoke in a calm tone, his gaze sharp, and with each movement of the wooden sword it seemed as if a blade was about to be unsheathed. Su Xianming took the towel from a servant and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "But father told me that everyone's talents are different and choice is greater than effort. In that case, it seems I'm not cut out for martial arts at all." He sighed, and a worry that was not befitting his age appeared on his youthful face. "I have some talent in studies, but I do not wish to be an ordinary person. How I wish I could have a spiritual root like father and be a free-spirited cultivator experiencing a broader world." His practice of martial arts was not out of love, but a lack of choice. He yearned for immense power, admired heroes who could leap across rooftops, and revered cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas. In such a vast and wonderful world, how could he resign himself to living as a mortal for a lifetime? After listening to his younger brother, Su Xuanheng fell into silence. He knew that Su Xianming had indeed put in a lot of effort in martial arts, but the results were minimal, while his own talent in martial arts could be considered extraordinary, especially in swordsmanship. He could flawlessly execute the sword techniques practiced only once by the family guards. This was the difference in talent. No, that's not right. Whenever Su Xuanheng believed his swordsmanship talent was decent, he couldn't help but recall the time when he first engaged in martial arts, realizing he did not possess the remarkable talent he had now. He indeed loved practicing martial arts, especially swordsmanship. However, at that time, his progress in swordsmanship was actually no different from that of Su Xianming now. It was only after a heart-to-heart talk with his father that he seemed to have an epiphany, learning any sword technique with ease. Because this incident was too incredible, Su Xuanheng could only bury it deep in his heart. Whether it was related to his father or not, as long as his father did not mention it, he would pretend to be unaware to avoid revealing family secrets. Just then, a silver bell-like voice of a little girl came from the entrance. "Elder brother, second brother, I'm back." Without seeing her first, the brothers smiled simultaneously upon hearing her voice. Su Xuanheng finally stopped practicing his sword techniques and turned to look at the door. A lovely little girl, beautifully carved like jade, dashed into the courtyard wearing a cute pink dress. The maid responsible for watching her, Xiao Mei, did not follow her in, but stood at the door smiling and nodding at them. This was the training ground of the Su family, and servants could not come and go freely without permission. "Where are father and mother? Why aren't they with you?" Su Xianming asked curiously. Su Xianjing ran over and said loudly, "The heads of the Wang and Liang families are here. A father is hosting them in the main hall, and mother went to the lakeside pavilion to play the zither." "What are the heads of the two families doing at our Su family?" Su Xianming supported his chin, lost in thought. "Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Why are you slacking off again, second brother? Didn't you say you were going to practice martial arts?" Su Xianjing blinked and questioned loudly. Su Xianming twitched the corner of his mouth, his face darkening. "I have already practiced for the whole morning. You just didn't see me, so it's not slacking off." Though her name had Jing in it, Su Xianjing was far from quiet. She was quite the lively treasure, chattering non-stop all day long and often saying things that annoyed others. Su Xianjing chuckled and looked back and forth. Suddenly she leaned close to her two brothers and whispered cautiously, "Elder brother, second brother, do you know what method we practice every month? Father never mentioned it and told us not to speak of it to outsiders. Why? Did you discover something?" Su Xianming glanced at the honest Xiao Mei standing at the door, finally feeling relieved to respond in a low voice. "Of course I discovered something. Why do you think we practice a method if we have no spiritual roots?" Su Xianjing placed her hands on her hips, looking at her older brothers as if they were foolish. "After practicing for so many years, haven't you noticed that your body feels different every time after training?" Su Xuanheng. The two brothers exchanged glances, both at a loss. Of course, they were curious about this method and had discussed and researched it secretly, but they had never noticed any change in their bodies, as the third sister mentioned. Oh, there really is. Su Xianjing became anxious upon seeing their expressions. Next time you practice the method, remember to concentrate and calm your mind. You will definitely notice something different about your bodies. As for what exactly was different, she couldn't quite articulate, feeling it was too mystical. Though the little sister couldn't express it clearly, neither brother mocked or doubted her. Su Xianming supported his chin and thought seriously. Father is not an ordinary cultivator, and his reluctance to disclose this means that the method is extremely valuable. It will surely bring us surprises in the future. Su Xuanheng recalled his father's mysterious side again and nodded in agreement. If we can't figure it out, then let's not think about it. The most important thing right now is to improve ourselves. It's better to practice the sword than to overthink. Su Xianjing rolled her eyes at this. Her elder brother was just a martial arts fanatic, while the second brother was the more sensible one. Su family's main hall. Two middle-aged men sat in the seats on either side of the main hall, sipping tea that the Su family's servants had prepared for them, and exclaiming, "What good tea!" At this moment, steady footsteps sounded from outside the hall, and the two immediately stood up, smiling and cupping their fists in greeting. Long time no see. The Su family head still has great style. Liang Xiao was tall and strong, with a booming voice and a thick beard covering his entire face, giving off a fierce aura. In contrast, Wang Songyue, the head of the Wang family, had a lean build and an elegant demeanor, looking like a cultured scholar. Apologies for keeping you both waiting. Su Yang returned the greeting, with cupped fists, a smile radiating from his face. The residences of the Wang and Liang families were adjacent to the Su family, and they often saw each other. To ensure family peace, everyone had maintained a relatively harmonious relationship over the years. However, the relationship had not reached the point where the heads of both families would visit simultaneously. The Liang and Wang families were not like the small Li family. Both were among the 5 great families of Qingyuan County. Su Yang was also curious about what brought these two to him. After some pleasantries, they could no longer contain themselves and finally revealed the purpose of their visit. Su family head, do you recognize this pill? Wang Songyue smiled meaningfully as he took out a vial of pills from his bosom and gently shook it. Without needing to open the vial, Su Yang immediately recognized it as a first-tier high-grade Qing Yuan Dan, and it was indeed crafted by his own hand. Interesting. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. It was evident that his identity as an alchemist had been exposed since they brought this pill to the Su family. Although revealing his identity as an alchemist was no longer an issue, now it reflected the vast information channels and connections of the Wang and Liang families, as they were able to gather information from the manager Cui of the Immortal Treasure Tower. Since you both already know, I'll admit it openly, this pill was indeed crafted by me. Su Yang took a sip of tea and confessed on the spot, too lazy to put on an act until they exposed him. Su family head is straightforward. Liang Xiao laughed heartily, seeming to particularly enjoy this direct manner of communication. We won't keep you in suspense. Upon learning that the Su family head is the alchemist who crafted this high-grade Qing Yuan Dan, we hurried over to seek a long-term partnership with the Su family. Firstly, we want to open a restaurant for immortal delicacies in collaboration with the Su family. Secondly, we would like to ask the Su family head to help us refine several types of pills. As he spoke, Liang Xiao took out 3 brown parchment scrolls from his bosom and gently placed them on the table. Su Yang casually summoned the scrolls with spiritual power, and after a brief glance he recognized that these were 3 types of pills aimed at assisting martial artists in their cultivation and breaking through realms. The Zhuanggu Dan could substitute for medicinal baths, laying a solid foundation for early-stage martial artists. The Longxue Dan could enhance the vital energy of innate martial artists. What astonished Su Yang the most was the Pazhang Dan, which could enable top-tier martial artists to directly break through and become innate martial artists. If these 3 types of pills could be mass-produced, it would lead to a significant output of fully formed innate martial artists. There was no doubt that once these 3 types of pills were released, they would be snatched up by all martial artists. The formulas for these pills are provided by my Liang family, and the Su family will refine them, then auction them off at the restaurant, which will attract customers to the restaurant. Liang Xiao grinned. Wang Songyue smiled and nodded, adding, our Wang family will provide the recipes for immortal delicacies, primarily focusing on spirit plant brewed, immortal wine, and various delicacies made from monster meat. When it comes to the best quality spirit plants in Qingyuan County, the Su family is undoubtedly the best. The Liang family provides the formula for pills and is responsible for the security of the restaurant. The Wang family offers dietary supplement recipes and commercial management. Su Yang refines martial arts pills while supplying the restaurant with the necessary spiritual herbs. The 3 families unite to jointly operate the restaurant. Wang Songyue and Liang Xiao exchanged a few words, clearly outlining each party's needs, indicating they had plans in place and everything was well organized. Since the core of the restaurant's operation relies on the Su family, which provides both the pills and spiritual herbs, the profit distribution allocates 40 to the Su family, while the other two families each receive 30. Su Yang listened without rushing to respond. Calmly sipping his tea, he pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. Has the Liang family had forgotten about the consumption of spiritual herbs needed for pill refining? Liang Xiao was momentarily taken aback and then awkwardly laughed a couple of times. I apologize for my oversight. How about this? The Liang family will give up another 10 of the profits to you, and the consumption of spiritual herbs will be borne by the Su family. Refining pills requires spiritual herbs, and brewing wine also needs spiritual herbs, with Su Yang additionally providing the art of pill refining. Naturally, offering 3 forms of value warrants greater returns. Though it was said that the 3 families would jointly manage the restaurant, without Su Yang the establishment would never come to fruition. He rightly deserved a larger share of the profits. Wang Songyuan noticed the situation and quickly added, our 2 families have not considered this thoroughly. The celestial brew of the restaurant also requires the spiritual herbs from the Su family. Therefore, the Wang family is also willing to give up another 10 of the profits to the Su family. With the Su family now taking 60 and the Wang and Liang families each taking 20, Su Yang smiled and nodded internally, cursing the 2 old foxes. They probably planned from the very beginning to give up 60 of the profits, first offering 40 to show sincerity, then engaging in some back and forth before each yielding another 10 in a friendly manner to win his favor. He also guessed that this idea must have originated from Wang Songyue, while Liang Xiao the brutish one merely played along. Su Yang, seeing through their tactics, yet choosing not to expose them, said, generally this is acceptable, but I would like all transactions at the restaurant to be conducted in spiritual crystals. We do not accept mundane gold or silver. Spiritual crystals are actually fragments of spirit stones, with one spirit stone being divisible into hundreds of spiritual crystals. The circulation between mundane gold and silver and spirit stones occurs through spiritual crystals. Wang Songyue was taken aback by this, and after a moment of thought responded, that is entirely feasible. You truly are insightful, Master Su. Liang Xiao, looking confused, asked, what does this mean? Wouldn't not accepting mundane gold and silver lead to a lack of business? Wang Songyue, his eyes flashing, explained, firstly, our consumer base consists of martial artists and the affluent who possess plenty of spiritual crystals. Secondly, at their level, what they seek is not just a gathering place, but also a higher social standing and prestige. The stipulation of not accepting mundane gold and silver precisely caters to the preferences of martial artists and the wealthy. This rule will not lead to a lack of business. Rather, it will attract a large number of wealthy nobles and families, causing our restaurant to gain great fame in elite circles. Oh, so there are so many intricacies involved. Liang Xiao inhaled sharply, his eyes now filled with a trace of admiration for Su Yang. Wang Songyue clasped his fists and sincerely said, Master Su, you truly are a master of both pill refining and commercial strategy, earning my utmost respect. Why don't you name our restaurant Master Su? Su Yang opened his mouth, but just as he was about to speak, he changed his mind. Then how about naming it the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? In truth, he suggested not accepting gold and silver simply because they held no value for him as a cultivator without overthinking it. However, expressing such a sentiment would seem unwise. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Fine wine entices intoxication, flavors surpassing those of celestial delicacies. Wang Songyu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly slapped the table, exclaiming, excellent. What a splendid name for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It turns out Master Su is also a person of culture. Liang Xiao laughed heartily, expressing admiration. Unlike me, a mere martial man, if I were to name it, it would probably be something like the Philip Restaurant. Su Yang chuckled, silently mentally labeling Wang Songyue as a creative imagination fanatic. In that case, it's settled. The location and construction of the restaurant will require Master Wang's extra effort. It should be this way. We won't disturb Master Su in researching the pill formula, but do remember to inform us of any results. Certainly. Absolutely. The 3 of them stood up simultaneously, cupping their fists, quite satisfied with the discussion. However, Wang Songyue and Liang Xiao kept a keen eye on the premise that this cooperation depended on Su Yang's ability to refine martial arts pills. If Su Yang fails to refine the pills, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion may never come to be. The difficulty in refining these 3 kinds of martial arts pills is not low. Liang Xiao had actually sought out several alchemists from county towns, but without exception they all failed in their attempts. It was only upon returning to Qingyuan County that he discovered a top-tier alchemist hidden within the county. If even Su Yang cannot refine the pills, the value of the formula would plummet. After all, the next level is a second-tier alchemist, which is beyond the capabilities of a martial family like Liang Xiao's. The courtyard's lake was crystal clear, with a beautiful woman in the pavilion playing the zither, her music clear and melodious, bringing a sense of tranquility and ease. Su Yang strolled to the woman's side, inhaling the faint fragrance, feeling his spirit relaxed. In his eyes, aside from lacking spiritual roots, Qin Jiangmei was perfect inside and out, both in appearance and character. Unfortunately, a woman without spiritual roots is destined for an ordinary life. Time will leave wrinkles on her delicate skin and quietly take away her lifespan. Today, Su Yang would eliminate this flaw for Qin Jiangmei. He smiled and nodded, saying the discussions have concluded. In the future, our three families will jointly manage the drunken Immortal Pavilion, which, barring any accidents, will bring great wealth to our Su family, paving a smoother path for our children ahead. The zither music abruptly stopped, and there was a hint of sadness in Qin Jiangmei's beautiful eyes. I have not been able to bear children with spiritual roots for my husband, yet you are willing to pave a future for these kids. How can I repay this kindness? What nonsense are you talking? Su Yang laughed and shook his head. Not every cultivator is heartless, nor does everyone only value profit. Our children without spiritual roots, not my children. He understood Qin Jiangmei's thoughts, as the majority of cultivators are indeed heartless, cherishing children with spiritual roots while discarding those without. Such incidents are rampant, leading mortals to develop a stereotype about cultivators. In an environment like this, what Su Yang considered normal behavior became a benevolence. Qin Jiangmei smiled tenderly, her sadness fading, and she softly replied, "What you say is true, but such beautiful days always make me feel as if I am in a dream, fearing that one day I will suddenly awaken to find you and the children gone." Su Yang gently held her hand, saying, "Rest assured, such days will last for hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years. You always know how to make people happy, but how can I accompany you for hundreds or thousands of years? I never lie. Starting today, you will accompany me for hundreds or thousands of years, living long and prosperously." Su Yang spoke seriously, his expression earnest, which made Qin Jiangmei momentarily taken aback. "You've always been curious about the effects of the Dao methods we cultivate each month, haven't you?" Holding Qin Jiangmei's hand, Su Yang led her to the side courtyard where they usually practiced their Dao methods. On the familiar formation, the 5 elemental materials were already prepared. Qin Jiangmei asked no questions and directly seated herself at the formation's eye position, accepting whatever Su Yang chose to do. It was said that some evil cultivators would refine people into puppets to accompany cultivators for a lifetime, which didn't seem too bad. Fortunately, Su Yang was unaware of her thoughts, otherwise he would have to teach her a harsh lesson that night. This method is called True Harmony Condensation Technique. A gentle breeze tinged with a hint of heat swept across the faces of the two, lifting their hair into the air. Qin Jiangmei's pupils contracted as Su Yang's astonishing words echoed in her mind. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and the surging waves within her heart belied her calm exterior. What did my husband just say? That a mortal can give birth to a true spiritual root. Is it that unknown Dao technique she practices every month? Then does that mean? Qin Jiangmei suddenly stood up and grasped Su Yang's hands tightly. Our child could have a spiritual root. A soundproofing spell was cast, enveloping the two within its barrier. Su Yang did not blame his wife for her loss of composure. He merely smiled and nodded. Yes, not only can our child possess a spiritual root, but Jiangmei, you too can have a spiritual root. Our whole family will possess true spiritual roots, and we will transcend together to explore the vast world of cultivation. Qin Jiangmei's eyes glistened with moisture, and a significant weight lifted from her heart at that moment. It turns out that her child could cultivate and even attain longevity. Even she, an ordinary mortal. Qin Jiangmei actually did not care much about whether she could cultivate, as she only regretted that she could not give birth to a child with a spiritual root, unable to repay her husband's love. Now that her child could cultivate, the heavy burden in her heart was lifted. However, if possible, she still wanted more, as she wished for a longer companionship with Su Yang and to see their children establish families and have many descendants. However, before these emotions could fully surface, they were blocked by Su Yang's words. "You can also cultivate. Husband, how could you be so mischievous, hiding this from me for so many years?" Qin Jiangmei suddenly pounced into Su Yang's embrace, muttering softly with tears streaming down her cheeks, as if in a fit of pique, wiping them on Su Yang's clothing. "I won't do it again next time." Su Yang embraced his wife, gently offering no further explanation. The reason for his silence, apart from the element of surprise, also served as a test, not only to observe and challenge Qin Jiangmei's temperament, but also to test their children. When a mortal realizes they cannot cultivate, some will adopt a more relaxed attitude toward life, while others may stubbornly resort to extremes. If one day they suddenly gain the qualifications for cultivation, the former's Dao heart will be more steadfast. They will know what they desire and cherish the opportunities that cultivation brings. Currently, Qin Jiangmei and the children maintained a positive mindset, and Su Yang was very optimistic about their paths in cultivation. After embracing for a moment, Qin Jiangmei, having adjusted her emotions, returned to the formation. She exchanged a hopeful glance with Su Yang and silently recited the incantation for the Hunyuan Nungjin method. The grand formation suddenly illuminated with five-colored brilliance, and the materials arranged in the five elemental positions transformed into streams of light that converged. Su Yang formed seals with his hands, refining the materials into liquid, which was then drawn into Qin Jiangmai's body by spiritual energy. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. Su Yang, having prepared in advance, waved his hand, sending several formation flags flying out to various positions in the courtyard. The isolation formation enveloped the entire side courtyard with piles of pre-prepared spirit stones cascading down, releasing a rich aura of spiritual energy. Within Qin Jiangmai, the true spiritual root was slowly coalescing, greedily absorbing the vast amounts of spiritual energy surrounding her. Her jade-like body radiated brilliance, her hair shimmering like crystal, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Typically, Su Yang, possessing a pseudo-spiritual root, should have gathered his true spiritual root faster than Qin Jiangmai. However, this year Qin Jiangmai was 25 years old. Su Yang hoped she could embark on her path to immortality sooner to avoid future obstacles, thus prioritizing the better five-element materials for her. Su Yang's process of gathering his true spiritual root would be delayed by 2 months. However, this was of little consequence. He had already reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and once he coalesced his true spiritual root, he would quickly break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. With supporting cultivation resources, he anticipated establishing his foundation before turning 60. The coalescing of the true spiritual root lasted for 2 hours. Day turned to night. During this time, the 3 little ones at home came by, but were blocked by the formation. Su Yang communicated with them to go eat first and not wait. When nearly half of the spirit stones piled in the courtyard were consumed, the absorption of spiritual energy finally ceased. The radiance around Qin Jiangmai dimmed, and she returned to her original demeanor as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. "How do you feel?" Su Yang helped Qin Jiangmai to her feet and asked. "It seems like there is a change, yet it also feels like no change. You haven't practiced the technique yet, so it's normal not to sense any bodily changes. Are you hungry? After dinner, I will teach you the technique." "Okay, I will follow my husband's arrangements." Qin Jiangmai nodded lightly, her smile soft and warm. After a simple meal, Su Yang began testing Qin Jiangmai's spiritual root attributes. Cultivators naturally possess all 5 elements in their spiritual roots, but the proportions vary from person to person. A small number of individuals may experience mutations in their spiritual roots, potentially gaining additional attributes like wind, thunder, or ice, or even having all 5 elemental attributes transformed into mutated ones. Su Yang's spiritual root had a higher water attribute, and his primary cultivation technique was the Xinghe Ju. The differences in techniques among Qi refinement cultivators were not significant. Techniques that promote faster cultivation may lead to unstable foundations, increasing the probability of failure during foundation establishment. Conversely, slower cultivation techniques foster a solid foundation, slightly improving the success rate of foundation establishment. Generally, those who pursue rapid cultivation are often those with pseudo-spiritual roots or mixed spiritual roots. They know that their chances of establishing a foundation are slim, so they might as well take a gamble, striving to improve their cultivation as much as possible within their lifetime, and then compete for a chance to establish a foundation in secret realms. Back then, Su Yang had grand aspirations and chose the steady Xinghe Ju, which was the primary reason for his cultivation for over a decade without advancing beyond the 2nd level of Qi refinement. It was a naive decision, but in hindsight it turned out to be a wise choice. Fortunately, he didn't seek immediate gains, otherwise he would have to start over with his technique now. So it turns out you also have the highest water attribute. The test results surprised Su Yang slightly. This meant Qin Jiangmai could directly cultivate his Xinghe Ju. While it was not a top-tier Dao technique, it had been carefully selected by him. Aside from the slower cultivation speed, the Xinghe Ju had no other flaws. Qin Jiangmai had a good memory. She memorized the Xinghe Ju after hearing it just 3 times. "Let's begin to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth tonight," Su Yang said. Qin Jiangmai shook her head and replied softly, "There's no rush on this matter. I will try again tomorrow. The night is deep and my husband should rest now." As she spoke, her delicate hand raised, her jade fingers lightly tracing across Su Yang's chest, and her alluring tease made his brows raise, igniting a rush of heat within him. Who could withstand this? For a moment, the evening breeze extinguished the candlelight and quietly closed the doors and windows. Qin Jiangmai, suppressing her emotions all day, now unleashed them like a flood breaking through a dam. The 2 figures entwined and swayed until dawn before finally allowing themselves to rest. 3 days later, a surge of newly awakened spiritual power spread from the Su family's inner courtyard. Qin Jiangmai completed her Qi induction and broke through to the 1st level of Qi refinement in just 3 days. In the distance, Su Yang, biting into a slightly sour lemon, sighed, acknowledging her true spiritual root qualifications. Back then it took him over 3 months to induce qi into his body. The tedious and monotonous sitting made him doubt himself, deeply experiencing the hardships of cultivation. But now his wife, who had coalesced her true spiritual root, broke through to the first level of qi refinement in just 3 days. Though it was sour, Su Yang still felt happy for his wife. From now on, the Su family gained another qi refining cultivator. The secret of Qin Jiang Mei becoming a cultivator must not be exposed. Thus, the first spell Su Yang taught was the concealment technique. However, this concealment technique is rather ordinary, capable of deceiving qi refinement stage cultivators without special detection methods, but would be seen through at a glance by foundation establishment stage cultivators. Previously, Su Yang had asked manager Cui to help keep an eye out for advanced concealment techniques, but such spells are rare and can only be found at auction houses in the cultivation markets or large counties. However, Su Yang had no plans to leave recently. The Su family was at the peak of its development, so this matter had to be postponed for the time being. After all, there are not many qi refinement cultivators with special detection methods, and foundation establishment cultivators are even rarer in Qingyuan County, so there is no immediate worry about the secret being exposed. In the following days, Su Yang successively taught Qin Jiangmei all the spells he had learned throughout his life and recorded his insights on alchemy and spirit plants into a jade slip. With the family owning thousands of acres of land, Su Yang needed to take care of spirit plants and refine pills, gradually becoming overwhelmed. He could only hope that his wife had a talent for such skills to help share the workload. If you are too busy, husband, you could actually consider hiring spirit plant workers like the Li family did back in the day, suggested Qin Jiangmei. Upon hearing this, Su Yang pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "The family's foundation is still shallow. If the hired spirit plant workers were to cause trouble, it would deal a serious blow to the family. Once I refine the martial arts pills and enhance the family's foundation, then we can implement this method." The Su family had developed for less than 10 years, yet its resources were experiencing explosive growth, making it increasingly difficult for Su Yang to manage alone. This issue had to be taken seriously. The solution is actually quite simple. Once Su Xuanheng and the others grow up, they will be able to take over many affairs, but the growth of the 3 children requires time. Thus, the only option left was to focus on training servants. By using martial arts pills to enhance their strength, they could establish families with the help of the Su family, creating a sense of belonging and loyalty. Therefore, martial arts pills are both a means of generating wealth and a way to break through the Su family's predicament. You've worked hard, husband, worrying for this family. There is some news I haven't told you, husband. We may be expecting our 4th child soon. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, placing his hand on Qin Jiangmei's wrist, and after a moment smiled, saying, "You sense correctly, dear. If our home is about to welcome another little one. During this time, take care of your health, and let me handle the trivial matters so you don't tire yourself out." "It's fine," Qin Jiangmei chuckled lightly. "I am now a cultivator and am not that fragile. I can still help look after the spirit plants in my spare time." "All right, you are already the mother of 4 children, so I have nothing more to advise you on." Su Yang nodded slightly. Although he wanted to strengthen the family, he had never deliberately sought to have children. It was all a matter of following nature. Over the past few years, due to being busy with alchemy and cultivation, the number of times he shared a room with his wife had decreased, resulting in not having another pregnancy for 5 years. Now, with the family about to welcome a new member, Su Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Arriving at the alchemy room, Su Yang began attempting to refine the most basic bone-strengthening pill. His current alchemy skills allowed him to produce 1 high-quality and 9 medium-quality pills from familiar recipes. However, for unfamiliar pills, he had to start from scratch. Yet with experience on his side, Su Yang managed to refine a low-quality bone-strengthening pill on his first attempt. By the 5th attempt, he produced 1 medium-quality and 9 low-quality pills. By the 10th attempt, he directly yielded a high-quality bone-strengthening pill. Su Yang tested the pill himself and felt a warm flow moving through his body, soothing and comfortable. He squeezed his arm and noted that his muscles and bones felt a bit sturdier than before. Not bad. This is far more efficient than those medicinal baths for strengthening bones. It takes months for medicinal baths to show effects, and their combined costs exceed that of a single bone-strengthening pill. Now that this pill is available, who would still buy medicinal baths? This directly cut off all pathways for medicinal bath formulas and seized the benefits from other families. With only 3 families sharing the market, we can keep the malicious thoughts at bay. Su Yang frowned slightly, but dared not be overly optimistic. In the short term, I won't be targeted by other families, but over time someone will inevitably take risks, and the first target will definitely be the Su family. The family's foundation is still too weak, otherwise who would dare to take aim at the Su family? Su Yang collected his thoughts, and then refined 3 high-quality bone-strengthening pills, instructing his servants to give them to his 3 children. Next came the dragon blood pill, which had a slightly higher difficulty in refinement. It wasn't until the 20th attempt that he finally succeeded in producing a high-quality dragon blood pill. For Su Yang, failing to produce high-quality pills did not count as a success. The pills for his family must at least be high quality. A month later, Su Yang encountered a setback in refining the barrier-breaking pill. He successfully produced a medium-quality barrier-breaking pill, but when attempting to condense a high-quality one, a lack of spiritual power caused the failure. This pill consumes too much spiritual power. Only by breaking through to the mid-chi refinement stage can I hope to refine a high-quality barrier-breaking pill, but these medium-quality ones will suffice. Su Yang stroked his storage ring, a smile appearing on his lips. Inside were over 100 bottles of martial arts pills, with only a few being high quality. The rest were medium and low quality. According to the original pill formula, he could no longer produce low-quality pills, which he considered trash. However, to avoid exposing his alchemy level, he had to reduce a few spirit plants in the formula, forcibly lowering the pill grade to produce a batch of low-quality pills as a cover. As for the excess high-quality and medium-quality pills, they were naturally reserved for family use. Su Yang took his alchemy results and arranged to meet Liang Xiao and Wang Songyue at the tea house. Upon seeing that all three types of pills had been successfully refined, including high-quality ones, they were all astonished, unable to close their mouths. It had only been a month, and not only had he mastered the pill formulas, but he had also produced the most difficult high-quality pills. Su Yang's alchemy skills are indeed unmatched in Qingyuan County. Excellent, excellent. It truly is the dragon blood pill. After verifying the effect of the pills, Liang Xiao repeatedly praised him, his face flushed, unsure if it was from excitement or the effects of the dragon blood pill. Wang Songyu's eyes shone brightly. With these pills, the reputation of Zue Xianlu will definitely explode in the upper circles. Please wait for news from the Su family. Oh, I have already found a location for Zue Xianlu situated in the most prosperous area of Qingyuan County, and construction can begin tomorrow. He seemed to see mountains of gold and silver before his eyes and lost all interest in slowly sipping tea at the tea house. Liang Xiao was also eager to return home and absorb the effects of the pills. After chatting casually for a while and setting prices for the three types of pills, the three bid farewell to each other. Another month passed, and a barrier formation was once again raised in the Su family's side courtyard. Su Yang sat alone within the formation, condensing the 5 elemental materials into liquid to absorb into his body. Today was the moment he would solidify his true spirit root. The accumulated spirit stones around him converged into a massive amount of spiritual energy, swirling into his body and continuously repairing the damaged pseudo-spirit root. An hour later, the formation was lifted. Su Yang walked out of the side courtyard with a vigorous stride, looking several years younger. The maid Xiao Mei had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing Su Yang come out, she stepped forward to remind him, "Master, today is the grand opening of Zue Xianlu, and the time is drawing near." Su Yang nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go call for my wife and Hanger, and we will go together to Zue Xianlu." The deafening explosion resonated like a continuous rumble, with fragments of red paper swirling like a blizzard. The street where the Zue Xianlu was located buzzed with voices, its entrance filled with luxurious gifts from esteemed guests, and the doorkeeper's announcements echoed incessantly. Inside the opulently decorated tavern, noble figures donned in splendid attire engaged in mutual flattery and pleasantries. The waitstaff, agile as fish, weaved through the crowded tables carrying fragrant dishes of meat and wine. The shout of "The head of the Su family has arrived" rang out as the doorkeeper bellowed, drawing the gaze of the nobles within Zue Xianlu. Su Yang, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, wore a slight smile on his handsome face. Beside him was his graceful and lovely wife, followed by 3 young children and a nervously fidgeting maid. "Huh, the head of the Su family has finally arrived." Liang Xiao, tall as a tower, laughed heartily and stepped forward to welcome Su Yang's family. "Thank you for your patience, everyone." Su Yang smiled and clasped his fists in greeting, scanning the crowd with his divine sense and recognizing many familiar faces, including Chui, the shopkeeper, county magistrate Wang, and Zhu Chong, the head of the Zhu family, along with the Zhu family's worshipper Fu Yuan. Most unexpectedly, he spotted the former cultivator hired by the Li family, who was now at the 2nd level of qi refining. The guests dared not be negligent and hastily returned the salute. They had all received news that the opening of Zue Xianlu was not just about selling exquisite delicacies, but also about offering pills that could aid martial artists in breaking through to the innate realm. And the alchemist responsible for crafting these pills was none other than Su Yang, the head of the Su family, who had remained low-key to the point of being nearly invisible. Su Yang was one of the few cultivators in Qingyuan County. Many recognized him, yet his overly humble demeanor made it easy for people to forget his presence. When this news first broke, everyone was taken aback. Not far away, Fu Yuan wore a peculiar expression, watching Su Yang surrounded by nobility, his face changing several times as he pondered. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Zue Xianlu. Please take your seats. We offer an unlimited supply of our unique fine wines and exquisite delicacies today." Wang Songyue stepped forward to host the event. A melodious tune filled the air as dancing maidens moved gracefully, bringing joy to the onlookers. The aroma of meat and wine was pervasive. Su Xian sat quietly beside her mother, indulging heartily the rich blood energy from the beast meat, making her little face flush. The culinary offerings from the Wang family were indeed impressive. Not only did they taste exquisite, but they also replenished energy and blood, healed hidden injuries, and strengthened bones. Regular consumption could promote health and longevity. Seeing his little sister enjoy the feast so much, Su Xuanheng and Su Xianming also began to sample the dishes. Once they started tasting, they couldn't stop. The customers in the tavern followed suit, eating with grease-stained mouths and flushed faces. Some martial artists even broke through their realms on the spot, after downing a jug of wine, their skin and muscles vibrating with a crisp sound, leaving those around them in awe. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, Wang Songyue seized the moment. Everyone, the highlight of the opening of Zue Xianlu is about to begin. Ooh, I believe you all came here for this. That's right, it's the martial arts pills exclusively provided by Zue Xianlu. Wang Songyue clapped his hands, and several slender maidens emerged carrying trays. Wang Songyue lifted the cloth covering the trays and announced loudly, Zue Xianlu's unique martial arts pills, a total of 3 varieties. First is the bone strengthening pill, which enhances muscle and bone strength, surpassing all medicinal baths in Qingyuan County. A low-grade bone strengthening pill is comparable to 10 days' worth of medicinal baths and can lay a solid foundation for martial artists. The low-grade bone strengthening pill is priced at 10 spirit crystals, while the medium-grade bone strengthening pill costs 50 spirit crystals. The supply of the high-grade bone strengthening pill is limited, and it will be auctioned at Zue Xianlu each month starting at 100 spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, the customers erupted into an uproar. The opening struck a blow to the entire medicinal bath industry in Qingyuan County. The expressions of the various families present changed dramatically, their brows furrowing tighter as Wang Songyue continued his introduction. Isn't that pricing a bit exorbitant? The cheapest low-grade pill costs 10 spirit crystals. Someone in the audience raised a question. Wang Songyue replied loudly, Zue Xianlu only accepts spirit crystals for all transactions, not gold or silver. Whether it's the fine wines and delicacies you enjoy or the martial arts pills available for direct sale or auction. As for the efficacy of the bone-strengthening pill, you will find out for yourselves. Wow, how audacious. Everyone present was astonished. Where did this confidence come from to be so arrogant? Immediately various doubts were raised again, but Wang Songyue did not coddle them. He directly invited representatives from each family to come forward and test the pills, leading to a series of gasps. Zue Xianlu was bustling with activity, with collective gasps erupting now and then. Even the martial artists who weren't qualified to enter and were waiting outside to listen were curious and crowded around the alley. In the midst of this ostentatious display, Su Yang's family appeared out of place. Su Yang lounged leisurely, savoring his wine as if unaffected. Qin Jiangmei looked at her daughter, who was relishing her meal with affection, occasionally picking up a handkerchief to wipe the grease off her face. Little Mai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food on the table, but she dared not overstep. She only ate what her mother offered her. While eating, Su Xuanheng surveyed the surrounding martial artists, seeming to compare them, and suddenly asked, Father, does our tavern have a martial arts competition segment? No, and even if there were, you couldn't participate. Su Yang shot a glance at his son. Who would want to spar with an 80-year-old child? Winning would be seen as bullying the weak, and losing would be shameful. Alas, what a pity. Su Xuanheng sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Instead, Su Xianming was intrigued by the ostentatious display of Wang Songyue's face-slapping process, watching with great interest. The effectiveness of the bone-strengthening pill was unanimously recognized by the martial artists, leaving the nobility present in shock. They had initially thought that seizing the medicinal bath market with such pills was enough of a shock, but they hadn't anticipated the existence of the dragon blood pill, which assisted innate martial artists in their cultivation, and the barrier-breaking pill, which helped first-class martial artists break through the innate realm. Zue Xianlu once again erupted into chaos, with some excitedly shouting that they wanted to purchase them. Ming, what do you think these pills can bring to our family? Su Yang asked tentatively. Su Xuanming's expression became serious, realizing his father was testing him, and he quietly replied, wealth and danger. Su Yang's eyes lit up, pressing, what kind of danger? The pursuit of profit itself is a danger, Su Xianming said, seriously analyzing. These families will eventually become envious of Zue Xianlu's income, and they might discuss countermeasures tonight. In the short term, they will be wary of Zue Xianlu's background, but who knows what will happen later. Wealth can corrupt the heart, it will slowly erode their fear. There are 5 major families in Qingyuan County: the Zhu family, the Liang family, the Wang family, the Lu family, and the Jiang family. Among them, the Liang family and the Wang family were the ones sharing the operation of Zue Xianlu with Su Yang. The Zhu family, which Fu Yuan belonged to, is a martial artist family, the weakest among the 5 major families. If it weren't for the worshipper Fu Yuan stationed there, the Zhu family would have already been excluded from the 5 families. The Lu family is also a martial artist family, but they have a master-level martial artist in residence and several innate martial artists, so they have no need to worship a cultivator. As for the last Jiang family, they are a qi refining family. The head of the Jiang family and his son are both cultivators, and the head Jiang Wuyu is a latest-stage qi refining practitioner. However, Jiang Wuyu hasn't shown himself in Qingyuan County for a long time, leaving family affairs to his son, and although the Jiang family was invited to Zui Xian Lu, no one from their family had shown up. Behind the Zui Xian Lu is one of the 5 great families of Qingyuan County, the Su family, which will not be troubled in the short term. Even if someone visits, they will first test the shallow foundation of the Su family. At such a young age, Su Xianming could think of this, which made him far more intelligent than his elder brother, who only knew how to play with swords. Su Yang felt quite gratified. In the future, as the Su family grows stronger, some matters can be entrusted to Su Xianming to manage, slowly cultivating him to become a family administrator and decision-maker. As for Su Xuanheng, he could serve as the sharpest sword of the family, protecting it from decline. In recent years, Su Xuanheng had shown a passion for the sword path. Su Yang had deep conversations with him to confirm his steadfast determination towards the sword. Thus, he granted Su Xuanheng the sword heart clarity from the family genealogy, instantly elevating his sword talent. Since Su Xuanheng had not yet condensed his true spirit root, he would first practice martial arts and swordplay to lay the foundation for future cultivation. Cultivating martial arts is not a waste of time. The path of cultivation includes both physical training and the sword path. A strong physique is beneficial for cultivators. Perhaps during a certain adventure, this robust body might even save a life. Moreover, it is better for the children to refine their will through martial arts during the period without spirit roots than to indulge in eating, drinking, and playing all day. While Su Yang and Su Xianming were conversing, the Zui Xian Lu was bustling with a lively auction where high-grade bone-strengthening pills and high-grade dragon blood pills were successively purchased by the nobility. Just when everyone thought there would still be high-grade barrier-breaking pills, Wang Songhua regretfully stated the refinement difficulty of high-grade barrier-breaking pills is extremely high. If any are available, I will notify you all immediately. They will still be auctioned at the Zui Xian Lu. On the first day of the Zui Xian Lu's opening, the event concluded amid a warm atmosphere. It seemed that the Wang family and the Liang family were the main characters of the opening, but by the end of the event, almost all the nobility and family heads of Qingyuan County had gathered in front of Su Yang, hoping to collaborate with him. If I refine pills, I will send them to the Zui Xian Lu at the first opportunity. I also hope everyone can take care of the business of the Zui Xian Lu on regular days. Su Yang replied with a smile, knowing the intentions of these old foxes. They merely wanted him to make special arrangements, such as refining 2 high-grade barrier-breaking pills and keeping 1 for private trade. If they wanted to cultivate good relations with a certain family, it was indeed a good choice. However, currently the only families with a good relationship with the Su family were the Wang family and the Liang family. Even if they had surplus pills for trade, they would prioritize their partners. Until Su Yang's smile nearly froze, he finally persuaded these people to leave one by one. By the time he left the Zui Xian Lu with his wife and children, it was already night, and Qingyuan County was brightly lit with bustling streets. Just after taking a few steps, they encountered the cultivator hired by the Li family. I have met the head of the Su family. I am Luo Qian, and I disturb you this time to seek refuge with the Su family. Luo Qian cupped his fists respectfully, his demeanor humble like that of a servant. Su Yang was taken aback, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What does Taoist Luo mean? We are both Qi refinement second-layer cultivators. Oh, why do you seek to join my Su family? His publicly displayed cultivation level had always been at the Qi refinement second layer, and Luo Qian's decision to pledge allegiance genuinely surprised him. To be honest, Luo Qian's expression showed slight melancholy. I have turned to martial arts. The path of immortality is fraught with difficulties, and I hope for a more relaxed and carefree life in the days to come. Then there is no need to seek refuge with my Su family, right? The other 4 great families of Qingyuan County have better foundations and conditions than the Su family. They should be very interested in your spirit planning skills. Head of the Su family, I am not like those ordinary martial artists. Luo Qian said with a bitter smile, I deeply understand how difficult the alchemy skills are. The Su family cannot compare to the 5 great families now, but you can refine high-grade pills, and the Su family will surely surpass them in the future. I hope to obtain martial arts pills from the head of the Su family, and am willing to provide my modest strength to escort the Su family before it grows strong. Since Luo Qian was straightforward, Su Yang no longer tested him with words. One could only say that Luo Qian indeed had good insight. It was no wonder that when he casually reminded Luo Qian in the past, he would decisively leave the Li family. However, it was precisely Luo Qian's decisiveness that made Su Yang feel hesitant. What if the Su family encountered difficulties? Would Luo Qian also decisively withdraw? As a Qi refinement second-layer spirit planner, Luo Qian held significant value for the current Su family, serving both as a combatant and caring for spiritual plants. After much consideration, Su Yang felt it was acceptable to take him in. Since Luo Qian was merely a Qi refinement second-layer cultivator, he did not pose a significant threat. By the time the Su family truly encountered difficulties, the family would have already risen, and it would not matter whether Luo Qian was there for assistance. Right now, however, the Su family needed a capable cultivator to enhance the family's visible foundation and deter those restless martial artists. Alright, I agree. From now on, you will be the martial arts instructor of the Su family, guiding the Su family members in martial arts, while also helping me care for some spiritual plants. I will provide you with the martial arts pills needed before reaching the Master Realm, and will also share my insights on spirit planting. If you establish a family and a career, you can become a vassal family of the Su family. Based on your contributions to the Su family, you can still exchange for martial arts pills. Luo Qian was overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, head of the family. Luo Qian will not disappoint your expectations. The news of Luo Qian joining the Su family quickly spread. When the 5 great families learned of this, they were all taken aback. Especially the Liang family and the Wang family, who had only recently learned that Luo Qian had returned from outside and had the intention of establishing a family, specifically invited him to the opening of the Zhexian Lu. The 5 great families all had the intention of winning him over, and during the banquet, they had all interacted with Luo Qian, receiving the response that he needed to consider carefully. There were too few cultivators in Qingyuan County, and certain matters could only be accomplished by cultivators such as spirit planting, alchemy, and tracking spells. Yet despite their countless calculations, they had not anticipated that Luo Qian would choose to join the Su family. Even more absurd was that Su Yang really dared to accept him. They were all Qi refinement second-layer cultivators. Did he not fear being usurped by the other? This kid Su Yang definitely harbors secrets. Fu Yuan's deep-set eyes narrowed into slits with a flicker of ghostly light deep within. He had quietly become an alchemist, and moreover, he was a high-grade alchemist, something even Fu Yuan had not yet achieved, which was simply unfathomable. What kind of secret could attract Luo Qian, who is also a Qi refinement second-layer cultivator? Is he not afraid of being backlashed? Winning over Luo Qian is not surprising. The value of a high-grade alchemist is something you mortals cannot comprehend. But it is precisely because of the extremely high difficulty in becoming a high-grade alchemist that this kid must have secrets. Luo Qian is quite shrewd. He must have been attracted by Su Yang's alchemy skills to join the Su family. Having secrets. Zhu Chang's eyes flickered, lowering his voice. Do you think we should take action? We must not act rashly. Fu Yuan's expression darkened, hastily stopping his thoughts. Zhu Chang was likely addicted to robbery. Ever since the Li family was destroyed and he had tasted the sweetness, he had been thinking of exterminating entire families whenever he encountered something desirable, even more extreme than the bandits of the cultivation world. Su Yang and I have jointly destroyed the Li family. He must be wary of us. Moreover, the Su family's interests are tied to the Zhexian Lu. Before moving against him, we must weigh whether we can bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chong awkwardly smiled and reluctantly withdrew his inappropriate thoughts. He truly did not expect that the Su Yang, who once needed to seek help from the Zhu family, had in the blink of an eye reached a level to rival the 5 great families. The opening of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was a resounding success, with business booming. Even without an auction for pills that day, it was still filled with guests. Some came to purchase martial arts pills, while others were drawn by the exquisite delicacies of the pavilion. The consumption of spirit crystals had become a prerequisite for entry, isolating most ordinary people. Inside the pavilion, the visitors were either wealthy elites or martial artists and cultivators, which not only enhanced the prestige of the consumers, but also expanded their networks. Under a series of subtle influences, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion began to rake in gold daily, quickly becoming the most luxurious restaurant in Qingyuan County. The martial arts pills sold had astonishing effects, and their reputation spread like wildfire among the people. Su Yang's alchemy skills received unanimous recognition from the martial artists and cultivators of Qingyuan County. Although his identity as an alchemist was completely exposed, he no longer needed to conceal it. He could openly sell pills and compete with other alchemists in Qingyuan County for business. Behind Su Yang was the entire network of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. These alchemists were wary and dared not act recklessly against the Su family, having to rely solely on their own skills to compete. The results were evident. The pills refined by Su Yang surpassed those in both quantity and quality compared to the other alchemists in Qingyuan County, directly breaking the existing business equilibrium. Friend Su, we can no longer accept this type of pill in the Xianbao Pavilion. Currently, we are only purchasing gathering Qi pills, Qingyuan pills, and vitality pills in unlimited quantities. Please take back the rest of your pills. Manager Chui said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Xianbao Pavilion could not only buy and not sell, as that would be pure loss. However, the purchasing power in Qingyuan County was too low, so the bought pills had to be sent to other counties. Therefore, each region had a purchase limit. The monthly purchase volume of the Xianbao Pavilion remained stable, while Su Yang's pill shipment volume was astonishing, directly causing the monthly purchase volume of the Xianbao Pavilion to overflow. I have those pills you mentioned as well. Su Yang smiled slightly, waving his hand to store the previous pills and presenting another batch. As expected, a friend, Su, you have brought the most pills in Qingyuan County, Manager Chui exclaimed, counting the spirit stones for payment. Su Yang scanned the spirit stones with his divine sense and asked in surprise, is the unrest among the demon beasts in the Bailian Mountains still ongoing? The purchasing price for pills has actually risen again. Manager Chui nodded, his expression serious. The situation is not optimistic. The unrest among the demon beasts has become more intense year by year, and recently, there was an incident where a demon beast injured people in Guangling County. Could a beast tide really occur? Su Yang asked with concern. It's possible, since last year some have already evacuated from Guangling County. Manager Chui sighed, then changed the topic. By the way, there will be an auction in Guangling County next year. Perhaps there will be high-level gathering breath techniques that you desire. And the second-tier alchemy inheritance you want can only be purchased at the Xianbao Pavilion in Guangling County. There is only a first-tier inheritance available here in Qingyuan County. Speaking of this matter, Manager Chui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Friend Su, your alchemy skills are truly admirable. However, the second-tier alchemy technique has a significant issue with spiritual energy consumption in addition to its difficulty. With your current cultivation, you certainly cannot refine them, so be prepared for a loss when buying the second-tier alchemy inheritance. Su Yang had managed to refine a first-tier superior pill with his second-level Qi refinement cultivation, barely justifying the title of alchemy genius. However, refining second-tier pills was out of the question as higher-tier pills consumed more spiritual energy. If Su Yang could refine even second-tier pills, Manager Chui would have to suspect that he was a latest-stage Qi refinement practitioner disguised as an early-stage one. Su Yang did not refute, but merely nodded slightly. Indeed, refining a first-tier superior pill is already taxing for me. It seems that with my current cultivation, my alchemy skills must stop here. In that case, please prepare a first-tier talisman inheritance for me along with the materials and insights for talisman crafting. Off. Manager Chui was taken aback. Why are you buying talisman inheritance, friend Su? Do you intend to become a talisman master? Su Yang's lips curled into a smile. Isn't it because I've hit a bottleneck in alchemy? In preparing to study another skill, or perhaps I may have a talent for talismans as well. Manager Cui's face twitched slightly as he shook his head helplessly. While there was some truth to this, it left him unable to refute. However, it was fortunate for cultivators to master even one of the four major skills. There were not so many geniuses in the world who could master multiple skills. Though he was not optimistic, he still prepared the talisman inheritance materials insights and so forth according to Su Yang's request. Dark clouds gathered and fine rain fell. Suddenly, a blue-purple lightning bolt split the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. The residents of Qingyuan County were startled by the thunder, while the Su family was drawn to the sound of a baby's cry. Smiles appeared on several faces simultaneously. Su Yang hurriedly walked into the room and reached the bedside. Su Xuanheng, Su Xuanming, and Su Xinjing followed, closely glancing at their mother on the bed and then at the baby in her arms. Qin Jiangmai's complexion was rosy, her smile as gentle as ever. Why does the little brother look so wrinkled, so ugly? Su Xinjing bluntly pointed out. Su Xianming chuckled. You look like this when you were born too. Not at all. I look just as good as I do now when I was born. Su Xinjing puffed her cheeks, angrily retorting. Qin Jiangmei gently smiled. Everyone looks the same when they are young. They will look better after some time. Husband, come and give the child a name. However, as her voice fell, she noticed Su Yang's gaze wandering, suddenly reaching out to touch the baby's small arm. What's wrong, husband? Qin Jiangmei asked nervously. Su Yang chuckled in surprise. You misunderstood. It's a joyous occasion. This child has a naturally mixed spiritual root, and it's a mutated lightning root. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped in unison. Though it was merely a mixed spiritual root which lay between a pseudo-spiritual root and a true spiritual root, this was the first child of Su Yang with a naturally occurring spiritual root. Moreover, it was a mutated spiritual root with all 5 elemental attributes converted to lightning. The legendary single attribute lightning root, which was even rarer than a true spiritual root. That's wonderful. Qin Jiangmai's hands tightened slightly around the bedspread, her smile blossoming like a flower. She had finally given her husband a child with a spiritual root. Since this child has a natural lightning root, let's name him Xiao Su Xuanxiao, our Su family's fourth child. Su Yang said gently while teasing the baby. With the addition of another child to the Su family, the entire family was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, dispelling the gloom and oppression of the rainy day. Time quietly flew by. Another year had just passed since the new year, and signs of melting snow appeared in Qingyuan County. The figures of Su Xuanheng and Luo Qian interwove in the training ground, the glint of swords and blades igniting sparks as the sword energy left scratches on the hard stone slabs. Su Zuanheng's sword light suddenly sliced through the drifting snowflakes. Luo Qian was knocked out of the training ground by his strike, filled with amazement. Young master's swordsmanship is indeed impressive. I Luo feel ashamed for not allowing the young master to fully enjoy himself. It was merely that instructor Luo did not use his full strength. Su Xuanheng was humble in his demeanor, not daring to be arrogant. With the assistance of the Su family's martial arts pills, he had become a top-tier martial artist and was expected to touch the threshold of innate martial artist soon. With the Su family's breakthrough pills, once he touched the threshold of innate martial artist, he could take the pills to break through on the spot. A top-tier martial artist at only 10 years old. No one would believe it, let alone a 10-year-old innate martial artist. It was simply a fantasy. Breaking through to the innate stage will allow me to contribute to the family, no longer relying solely on my father to support the family, Su Xuanheng thought to himself. After washing up in the house, he went to the side courtyard to practice his techniques, as per the monthly routine. However, just as he stepped into the side courtyard, a barrier formation suddenly rose, isolating the area. Confused, his father's figure appeared before him, speaking plainly. You have practiced the family's inheritance techniques for 7 years. It is time to assess your results. As the winter snow melted tender green, leaves sprouted from the withered branches. Su Xuanheng, dressed in a white robe, emitted a flow of Tao rhythm as his spiritual power returned to his tranquil dantian. Upon stepping out of the house, he happened to see a family joyfully playing and frolicking in the courtyard. Su Yang held the 1-year-old Su Xianxiao in his arms, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the graceful and beautiful Qin Jiangmei. Su Xianming forcibly pulled Su Xuanjing, making her sit in the small courtyard to read and learn to write. Every time he began to read aloud, Su Xianjing would feel drowsy. Outside the courtyard, the shouts of guards practicing their martial arts occasionally rang out, filling the Su family with the vibrant vitality of spring. Yet in Su Zuanheng's eyes, this layer of exuberance was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Ever since he had condensed his true spiritual root and became a cultivator, every time he looked at his father, he felt an inscrutable mystery that inevitably instilled a sense of reverence in him. A conversation during one night made his sword heart clear, turning him into a genius of the sword path. 7 years of Tao practice allowed him to condense his true spiritual root, thus embarking on the path of immortality. These matters were astonishing. Any one of them, if revealed, would bring catastrophic disaster to the family. Yet his father seemed unaffected, hiding this immense opportunity within the mundane aspects of daily life, while his mother had unknowingly become a cultivator. Had it not been for his own condensing of the true spiritual root, he would never have guessed that his mother was already a cultivator. His father and mother were truly adept at concealing things. Father, mother. Su Xuanheng took the initiative to greet them. Su Yang turned his gaze, smiling as he said, I plan to visit Guangling County. While I am away, you must listen to your mother, understand? What are you going to Guangling County for? Su Xuanheng asked in surprise. To attend an auction and buy some items, Su Yang replied. I implore you to let me accompany you. I have yet to leave Qingyuan County my entire life. Su Xuanheng was still a 10-year-old child, and as he had just stepped into the path of immortality, he was full of curiosity about the vast world. Su Xuanjing, who had been drowsy, immediately chimed in, Father, I want to go too. No, you can't go. Su Xianming frowned and tapped his sister's forehead. Father is going on official business. Having you tag along would be a hindrance. Father and mother's second brother is bullying me. Su Xianjing said, her voice tinged with a cry as she clung to Qin Jiangmai's legs seeking help. Qin Jiangmei, caught between laughter and anger, shot a mock glare at Su Xianming. You child, can't you be a little more considerate of your sister? Xianjing may be a bit naughty, but that doesn't mean you can hit her on the head, she said, pulling Su Xianjing close as she comforted her while gently rubbing her forehead. Su Xianming clicked his tongue, not daring to retort. Upon reflection, it seemed indeed unreasonable to be too harsh on his sister, who was quite adept at winning their parents' affection. I can't provoke her. Su Yang gazed at his eldest son's hopeful expression and said with a smirk, the journey to Guangling County is not far, but it is fraught with danger. This trip is bound to involve bloodshed. Are you sure you want to follow me? These words momentarily stunned Su Xuanheng, his small face freezing as he instinctively clenched his fists. Despite having practiced martial arts and swordsmanship for several years, and now stepping onto the path of immortality, he was only 10 years old. He had never witnessed a true battle, let alone one involving death. Usually, he only sparred with the guards, and such restrained skirmishes could hardly compare to real combat. Su Yang did not urge him, he simply waited silently for his son's response. He wanted to see how this child would respond. Regardless of the choice, he would not be disappointed. After all, Su Xuanheng was still young, and even if he hesitated, it could be understood. If he dared face this challenge, it would demonstrate that his temperament far surpassed that of his peers, but he wondered if he could handle the psychological burden of witnessing bloodshed. However, Su Xuanheng's next words were unexpected. "Father, what kind of enemies will we encounter on the way? Will there be family warriors from Qingyuan County?" Su Yang nodded. The Su family has developed rapidly in recent years, becoming a thorn in the side of many families. However, due to the background of the drunken Immortal Tower, they dare not act recklessly. If I leave, Qingyuan County warriors will undoubtedly attempt to ambush us along the way. But the enemies are not only them. Near Guangling County, we are likely to encounter bandit cultivators. By then, we will be facing not just warriors, but cultivators. Su Xuanheng's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that the family's situation, while seemingly splendid, was actually fraught with peril. If they were to remain confined to the corners of Qingyuan County, the Su family could enjoy a peaceful life. Yet he knew that the family's heritage was profound, and that they were destined not to remain limited to Qingyuan County. The Su family would inevitably face formidable cultivators in the future. "Father, I wish to accompany you." Su Xuanheng lifted his head, his gaze resolute. He was approaching the innate warrior realm, and had also entered the first layer of qi refinement, having practiced magical arts for some time. It is known that the edge of a treasured sword comes from sharpening. If he faltered in his resolve, now how could he talk about protecting the family? "Very well, you do show some bravery." Su Yang said, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "In that case, pack your belongings, or we will depart in half an hour. As for Xianming and Xuanjing, you two stay at home to accompany your mother. There will be plenty of opportunities to go outside later." The father's word was final. The children dared not disobey. Su Xianjing pouted and responded with a soft yes. "Make sure to take good care of these talismans, Jiangmei, and you should remember how to activate these formations." Su Yang took out a stack of talismans and several formation flags, handing them to Qin Jiangmei. Though these talismans were of low-grade first tier, their quantity was vast, all crafted by him over the past year. With the fortune of hard work rewarded, both alchemy and talismans would surely yield results. Su Yang's success rate in crafting talismans was also astonishingly high. Moreover, unlike other talismans masters, he did not need to bathe and concentrate before adjusting his state. This saved time and effort while maintaining high output. A large number of talismans could easily overwhelm even mid-stage qi refiners. "Husband, please be careful on the road. Oh, do not worry about the family." Qin Jiangmei accepted the talismans and formation flags, gently reminding him. The Su family's foundation has vastly improved. On the surface, they had cultivator Luo Qian and 3 innate realm guards, along with dozens of first and second-tier warriors. In the shadows, there was Qin Jiangmei, who controlled talismans and formations, the recently advanced Su Xuanheng in the first layer of qi refinement, and Su Xuanming, who would condense his true spiritual root next year. Even Su Yang himself had recently stepped into the 4th layer of qi refinement. The overall strength of the family had reached the level of the 5 major families in Qingyuan County. As long as the 5 major families did not join forces to besiege the Su family, most invaders would return empty-handed. "Father, these talismans look great. Can I have a few?" Su Xianjing tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, her expression pitiable. "Sure, take a few, but don't lose them." Su Yang generously gave her several, pinching her little face playfully. Non-cultivators cannot activate talismans, thus letting this little girl play with them posed no danger. Su Xianming chuckled. "Father, can I have a few too?" Su Yang treated them equally, handing a few to the second child as well. At this moment, Su Xuanheng walked out with his sword, carrying no baggage, having only gone back to fetch his sword. Without excessive farewells, the father and son set off lightly. They followed the road out of the clan's territory, exiting Qingyuan County. This was Su Yang's first departure since returning to Qingyuan. After failing to achieve success in the cultivation world, he had returned to Qingyuan County in a disheveled state. This stay lasted 10 years. Even he did not expect that when he left Qingyuan County again, he would possess such a vast family fortune. 2 figures, one large and one small, walked along the spacious official road. Behind them, Qingyuan County gradually faded away, while the mountains and woods ahead seemed endless. Their steps were slow, yet each stride covered the distance of 10. Their movements were as light as a breeze, swiftly gliding through the air. "No need to be so tense, relax a bit." Seeing his son's face tense and rigid, with his hand always resting on the sword hilt, Su Yang couldn't help but remind him. "The more tense you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. This is a major taboo in wandering the Jianghu. Even in the face of life and death, one must maintain a calm mind to survive against all odds." Su Xuanheng's expression softened upon hearing this. He also felt that he had been too tense, thinking they would encounter an ambush as soon as they left Qingyuan County. However, things did not unfold as he expected, and after walking over 10 miles out of Qingyuan County, they had yet to see even a ghostly shadow. Others are not fools, and anyone leaving Qingyuan County would remain cautious. They can't possibly ambush us at this time. They can only strike when we let our guard down, ensuring a fatal blow. But what if the enemy takes advantage of our mindset and acts contrary to it? Su Zuanheng's sudden counter-question left Su Yang momentarily stunned. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "This is a chain of suspicion. Overthinking can trap you. However, your point is not wrong. This possibility does exist. We need to remain vigilant at all times, but there's no need to be overly tense." "I understand, Father." Su Xuanheng nodded, earnestly feeling he had learned a lot. The casual conversation between the father and son dispelled the tension, and for the next hour and more of travel, nothing happened. Just as Su Xuanheng began to relax, a strange sound from the woods made him alert again. He saw a raggedly dressed woman, seemingly a refugee, running out of the trees in a panic. Upon seeing Su Yang and his son on the official road, she immediately burst into tears, hoarsely shouting, "Help! There are bandits behind me. I escaped from their lair. Please save me." Su Xuanheng extended his divine sense. Sure enough, 3 burly men holding machetes were in the woods, covered in some unknown substance that emitted a foul odor, cursing and clearly having suffered a loss from the woman. Upon hearing a commotion behind her, the woman turned pale and hurriedly ran towards Su Xuanheng. "Draw your sword." Su Yang's voice echoed in Su Zuanheng's mind. "What?" Su Xuanheng was momentarily stunned. In that brief instant of hesitation, the woman was already less than 3 steps away from them. Suddenly, a dagger gleaming with a cold light appeared in the woman's hand out of nowhere, piercing directly towards Su Zuanheng's heart with a chilling, killing intent. The unexpected turn of events caused Su Zuanheng's pupils to shrink sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. What weighed more heavily on his heart was that he noticed his father showed no intention of coming to his aid. The shock lasted just a fleeting moment. Su Xuanheng instinctively followed his father's earlier teachings. In times of danger, one must remain calm. Suddenly, spiritual power erupted like a suppressed volcano, and with a clang, the long sword was drawn. The sword light flared up swift as a startled swan. The hurriedly unleashed sword energy crisscrossed to form a sharp barrier, not only accurately deflecting the dagger's fatal thrust, but the razor-sharp blade also swept across the woman's arm, leaving a deep gash that exposed the bone. The woman let out a miserable cry. The dagger slipped from her hand, blood splattered, and her figure staggered back in retreat. Meanwhile, the bandits who had been cursing at the edge of the woods had long since lost their panic and anger, replaced instead by a chilling and bone-piercing killing intent. Their figures vanished like phantoms, appearing without warning less than a yard away from Su Yang. 3 knives glimmering with ghostly light howled through the air, striking at Su Yang from tricky angles. The fierce knife wind stirred up 3 feet of dust from the ground, and the crushing force caused the earth to crack. All 3 were innate martial artists. Su Yang's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. His left hand quickly formed intricate seals, and 3 beams of golden light transformed into a golden shield layering upon his entire body. With a swift flick of his right sleeve, 3 lightning talismans swirling with purple light shot out, as if endowed with life. Boom! The 3 blades imbued with the martial artist's aura struck fiercely against the golden shield. The first layer of the shield shattered with a sound, but the second layer held firm against the blades. Immediately after, thunder rumbled down, causing the 3 martial artists' expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly retreated to avoid it. One of them, unable to dodge in time, was instantly charred by the lightning and fell to the ground with a thud. Su Yang's gaze was icy, showing no mercy to give them a chance to breathe. A flying sword, a magical item, swiftly emerged from his storage ring, transforming into a streak of light too fast for the eye to catch, suddenly attacking the downed martial artist. So fast, too fast. The martial artist only felt a cold flash before he realized the chill at his neck. He didn't even have time to assume a defensive posture before his head was severed in an instant, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain, staining the yellow earth beneath. How is this possible? The remaining 2 martial artists were left speechless by this scene. They realized the intelligence they had received was completely wrong. This guy was definitely not at the 2nd level of chi refining. Retreat! One of the martial artists shouted loudly, then turned and ran, seemingly using all his strength. The woman and the other martial artist reacted just as quickly. Realizing the situation was dire, they were already prepared to flee. In an instant, the 3 scattered in different directions, their faces filled with panic and fear. Su Yang no longer concealed his cultivation, and the spiritual energy of the 4th level of chi refining erupted, his figure moving as fast as lightning. As soon as he pierced through a martial artist's head with his sword, he immediately blocked the other martial artist's path. As he raised his hand preparing to strike again, he suddenly noticed the other man's face was flushed, his body radiating a crimson aura. Su Yang decisively created distance and threw out 10 flying sword talismans. The talismans shot out like sharp flying swords, transforming into golden streaks of light that pierced toward the martial artist's vitals. The opponent yelled loudly, his blood and energy surging, and at that moment the crimson protective aura around him strengthened. Faced with the oncoming flying sword talismans, he swung his blade frantically, trying to use this opportunity to approach Su Yang. His secret technique could not sustain a long battle. He needed a swift resolution. However, just as he thought he had destroyed all 10 flying sword talismans and could get close to Su Yang, he saw Su Yang wave his hand again, and 20 flying sword talismans shot forth in a dazzling golden light. This. The martial artist's eyes widened in horror, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh! He desperately swung his blade, ultimately shattering all the flying swords, but also destroying his own large knife. Then with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his aura rapidly diminishing. Su Yang manipulated the long sword to flash past, severing the man's head. His gaze turned toward his son. He saw the woman clutching her throat with both hands, blood gushing forth, and after a few convulsions on the ground, she fell silent. Su Zunheng's face turned ashen, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly as he crouched beneath a tree, vomiting incessantly. The rusty scent of blood surged into the nostrils, and the image of a woman convulsing at the brink of death flashed repeatedly in Su Zunheng's mind. The sensation of the long sword slicing through the opponent's neck further deepened the impression. Su Xuanheng struggled to resist this physical discomfort, but the more he fought back, the more nauseous he became. Suddenly, a warm hand landed on his back, gently patting him, miraculously dispelling the discomfort in his body. Do not dwell on the image of killing. Instead, consider the consequences if you were to die at their hands. Su Yang's voice was soft, as if describing a trivial matter. If we all die, the family will only have your mother and your younger siblings who are not even 10 years old. Think about what kind of fate they would face as the clan lands are devoured by various families. That would be the least of the costs. He did not elaborate on the darker images, considering Su Xuanheng was only 10. However, after his reminder, Su Zunheng's expression softened and his attention was successfully diverted. Just thinking about what would happen to his younger siblings if they all died filled him with dread. Father, how do you determine that these are enemies? Su Xuanheng couldn't help but ask. From his perspective, whether it was the mountain bandits or the woman, they all performed without a flaw, and he could even infer their previous encounters from their appearances. Yet his father, with just a glance, ordered him to draw his sword. Was it that he lacked enough experience to see any obvious flaws in them? Su Yang crouched down, rummaging through the corpse, but found no clues. He shook his head and stood up, saying, "Indeed, without deeper thought, there aren't many flaws. The woman is ragged and in a disheveled state. The 3 bandits emit a foul stench, cursing and shouting as they chase her. It's clear they were splashed with her waste, giving her an opportunity to escape. But they evidently do not know the true lives of the bandits. A woman cannot escape the stronghold alone. Once discovered by a bandit, it would trigger a group hunt. The number of bandits in front of us is too few, and since these 3 were hindered while chasing, there should have been other bandits to fill in. It shouldn't just be these 3 chasing a woman sluggishly. It seems quite intentional." Su Xuanheng pondered after hearing this. "Is it just based on these points that you, father, determined they are all enemies?" "Of course not." Su Yang grinned lightly. "The premise is that I know there will definitely be an ambush after leaving Qingyuan County. Furthermore, when out in the world, it's always right to draw the sword and be on guard at the first sign of sudden trouble." Without this premise, he couldn't be entirely sure they were enemies, but he would still be on guard immediately. Su Xuanheng suddenly understood. He got it. In the face of an incomprehensible situation, he could draw his sword directly. "Can you tell who sent them, father?" Su Xuanheng asked solemnly. Su Yang shook his head in resignation. No clues were left behind, but any family that could command 3 innate warriors is one of just a few. As for which family, that's hard to determine. Many are envious of the profits from the Zui Xian Lu, and the web of relationships is intricate. This attack might have been a joint effort by multiple families, not just one. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. As long as the Su family developed, these people would just be insignificant. A fireball technique descended, incinerating the corpse completely, and the father and son set off once more. The spring breeze brushed against their faces, dispersing the lingering scent of blood. Occasionally, the images of killing would flash through Su Zunheng's mind, but the mental shock was gradually fading. As the sunset, dusk painted the road ahead in golden hues. In the distance, a range of towering mountains could be seen standing majestically. In front of the mountain range lay a prosperous county set far apart, yet from afar it appeared to be nestled at the foot of the mountains. Guanlin County has arrived. That majestic mountain range was the Bai Lian mountain range, and only from a high vantage point could one understand why the mountain range was named Bai Lian. It is said that at the center of the continuous mountains lies a sanctuary for demonic beasts where countless creatures thrive and reproduce. This mountain range separates the two nations of Dawei and Dachi. Some jokingly say that if Dawei and Dachi wish to go to war, they must first work together to flatten the Bailian mountain range. Is this Guangling County? There are so many people. Su Xuanheng looked around, deeply attracted by the magnificent buildings interconnected and the bustling scenes. In the future, I will take you to the cultivation market in Xian City. The things there will overturn your understanding. Su Yang ruffled his son's hair, a hint of nostalgia surfacing in his eyes. As the sun completely set, Guangling County lit up with thousands of lights. Numerous cultivators and warriors returned from the Bailian mountain range, exuding a strong scent of blood, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, while behind them large carts carried demonic beasts the size of houses. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly stepped aside, exclaiming in awe. This was the first time Su Xuanheng had seen a demonic beast, and his eyes sparkled with a surge of the impulse to fight them. Su Yang rented a room at a nearby inn and instructed his son, "You can stay in the room or explore nearby, but do not wander far. If you encounter rude or suspicious cultivators, avoid them immediately. If someone intends to harm you, you can slip into a shop to hide." Su Xuanheng nodded obediently. Being in an unfamiliar place, he didn't dare to wander around carelessly. At most, he would just watch the excitement nearby. Su Yang was very assured of his eldest son. After leaving the inn alone, he headed straight for the Xianbao building. Guangling County had many cultivators, and the Xianbao building was bustling, unlike Qingyuan County, with not only a crowd, but also beautiful attendants to greet and serve. Su Yang sold all the accumulated talismans and pills, requesting a second-tier alchemy inheritance from the attendant. The second-tier pill formulas circulating in the market were not highly valued. They were merely ordinary consumable pills. The truly valuable pill formulas were monopolized by major factions. For instance, the Foundation Establishment pill, although the effects of the pills are the same, the contents of the formulas are entirely different. Thus, each Foundation Establishment pill formula represents the heritage of a family or sect. If Su Yang could obtain or research a Foundation Establishment formula, the Su family would have the foundation of a Foundation Establishment family, and merely by selling Foundation Establishment pills each year, they could earn a fortune. Do you have any high-tier concealment techniques? After choosing several different attributes of qi refining techniques, at the Xianbao building, Su Yang inquired about his most concerning matter. "I am very sorry, esteemed guest, but there are no high-tier concealment techniques for sale at the Xianbao building. Such techniques are rare in the cultivation world and generally do not circulate in the market." The attendant's response disappointed him greatly. However, what followed opened his mind. "You can actually purchase various concealment techniques for mutual reference. Perhaps you could derive a better concealment technique from them. Those cultivators with powerful concealment techniques often created high-tier techniques through this means. Every cultivator has their secrets, and the existence of concealment techniques is not only to hide one's form, but also to protect their secrets. Without being seen through by others, one can instill fear in others. Thus, cultivators who create high-tier concealment techniques generally do not sell their techniques, resulting in a scarcity of high-tier concealment techniques in the market. Since they cannot be bought, the only option is to create one. The difficulty of creating techniques is indeed extremely high, but Su Yang has the fate of heaven rewards diligence. With perseverance, he will surely achieve success. Perhaps his initially created concealment technique won't be too strong. The servant's words awakened Su Yang. He even developed the notion that not only could he self-create a high-level breath-concealing technique, but he could also create a Foundation Establishment pill. No such a thing is impossible. Su Yang immediately dismissed this ridiculous idea. The high-level breath-concealing technique could be self-created through effort because there was a model to reference. As for the Foundation Establishment pill, he knew nothing about it. It was something that came from nothing. While the Tao rewards hard work, one cannot conjure a pill formula out of thin air unless there is a reference. But if the formula already exists, what is there to reference? Su Yang rubbed his forehead, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, and purchased several books on breath-concealing techniques from the beautiful servant. He also procured a batch of materials for alchemy and talisman crafting. The spirit stones earned from selling pills and talismans were all spent in an instant. Returning to the inn, Su Yang noticed his son was not there, but thought little of it. Taking advantage of the rich resources in Guangling County, he planned to produce more pills and talismans for sale, aiming to earn back the spirit stones he had just spent. He immediately took out the materials and began to refine pills and draw talismans. Meanwhile, Su Xuanheng, wandering the streets, looked around like a lost child, filled with curiosity about everything. Any random tavern here could rival the drunken Immortal tavern, making the streets bustling with activity. There were also strange items displayed by cultivators at their stalls, each piquing his curiosity. "Hey, that child over there, did you get separated from your parents?" A crisp, pleasant girl's voice came. Su Xuanheng instinctively turned to look. He saw a girl with a high ponytail appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, also holding a long sword, her demeanor exuding grace as she approached him. "I'm asking you a question, child. Where are your parents?" The girl spoke again, but her fiery gaze indicated to Su Xuanheng that she was not concerned about her own question. "What does it have to do with you?" Su Xuanheng furrowed his brow and replied coldly. The girl raised her eyebrows, letting out a sound of surprise. "You're really ungrateful, little kid. I'm showing concern for you." "I don't need it, and stop calling me a little kid. You're not much older than I am." Su Xuanheng did not want to chat further, turning to leave. But the girl followed, closely speaking as she walked. "Are you running away from home, little kid? If you have nowhere to go, come back with me to the Wanjian sect." "Wanjian sect? Are you from a sect?" Su Xuanheng's expression tightened. Due to his lack of knowledge about the cultivation world, he could not determine whether the people from Wanjian sect were good or bad. However, the sect's background is profound, and it is not something the Su family can contend with, so it is best to keep a distance. "Huh. That's right, I am indeed a renowned disciple of the Wanjian sect." The girl proudly patted her chest. She had expected Su Xuanheng to show signs of awe, but instead he looked wary, which made her quite embarrassed. "This kid seems unaware of the Wanjian sect. That makes things difficult." "Little kid, my name is Wei Yan. You are holding a sword, so you must have confidence in your swordsmanship. Are you daring enough to try the sword techniques of my Wanjian sect? What exactly do you want?" With a clang, Su Xuanheng unsheathed his sword. He couldn't figure out what this girl wanted from him. His father had told him that when in doubt, drawing the sword is always correct. Seeing this, Wei Yan's eyes lit up, and she also drew her long sword, quickly thrusting it towards Su Xuanheng with lightning speed. Wei Yan's sword tip pierced the air with a shrill cry. At the moment, Su Xuanheng raised his sword to block a mountain-like weight pressed down on him, causing his hands to tingle. Before he could catch his breath, the second strike darted at his side like a venomous snake. He spun to dodge the sword tip, grazing his clothing and tearing 3 inches of fabric. The third strike was even faster. The continuous sword shadows transformed into countless cold stars. Su Xuanheng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly swung his sword to block, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy against her sword techniques. As their blades clashed, a crisp sound of metal ringing out echoed. Each of Wei Yan's strikes was controlled within the realm of qi refining, yet Su Xuanheng found it increasingly difficult to defend. This is an insurmountable gap in swordsmanship. It was the first time Su Xuanheng encountered a sword technique he could not learn at a glance. Every time he attempted to counterattack, he was always seen through first. He felt a slight sweat on his forehead as he continued to retreat. Not good. As a white light streaked toward him, Su Xuanheng's heart jolted. The glinting sword broke through his defenses. Just as the sword tip was about to touch his forehead, Wei Yan's sword suddenly halted, swirling with a sharp sword qi that swiftly brushed past his cheek. "How about it, little kid? Isn't the sword technique of my Wanjian sect quite good?" Wei Yan smiled lightly, twirling her wrist to create a flourish with her sword, smoothly sheathing it, and said proudly, "Would you like to join my Wanjian sect? It would surely become your new home." Su Xuanheng was slightly panting, cold sweat soaking his inner clothes. In just an instant, he felt as if he experienced the fleeting moments before death. However, it seemed the other party had no malicious intent. Judging from her words, she seemed to want to invite him to join the Wanjian sect. After a moment of silence, Su Xuanheng replied, "I have a family and do not need a new home." Wei Yan was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Where is your home?" "I will speak with your parents. Your talent and swordsmanship should come to my Wanjian sect, for only the Dao methods of the Wanjian sect can bring out your talent to its fullest." Su Xuanheng this. 4 high-grade gathering qi pills had just been freshly produced, bringing Su Yang great joy. His alchemy skills had improved again, and he could now stabilize the production of 4 high-grade pills. Just as he prepared to continue refining pills, his divine sense detected that his son had returned, and he had brought a girl with him. "What is going on?" Su Yang looked bewildered. "Has my son fallen in love early? Did he find a wife right after stepping out?" It's no wonder he thought this way. After all, this girl seemed to be just a couple of years older than his son. Su Xuanheng did not realize that girls develop early, but as a parent, Su Yang knew very well that this girl was at most 13 or 14, and it was even possible she was only 12. "Dad, this person is from the Wanjian sect and wants to invite me to join her sect." As soon as his father walked out of the room, Su Xuanheng explained immediately. Su Yang turned his gaze to the girl, who smiled and clasped her fists. Wei Yan greeted, "I have come on behalf of the Wanjian sect to invite Xuanheng to join the sect." Goodness, Xuanheng calls out so smoothly. If one didn't know better, they would think Su Xuanheng had already joined the Wanjian sect. "Can you represent the Wanjian sect?" Su Yang asked curiously. Wei Yan smiled heroically. "I am a direct disciple of the sect master of the Wanjian sect and have the authority to represent the sect." "Wow, that's impressive." Su Yang chuckled, then his smile faded. "It is a blessing for Xuanheng to be noticed by the Wanjian sect, but he is still young and will not join any sect for the time being." Upon hearing this, Wei Yan became anxious. Uncle Su, you don't understand. Zuanheng's talent in swordsmanship is exceptional. We cannot waste any more time. What a good Xuanheng Jr. brother. Su Yang's lips twitched. He did not mind Wei Yan's familiarity, but he was wary of sects. The true transmission of secret techniques from the sects in the world of cultivation will not be shared externally, yet many foundational arts can extinguish a cultivator's emotions and desires. Cultivators living long lives and witnessing the cycle of life and death often become emotionally numb. If a powerful technique were to present itself before them with the condition of forsaking their emotions, many would not hesitate. For instance, in the Cold Moon Palace, every woman within is pure and desireless, having severed their emotions, focusing solely on the path of cultivation and longevity. Some have even created methods to sever their feelings repeatedly to break through significant realms. Of course, Su Yang's wariness towards the sects is not solely due to this. Most sects do not employ such extreme measures. They recruit young children, nurturing their loyalty and sense of belonging to the sect from a young age, shifting their emotional attachments from their families to the sect. However, based on Su Yang's understanding of the great wise cultivation sects, the Wand Sword sect actually belongs to a third category, familial erosion. The Wand Sword sect has been deeply rooted by several cultivating families. Most disciples come from the families of the sect's elders, with only a few being powerless commoners or orphans. The intentions of these well-rooted families are clear. They want to consume and replace the Wand Sword sect, and for this, they will stop at nothing. For individuals like Su Xuanheng who are not from their families, it is fortunate if they can remain unnoticed in the Wand Sword sect, but once they show their talents, they will surely be targeted, even to the extent of being eliminated. Unless Su Yang is one of the elders of the Wand Sword sect, he would not agree to Su Zuanheng's joining. As for Wei Yan's master being the sect leader, it might provide some protection for Su Xuanheng. Such words are only believable to children. Su Yang would never entrust his son's life to others. Little girl, go back and discuss this with your elders, see what they say. Su Yang does not believe that the Wand Sword sect would accept Su Xuanheng, especially given his clear rejection. Anyone with a bit of worldly knowledge would understand that this matter cannot be forced. Is Uncle Su worried that Xuanheng will be bullied in the sect? Wei Yan asked, her brows furrowed slightly. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. Before he could respond, Su Xuanheng stepped forward. I have said that I will not go to the Wand Sword sect. I am the eldest son of the Su family, and my family needs me. You can still take care of your family by joining the Wand Sword sect, and with the sect's protection, others must think twice before targeting the Su family. The fate of the family must be grasped in our own hands, not relying on the intimidation from outsiders. Su Zuanheng's words not only stunned Wei Yan, but even surprised Su Yang, his father. At this, Wei Yan fell silent. She suddenly realized that the position of family in Su Zuanheng's heart was the same as that of the sect in hers. If she were asked to leave her sect to join a larger one and promise protection for her original sect, would she agree? The answer was obvious. She would make the same decision as Su Xuanheng. I understand now. I will not force Xuanheng to join the Wand Sword sect. If fate allows, we will meet again. I apologize for the disturbance today. Wei Yan smiled charmingly at Su Xuanheng, clasped her fists in salute to the two, and with a graceful turn she left. Su Xuanheng glanced at his father, and receiving a nod, went out to see her off. Miss Wei, why are you so certain that I have exceptional sword talent? Outside the inn, Su Xuanheng could not help but ask curiously. He had never displayed his sword talent in front of Wei Yan, yet she had determined from the very beginning that he was gifted and had earnestly invited him to join the sect. Wei Yan smiled slightly and replied, I thought you wouldn't ask. The reason is quite simple. I possess a sword heart just like you. Sword heart. Exactly, the sword heart. Wei Yan nodded lightly, raising her hand to signal. Su Xuanheng understood instantly, gently touching her palm, which felt cool and soft. In that moment, a mysterious sensation surged like an electric current from their palms into his spine, ultimately rushing to his cerebral cortex. The bustling and noisy Guangling County suddenly fell silent, with only two sharp sword intents suspended above their heads, clashing against each other, forming two sharp magnetic fields that continuously rubbed and collided. This feeling lasted only an instant before Wei Yan withdrew her hand, her smile even more radiant than before. This is sword intent. To forge sword intent, one must start from sword energy. When one comprehends sword energy to its limit, they can understand sword momentum. Only when sword momentum solidifies can it materialize into sword intent. And those with a sword heart inherently possess sword intent, though they generally cannot unleash it or may not even sense it. Wei Yan chuckled lightly. Both you and I are individuals with a sword heart, which is why I can determine your exceptional sword talent at a glance. Su Xuanheng felt dazed upon hearing this. So there has always been a sword intent hovering above his head. Those with a sword heart have clear sword intent. Realizing sword intent is merely our starting point. Make good use of your talent, protect your family, and go on your way. Wei Yin waved her hand and vanished into the bustling crowd with a light and graceful stride. Su Xuanheng remained where he was lost in thought. Is this sword heart truly innate to him? The next day, Guangling County seemed to be ignited with the dawn, yet to break the city gate was already bustling with crowds and traffic. This was due to the 10-year auction held by the Xianbao building today, attracting cultivators and martial artists from surrounding counties and passers-by. Su Yang took Su Xuanheng into the auction hall of Xianbao building, where the cacophony was accompanied by a wave of heat, and the crowd surrounded the auction stage in a circle with every seat occupied. Su Yang attended this auction simply to test his luck, hoping to find some high-level breath reduction techniques or items that the Su family could use. The auction soon commenced. A beautiful auctioneer revealed her fair thighs as she stepped onto the stage, diving straight into the topic without any small talk. Welcome to this decade's auction by Xianbao Building. First up is the first auction item, a fragment of sword techniques from a golden core cultivator, sword transformation into long rainbow. Starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100. Good items at auctions are generally placed at the back, so the items at the front failed to stir much interest among the crowd. Upon hearing the mention of a golden core cultivator's sword techniques, everyone was momentarily stunned, thinking that the organizers were attempting something different until they heard the word fragment later, and thus the crowd felt relieved. Now that makes sense. How could they start with something significant? The fragmentary sword techniques of the golden core are of little value to chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. The term fragment does not merely imply that a move or two is missing, but rather that the entire content lacks any complete technique. Even a complete golden core sword technique cannot be comprehended by chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, let alone a series of incomplete sword moves which only a golden core cultivator could grasp one or two. The cultivators present were all in the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, and no one was willing to bid on this sword technique. The auction was slightly awkward right from the start, yet the auctioneer remained composed, accustomed to such situations. After calling for bids twice with no response, she involuntarily glanced towards the private room where the Wan Sword sect was located. Wei Yin sat at the main seat in the room, asking the middle-aged man beside her, "Uncle Jiang, don't we need this golden core sword technique?" "Not necessary. The Wan Sword sect has recorded all sword techniques of the Great Way, and sword transformation into long rainbow is also in our sword technique catalog." The man referred to as Uncle Jiang casually replied, 5,000 spirit stones. Just as the auctioneer called for the third time, preparing to declare it unsold, a voice familiar to Wei Yin suddenly rang out. She turned her gaze to the source of the voice, only to see that the speaker was Su Yang. 5,000 spirit stones for a fragment of swordsmanship. Has he gone mad, or is he just a fool with too much money? The same thought flashed through the minds of countless onlookers. Su Yang paid no heed to the gazes and thoughts of those around him. So what if it's a fragment? That's exactly what he wanted. With the blessing of the heavens, Dao reward for hard work. As long as he is willing to devote time to study, even a fragment could become a complete work. Moreover, with Su Xuanheng's clarity of sword heart, he too could draw insights from the fragment. What was a useless fragment to others was in the hands of Su Yang and Su Xuanheng an invaluable golden core sword technique. Su Yang felt a mix of tension and excitement inside, yet he showed no signs of it. Spending 5,000 spirit stones to acquire a golden core sword technique was a huge bargain. The auctioneer called 3 times without anyone else bidding, reluctantly announcing that the golden core sword technique had been secured by Su Yang. 5,000 spirit stones for the sword transformation into a rainbow is not a loss, but without the foundation of my Wan Jian sect, non-golden core cultivators cannot grasp the mysteries of sword transformation into a rainbow. Uncle Jiang remained unfazed, his tone indifferent. Wei Yan's eyes flashed with a glint of light. After a moment's thought, she chose to remain silent. While ordinary people indeed could not comprehend the fragment sword technique, Su Xuanheng was no ordinary person. He possessed a sword heart just like himself. The Su family had struck gold, and in an unnoticed manner they had secured a golden core sword technique. Looking at the calm demeanor of Su Yang and Su Xuanheng, Wei Yin could only feel that this father and son duo was truly shrewd. On the surface, they appeared as rustic bumpkins who didn't recognize value, completely oblivious to being taken advantage of by city folk, yet in reality, they were quietly raking in profits. The auction continued, and the attention of the crowd quickly shifted to the next items, which slowly piqued their interest. The voices of the bidders grew increasingly intense, and the atmosphere became lively. Oddly, Su Yang remained silent, so low-key that people forgot he had acquired the fragment sword technique. He wasn't deliberately trying to lower his presence, nor was he unable to bid. It was just that the main items were rare materials and magical artifacts that the Su family currently had no need for. It wasn't until the next 2 pill formulas that his attention was rekindled. The next items for auction are 2 incomplete foundation establishment pill formulas. Though they are incomplete, their value is absolutely priceless to alchemists. If a chi refining family acquires these 2 formulas and derives their own foundation establishment formulas from them, they would possess the foundation of a foundation establishment family. As the beautiful auctioneer spoke, a flush slowly crept onto her exquisite face. She found it hard to maintain her composure. Just as the atmosphere had warmed up, the manager forced her to sell some worthless items, and the pressure made her scalp tingle. What is this? Bringing such items to fill the gaps. Next, shouted an unsatisfied customer from the audience. How can a defective pill formula be worthy of bidding? It should just be hung in the corner of the Immortal Treasure Building. Has the Immortal Treasure Building nothing good this year? If not, should we just stop hosting these auctions? It wouldn't be some second-rate immortal with a background specifically requesting the auction of such items, would it? Everyone please remain calm. Auctions need to progress gradually and also require a break. Although these 2 foundation establishment pill formulas are not as good as other items, their value cannot be denied. The bidding starts at 1,000 spirit stones with increments of no less than 100. The auctioneer forced herself to fabricate reasons, feeling utterly drained. Especially upon hearing the murmurs of disappointment from the customers, she felt utterly embarrassed. In the Grand Immortal Treasure Building auction held once every decade, the earlier inclusion of a fragment sword technique, followed by 2 incomplete formulas, felt like a slap in the face. How could there be so many gullible fools willing to buy such things? 1,000 spirit stones. Suddenly a voice that had been silent for a long time rang out again. Everyone was taken aback, and their gazes simultaneously turned to Su Yang. Was he not a brother, but truly a top-tier fool? Could it be that the Immortal Treasure Building hired a shill to auction off unsellable items, trying to lure greedy fools who don't know the value? Father, do you have confidence in this incomplete formula? Su Xuanheng, unable to withstand the gazes of those around, transmitted his thoughts to divert his attention. He could understand his father's acquisition of the fragment sword technique, but did he act too impulsively with the incomplete pill formula? Who knows? Su Yang grinned, completely unfazed by the gazes around him, teasingly said, "Perhaps one day I will develop a foundation establishment pill allowing the Su family to leap into a foundation establishment family." Upon hearing this, the people around shook their heads in disdain. Truly a pipe dream. Yet Su Xuanheng's first reaction was to ponder seriously, then nodded, saying, "I believe in you, father." No one understood better than him the brilliance of his father. His son's unconditional trust surprised Su Yang, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Bidding on the foundation establishment pill formula was indeed not a spurofement decision. He had considered this matter before. The Heaven's Tao reward for hard work could not help him conjure a foundation establishment formula out of thin air. He must study existing formulas to create. But now that he had the formulas, why would he still need to study? And now, with the appearance of the incomplete foundation establishment pill formulas, it perfectly matched the trigger condition for the Heaven's Tao reward for hard work. With these 2 incomplete foundation establishment pill formulas, it was equivalent to possessing complete foundation establishment formulas. Su Yang did not participate in further bidding for subsequent items. He had initially hoped to acquire a high-level concealment technique, but regrettably it never appeared until the auction concluded. The highlight of this auction was a rare monster beast cub, which could be cultivated to serve as a guardian deity for the sect, and fetched a high price of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Su Yang was quite interested in the monster beast cub. However, the price was too exorbitant, so he could only watch the excitement. This journey has been quite fruitful. It is time to return. Su Yang put away the sword technique and pill formulas he had acquired, planning to buy some alchemical and talisman-making materials before heading back to Qingyuan County. Su Xuanheng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but recall scenes from home. For a moment, he felt a pang of homesickness. Although he had only been out for 2 days, he didn't want his mother to worry. "Uncle Su, are you and junior brother Xuanheng heading back?" Wei Yin walked out of the auction and quickly approached the 2. Su Yang smiled and nodded. "You are welcome to visit the Su family in Qingyuan County anytime. I will definitely visit, congratulating Uncle Su and junior brother Xuanheng on your fruitful harvest this time." Wei Yan's words had hidden meanings that only the 3 of them could understand. "Young master, we should be leaving." Uncle Zhang, standing behind, coldly reminded, ignoring both Su Yang and Su Xuanheng. The auction concluded, and everyone dispersed. The various powerful factions were preparing to leave Guangling County. However, at that moment, the city defense formation suddenly rose, enveloping the entire Guangling County. "Not good. The beast tide is here." Someone shouted loudly, causing all within the county to turn pale. "The beast tide is here." No way, the auction just finished, and the beast tide timed it perfectly. With so many cultivators and martial artists present, these monsters had come at the wrong time. Someone scoffed in mockery. If they had heard about the beast tide before, they would surely have been terrified. But now that martial artists and cultivators from all over had gathered in Guangling County for the auction and had not yet left, with such a massive force gathered combating the beast tide would be a piece of cake, right? In an instant, the martial artists and cultivators were not panicking. Instead, they were all getting ready to move. This was a golden opportunity to slay monsters. Typically, one would have to venture deep into the Bailian mountain range to hunt monster beasts, but now they only needed to step out of Guangling County to encounter a large group. Every item on the monster beasts was a treasure akin to walking wealth. In just a moment of distraction, a group of cultivators rushed out of the city defense formation, unleashing a dazzling array of spells that swiftly slaughtered a large number of monster beasts crashing against the formation. Seeing this scene, the martial artists and cultivators were all invigorated, eagerly rushing out of Guangling County. Meanwhile, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan at the entrance of the auction venue inadvertently glanced towards the Bailian mountain range. The two turned pale. "Father, we need to hurry and run," Su Xuanheng said, drenched in cold sweat. A frenzied horde of beasts surged out from the 100 Lotus Mountain range like a swarm of bees, trampling and destroying everything in their path. Fortunately, the formation enveloping Guangling County was as solid as a fortress. Under the relentless waves of the beast tide, ripples of excitement spread as cultivators and warriors rushed excitedly out of the protective formation, employing all their means to harvest more beast corpses. Some careless cultivators were torn in half by the beasts, their blood and flesh splattering in the air. A fierce battle erupted between both sides. Though it seemed that the human race was overwhelming, in reality, both sides were evenly matched. The beasts fell, but the cultivators and warriors also perished, leaving only the common folk in panic and fleeing. Inside Guangling County, Su Xuanheng's face turned pale as he hurriedly urged his father to escape. Wei Yan also appeared anxious, calling out to Uncle Jiang, "Hurry." Uncle Jiang, frowning slightly, was about to say something when Su Yang decisively activated the concealment talismans, agility talismans, and golden light talismans, applying 3 of each to himself and Su Xuanheng. Taking Su Xuanheng's hand, he executed the earth escape technique and swiftly burrowed underground, heading rapidly towards Qingyuan County. Almost simultaneously, a massive vine shot up from the 100 Lotus Mountain range, emanating a terrifying sword intent as it slashed straight down towards Guangling County. The sword aura erupted sharply, instantly cleaving the sky in two. The sword energy, carrying a destructive force, crashed against the formation with a deafening roar. That sword energy easily tore through the protective great formation of Guangling County as if slicing through tofu. Not good. Uncle Jiang, who had always been calm, finally changed color, shouting in alarm. He could no longer afford to care about anything else as his internal spiritual power surged wildly. He grabbed Wei Yan beside him. The flying sword beneath his feet suddenly radiated dazzling spiritual light, transforming into a streak of flowing rainbow as it fled in desperation away from the 100 Lotus Mountain range, moving at an unprecedented speed, no longer displaying the slightest composure. The sturdy light barrier shattered like glass while the sword energy continued unabated, ruthlessly descending. Boom! The heavens and earth lost their color. Wherever the sword energy passed, the vast Guangling County was forcibly cleaved open, leaving a bottomless chasm with charred edges emitting acrid green smoke. The cultivators, warriors, and common folk who could not escape, along with many cultivators who charged at the forefront against the beasts, were obliterated into ash, vaporizing without even a scream. Having decisively left earlier, Su Yang and Su Xuanheng were now far away. Yet, even so, the residual shockwave from the sword energy struck them like a tangible tsunami, causing their hearts to tremble violently. It felt as if an invisible heavy hammer had struck their heads, an intense wave of dizziness sweeping over them, causing their internal spiritual power to churn violently. Puff! Su Xuanheng, of slightly weaker cultivation, immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Su Yang grunted, suppressing the surging blood and dizziness, channeling more spiritual power into the earth escape technique without daring to pause. A chill ran through his heart as he felt a surge of fear. If he had not trusted his son to escape at the first opportunity, the two of them might have been forever trapped in Guangling County. That was the attack of a golden core beast. Su Yang did not dare to linger, continuing to flee with his son while probing with his divine sense. Once a prosperous sight from afar, Guangling County was now cleaved in two. A bottomless ravine formed where the sword energy struck, radiating a terrifying sword intent that wreaked havoc in the vicinity. The entire county had transformed into a scene of hell on earth. Countless beasts surged into the county, killing anyone they saw, and trampled over buildings with reckless abandon. The sounds of wailing screams and pleas for help were drowned out by the roars of beasts. Those survivors who were paralyzed by fear before they could regain their senses were swallowed whole by the beasts. Guangling County is finished. Su Yang spoke heavily, his heart filled with disbelief. Guangling County had endured countless beast tides, yet it was annihilated in an instant, and the key factor was undoubtedly the emergence of that golden core beast, an unprecedented occurrence. Since the establishment of Guangling County, cultivators had never heard of a golden core beast existing in the 100 Lotus Mountain range. With Guangling County gone, will these beasts come to Qingyuan County? Su Xuanheng said worriedly. Su Yang's expression darkened slightly, but after a moment he relaxed, saying there's no need to worry. Qingyuan County is several hundred miles away from Guangling County. Unless these beasts intend to seize human territory, they won't extend their reach to Qingyuan County. Moreover, the fall of Guangling County is a major event. The Dai will undoubtedly have countermeasures, so even if the sky collapses, there will still be someone to hold it up. By the way, how did you sense the impending crisis? After sensing the surroundings were safe, Su Yang took his son out from underground and asked. Su Xuanheng replied truthfully. Wei Yan said, I possess a natural sword heart that carries sword intent. Just now I felt a terrifying sword intent gathering from the 100 Lotus Mountain range, which stirred both mine and Wei Yan's sword intent. I see. Fortunately, the golden core beast used sword intent. If it had employed other offensive methods, we might not have escaped. Su Yang handed his son a Qingyuan pill to heal his internal injuries. This time it was thanks to your warning, otherwise both of us would have been buried in Guangling. It was your trust that allowed us to escape, but I wonder how Wei Yan is doing. Su Xuanheng was somewhat worried about this friend he had met only once. The guardians around Wei Yan did not trust him as his father did. They had not left at the first opportunity. Slap. The back of Su Zunheng's head was gently patted by a large hand, followed by his father's voice. Don't think too much. The people of the 10,000 Sword Sect are not simple, and the duty of the guardians is to protect. Even if it costs them their lives, they will ensure Wei Yan's safety. You're right. Let's hurry back to Qingyuan. I miss mother and my younger siblings. Compared to a friend he had met only once, Su Xuanheng cared more about his family at home. The news of Guangling County's destruction reached Qingyuan County the next day. The bearer of the news was none other than Su Yang. When he first learned of this, not only did Wang Songyue and Liang Xiao not believe it, but even Qin Zhongmei at home was stunned for a long time. Su Yang had only been away for 3 days. In just one round trip, Guangling County was gone. Outsiders were skeptical, but by the next day other cultivators had fled to Qingyuan County, directly confirming that Su Yang's words were not false. In an instant, the entire Qingyuan County fell into an uproar. Customers in various inns and tea houses were all discussing the fall of Guangling County. Some were worried that the next target of the beast tide would be Qingyuan, while others sensed that a change was imminent in Qingyuan County. Most survivors who escaped from Guangling County would choose to head to the nearest Qingyuan County. Those who managed to survive the beast tide all had their own skills. Their arrival would undoubtedly alter the original layout of Qingyuan County. Loose cultivators would become the offerings of noble families. Family powers would seize control of Qingyuan territory, and skilled practitioners would snatch others' livelihoods. Not only warriors and cultivators fled, but also commoners living on the outskirts of Guangling County who had been fortunate enough to escape due to their remote and impoverished dwellings. The number of refugees increased daily, and Qingyuan County quickly became bustling. Many original residents of Qingyuan County resisted the influx of refugees. However, at this moment, Su Yang issued a recruitment notice for guards and servants from his family. The Su family is conducting a large-scale recruitment of guards and servants, attracting numerous refugees who line up in 3 rows at the entrance of the Su family residence, creating a bustling scene. The Su family has developed rapidly, and what they are most lacking is capable individuals. Currently, the only truly competent servant in the Su family is Luo Qian. Although the few innate martial artists trained by the Su family are loyal, they struggle to take decisive action and become indecisive when faced with complex situations. The current batch of refugees from Guangling County can precisely fill the Su family's weaknesses. Talented individuals among ordinary people will be prioritized for recruitment, and martial artists at the innate realm and above will be prioritized as well. At the same time, they must come from a clean background and possess good character, otherwise even the most capable will be filtered out. In fact, Su Yang also wishes to recruit a few cultivators to help manage the spiritual fields. Unfortunately, the cultivators who escaped from Guangling County are only willing to become family offerings and do not wish to be treated as inferior servants. Father, with so many refugees being recruited, will the family residence be enough? Should we reduce the area of the spiritual fields? Su Xianming stood beside Su Yang, feeling perplexed as he looked at the lined-up refugees. The Su family currently has sufficient funds, but there is no land to accommodate so many refugees unless they reduce the area of the spiritual fields. However, doing so would lead to a decrease in yield, which might not meet this year's tax obligations. The Dawei dynasty collects taxes every 10 years and also evaluates new families in the county. Then, based on the family rank, the appropriate amount of tax is collected. 10 years ago, the Su family was just starting out and had not reached a level that could be considered a family, thus missing the tax payment date. Now 10 years have passed, and the Su family's foundation has already matched that of the 5 great families. Since there are 2 cultivators in the family, there is a possibility of being rated as a Qi refinement family. Martial families only need to pay ordinary food, treasures, gold, silver, etc. as taxes. However, if it is a Qi refinement family, they must submit spiritual rice, spiritual herbs, elixirs, talismans, etc., and must submit a 10-year supply at once. Of course, Su Yang has not forgotten about this matter. He smiled and replied, "No need to worry. Yesterday, I asked County Magistrate Wang, and Dawei might fund the expansion of Qingyuan County to accommodate the refugees from Guangling County. The family has sufficient funds to acquire newly developed land, but before that we will have to let the refugees squeeze together for a while. Expanding the new area will wait until the Dawei envoy comes to collect the taxes." Although County Magistrate Wang was merely speculating that Qingyuan County would expand, his guesses were likely accurate. After all, the refugees need a place to settle, and Qingyuan County is the first choice. With the support of Dawei, Qingyuan County may even become the second Guangling County. The Su family seizes this opportunity to recruit people and purchase land, which can greatly enhance the overall strength of the family. I leave this to you. If any refugees cause trouble, you can make your own decisions. If anything happens, I will cover for you. Su Yang ruffled his second son's hair and cheerfully turned to return to the residence. Su Xianming opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He truly admired his father's boldness in entrusting the task of maintaining order to a 9-year-old child. It was as if he did not see him as a child at all. Despite his complaints deep down, he had a vague understanding. His father did this intentionally to cultivate his family management skills and train his emergency response capabilities. Su Yang was equally at ease with his second son, but he was not at all reassured about his third daughter. That girl gave him quite a headache. When he named her Jing, he hoped she would be a quiet and focused girl, but instead she turned out to be even more mischievous than boys. At this moment, Su Xianjing was prancing in front of the refugees. She had joined the process of screening the refugees' character, displaying her fierce demeanor to those who acted treacherously, attempting to intimidate them. How could the refugees be frightened by a small girl with a fierce look? Yet as soon as they caught sight of Luo Qian standing behind Su Xuanjing, they were all too scared to make a sound. Seeing this, Su Xuanjing's confidence surged and her expression became even fiercer. Su Yang smiled helplessly and chose not to pay further attention. Aside from the complicated affairs of the family, he had many other matters to attend to. Practicing spells, refining elixirs, drawing talismans, and researching advanced breathing techniques and foundation establishment pill remnants. He was simply too busy. The golden core sword method, which transformed into a long rainbow, he passed to Su Xuanheng to study gradually. Although his Heaven's Way rewards diligence could also comprehend the golden core sword method, it certainly could not compare to Su Xuanheng's sword heart clarity in terms of efficiency. Moreover, he already had too many tasks at hand with no time left to study sword techniques. The family's development could not rely solely on him. Any tasks that his children could share should be entrusted to them as much as possible. Doing everything personally is truly exhausting. Su Yang sighed just as he was heard by Qin Jiangmei, who walked into the courtyard. She gracefully arrived beside Su Yang and gently said, "Husband, I have made some achievements in alchemy and can now refine low-grade elixirs, occasionally producing mid-grade ones. If you don't mind, I can assist you in refining elixirs." Good. My wife is truly my capable helper. With your assistance, I can lighten my load. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together is not tiring," Su Yang said with a smile, feeling a bit more relaxed. The two entered the quiet room together to refine elixirs, making the tedious process of alchemy no longer dull. During this time, Su Yang would take the opportunity to offer some pointers, and Qin Jiangmai's alchemy skills improved rapidly. A month later, the envoy from Dawei arrived. The heads of the various families in Qingyuan County all came to the government office to respectfully await their arrival. A luxurious carriage pulled by a demon beast entered Qingyuan County, speeding directly to the government office before coming to a slow stop. "Welcome, esteemed envoy." County Magistrate Wang led the bowing. The coachman sitting in front of the carriage lifted the curtain, and a kind-faced, middle-aged man stepped out. Su Yang's divine sense swept over, and he couldn't help but be slightly moved. It was no surprise that the envoy from the Wei Kingdom was a cultivator, but he did not expect that even the coachman was a cultivator of considerable skill. "It's been 10 years since we last met, County Magistrate Wang, and you still exude such charm," the man said with a smile as he descended from the carriage. "Is the tax prepared this time?" County Magistrate Wang respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, Master Zhang, there have been some changes among the families in Qingyuan County, and the tax matter still needs your decision." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows, feeling curious. "I am aware of the destruction of the Li family. Could there be other changes?" Qingyuan has a new family established with a strong foundation, and it may receive a rating from Dewey. This is Su Yang, the head of the Su family. County Magistrate Wang introduced Zhang Xian. Su Yang immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. I see. First submit your taxes, and after I finish handling the miscellaneous matters, I will go to the Su family for evaluation and tax collection. Zhang Xian only glanced at Su Yang before losing interest. With a cultivation level of just the second layer of qi refinement, he barely qualified to establish a family, but it likely wouldn't last long. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Yang, it was just that there were too many similar families. Countless cultivators returned to the county to establish families and careers because they did not fare well in the cultivation world. But looking back, now how many families could truly develop? Cultivator families are not as simple as ordinary families where having a few children ensures the continuation of the family. Zhang Xian retracted his gaze and smiled warmly at County Magistrate Wang. I have come not only to collect taxes, but also to serve as the Qingyuan Immortal officer staying in Qingyuan County for a period of time. By the decree of His Majesty, I will assist County Magistrate Wang in developing Qingyuan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shuddered. Indeed, County Magistrate Wang's guess was correct. Wei would support Qingyuan in becoming the second Guangling. Qingyuan's expansion requires the major families to act as the main force, setting an example for the residents of Qingyuan. Details will be arranged pending my and County Magistrate Wang's notification. Everyone may disperse now. Zhang Xian's divine sense swept over quickly, tallying the taxes submitted by each family, head nodding with satisfaction. The family heads could hardly hide their excitement, clasping their fists in farewell, eager to relay the news of Qingyuan's expansion back to their families. Let's go to your Su family. Zhang Xian looked at Su Yang with a kind smile. After a brief interaction, Su Yang had a general understanding of this envoy from the great wise character. This person was not as amiable as he appeared, but he was also not deceitful or treacherous. County Magistrate Wang accompanied Zhang Xian to the Su family's estate. Seeing the citizens here filled with vibrant smiles presenting a picture of flourishing prosperity, Zhang Xian subtly nodded in approval. Su Yang led the way, guiding the two into the courtyard of the Su family. They arrived at the outer courtyard's martial arts arena, calling everyone together. These are the backbone of my Su family. Besides myself, there is also one practitioner at the second level of refining Qi, 20 innate warriors, and hundreds of first and second-tier warriors. Zhang Xian's gaze swept around, feeling somewhat astonished. Su Yang was merely a practitioner at the second level of refining Qi. How could he command others of the same level to serve him? I observe that the Su family's residence has a large area of spiritual plants. Does Taoist Su possess mastery of one of the four major crafts aside from the spiritual plants? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian suddenly inquired. Lord Zhang, your keen insight is remarkable. I indeed have proficiency in alchemy. Su Yang replied truthfully. Zhang Xian's expression revealed that this was precisely as he expected. The truth was now clear. No wonder he could attract practitioners of the second level of refining Qi to his side. A family possessing an alchemist was top tier in both potential and financial strength. The Su family has only 2 practitioners at the second level of refining Qi, yet has many innate warriors. It should originally be classified as a warrior family. Zhang Xian paused before continuing. However, given your excellent skills in spiritual plants and alchemy, I believe it should be rated as a 9th-tier refining family. Compared to warrior families, refining families have the right of first purchase for land development. If you are willing to serve as an immortal official of the Great Way, you can also exchange contributions for rare items, such as foundation establishment pills. Warrior families only need to supply mundane materials. However, refining families must supply cultivation materials. This unequal treatment will surely face protests. Simply increasing the supply without providing benefits who would want to upgrade their family tier. It would be better to hide and act as a warrior family. Contributing mundane resources would be much more comfortable. Thus, the Great Wise policy is to give preferential treatment to refining families. The higher the tier, the more benefits they receive. Of course, even without serving as an immortal official, there are other means to earn contributions, such as substituting the spiritual rice required for taxes with rare spiritual plants. The Great Way will convert the value of the spiritual plants into equivalent contributions. Zhang Xian added, a limited number of seeds for these rare spiritual plants can be provided free of charge by the Great Way. If you wish to try again after failing to cultivate them, you would need to purchase your own. After hearing this, Su Yang revealed a joyful smile. In truth, he had already been satisfied upon learning that he had priority purchasing rights for land development, not to mention the additional benefits. He had no immediate thoughts of serving as an immortal official. He was already busy enough with family matters, let alone dealing with court affairs. However, cultivating spiritual plants to exchange for contributions was a method that suited him well. No matter how challenging the cultivation of spiritual plants might be, he was confident in his abilities. If he failed, he could simply try a few more times. Hard work would eventually lead to success. Su Yang immediately submitted the tax amount for a 9th-tier refining family and casually asked, "May I inquire if Lord Zhang has any rare spiritual plant seeds?" "I happen to have some. They were originally prepared for the Jiang family, but unexpectedly they rejected them." Zhang Xian took out a bag of seeds and handed it over. "This contains 20 seeds of the Immortal Gold Peach tree. The Immortal Gold Peach is the main ingredient for the youth-retaining pill, and you should be aware of its difficulty. The youth-retaining pill is a 2nd-tier pill, and its formula is not highly valuable. It is included in the 2nd-tier Alchemy inheritance sold by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. However, due to the rarity of the main ingredient, the youth-retaining pill is exceedingly scarce and has become something that is priced yet unavailable in the market. As long as one of the Immortal Gold Peach trees survives with proper management, it can produce 80 pounds of Immortal Gold Peaches each year. In 10 years, you would only need to submit 500 pounds in taxes." "Thank you, my lord. The Su family will definitely do their utmost." Su Yang smiled widely, accepting the Immortal Gold Peach tree seeds that he received for free. Once the matters were settled, Zhang Xian and County Magistrate Wang saw no need to linger and declined Su Yang's invitation for tea. As Su Yang escorted them out of the Su family's estate, the carriage driver had already been waiting at the entrance. Wang Xian handed the collected taxes to the driver and watched as he drove away. Su Yang accompanied them and tentatively asked, "May I inquire how things are in Guangling County?" He spoke with a look of fear on his face. "When I escaped from Guangling, I witnessed a golden core demon strike. I am still in a state of panic, worrying that the same scene will reoccur in Qingyuan." This remark piqued County Magistrate Wang's curiosity. He was more concerned than anyone about Qingyuan potentially suffering the same fate as Guangling County. However, due to his lower official position, the court's decisions did not reach him quickly. He could only wait anxiously for news each day. So Daoist Su was also in Guangling at that time. Wang Xian initially did not want to respond, but upon hearing that Su Yang was one of the witnesses to the Beast Tide, he felt there was no need to hide anything, as the news would eventually reach the residents of Qingyuan. Daoist Su need not panic. Upon learning of this, the Great Wei dispatched a large army to Guangling. Guangling County has not been completely destroyed. There are still 20% of the buildings and population. Now Guangling County has been occupied by the Great Wei Army and transformed into the Guangling border, specifically tasked with suppressing the invading beasts from the Great Wei's territory. Upon hearing this, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief, lamenting, "I never expected this Beast Tide to be so severe. Such a prosperous county was utterly destroyed in an instant." His eldest son had only been to Guangling County once, and Qin Jiangmei and several other children had never even seen Guangling County's appearance. Now this long-standing county had disappeared without a trace, which was truly disheartening. Wang Xian seemed to empathize, letting out a sigh. There are many reasons for the Beast Tide. Some demonic beasts desire blood and food, while others among the human race excessively slaughter the beasts, leading to this. This time the spark for the Beast Tide seems to have been the demonic beast cub sold at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's auction. Su Yang was taken aback. That demonic beast is a descendant of a golden core demon. I don't know the specifics. I only heard the soldiers mention it while passing by Guangling's border. Wang Xian realized that his words were somewhat revealing. He ceased speaking further, merely gesturing to County Magistrate Wang, who was left dumbfounded beside him. The two tacitly turned and walked away in silence. Su Yang casually bid farewell to the two. He only returned to the courtyard after their figures completely disappeared from sight. A few days later, Zhang Xian and County Magistrate Wang formulated an expansion plan for Qingyuan, distributing it to each family, instructing them to develop the areas surrounding Qingyuan according to the guidelines. The direction of the Su family's expansion was right next to the family's residence. Su Yang assigned this task to Luo Qian, while he continued to practice spells and skills at home, cultivating the Immortal Gold Peach trees. The expansion of Qingyuan County cannot rely solely on the efforts of the county families. Not only must the government officials participate in the expansion, but the common people of Qingyuan County should also join in, especially those refugees from Guangling who wish to settle in Qingyuan. The prominent families serve merely as examples, motivating more people to respond to the expansion plan of the Great Wei. Timber harvesting, stone crushing, mountain excavation, road construction, house building. This grand project influences the entire operation of Qingyuan County. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The Great Wei dynasty poured in substantial rewards to support Qingyuan in becoming the second Guangling. Thus, a year later, the expansion plan of Qingyuan County continued. Compared to its former self, Qingyuan County has now expanded several times over. The once desolate mountains and forests have transformed into bustling and prosperous county streets. This has also attracted many external forces to settle in Qingyuan. Originally among the refugees from Guangling, there were already family powers, and now with the attraction of other forces, the waters of Qingyuan County have grown deeper, and the former 5 great families of Qingyuan have been completely reshuffled. Families with only 1 or 2 innate warriors can no longer hold any status in Qingyuan County. With just 1 or 2 innate warriors, how can they even be called a family? They are merely households with a few martial practitioners. Due to the rapid changes, many people have yet to adapt to the new Qingyuan. Some descendants of families who had grown accustomed to being domineering in Qingyuan directly offended the members of the external families with their arrogant behavior. In just one night, the entire family was uprooted and their territory was forcefully occupied by the new family. The powerful newcomers stirred up a storm. Many outsiders attempted to imitate them, but only a few true dragons could seize the legacies of other families, while most ended in failure. The original 5 great families were shuffled, yet their foundational strength remained. Those short-sighted powers that sought to seize their industries all met with disastrous consequences. Even the Su family faced several assaults. Under Su Yang's orders, Luo Qian led 10 innate warriors to decisively eliminate the opposition, finally bringing a period of calm. The Su family, having the priority to purchase new fields, lavishly bought 4,000 acres of land and simultaneously recruited a batch of guards and servants. Considering the current strength ranking of the families in Qingyuan County, the Su family undoubtedly occupies a leading position. Having successfully condensed the qi into his body, Su Xianming stepped out of the house and saw Su Xuanheng standing under a peach tree that emitted fragrant blossoms, wearing a seemingly amused expression. Su Xianming took a deep breath, saying, "I truly did not expect our family to have such a terrifying legacy." "I can understand your feelings, Zhu. I was also very shocked at the time." Su Xuanheng replied with a smile, "What are your plans for the future?" Su Xianming was not like Su Xuanheng, who could focus entirely on the sword path. Whether before or after cultivating, he only pursued one path to the end. His talent leaned more towards business and management, which did not aid him in the path of cultivation. Originally, he had completely given up on the idea of a carefree life and devoted himself to studying business and family management, wanting to share the burden of family affairs with his father. But now he had manifested a true spiritual root, embarking on a path he had never imagined before. Su Xianming found himself at a loss. Should he continue to leverage his talent in business management, or should he try to focus on the Tao and become a carefree, immortal hero? Just do what you like. At that moment, Su Yang appeared behind the 2 brothers. He placed his hand on Su Xuanming's head, gently rubbing it as he smiled, and said, "Not informing you in advance about cultivation was to test your temperament, and I also hoped you could discover your own talents and preferences during this time, rather than having a predetermined path laid out for you. Cultivation does not necessarily begin solely for immortality. It can also be pursued for a longer lifespan, to make mistakes, try more things, and enjoy a more exciting life. Just like how Su Xuanming's talent and preferences lie in business management, he should continue to develop in that direction." Su Yang did not insist that each child achieve remarkable accomplishments in combat. He hoped they could have longer lifespans or even attain immortality. However, everyone has their own destiny and choices. He would not force them for personal gain unless the family truly reached a point where they could not withstand it and needed everyone to charge in the same direction. Since the Su family currently has favorable conditions, it is naturally better to allow the children to choose for themselves. Su Yang's open-mindedness deeply moved Su Xianming. In other families, the patriarch makes decisions for their children, but in the Su family, they are allowed to make their own choices. "I understand, father. I will continue to study business and management, but I will not neglect my cultivation either. I want to achieve immortality together with everyone and help the family grow stronger." Su Xuanming's eyes sparkled with light, filled with fighting spirit. "Children do not make choices. They are the ones who love to have it all. As long as you have made a decision, that's fine. But you too must not forget to help take care of the spiritual plants on the southeast side of the family. Your father is truly overwhelmed." Su Yang rubbed his forehead, a hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes. These days he had been researching the refining methods for the youth-retaining pill, and the immortal gold peach tree had successfully been cultivated. In a few days, he would be able to harvest immortal gold peaches to refine the pill. In addition, there had been breakthroughs in the research of high-level concealing techniques. He had successfully fused the essence of 2 concealing techniques. Now even gas refiner cultivators with special means of detection could not discern his true cultivation level. This method is extremely important for the Su family. The fact that Qin Jiangmei and her 2 sons can cultivate must not be discovered by anyone unless absolutely necessary. Su Yang's arrival was specifically to personally teach Su Xianming the concealing techniques, enabling him to enter the realm and conceal his aura at the earliest opportunity. Father, the Wang family and Liang family members have arrived. 80-year-old Su Xianjing ran into the courtyard, excitedly shouting loudly. Her personality remained as carefree as ever, completely unfazed. "All right, I understand. Go keep your mother and little brother company," Su Yang replied helplessly. "Father, are you annoyed by my noise?" No, it's just that you mentioned the two family heads are here and I want to be with you, but I simply don't have the time. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. If you don't believe me, ask your elder brother and second brother. Su Yang smiled as he pinched his daughter's increasingly delicate little face. What a beautiful girl she is. In a few years, once her body develops, this little girl will surely be as gorgeous as her mother. Su Xianjing immediately turned to her elder brother and second brother, sensing that their temperaments had changed, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what the change was. Elder brother, second brother, did you two eat some kind of immortal pill? You look different from before. A first elder brother, now it's second brother. As soon as this was said, the two brothers were startled. The changes that even cultivators couldn't detect were surprisingly noticed by their little sister. What is going on? The two of them instinctively looked towards their father. Su Yang merely smiled and conveyed through thought, there's no need to be surprised, it's just that little sister has some special abilities. Have you forgotten that when she first practiced the primordial condensation technique, she could already notice changes in her body? Mentioning this, Su Xuanheng and Su Xianming were reminded of the past, and they suddenly realized. Their little sister has always been so remarkable. What kind of changes will she bring to the family once she embarks on the path of immortality? Su Yang arrived at the main hall and saw Liang Xiao and Wang Songyue. Unlike their previous leisurely tea-drinking state, both now appeared anxious and restless. Liang Xiao paced back and forth in the main hall, occasionally letting out a sigh. Wang Songyue sat deep in thought, his cup of tea untouched, the steam wafting away as the water gradually cooled. Master Su, you finally made it, Liang Xiao exclaimed as he hurried over upon seeing Su Yang. Those foreign families have taken away a significant portion of our business from the Zue Xianlu. What are we to do about this? Su Yang did not rush to respond. After taking his seat, he slowly began, I understand the purpose of your visit. However, competition in business has always been like this. If the Liang and Wang families can provide better martial arts pill formulas and nutritional recipes, all issues can be easily resolved. Several new families from Qingyuan County have established a Jin Xiao Lu imitating the business model of Zue Xian Lu. They not only offer more effective martial arts pills, but also have nutritional recipes that bear similarities to those of Zue Xian Lu. Su Yang had researched their martial arts pills. Although their effects were stronger, they also came with the side effect of potential exploitation. While it might seem like they were inferior to the pills from Zue Xian Lu, in reality, most people were willing to trade potential for strength. They didn't care about the exploitation of their potential. After all, the highest realm in martial arts was only the Grandmaster level. Even if their potential was exploited, how much weaker could they be compared to a Grandmaster? The only way for Zue Xian Lu to break through this situation was to offer better pills and more delicious nutritional recipes. The key did not lie with Su Yang, but with the Liang and Wang families. Su Yang was the party benefiting the most from Zue Xian Lu, and his lack of urgency was mainly due to the wealth and power of his family. This year, the scale of the Su family's spiritual plants had expanded, and combined with the income from pills and talismans, it had long surpassed the profits brought in by Zue Xian Lu. After a while, once he refined the youth-retaining pill, the profits from Zue Xian Lu would merely become a pleasant addition. Su Yang's words left both men speechless. Where were they to find better pill formulas and recipes? This business was inherently a monopoly in Qingyuan County, and now a few new families had come along, forcibly taking a large chunk of the pie from them. How were they to operate Zue Xian Lu under such circumstances? Would they simply abandon the Zue Xian Lu industry? That certainly wouldn't do, as the profits from Zue Xian Lu were considerable, something they would be reluctant to part with. For a moment, both Liang Xiao and Wang Songyue wore grim expressions. What if we use some means? Liang Xiao tentatively asked. Wang Songyue opened his mouth, slightly glanced at the calm Su Yang, and after a moment's thought chose not to speak. Su Yang observed their subtle actions, fully aware of their thoughts. Such behavior was common among families of their status. He promptly reminded them, in business competition it is best to use business methods. These foreign families are not simple. They dare to compete with Zue Xian Lu because they must have confidence in dealing with our three families. Perhaps they are just waiting for us to fall into their trap. Are we to simply allow Zue Xian Lu's business to decline day by day, ultimately closing its doors? Liang Xiao's tone rose, filled with indignation. Su Yang found it difficult to respond to that. According to family customs, they would typically resort to underhanded tactics to undermine their rival's industry at this point. However, due to his aversion to such methods, Liang Xiao and Wang Songyue refrained from bringing it up. Yet both had come to the Su family with a tone that, while not explicitly stated, was laden with hints of anxiety and pressure. Su Yang looked down on such petty tactics, as their ultimate goal was always to provoke conflict between the parties, ending only when one side was obliterated. The Su family was steadily developing and had no need to take risks. Those foreign families were not to be trifled with. They not only possessed formidable strength, but also allied with several local families. This included the Zhu family, one of the original 5 great families. These local families were quite proactive in collaborating with the foreign families, targeting Xian Lu right from the start. Su Yang couldn't help but suspect that the martial artists who had attacked him and Su Xuanning back then were sent by these families. The meeting of the family heads ended on an unhappy note. In the end, Su Yang pretended to be oblivious and did not take a stance, which left Liang Xiao and Wang Songyue somewhat dissatisfied. Both felt that Su Yang was being too timid. After all, they were merely a few foreign families. Both of their families were among the original 5 great families of Qingyuan County, and joining forces to deal with a few foreign families should be no problem. As for the Zhu family and several minor families, they believed that once conflict broke out, those people would merely become fence-sitters, siding with whoever was winning. Su Yang could not agree with this view. Both the Liang and Wang families shared a common flaw. They had stayed too long in Qingyuan County and lost their sense of crisis regarding the outside world. Even the Su family had hidden a few cultivators that was reasonable for other families to conceal some experts as well, right? Yet the two of them completely overlooked this point, or rather they had not even considered it, focusing solely on the apparent strength of their opponents. One could only say that Qingyuan County had been too peaceful in the past. If the two persisted in their approach, they would surely face downfall sooner or later. The Su family should also have its own industry. There will inevitably come a day when shared industries will lead to disagreements with others. Su Yang felt a sense of regret in his heart. The cooperation among the 3 families had brought stability to the developing Su family, and if possible, he still hoped to maintain this friendship. Su Yang called Su Xianming over. He briefly described the current situation of the Su family to his son and mentioned his idea of developing a new industry for the Su family. Xuanming, after studying business knowledge for so long, what direction do you think the Su family should take in establishing an industry? Su Xuanming's spirits lifted, and after a moment of thought he replied, the best direction for the Su family's industry is undoubtedly spiritual plants, pills, and talismans. Opening a shop similar to the Xianbao Lu might be a good choice. But what makes you think we can compete with Xianbao Lu? Su Yang asked. Xianbao Lu had a presence in major prefectures and counties of Dawei with a renowned reputation. It would undoubtedly be a fool's errand for a newly emerged Su family shop to try to snatch business from them. There was no need for any underhanded tactics. Just the reputation of Xianbao Lu alone could cause the Su family shop in Qingyuan County to fail before it even started. Su Xianming naturally also realized this issue. He merely wanted to clarify his thoughts. He continued, compared to Xianbao Lu, the Su family's greatest advantage is ample liquidity. The Su family shop cannot succeed by only selling the same items as Xianbao Lu. We should incorporate more services. As he spoke, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his mind began to race. We could establish a Su merchant association that not only purchases and sells various goods, but also has caravans traveling between various prefectures, villages, cultivation markets, and immortal cities, even venturing beyond Dawei. At the same time, we could offer pawnbroking services. The Su family has too much liquid capital, making it very suitable for the pawnbroking industry. It is better to pawn out those funds than let them sit idly at home. When the pawned items are redeemed, we would take a small profit. Su Xianming added, do not underestimate this profit, but accumulates, and the profits can be quite staggering. As Su Xianming spoke more and more passionately, his words quickened. We could initially open the pawnbroking services to mortals and martial artists and later expand to cultivators as our family's strength grows and our reputation becomes established. We could even hold auctions like Xianbao Lu. Su Yang listened attentively, feeling greatly astonished. Initially, he only intended to assess his son's learning progress and see if he possessed excellent business acumen. However, he did not expect that Su Xianming not only had a keen business sense, but had also thoroughly researched business systems and integrated them together. The integration of shops, caravans, and trading houses. Shops at fixed locations would purchase and sell goods, while caravans would travel to various places to negotiate trade routes and earn price differentials. The pawn shop would serve as a financial reservoir to supply funds. Such a business model had never appeared in Qingyuan County and Guangling County. However, similar chamber of commerce models existed in some immortal cities and cultivation marketplaces. Although Su Xianming had never seen it, his ability to propose such a business model undoubtedly confirmed his extraordinary talent for commerce. Father, if the Su family establishes a chamber of commerce, we can no longer rely on the Immortal Treasure Pavilion for the materials for pills and talismans, as they could manipulate us on pricing at any time. Su Xianming noticed Su Yang had been silent for a long time and thought he had said something wrong, so he added softly, your concerns are valid. If the Su family opens a chamber of commerce, we must address the issue of materials, and the caravan you mentioned earlier is just what we need to solve that problem. Su Yang took a deep breath, seriously contemplating the plan for the chamber of commerce. The easiest place to obtain materials for cultivation arts is actually in the cultivation marketplace. As long as we establish a trade route with the marketplace and reach a long-term cooperation, we can help the Su family Chamber of Commerce gain a foothold in Qingyuan County. I will refine a youth-preserving pill later to raise the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce. Su Yang paused and said with a serious expression, however, before that we must face two issues. First, only cultivators can enter the cultivation marketplace. If we establish a trade route, you will need to represent the Su family and frequently enter and exit the marketplace. Secondly, there is the issue of the chamber's safety, which requires constant vigilance against bandit cultivators. The Su family has many warriors, but certain methods of bandit cultivators can only be countered by cultivators. The Su family needs to recruit cultivators or have you personally stationed there. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanming's expression grew serious. It is easy to make money but difficult to keep it, and this is the greatest challenge the Su family currently faces. Indeed, he had not thought things through enough, focusing solely on ways to earn money while neglecting how to safeguard their wealth. My brother and I will diligently practice to enhance our cultivation, striving to become the pillars of the family as soon as possible. Su Xuanming's voice was resolute. Su Yang chuckled softly. You just need to continue your training without pressure. Family development requires time, and it's not yet your moment to protect the family. Right now, it is father who protects the family. In the future, it will be your turn to protect it. Both sons were eager to take over family affairs, which was a good thing. Su Yang would not discourage them because of their age and lack of cultivation. Instead, he would provide them with more opportunities for growth. Since you wish to contribute, you will be responsible for finding business talents within the family. You will jointly prepare the Chamber of Commerce, and we shall name it Su's Chamber of Commerce. In due time, I will take you to the cultivation marketplace. Yes, Xianming will not fail to live up to father's expectations. Su Xianming was excited. His business plan received his father's approval, and he would gradually bring it to fruition. He could finally contribute to the family. 1 month later, Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei sat in front of the alchemy furnace with fierce flames burning and releasing astonishing heat. The two synchronized their hand seals, firmly locking the temperature inside the furnace. Su Yang increased his spiritual energy output to control the furnace's fire intensity, while Qin Jiangmei seized the right moment to successively toss in the spiritual herbs, finishing with an immortal gold peach. Both swallowed a concentrating pill and once again infused their spiritual energy together. The intense flames engulfed the immortal gold peach and various spiritual herbs as they melded together into liquid. The hand seals changed once again, and Su Yang took full control of the pill condensing process. Qin Jiangmai's eyes were fixed intently on the inside of the furnace, her jade-like hands instinctively clenched. They had already failed multiple times. If they failed again, they would truly have no alternative. Second-tier pills consumed too much spiritual energy, and even a slight fluctuation in spiritual energy could lead to overheating or insufficient heat, resulting in a failed alchemy. This time, their combined efforts in alchemy were seamless. Whether in controlling spiritual energy or in the smooth transfer of steps, it was as if they were one. The pill liquid rapidly condensed into a sphere, accompanied by a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Qin Jiangmei held her breath, her heartbeat quickening. Finally, the alchemical flames extinguished, and the overwhelming fragrance caused both of them to shudder. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, and smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. We did it, the youth-preserving pill. Su Yang sighed in relief as he opened the furnace to retrieve the pills, revealing 10 complete pills before his eyes. 3 top-grade and 7 mid-grade. The first pill creation yielded 3 top-grade pills. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. Wife, let us maintain our youth together. Su Yang grinned, handing one of the top-grade youth-preserving pills to Qin Jiangmei. The top-grade youth-preserving pill could preserve youth indefinitely, while the mid-grade and low-grade had a time limitation. Thus, the value of the top-grade youth-preserving pill was 1,000 times greater than that of the mid-grade and low-grade pills. Qin Jiangmei took the pill, but hesitated to consume it, gazing at Su Yang with soft eyes. How about? No need. Since we can refine the pill once, we can refine it a second time. We will have a continuous source of wealth. Su Yang chuckled softly, unabashedly, pulling his wife into his embrace, his fingertips gently touching the top-grade youth-preserving pill as he lightly pressed it against her lips. Qin Jiangmai's eyes sparkled, playfully shooting him a glance, yet obediently opened her mouth to take the pill. She then picked up her own, the warmth of her fingers tenderly bringing it to Su Yang's lips. The two consumed the youth-preserving pills together, feeling a gentle warmth rising on their skin. Qin Jiangmei was in her early 20s, the prime of a woman's beauty, with every smile and frown exuding an effortless, mature charm, her eyes sparkling like autumn water, radiating a serene elegance. The youth-preserving pill did not alter her features, but her skin became even more luminous and jade-like, adding a few more layers of a creamy glow. In contrast, Su Yang's changes were more pronounced. Though cultivators could prolong life and slow the aging process, the 41-year-old Su Yang's appearance was already caught between youth and middle age. He had shed youthful naivete, gaining a touch of middle-aged stability. The effect of the youth-preserving pill felt like the waters of time, quietly reversing for him, brushing away the frost left by the years. The mature sense of stability remained, but the earlier subtle traces of middle age had nearly vanished. At first glance, he appeared to be a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes. However, the wisdom and composure that lay deep in his profound gaze were untouched by this youthful facade. As the couple stepped out of the alchemy room, Su Xianjing and Xiao Mei in the courtyard could not help but exclaim in surprise. Qin Jiangmei looked fine, and she was already youthful and beautiful, making it hard to notice the changes at first glance. Su Yang, however, had returned to his youthful appearance, and the change in his aura was too obvious. "Congratulations, master. Congratulations, madam." Xiao Mei quickly stepped forward to congratulate, her eyes filled with envy. Su Yang smiled at Xiao Mei, using his spiritual energy to levitate a low-grade youth-preserving pill into her hand. "Master, what is this?" Xiao Mei asked in confusion. "A youth-preserving pill, a gift for you. It's just a low-grade one, so don't be picky." "Off." Xiao Mei's hands trembled, feeling as if she were holding a hot potato, almost unable to steady it. Though she was merely immortal after years of exposure to the Su family, she had a clear understanding of the prices of elixirs. The youth-retaining pill was priced on the market, yet hard to come by. Even a low-grade one was something too extravagant for a lowly maid like her to enjoy. Xiao Mei's expression was a mixture of tears and laughter, her pleading gaze directed towards Madame. Qin Jiangmei covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, casting a look of agreement her way. Xiao Mei accepted. "After all these years with the Su family, I have yet to give you a gift. It's just a low-grade youth-retaining pill. I will give you a high-grade one in the future." "This?" Xiao Mei was taken aback, her excitement rendering her speechless. "Thank you, madam. Xiao Mei will definitely do her utmost to care for the Su family and will never betray them. If I do, may heaven strike me down." She swore every oath she could think of, struggling to express her absolute loyalty and gratitude. Su Yang smiled and nodded. He had seen Xiao Mei's contributions over the years. This girl had served beside Qin Jiangmei since childhood and even accompanied her as a maid for Su Yang, becoming a concubine maid. She was a servant who could be fully trusted. Su Yang had considered whether to let Xiao Mei embark on the path of immortality to remain by Qin Jiangmei's side for a longer duration. However, when he brought up the matter, Qin Jiangmei rejected it. The reason was simple: Xiao Mei had no aspiration for the Tao, and stepping onto the path of immortality might not be a good thing for her. Qin Jiangmei understood Xiao Mei better than Su Yang did, so he did not press the matter further. He later observed Xiao Mei and found her mindset to be content with her current situation, showing no ambition. Such individuals were more suited to live a peaceful life rather than navigate the treachery of the immortal realm. Forcing someone who preferred stability to enter the world of cultivation could lead to an even earlier demise than that of a mortal. Then Su Yang instructed Xiao Mei to summon Su Xuanheng and Su Xianming. He activated the isolation formation of the inner courtyard and said to everyone, "I am taking Xianming to the immortal cultivation market, and the round trip will require a month. For the time being, you all must guard the family well." "The immortal cultivation market?" Su Xuanheng exclaimed with delight. "Father, I want to go with you." "No," Su Yang directly denied. "You must stay here to guard the family, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Su Xuanheng was already a congenital martial artist and had mastered cultivation techniques capable of holding his own even against those in the midstage of qi refinement. It was precisely because he was present that Su Yang felt secure enough to venture to the immortal cultivation market. "But father, why can Xianming go? The journey is long, as shouldn't you take me, who is stronger?" Su Xuanheng asked in confusion. "I am taking Xianming to the immortal cultivation market to help him learn the business strategies of immortal families, while also establishing trade routes between the Su family and the market." Su Yang patted his eldest son's shoulder. "Don't worry, once the trade route is established, the Su family will regularly visit the market, and you will both have the chance to experience its wonders." Su Xuanheng did not understand much about business models, but he understood that he would also be able to go to the market after a while, so he nodded and agreed, no longer insisting on accompanying them. Su Yang looked towards Qin Jiangmei and his daughter Su Xuanjing, smiling gently as he said, "Xianjing will be able to consolidate her true spiritual root next month. I may not be able to return in time, so dear, you will have to help Xianjing complete it." Su Yang openly spoke of the family's greatest secret in front of Su Xuanjing, thinking that a month's time was not too long. Over the years, the Su family had earned a lot of money continually upgrading the 5 elemental materials they purchased, which further reduced the time required for Su Xianjing to consolidate her true spiritual root. Next month, Su Xianjing would be able to consolidate her true spiritual root and embark on the path of cultivation. In the future, the time for the Su family's descendants to consolidate their true spiritual roots would only become shorter. True spiritual root. So the method we practice can consolidate spiritual roots. Eldest brother and second brother are already cultivators. Upon hearing this, Su Xianjing immediately reacted. She had long suspected that this method of cultivation hid a secret, as she experienced some special changes in her body every time she practiced it. But no matter how she examined it, she could not find the reason. Who would have thought that this was a method that could consolidate spiritual roots? So mother, eldest brother, and second brother are all cultivators, right? The changes happening to you are because you have become cultivators. Su Xianjing exclaimed loudly, looking as if she had discovered a new world. Fortunately, Su Yang had activated the isolation formation beforehand, or otherwise with her voice the people in the outer courtyard of the Su family would have heard everything clearly. You all kept this from me for so long. Su Xianjing puffed her cheeks, stamping her feet in anger. Su Yang and the others could only smile helplessly while Qin Jiangmei pulled her daughter into her arms and comforted her softly. Will little brother also be kept in the dark in the future? Can we quietly watch him remain oblivious and then suddenly reveal the truth one day, seeing his shocked expression? Su Xianjing asked excitedly, her mind bursting with mischief. Su Yang looked at his daughter with a strange expression, then shifted his gaze to his wife, as if to say, your daughter is so silly. Qin Jiangmei shot him a glare, rubbing her daughter's little head, and spoke softly. Jing, or have you forgotten? Xianxiao was born with a mixed spiritual root. Though he can also cultivate and consolidate a true spiritual root, he was able to cultivate immortality from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into silence. Su Xuanjing's little face flushed red, as she had completely forgotten about this. Su Xianming struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking his body until he received a stern warning glare from his mother, after which he finally calmed down. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, taking the initiative to change the subject to avoid his daughter feeling embarrassed. Xuanheng, while I am away, you must take good care of your sister. I will. Su Xuanheng nodded earnestly, not mocking his silly little sister. In his eyes, such a sister was adorable. Unlike Xuanming, who was too mature for his age and always acted like an adult, making him not cute at all. Although Su Yang thought his daughter was a bit silly, this was the mindset of a normal child. His eldest and second sons were too mature, resulting in fewer amusing incidents. Su Yang handed the newly refined batch of mid-grade talismans to Qin Jiangmei and cautioned, recently the Drunken Immortal Tower and the Golden Knight Tower have had conflicts of interest. Last time the Liang family and the Wang family came to me for talks, but parted ways unhappily. If a conflict arises, the Su family will prioritize stability. If the other party provokes us, we must assess the power disparity between both sides. Once we take action, we must strike with overwhelming force. Qin Jiangmei nodded slightly. I understand what you mean, husband. The Su family does not initiate trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. After arranging matters at home, Su Yang packed lightly and set off with Su Xianming for the Immortal cultivation market. His departure this time did not attract any attention. Everyone tacitly accepted that Su Yang would not be leaving Qingyuan County for an extended period. After all, the Su family was at the peak of its development, and as the only two cultivators in the family, Su Yang should be overseeing the family during this tumultuous time. Going out might not mean leaving you, perhaps it was just a fishing expedition. As the Su family continued to grow stronger, various major factions gradually developed a wariness towards them, becoming hesitant to act recklessly. Qingyuan County Drunken Immortal Tower. Once the most prosperous tavern, it now appears tranquil. Though the daily profits are still decent, if it weren't for the emergence of the Golden Knight Tower, Drunken Immortal Tower would surely maintain its former popularity. Today, Liang Heng hosted a gathering, bringing along 3 to 5 friends into the tavern, sharing laughter and animated discussions about their martial arts progress. Among them, one figure appeared particularly youthful, somewhat out of place among the rugged group, yet no one dared to underestimate him. This was Su Xuanheng, the eldest son of the Su family. At merely 11 years old, he had already entered the innate warrior realm and was expected to achieve the master realm before adulthood. Xuanheng martial arts require a balance of relaxation and tension. Let's have a drink today to unwind, Liang Heng said, towering in stature. His physique appearance and even his laughter strikingly resembled his father Liang Xiao. One of the others immediately laughed and scolded, Go away, Xuanheng is still young. How can he touch alcohol? Oh, come on, martial artists don't have so many taboos. With Xuanheng's vigorous blood, we would likely be drunk before he even felt it. Liang Heng did not believe that Su Xuanheng could not handle alcohol. Martial artists have robust physiques that defy conventional judgments. Su Xuanheng calmly shook his head in refusal. He disliked the taste of alcohol and was only here to exchange martial arts insights. As the group chatted, they walked into the Drunken Immortal Tower. A foul odor wafted in, causing Liang Heng and his companions to frown immediately. As the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower, to smell such a stench in his own tavern was a slap in the face. Liang Heng felt utterly humiliated. Looking around, he saw a group of ragged beggars, filthy hands desecrating the exquisite delicacies on the table, pouring fine wine as if they were drinking water. They were eating without any semblance of decorum, and the stench emanating from their bodies drove away the wealthy patrons who might have wanted to enter. What the hell is going on here? Shopkeeper. Waiter. Come here. Liang Heng glared, angrily summoning the tavern's manager. Su Xuanheng remained silent, ignoring the beggars on the first floor, and looked up towards the second-floor corridor. Oh, it turns out young Master Liang and young Master Su have arrived. The manager of Drunken Immortal Tower hurriedly approached, sweating profusely. Tell me what is happening here. Why are there beggars all over Drunken Immortal Tower? If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, you can wait to die. Liang Heng slapped the manager, knocking him to the ground. Young master, this is not my fault. It's the people from the Golden Knight Tower. The manager's face was swollen, quickly getting up, afraid to show his anger. He hurriedly explained, the consumption rule at Drunken Immortal Tower is to use spirit crystals, and thus the people from Golden Knight Tower invited these beggars here. I truly had no idea how to deal with this situation. What? The people from Golden Knight Tower? Upon hearing this, Liang Heng's anger surged. Where are they? How dare they cause trouble in my Drunken Immortal Tower? Are they tired of living? They haven't even resorted to underhanded means yet, and they have already struck first. Truly extraordinary. If they want to fight, let's give them one. Do they really think the 5 great families of Qingyuan are pushovers? Liang, go calm down. This might be a trap. Su Xuanheng could not help but remind him. He had already sensed the people above, who, although they seemed weak, they were dressed luxuriously and had 2 innate warrior bodyguards behind them. From the astonished expressions of the others, it seemed they had not anticipated Liang Heng and the others would show up. However, Liang Heng did not care. He drew his long knife and threw the head of a beggar into the air. Blood splattered. Stop eating, you scum. Drunken Immortal Tower is not a place for lowly people like you. Get out of here. Liang Heng's face was ferocious, blood splattering over his clothes, making him look like a fierce demon. The beggars who had been feasting were so frightened they nearly choked, and they hurriedly scattered. As if feeling this was not enough, Liang Heng raised his knife again and killed another passing beggar. This scene made Su Xuanheng frown, shattering his perceptions of the children of noble families. These beggars were merely pawns used by someone. The real targets should be the ones upstairs. Yet Liang Heng did not take time to think of a strategy. Instead, he vented his anger on the beggars. It seemed the courtesy and warmth shown to him by the noble families were only due to their equal standing. If he were just an ordinary person, these noble heirs would regard his life as worthless as that of a beggar. Su Xuanheng pondered, deciding to watch the unfolding situation. He had already reminded Liang Heng, but the latter did not take it to heart, leaving him feeling powerless. Tisk, is this the hospitality of Drunken Immortal Tower? A handsome young man swayed a folding fan in his hand, slowly descending the stairs from the second floor. With a mocking expression, he looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and said, clearly this young master paid spirit crystals for these beggars. According to the rules, Drunken Immortal Tower should serve them properly. Yet it seems the rules of Drunken Immortal Tower are indeed as stated. Even if a commoner has spirit crystals, they are still not welcomed here and may even face the risk of death. Who would dare come to such a tavern? No wonder Drunken Immortal Tower's business has declined so much. Zheng Feng, a descendant of the Zheng family, an external clan. One of the families backing the Golden Knight Tower is indeed the Zheng family. The manager of Drunken Immortal Tower was about to speak, informing Liang Heng of the opponent's identity, when a loud shout interrupted him. Is it you, you little scoundrel, causing trouble in my Drunken Immortal Tower? This is Qingyuan. Even if you are a dragon from an external family, you must coil up. Liang Heng's aura erupted as he sternly shouted, kneel down and apologize now, and I might grant you a chance to live. Upon hearing this, those beside Liang Heng all changed their expressions slightly. Such a condition would be impossible for the opponent to accept, clearly indicating that a fight was about to break out. The group exchanged glances, finally directing their gaze at Su Xuanheng, inquiring whether he would lend a hand. Su Xuanheng's face darkened. He didn't know how to handle this situation. If only Xinming were here. Typically, drawing the sword in the face of an incomprehensible situation is never a mistake. But this was on their home turf, where they should have the advantage and numerous countermeasures available. To draw the sword first would undoubtedly be a poor choice, putting Drunken Immortal Tower in a passive position. Yet Liang Heng did not heed others' advice and directly stirred the situation into chaos. What kind of nonsense thinks I would kneel down? Zheng Feng's expression turned cold as he raised his hand, signaling his bodyguards to teach the other party a lesson. The moment the bodyguard drew his weapon, Liang Heng moved. Su Xuanheng raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding. Liang Heng was a fool who never thought ahead, while Zheng Feng was equally foolish, completely unaware of Liang Heng's strength. The clash occurred in the blink of an eye, with blades flashing and shadows crossing. The bodyguard's head flew into the air, his expression still bearing a hint of confusion and shock. Liang Heng, driven by bloodlust, closed the distance to Zheng Feng in just a few steps. Another bodyguard's pupils constricted, the blade barely unsheathed. With a thud, the sound of the knife slicing through flesh echoed. Turning around, he realized the young master he was supposed to protect had already been decapitated. It's over. Everyone present, including Su Xuanheng, was taken aback, never expecting Liang Heng to directly kill the opponent. They were even more astonished that Zheng Feng's bodyguard was so weak, daring to cause trouble in drunken Immortal Tower. What difference was there from sending one's head to the guillotine? No, the real reason was that Zheng Feng had never anticipated that coming to cause trouble would coincidentally meet the owner of drunken Immortal Tower, let alone that Liang Heng happened to be a formidable, yet mindless innate perfect warrior. The manager knelt on the spot. His face was pale, devoid of blood, and he trembled as he said, "Young master, you've caused a great disaster. Did you kill someone from the Zheng family?" Upon hearing his son's account, Liang Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. This is trouble. It seems that offending just one Zheng family member actually angers all the forces behind the Jinxiao Tower. Facing only the Zheng family, they were indeed unafraid, but when faced with multiple families joining forces, the Liang family had no chance of winning. It was the Zheng family who provoked and attacked first. Everyone present saw it. Moreover, the Zheng family used despicable tactics at Maizue Xianlu, and if they were killed, they could only suffer in silence. Liang Heng had an indifferent attitude. After all, from any perspective, they were in the right, and he did not believe he was at fault. Even if the Zheng family declares war unreasonably, the Liang family is not afraid of them. They are just an outsider family, without even a master-level expert. With that said, Liang Heng disdainfully curled his lips. With his perfect innate realm strength, he was invincible below the master level, easily slaying the two innate warriors today as if killing chickens. Today he exhibited his overwhelming power, shocking everyone present. That feeling was exhilarating. Liang Xiao, however, was troubled. He had trained his son to the perfect innate realm as a secret weapon for the family. As a result, Liang Heng, in a fit of passion, not only exposed his strength, but also killed a descendant of the Zheng family, offending all the forces behind the Jinxiao Tower. At this point, blaming anyone was useless. A way to resolve the Zheng family issue had to be found. Do we have to go to war? This was the result he had long wanted. He had always wanted to eliminate the hidden danger of the Jinxiao Tower, but for some reason, he felt uncertain. Someone, go inform the heads of the Wang and Su families to come. I have important matters to discuss with them. After weighing his options, Liang Xiao decided to invite Wang Songyue and Su Yang over to discuss how to deal with the Zheng family. Since they had offended them, they should directly eliminate the roots. The reason the Liang family could develop to this point was not only due to their ancestral martial arts inheritance, but also their decisive and ruthless nature. They annihilate their enemies with thunderous methods. In the main hall of the Su family, Liang Xiao's notification reached Qin Jiangmei. Su Yang was not present, so family affairs were naturally handled by her. Su Xuanheng had already returned home, informing her of everything that happened during the day. Thus, it was not hard to guess that the Liang family was discussing nothing more than teaming up to eliminate the Zheng family. "Mother, should we get involved with the Liang family's affairs?" Su Xuanheng asked softly in front of her mother. Qin Jiangmei sat gracefully in the main seat, holding a cup of health tea freshly brewed by Xiao Mei. After a moment's thought, she gently shook her head. "The Liang family's troubles are of their own making. Why should we get involved? Your father advised before leaving that the family's primary focus should be stable development, so we want to assist in this matter. But the conflict between the Liang and Zheng families is likely to escalate into a conflict between the forces of Zue, Xianlu, and Jinxiao Tower. If we do not help, I fear Jinxiao Tower may target the Su family later on." Su Xuanheng was not as astute as Su Xuanming, but he also had normal reasoning. At least when contemplating issues, he thought deeper than Liang Xiao and his son. Qin Jiangmei sipped her tea and said calmly, "Jinxiao Tower will definitely take action against the Su family, but the Su family's foundation must not be exposed. Taking the initiative to attack does not put us at an advantage. Staying at home allows us to control the formations, preventing the major families from coming and going." As she spoke, she chuckled lightly. Large families tend to have a common flaw. They look for reasons before taking action. They will not directly attack the Su family, but will first send someone to probe. What we need to do is wait. Wait for the other party to initiate an attack on the Su family, and then we will counterattack with overwhelming force, deterring all forces behind Jinxiao Tower, achieving a lasting resolution. Su Xuanheng was a bit bewildered after hearing this. Why did her mother's speaking style suddenly resemble her father's, leaving her feeling confused as though she understood, yet did not? "You," Qin Jiangmei smiled, gently ruffling her child's hair, "don't think too much. I will send someone to the Liang family to convey the Su family's refusal. You should go back and get some sleep." Ruffling her hair and telling her to sleep. Her parents were indeed a couple, their words and actions so alike. Su Xuanheng pondered, feeling helpless, but had to comply. Then Qin Jiangmei called Luo Qian over. After briefly explaining the situation, she instructed, "You send someone to the Liang family, be respectful. After all, it is a refusal to cooperate. and we must at least maintain appearances. Understood. I happen to be free and can go in person. Alright, I appreciate you making the trip. It's no trouble, it's part of my duty. Luo Qian spoke succinctly and then cupped his fists to take his leave. Even when facing the seemingly weak Qin Jiangmei, he maintained a respectful demeanor, not daring to show any contempt. The Su family had treated him very well over the years, even to the extent of greatly relying on him. However, he was well aware of the reason for this reliance. His ability was only one aspect, and more importantly, his attitude pleased the Su family. Luo Qian walked out of the Su family compound, heading down the street towards the Liang family. The evening wind was icy and biting, carrying a sense of foreboding. At this hour, although there were few people on the streets, it should not be as desolate as it was today. The lights in the houses were dimmer than usual, leading to the surrounding roads being dark and quiet. Luo Qian's gaze narrowed slightly as his divine sense swept across a white-haired old man standing in a dark corner ahead. Upon closer inspection, one could see a subtle glow emanating from his skin. The entry of the refining aura. This is the symbol of a martial arts master. Luo Qian's expression changed slightly. He placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. Why are you blocking the way? Little friend, you misunderstand. The white-haired old man's voice was hoarse and his laughter was strange. I am just handling family matters. I am afraid passers-by might get caught up in it, so I am standing here. Rest assured it will end after tonight. You are from the Zheng family. Luo Qian's expression turned vigilant, instantly realizing that the Liang family was in trouble. The Liang family was still plotting to eliminate the Zheng family, yet unexpectedly, the Zheng family took action that very night. Hiring a martial arts master to block the way, truly a grand gesture. What if I insist on passing? I advise you to cherish your life. The white-haired old man chuckled ominously, clearly not taking Luo Qian seriously. Luo Qian stood still, not daring to act rashly, and could only extend his divine sense towards the Liang family not far away. Faint sounds of fighting cries for help and wails emanated from within the Liang family. Yet the surrounding area had long been surrounded and cleared by martial artists, forming an impenetrable net. I must report this matter to the lady. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Qian made his decision. He had come to the Liang family with the intention of refusing cooperation. If he forcefully breached the defenses now, regardless of whether he could succeed, this action would lead the Zheng family to interpret it as the Su family collaborating with the Liang family, which was contrary to the Su family strategy. Luo Qian decisively turned back towards the Su family, causing the white-haired old man blocking the way to be taken aback. This was not what he had expected. Should we kill this person? Letting him go may draw the Su family's rescue. A figure suddenly appeared beside the old man, asking in a low voice. The white-haired old man chuckled and replied hoarsely, "Isn't that just fine? Eliminating two families at once will save a lot of effort." The figure raised the corners of his mouth slightly at these words. It must be that Zheng Lao has thought this through. I now rather look forward to the scene of the Su family sending someone here. The night was thick and the evening wind was cool. In the silent alley at midnight, the shadowy laughter of the two men echoed. The two men with sinister smiles were destined for self-entertainment. Until the Zheng family finished their business, old Zheng had yet to see Luo Qian return, nor any support from the Su family. He couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy and eventually left in boredom. It wasn't until the next morning that Luo Qian reappeared on the street, free from the Zheng family's master's obstruction, and made his way towards the Liang family without hindrance. On the way, Luo Qian learned of the Liang family's fate from the discussions of those around him. From a distance of 100 meters, he could already smell the strong scent of blood, and the yard of the Liang family was surrounded by people. Luo Qian saw the pale-faced Master Wang of the Wang family, the frowning county magistrate Wang, and the expressionless Great Wei envoy Zhang Xian. Corpses were being carried out from the yard, some with slit throats, others missing arms and legs, meeting a tragic end. In a single night, the entire Liang family was obliterated. Not a single member was left, and there was not even anyone to mourn for the Liang family. Those related by marriage did not dare to show their faces. When Liang Shao's body was carried out, Wang Songyue clenched his fists so tightly that they sank into his flesh. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, and let out a heavy sigh. County Magistrate Wang, Lord Zhang, this must be the doing of the Zheng family. I implore you both, considering the Liang family was once one of the 5 great families of Qingyuan, to bring justice for the Liang family. Wang Songyue bowed to the two men, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of those around. This was a form of pressure aimed directly at them, specifically invoking the name of the 5 great families in hopes of garnering sympathy. With the Liang family gone, the next to fall would be the Wang family and the Su family. A wave of despair washed over Wang Songyue. He had never thought things would come to this. That fool Liang Heng actually killed a descendant of the Zheng family at the drunken Immortal Tower. It was bad enough that the Liang family was implicated, but he dragged the entire drunken Immortal Tower down with him. Clearly, he only needed to endure a little longer, find an opportunity to eliminate his opponent, which would not only relieve his grievances, but also leave no handles for the Zheng family to seek revenge. Yet Liang Heng, being a fool, managed to choose the worst course of action among various advantageous options. Zhang Xian, who was being pressured, frowned slightly, but remained silent. He was an envoy from the Great Way and also a celestial official of Qingyuan, but he didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters. After all, regardless of the outcome, new families would always rise to fill the tax void left by the fallen ones. To him, as long as the taxes were sufficient each year and it did not affect his future, that was all that mattered. However, County Magistrate Wang could not withstand the pressure and could only respond, "The government will thoroughly investigate the Liang family's matter. Everyone should disperse to avoid interfering with the collection of evidence by the authorities." Upon hearing this, Wang Songyue felt even colder inside. Such ambiguous bureaucratic language indicated that the authorities would treat the issue with indifference. They were unwilling to bear the pressure from multiple families over a fallen Liang family. County Magistrate Wang was just a minor official and could not manage these family conflicts. Meanwhile, the powerful envoy from the Great Way showed no regard for the lives of mortals, fully displaying the coldness characteristic of cultivators. Is the government's intention to have the Wang family and the Su family perish alongside the Liang family? Wang Songyue said with a frosty expression. County Magistrate Wang's face turned awkward as he feigned ignorance. What does the master of the Wang family mean by this? What does the Liang family's destruction have to do with the Wang family and the Su family? Zhang Xian could not tolerate Wang Songyue's repeated provocations and coldly snorted. Does the master of the Wang family intend to teach the Great Way how to manage matters? Suddenly, a wave of spiritual pressure was unleashed like an invisible heavy hammer, striking Wang Songyue, bending his spine and forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. I dare not. Fear gripped Wang Songyue, and he did not dare to raise his head. I have offended you. I shall take my leave now, he said, turning to leave, his face even paler than before. Luo Qian, who had been observing from behind, also left the scene. Not long after stepping out of the crowd, he saw Wang Songyue leaning against the wall, pulling out a Qing Yuan Dan from his pocket and swallowing it, his pale face regaining some color. The two exchanged glances and silently headed towards the Su family. Upon arriving at the Su family, Wang Songyue expressed his wish to see Su Yang, but the person waiting for him in the main hall was Qin Jiangmei. Where is the master of the Su family? Why has he not come? Seeing that the visitor was a woman, a look of confusion appeared in Wang Songyue's eyes. My husband left Qingyuan County some time ago, and I am temporarily in charge of the family affairs, Qin Jiangmei said calmly. What? Wang Songyue exclaimed in shock. The master of the Su family hasn't returned yet. At such a critical moment, he is still running around. This is a time of survival for both our families. The master of the Su family is being foolish. He admired Su Yang's alchemy and business acumen, but he clearly lacked experience in family management. How could a family sustain steady development while its leader was absent? A slight misstep could lead to everything being lost. Just like the current situation, the family forces of the Jinshao Tower would soon target the Wang family and the Su family. With Su Yang absent from the family, it was akin to handing the family over without resistance. Wait, the master of the Su family has managed to develop the family to such a scale. How could he be so foolish? Could it be that he had foreseen today's predicament and left Qingyuan County in advance? Thinking this, Wang Songyue suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot. Did the master of the Su family leave alone, or did he take others with him? Qin Jiangmei looked at him, strangely unsure why he was asking this, and replied, he took the second young master of the family with him. So it was. Wang Songyue immediately concluded that Su Yang was running away. He took away the most promising heir of the family to establish a new one elsewhere. The remaining members of the Qingyuan Su family, including his wife, had all been abandoned. People often said that cultivators were indifferent. It seemed that the saying was not unfounded. Wang Songyue looked at Qin Jiangmei with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. At the same time, a thought of fleeing emerged in his mind. Madame Su, the Liang family was destroyed last night. The drunken Immortal Tower can no longer continue operations. Wang Songyue sighed. The Wang family plans to relinquish its share in the partnership. From now on, whether the drunken Immortal Tower continues or not will be entirely up to the Su family. He did not intend to accept any money for the transfer of the share. The Wang family had only provided a recipe for a celestial delicacy and management labor. Having received profits from the drunken Immortal Tower for so many years, he couldn't bring himself to demand it now. Qin Jiangmei was astonished. Her husband had merely taken their son to the cultivation market, yet the impact on the Wang family was so great that they were willing to give up their share of the drunken Immortal Tower. She vaguely remembered her husband mentioning that the master of the Wang family was an imaginative person. She wondered what he was imagining now. Nevertheless, relinquishing the share of the drunken Immortal Tower was indeed beneficial for the Su family, as it would now fully become a Su family enterprise. It truly was an unexpected delight. Qin Jiangmei nodded slightly and said, "Since the master of the Wang family has made a decision, then so be it. The drunken Immortal Tower will be taken over by my Su family. Does the master of the Wang family have any other matters?" "Nothing more." Wang Songyue shook his head and sighed again. He had originally intended to discuss countermeasures with Su Yang, but since Su Yang had directly abandoned the family and fled, he no longer found it necessary to stay. Wang Songyue left very decisively, not mentioning a word about the Zheng family. As soon as he left, Luo Qian entered the main hall to report what he had seen and heard at the Liang family. Qin Jiangmei was even more puzzled after listening. The master of the Wang family should have come to seek help. Why did he not mention this matter after meeting her? Could it be that her husband was away and he thought the Su family was doomed? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiangmei reminded Luo Qian, "Increase the patrols within the family territory, remain highly vigilant against intruders," and she paused, recalling the name of a talent that Su Xueming had mentioned to her. "Have Jia bring people to take over the drunken Immortal Tower and hold a reopening ceremony inviting all the nobility and families of Qingyuan County." With the Liang family's destruction, the Su family was not only not avoiding the Zheng family spotlight, but was also planning a grand reopening of the drunken Immortal Tower. This was to showcase the family's confidence and warn the forces of the Jinshao Tower not to act recklessly. The drunken Immortal Pavilion reopened, and the scene was bustling with voices. Apart from the invited noble families, many curious onlookers were also drawn in. Since the emergence of the Golden Knight Pavilion, the drunken Immortal Pavilion had not seen such a lively scene. Many people were puzzled as to why the drunken Immortal Pavilion chose to reopen. After some inquiries, they learned that it was because the Liang family had been destroyed. The Wang family had voluntarily withdrawn, and thus the drunken Immortal Pavilion had become the property of the Su family. "I can't believe the Su family is willing to continue managing the drunken Immortal Pavilion. You must know that the emergence of the Golden Knight Pavilion has taken away a large portion of their business. I have little faith in the future of the drunken Immortal Pavilion. You underestimate the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Even though a significant part of their business has been taken away, their profits still exceed those of most taverns. Since the Su family has chosen to reopen, there must be something new to look forward to." The common people were abuzz with discussion, and as the Su family members appeared, everyone turned to look. The leading figure left the crowd in astonishment. The head of the Su family, Su Yang, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a graceful and elegant young woman appeared, followed by a group of formidable warriors. Especially the youthful boy who exuded an aura of an innate warrior. Few in Qingyuan County had seen Qin Jiangmei, but many were familiar with Su Xuaning. Through the positioning of the two, the noble families immediately guessed the identity of the leading woman, Madame Su. No one expected Madame Su to be so young and beautiful, exuding an air of grace and nobility. The nobles had seen many beauties, but for some reason they felt that Qin Jiangmei possessed a unique charm entirely different from those they had encountered before. A few onlooking cultivators appeared contemplative. They attempted to probe with their divine sense, but encountered a barrier, receiving a warning from Luo Qian, forcing them to withdraw their divine sense helplessly. "Thank you all for attending the reopening ceremony of the drunken Immortal Pavilion. I am the manager, Jia." Just as everyone thought Qin Jiangmei had come to preside over the ceremony, a handsome young man stepped forward to host the event. This person was a business talent unearthed by Su Xianming when establishing the Su Business Association. Qin Jiangmei originally intended for Luo Qian to take up the role of manager. However, Luo Qian was juggling too many responsibilities, and over time his power became too heavy, which was not beneficial for the family's development. Thus, she recalled that there was also Jia in the family. Jia was originally the heir of a tavern in Guangling County, but after the fall of Guangling County, he sought refuge with the Su family, becoming an unremarkable accountant within the family. To assemble a base for the business association, Su Xianming devised a set of examination papers. Jia impressed him with a perfect score. The tall figure of the young man strode confidently, his clear and steady voice resonating throughout the venue. Facing the gathering of nobles, Jia orchestrated the ceremony with grace, ensuring everything ran smoothly. Guests raised their glasses to drink, laughter filled the air, and the drunken Immortal Pavilion was once again alive with revelry reminiscent of its former glory. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a loud laugh echoed from the entrance. "Huh, what a lively scene. The drunken Immortal Pavilion has reopened, yet we the Zheng family were not invited." Everyone turned to look and saw several figures dressed in luxurious clothing, their expressions haughty, appearing at the doorway. The leading figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like lightning, followed by subordinates, each exuding a fierce aura, clearly indicating that the newcomers were not friendly guests. The originally jubilant atmosphere fell silent instantly, and all eyes focused on the uninvited guests from the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Fufeng. The nobles present immediately recognized the identities of the newcomers, and their expressions changed dramatically. There was no one who was unaware of the relations between the Zheng family, Liang family, and the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Zheng Fufeng, standing tall, looked at Qin Jiangmei with a smile. Jia was about to speak, but Qin Jiangmei raised her hand, signaling him to step back. She remained elegantly seated, calmly responding, "Wasn't the Su family also not invited during the opening of the Golden Knight Pavilion? Why must the Zheng family act so pretentiously, deliberately coming here to stir trouble? Madame Su misunderstands. When the Zheng family first arrived, how could we have known there was a Su family in Qingyuan County? I sincerely apologize." Zheng Fufeng's tone dripped with sarcasm, mocking the Su family for not being regarded by the Zheng family back then. Qin Jiangmei remained composed, replying, "So what? Are you here to show off? That's not all." Zheng Fufeng's smile remained, but his tone turned cold. "One of my Zheng family's descendants died in your drunken Immortal Pavilion, and since your Su family is the owner of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, I, Zheng, have come to seek justice from Madame Su." At these words, the guests drew in a sharp breath. No one expected the Zheng family to be so shameless, forcibly placing the blame on the Su family, intending to create a conflict. Even the invited county magistrate Wang could not stand it, wanting to intervene, but his authority could not intimidate such a powerful family, and he could only sigh helplessly. What surprised him was that Qin Jiangmei, being merely a woman, remained remarkably composed at this moment. "What you say, Zheng family head, is rather laughable." Qin Jiangmei said lightly, "The one who killed your Zheng family descendant was the Liang family, and hasn't the Liang family been destroyed by you already? What does this have to do with my Su family?" "Huh." Zheng Fufeng laughed heartily. "Your son Su Xuanheng was also present at the time. If he did not intervene, he is an accomplice. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Spare me the grand excuses, they are truly uninteresting to hear." Qin Jiangmei's gaze turned icy as she coldly said, "Luo, Qian, see them off." As soon as her words fell, Luo Qian moved like a ghost. His surrounding aura and spiritual power erupted with a bang, and the long knife, enveloped in dazzling cold light, tore through the air. With a single slash, the blade's light surged like a raging tide, causing the beams of the drunken Immortal Pavilion to tremble violently. Zheng Fufeng's 3 guards' faces changed drastically as they immediately drew their swords to block. Boom. In the explosive sound of the collision between the two forces, the 3 guards' palms instantly shattered, blood spraying as they stumbled back, overturning the nearby tables, and the sounds of broken dishes mixed with the guests' gasps. One slash ended, and the second slash followed like a fierce wind. Zheng Fufeng's pupils constricted as he shouted. The innate aura suddenly erupted, forming a crimson barrier to protect himself, barely blocking Luo Qian's second strike. As the barrier of spiritual energy trembled violently, a bright sword light suddenly appeared. Su Xuanheng, who had been standing beside his mother, finally made his move. The long sword in his hand shot out like a white rainbow, piercing the sun. In the moment the sword edge cut through the air, the fierce sword light perfectly intertwined with Luo Qian's blade light, merging into a torrent of gold and silver that poured down. Crack! In an instant, Zheng Fufeng's protective aura shattered like glass. He grunted, and his entire being was hurled away by the immense force, his luxurious clothing torn, blood spraying into the air, and he ultimately crashed heavily outside the door of the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Falling to the street in full view, he looked disheveled and embarrassed. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. Qin Jiangmei sat calmly in her main seat, gently sipping tea, seemingly unfazed by the chaos unfolding before her. Su Xuanheng slowly sheathed his sword, his youthful face cold as ice. Zheng Fufeng, as the head of the family, is well known for his strength. Even if he hasn't reached the peak of the innate realm, he stands out among his peers and is on the verge of touching the threshold of a grandmaster. The martial artists he brought along are equally formidable, otherwise they wouldn't dare cause trouble so recklessly. Yet the Su family, with just one strike, toppled Zheng family's warriors. With a sword and a knife, Zheng Fufeng was sent flying like a dead dog, leaving the guests present dumbfounded. Zheng Fufeng himself didn't expect such an outcome. In his expectations, all he needed to do was spoil the opening ceremony and establish a hostile relationship to withdraw gracefully. He had specially investigated the Su family beforehand, and the strongest member, Su Yang, was absent from Qingyuan County, leaving only Luo Qian with a group of innate martial artists to hold the fort. As an innate martial artist himself, Zheng Fufeng had confidence in retreating unscathed, no matter how strong Luo Qian and the others were. But who could have expected that Qin Jiangmei would act so unpredictably and send people to attack without hesitation? Caught off guard, 3 of Zheng family's innate martial artists instantly lost their combat capability. Zheng Fufeng managed to fend off Luo Qian's attack with his own formidable strength, only to be ambushed by Su Xuanheng, who followed up decisively. This ultimately led to his downfall. "I've embarrassed myself greatly this time." Zhang Fufeng's face turned dark, his internal energy roiling like a raging sea, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Being thrown out of the drunken Immortal building left him humiliated. However, the conflict between both sides had successfully escalated, and he had at least partially achieved his objective. Su family, just wait. A murderous intent surged on Zhang Fufeng's face as he turned and left without a second thought, disregarding the Zhang family's warriors still lying in the drunken Immortal building. Moments later, several Zhang family warriors were tossed out like trash by the Su family. The Zhang family members waiting outside wore expressions akin to having eaten a dead fly, quickly picking up their companions and leaving in disgrace. The lively atmosphere of the drunken Immortal building was soon restored. Fine wines and delicious delicacies filled the air with laughter and song, but everyone's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Jiangmei suddenly stood up, drawing the attention of the guests who wanted to hear what this Madame Su had to say. Could it be that she wanted them to support the drunken Immortal building with some trivial nonsense? That would be far too boring. Realistically speaking, who would support without any interest at stake? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Jiangmei gently raised her hand, revealing a bottle of elixir that had appeared in her palm, without anyone noticing. The exquisite porcelain bottle was a common sight. Yet her next words sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Ladies and gentlemen, the drunken Immortal building managed by the Su family will not only maintain its existing celestial delicacies and martial arts pills, but will also periodically introduce new pills for auction. For example, this pill in my hand is a second-tier elixir refined newly by my husband. Youth-preserving pill. Youth? What? Youth-preserving pill. An old man with white hair hidden in the crowd suddenly jumped up, urgently asking, Madame Su, are you not joking? Is it really the legendary youth-preserving pill? Indeed. This pill is a low-grade youth-preserving pill that can maintain one's youthful appearance for 30 years, guaranteed to be genuine. We can provide it for verification at the Xianbao building right here. Countless gazes turned to Manager Cui in unison. His mouth slightly agape, he felt uncertain. Did Su Daoyu really refine the youth-preserving pill? Or was the Su family attempting to fabricate evidence to regain the popularity of the drunken Immortal building? Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Manager Cui steeled himself and stepped forward to take the elixir for verification. While verifying, his mind raced, debating whether to give Su Yang face or to answer truthfully. Before he could decide, a unique fragrance belonging to the Immortal peach wafted into his nostrils. Just by smelling this fragrance, he felt a surge of vitality flowing within him. This pill truly is the youth-preserving pill. Manager Su's pupils constricted sharply, his shocked expression visible to everyone, leaving no need for him to explain. The crowd already understood. It's really true. It's really the youth-preserving pill. My heavens, the head of the Su family is indeed the #1 alchemist in Qingyuan. To think he could even refine the youth-preserving pill. The drunken Immortal building was immediately engulfed in an uproar. Qin Jiangmei smiled radiantly and seized the moment to say, the youth-preserving pill can rejuvenate one's youth, maintaining a youthful appearance for 30 years. The starting bid is 100 spirit stones, and this pill will be auctioned periodically at the drunken Immortal building. You may not be able to gather this amount of funds right away. If the youth-preserving pill goes unsold, it will be held until next month. 100 spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, someone loudly began bidding. Initially thinking this price would cool everyone's enthusiasm, they were surprised to find someone starting to bid on the spot. However, just as this person finished calling out, another competitive voice rang out. In just a moment, the low-grade youth-preserving pill had been auctioned for 700 spirit stones. It's worth noting that Qingyuan County is merely a small county, with no foundation establishment cultivators. Most residents are martial artists and common folk, with spirit crystals being their primary currency. 700 spirit stones convert to a full 70,000 spirit crystals. Even more surprising was that the family that ultimately purchased this youth-preserving pill was the Jiang family, known for their qi refining. Since the head of the Jiang family had not been seen for a while, the Jiang family had become quite low-key, leading many to speculate that something might have happened to them. Qin Jiangmei was equally astonished, as the Su family only sent an invitation to the Jiang family out of routine. Unexpectedly, after the Jiang family did not show up last time, they came this time instead. The banquet at the drunken Immortal building became even livelier as the Su family showcased even greater value, and everyone became more enthusiastic. Qin Jiangmei smiled brilliantly, finally feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't messed it up, successfully reviving the drunken Immortal building. It's hard to believe that just a low-grade youth-preserving pill refined from scraps by her and Su Yang could so effortlessly revitalize the drunken Immortal building. If they were to release a mid-grade youth-preserving pill, it would surely attract the qi refining families from neighboring counties. The opening ceremony of the drunken Immortal building ended splendidly, with discussions exceeding everyone's expectations. After the evening banquet dispersed, County Magistrate Wang couldn't help but remind the Su family. The Zheng family has achieved their objective. They came today solely to escalate the conflict and then strike against the Su family by obliterating the Liang family. You must be extra cautious. Qin Jiangmei nodded, slightly thanking the other party for their good intentions. She was not dazed by the prosperity of the drunken Immortal building. The Su family had long been on alert. Luo Qian, you should stay at the drunken Immortal building for the time being. I have other arrangements for the family, Qin Jiangmei said to Luo Qian. Luo Qian was momentarily taken aback. Madam, is it really fine for me not to return to the family to oversee things? What if? Generally, he would unconditionally obey orders and not question the Su family's commands. But this time, concerning the survival of the Su family, he had to inquire. Qin Jiangmei did not provide much explanation, simply saying, there is no need to worry. After these years in the Su family, you should be well aware that we have more depth than what is on the surface. Luo Qian's expression stiffened, but he then nodded in understanding. The Su family had been thriving over the years, amassing vast resources, and even he had quickly become an innate warrior under the Su family's resources. With such a massive amount of resources, how could the Su family not elevate the strength of its members? To put it bluntly, as long as Qin Jiangmei wanted to practice martial arts, she could also break through to the innate realm in a short time. At this moment, Luo Qian couldn't help but suspect that the madam might also be an innate warrior, merely concealing it through certain means. Thinking this, he sighed in relief. The fact that the Su family dared to have him stationed at the drunken Immortal building indicated that there was even stronger power guarding the family. Therefore, the Su family might indeed not fear the Zheng family. After the reopening of the drunken Immortal Tower, business returned to its former glory. Such is the reality of the aristocratic families. It is human nature to curry favor with the powerful, as those in high places crave eternal youth. Even the Zhang family, a clan of qi refiners, could not resist the allure of youthful beauty, let alone the martial families and secular aristocrats. The Su family enjoyed the abundant financial resources of the drunken Immortal Tower, and life seemed to return to its previous tranquility. Yet when the night fell and the wind lanterns flickered at the eaves, the hidden killing intent lurked like a venomous snake. The Su family dared not let their guard down, feigning ignorance of the impending danger while secretly remaining vigilant. Night. Qin Jiangmei was coaxing the young Su Xianxiao to sleep in her bedroom. Su Xianjing accompanied her mother inside, sitting at the table diligently sketching a talisman, her small face serious and focused. This was one of the rare quiet moments for Su Xianjing. She was very interested in talismans, but since she had not yet begun her cultivation, she could only draw runes on paper. To be fair, the characters of the talismans looked quite impressive, just lacking the infusion of spiritual power. Xiaomei stood in the room, drowsy, watching Su Xuanjing's adorable appearance, and a loving smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Suddenly, a loud explosion of fireworks erupted above the Su family's territory, bursting forth in dazzling colors. Xiaomaya's spirit was lifted, her entire body tensing up. Mother. Su Xianjing quickly got up, her tone anxious. This was the signal firework of the Su family, which would be set off when outsiders intruded into the clan's territory. Without a doubt, it must be the Zheng family coming to attack. Qin Jiangmei's expression tightened slightly, her voice steady, as she said, Xiaomei, take good care of Xianjing, and Xuanxiao, stay inside, and don't run around. Madam, be careful, Xiaomei nervously reminded. Qin Jiangmei said nothing more, and immediately stepped out, closing the door behind her. Su Xuanheng, holding a long sword, had a fierce expression, standing guard at his mother's door, watching two figures stride towards him. With the explosion of fireworks, the sounds of clashing weapons erupted in the courtyard. Enemies surged in from all directions, intercepted by the Su family's warriors. Only two individuals strolled leisurely, crossing the clan's territory to the inner courtyard. I didn't expect the Su family to hide so many innate martial artists. No wonder they dared to oppose the Zheng family. Fortunately, the Zheng family head is prudent and has sent you here. Zheng Lao chuckled lightly in response, his voice hoarse and shadowy, and his face appeared as aged as a withered old man. Prudent. It's just excessive caution. As it stands, the Su family is hardly worth my effort. Leave these few in the inner courtyard to use Zhu family head. The two conversed casually, as if no one else was present, gradually revealing their figures from the darkness. Su Xuanheng narrowed his eyes, the aura around him swirling. He did not recognize the martial arts master from the Zheng family, but knew Zhu Chong, the head of the Zhu family. He didn't expect the invaders to include not only the Zheng family, but also support from the Zhu family. Kid, achieving such accomplishments at such a young age, you must have consumed quite a few martial arts pills. Zhu Chong grinned, his protruding belly particularly conspicuous. It was hard to believe that someone of such a physique could be an innate martial artist. Zheng Lao's smile turned shadowy, his gaze sweeping from Su Xuanheng to the standing Qin Jiangmei behind him, his heart filled with doubt. A woman without the strength to truss a chicken is standing outside instead of hiding inside. Is she planning to die with them? I thought it was only the Zheng family coming to attack. I didn't expect Yu Zhu family to join in for the fun. Qin Jiangmei's cold face was illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a jade-carved fairy, exuding a sense of untainted coldness. There's no choice. The Su family has almost monopolized the spiritual herb business in Qingyuan. My Zhu family wants to rise through spiritual herbs, so we have to do this. Zhu Chong wore a helpless expression as if he were the victim. Once the Su family is destroyed, he would not only obtain the Su family's spiritual herb legacy, but also the spiritual fields cultivated by the Su family for many years. From now on, the Zhu family would be the largest supplier of spiritual herbs in Qingyuan. Qin Jiangmei smirked. What you said is correct. Martial families have a narrow vision, each one more foolish than the last. It is pointless to say more. Without Su Yang's protection, you will surely die tonight. Zhu Chong scoffed. Madam, Su doesn't really think your child can compete with us, does she? An innate realm youth indeed has immense potential and is bound to become a martial arts master in the future. Yet a genius that hasn't matured is just a genius after all. Zhu Chong could not fathom any way for the Su family to break the deadlock. Though there were many innate martial artists guarding outside, they were all engaged in fierce battles outside and were unaware that someone had broken into the inner courtyard. Zhu Chong stopped wasting words and directly drew his blade towards Su Xuanheng. No matter how strong Su Xuanheng's martial arts talent was, he had the backing of a martial arts master, making it impossible for him to lose. In an instant, the blade light tore through the cold night wind with a piercing shriek. Zhu Chong, though overweight, moved with an unexpectedly swift speed, slashing directly at Su Xuanheng. Su Xuanheng's face remained as cold as ice, his eyes betraying no fear, only burning fighting spirit. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword unsheathed with a clear ring, accurately parrying the blade that ripped through the air. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out like thunder, exploding abruptly in the silent inner courtyard. The violent aura erupted from the point of contact between sword and blade, transforming into visible circular shockwaves that violently swept outwards. The tranquility was utterly torn apart. Wherever the shockwave passed, the dust and debris on the ground were violently swept away. Flowers and grasses in the courtyard were instantly flattened and shattered, and the tiles from the eaves rattled down, crashing to the ground with a sharp crack. Zhu Chong was taken aback, unable to deny that the young Su Xuanheng indeed possessed considerable skill. But so what? A genius would not survive this night. Just as Zhu Chong felt victory was assured, and Zheng Lao was calmly watching the show, Qin Jiangmei, who had been standing behind, suddenly raised her hand, sending forth over 10 flags that flew at high speed to various positions. Kuan carries Li bright Dui gold sun, Witkin water generates the fierce. Qin Jiangmei swiftly formed hand seals, channeling spiritual power to activate the formation, commanding with a light shout. The 5 elements revolve, sword locks the heavens. Rise. In an instant, a 5-colored brilliance shot up into the sky, and the formation flags buzzed and vibrated. Countless fine and sharp sword shadows appeared from thin air, interweaving into a menacing killing net, instantly enveloping the entire inner courtyard with the formation. The piercing sword intent chilled to the bone, and the shadow of death surged like a tide, engulfing the two men. A formation? How is this possible? You are a cultivator. Zheng Lao, who had just been sneering, suddenly changed his expression drastically. Zhu Chong's heart sank at this scene. Only cultivators can manipulate formations with their spiritual power, but how could Madame Su be a cultivator? Both of them were momentarily stunned, but Su Xuanheng would not give them the chance to think. He swung his sword, causing the myriad of suspended formation sword shadows to move in unison. In an instant, countless sword shadows, shrieking as they tore through the air, surged down like a raging tide. Zhu Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, ignoring the side effects, and directly swallowed a medicinal pill, his pudgy body bursting forth with astonishing power. The long knife danced wildly, activating his protective aura to the extreme. Open for me. Zhu Chong shouted harshly, his eyes bloodshot. Yet the sword shadows were simply too dense. The first 10 sword shadows were barely blocked by his aura, producing piercing explosions and scattering sparks. However, the following sword shadows, like a torrential downpour, ruthlessly pierced through his protective aura. Blood flowers bloomed tragically all over Zhu Chong's body. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body collapsed to the ground under the barrage of sword shadows. Zheng Lao, being a martial arts master, endured the impact, his aura circulating around him, managing to withstand this wave of sword shadows. The clashing sounds of metal continued to erupt around him, and the composure he once had completely vanished, leaving only shock and gravity. His mind raced. Even a martial arts master would be slowly exhausted in the formation. He had to escape the formation to have a chance to counterattack. Just as he blocked the last wave of sword shadows and was about to look for the formation wall to break through forcefully, dense fog suddenly rose up around him, silently enveloping everything. The thick white mist, so dense that it was suffocating, instantly consumed the entire inner courtyard. The fierce battle scene, the fallen Zhu Chong, the sword-wielding Su Xuanheng, and the formation casting Qin, Jiangmei all vanished into the mist. Zheng Lao's expression froze, his murky old eyes widening, but he could only see a suffocating grayness. This is bad. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This is not just a killing formation, it is also a trapping formation. Even if a practitioner skilled in formations cannot break it, he could force his way through. However, within a trapping formation, he would not even be able to find the direction of the formation wall, let alone break through. Dense fog enveloped the area, severely obstructing vision, as if one were in another realm. The formation not only obscures sight, but also distorts perception. Even if Elder Zheng rushed in one direction, now he would never reach the edge of the formation. In the eyes of the formation controller, his sprint was merely spinning in place, wasting his strength. Elder Zheng dared not act recklessly, exerting all his energy to activate his protective qi, his skin radiating a translucent jade-like sheen. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced through the gray mist. Elder Zheng reacted swiftly, suddenly turning around. His withered fist wrapped in qi struck toward the sword blade, creating a resounding clash of metal. But following closely were the scattered shadows of swords attacking from all directions. With a fierce shout, Elder Zheng's qi erupted, his movements as swift as a ghost, his fists flying like dancing dragons, shattering dozens of incoming sword shadows. Amidst the surging air waves, the gray fog trembled, but only the sounds of clashing metal could be heard, with no sign of Su Xuanheng. Damn it, if you have the guts, come out. Hiding and peeking is no skill. Elder Zheng's eyes turned blood red, his senses heightened to the extreme, trying to capture Su Xuanheng's aura. Suddenly, he lost his footing as the ground turned into quicksand and half of his body sank into it. Accompanied by a whistling sound, countless vines surged from all directions, quickly entangling his limbs. At the same time, a roaring wind of flames howled from above. Elder Zheng looked up, and his pupils constricted sharply. 3 massive swords engulfed in blazing flames tore through the fog, crashing down with the force to scorch the heavens. Elder Zheng roared as he broke free from the vines, his master-level qi erupting to its limit, rising violently from the mire. But ultimately, it was half a moment too late to dodge, and he could only withstand the impact. Boom! His protective qi shattered like porcelain in an instant, his clothes torn apart, reduced to ashes by the flames. Elder Zheng let out a scream, his face contorted in pain as blood oozed from all over his body. His frail old bones cracked under the pressure of the massive swords, and the flesh on his back burned, releasing a charred smell. Terrifyingly, he still struggled to hold on. With both palms and his back forcibly resisting the 3 giant swords, his aged body was charred black by the flames, looking pitiful and ferocious. This scene left the mother and son in the fog, utterly stunned. They had taken advantage of the opportune time and place, activating a mid-tier formation, yet they were unable to subdue their opponent directly. Truly, a martial arts master should not be underestimated. Su Xuanheng's gaze flickered, his fingertips gliding across the sword's body, infusing it with spiritual power that shimmered with light. Then he hurled the sword towards Elder Zheng. The speed was at its peak, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling a long rainbow streaking through the night. Elder Zheng's eyes glazed over, sensing the lethal threat, but utterly exhausted, he could no longer gather his qi. The sword's edge pierced through his heart, spraying a shower of blood. He stood stiffly in place, his heart pierced by the flying sword. In his murky eyes, a cold figure slowly emerged from the gray fog. Elder Zheng's dry lips parted slightly, but no sound escaped his throat. Then the 3 massive swords crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous sound, crushing his body into fragments. Finally over. Su Xuanheng let out a long breath, retracting the flying sword into its sheath, and then consumed a qi-restoring pill. That last strike had exhausted all his spiritual power. It was merely the prototype of the first move of the sword transforming into a rainbow. The sword transforming into a rainbow consists of 3 moves. The first move is the flying sword turning into a rainbow. The second move is the sword energy turning into a rainbow. And the third move is a single line of rainbow. Su Xuanheng had only grasped the surface of the first move, barely managing to mimic it. However, the effect was astounding, albeit with significant spiritual power consumption. The gray fog enveloping the inner courtyard rapidly dissipated, and Qin Jiangmei also had very little spiritual power remaining. With her second layer of qi refinement, controlling a mid-tier formation proved somewhat challenging, especially since this was achieved with the assistance of spirit stones and pills. If she were to rely solely on her spiritual power to activate the formation, she would definitely not be able to unleash the subsequent 3 massive sword attacks. Stay here to protect your younger siblings while I go deal with the enemies outside. The qi-restoring pill dissolved within Qin Jiangmei, while she simultaneously absorbed the spirit stone in hand to quickly replenish her spiritual power. She chose not to rest, but directly charged out with her sword to confront the enemies outside. At such a crucial moment for the survival of her family, there was no need to hide too much. With a sword in hand, Qin Jiangmei maneuvered through the chaos. The moonlight flowed along the sword's edge, reflecting her exquisite profile. Her steps were as if treading on clear brilliance. Wherever she passed, the sword light flashed like cold lightning. Each seemingly casual thrust brought forth a shower of brilliant blood. Qin Jiangmai's appearance and timely rescue left the Su family's martial artists stunned, especially as her displayed strength completely overturned their perceptions. So it turned out that the lady was also a martial artist. With the Su family matriarch personally joining the battlefield, the guards and servants were instantly invigorated, their morale soaring. In contrast, the Zheng and Zhu families, upon seeing Qin Jiangmai, immediately realized that something was amiss. Logically, she should have perished in the inner courtyard. Yet now she not only appeared outside, but was also fighting fiercely. Those with any sense began to flee as the situation flipped in an instant. The Su family members shouted angrily, their murderous intent surging as they retaliated against the night attackers. Regardless of whether their opponents begged for mercy, they sealed their throats with a single strike. Once all the enemies were slain, Qin Jiangmai immediately led the remaining martial artists of the family to the Zue Xianlu to rendezvous with Luo Qian. Zue Xianlu remained untouched as the Zheng and Zhu families had focused solely on the Su family's territory. Luo Qian was shocked upon learning the state of the family. Others may be unaware, but he had personally witnessed a martial arts master from the Zheng family, and from the information provided by Qin Jiangmai, he knew that this martial arts master was already dead. Tonight, follow me to annihilate the Zheng and Zhu families. Act immediately. Qin Jiangmai's figure darted out like a startled swan, her sword aimed directly at the Zhu family territory. The Su family martial artists followed closely, their weapons stained with blood, the air thick with killing intent. The Zhu family's gates were shattered by the qi, and the flickering lights within illuminated the faces of terrified individuals. The Zhu family's foundation was weak, with only one strong elder, Fu Yuan. However, when Qin Jiangmai and the others arrived at the Zhu family, Fu Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Yet every Zhu family member was present. Leave none alive. Qin Jiangmai's voice was icy. The Zhu family's guards hastily drew their swords, but were decapitated by Luo Qian in a single strike, their heads rolling down the stone steps of the courtyard. The Su family warriors acted swiftly. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the entire Zhu family was exterminated, the blood soaking the blue bricks. As for Fu Yuan's fate, it was not hard to guess. He likely disagreed with Zhu Chong and thus evacuated the Zhu family. Meanwhile, Zhu Chong chose to take a risky gamble with the Zhu family, believing that if they successfully annihilated the Su family, they would rise to prominence. With the stench of blood still lingering, the Su family members had already trampled through the Zheng family's gates. Without a martial arts master to hold the fort, the majority of the elite forces sent out had perished at the hands of the Su family, leaving the guards at the Zheng family as helpless as clay chickens before the Su family's onslaught. The only one with some strength, the head of the Zheng family, had recently faced retribution after causing a scene at Zue Xianlu and had yet to recover from his injuries. At this moment, he knelt in the Zheng family courtyard, his chest pierced by Qin Jiangmai's sharp sword, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Elder Zheng hasn't returned. Instead, it is you Su family who have come. The Su family has truly hidden themselves well. He let out a chilling laugh filled with regret, yet devoid of fear. He did not fear death, only regretted not having investigated the Su family thoroughly. Zheng Fufeng believed he had taken the Su family seriously enough, allowing the Zhu family to ally with them and sending Elder Zheng to press the formation. But which link went wrong? Or what hidden means did the Su family possess that could suppress a martial arts master? He could not comprehend. Zheng Fufeng's consciousness faded, collapsing weakly to the ground. As the moon set and the sun rose, the temperature warmed. Qingyuan County welcomed a new day. Father, what is that black mountain to the north? Why can we still see it after walking so far? That is the Shirwanda mountain range. If you placed the Balian mountain range inside it, it would be like a drop of water falling into the sea. Although it is called Shirwanda mountain range, the actual number far exceeds its name. What lies beyond the other side of the Shirwanda mountain range? I am not certain. It is said that only golden core cultivators can traverse it. Upon hearing this, Su Xianming was left dumbfounded. Along the journey, he witnessed countless extraordinary phenomena. The realm of cultivation was far more vast and magnificent than he had ever imagined. He wondered whether in the future he might have the chance to explore the other side of the Shirwanda mountain range. Do not think about such distant matters. We have arrived at the cultivation marketplace. Su Yang patted his son's shoulder, pulling him back from his reverie. The two passed through the forest and stood atop a cliff, gazing into the distance. The prosperous scene they anticipated did not manifest. What stretched before their eyes was only a desolate expanse of dilapidated houses undulating into the horizon. The dwellings were mostly shrouded in a gray haze, as if covered by a thick layer of dust, exuding a sense of lifelessness. The entire town was engulfed in a stifling and somber tone. The streets were sparsely populated, The few figures seen were gaunt and haggard, their steps faltering, eyes filled with numbness and despair. The scene before them was less a gathering place for cultivators and more akin to a ruin recently ravaged by a great catastrophe, heavy with a suffocating, deathly aura that sent chills down the spine. "Father, have we come to the wrong place?" Su Xianming asked in astonishment. Su Yang maintained a calm expression and replied lightly, "You are once again impatient. The cultivation marketplace is inaccessible to non-cultivators. Look at these people. Are they cultivators? This is merely a mortal town outside Yunming-ru. The true Yunming-ru is concealed within a natural formation array. Follow me." The two descended from the cliff and soon arrived at this lifeless town. Su Xianming noticed that not all the people here were destitute. Some fierce-looking warriors lived quite comfortably, yet their actions were shocking, filled with acts of bullying men and oppressing women. There was no absence of government officials, rather the officials had long since become corrupt and were now colluding with criminals. Su Xianming frowned deeply, never having imagined that beneath the eyes of cultivators such bloodshed, violence, and humiliation thrived. How dare they? Do the cultivators in the marketplace not intervene? The young Su Xianming's heart was shaken. Su Yang halted and spoke softly. Most cultivators possess indifferent temperaments, especially those in the marketplace and sex. Having experienced too much of the mortal world, their Tao heart is as steadfast as rock. At first they would intervene, but gradually they ceased to do so. Do you think these people are ordinary mortals unrelated to the cultivators in the marketplace, hence they are ignored? Wrong. These people are all descendants of cultivators within the marketplace. Su Yang's words tore open the ugly veil of the cultivation world. He intended to make Su Xianming realize the harshest truths of the realm of cultivation. He had always shielded his children too, while leading them to be unaware of the realm's cruelty and ignorant of how cold-hearted cultivators could be. Only offspring with spiritual roots are true descendants of cultivators. Those without spiritual roots are left to fend for themselves. Inability to cultivate condemns them to short lifespans, and cultivators are reluctant to invest emotions in such fleeting progeny, for it only breeds unnecessary worries. Not only would it slow their cultivation speed, but the death of offspring could also spawn inner demons. Since the disadvantages outweigh the benefits, it is better to abandon them from the very start. Over time, more and more cultivators see through life and death, thus ignoring the survival of their descendants. Only offspring capable of embarking on the immortal path are brought into the marketplace and regarded as heirs. Undeniably, some ancestors died outside, causing their family line to suffer, but most are cold-hearted, letting their descendants perish unattended. Su Yang did not condemn all outright. He had seen indifferent cultivators, yet there were also those with genuine emotions. However, Su Xianming found it difficult to comprehend. His upbringing taught him that cultivators should resemble his father. Even if some were indifferent, they would not be so cold as to ignore the life and death of their offspring. But his father would not deceive him. These people must be cultivator descendants. Su Xianming's trembling gaze swept across the surroundings. Those bullies oppressing mortals, the abused women and children, the crippled elders begging on the street, the youths kneeling and selling themselves to bury their mothers. Who would have thought they were all descendants of cultivators? Their ancestors might be enjoying life within the marketplace right now or venturing outside for trials and adventures. Yet none would come to rescue them. Is all this worth pursuing the path of immortality? Su Xianming murmured softly. Su Yang smiled calmly. Who can say? Some have forgotten their original intent, while others, having witnessed too much life and death on the path of seeking Tao, believe that such sacrifices are worthy if they lead to immortality. Su Xianming clenched his fists tightly and suddenly asked, would father do the same? No, Su Yang answered without hesitation. My pursuit of immortality is to be with my family, not alone. His bloodline and clan genealogy were his trump cards. He needed his family to grow generation after generation. Having lived 2 lives, he valued family bonds deeply and held a unique understanding of the path to immortality. Between ruling over eternity alone and joining the immortal clan, he chose the latter. Come, I will take you into the true cultivation marketplace, Yunming-ru. Su Yang patted his son's shoulder and led him toward the depths of the town. Passing by several beggars, he snapped his fingers and handed out a few silver coins. Such casual charity bore no real significance, only the comfort of a tranquil Tao heart. The old beggar knelt hurriedly, kowtowing and expressing heartfelt gratitude. The youth who sold himself to bury his mother had tears in his eyes and reached out to Su Yang, seemingly wanting to say something. But the 2 figures vanished into thin air. The youth hastily imitated the old beggar, kneeling and kowtowing toward the direction where Su Yang disappeared, his forehead bleeding from the force. Yunming-ru was shrouded by a natural formation array invisible to mortals. Unauthorized entry only leads one to wander in circles, returning to the starting point. The method to break the array was simple. Cultivators only needed a slight vibration of their spiritual energy within to disrupt the formation and enter Yunmeng Ru. Su Yang placed his hand on Su Xuanming's shoulder, and together they stepped into Yunmeng Ru. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. A wave of bustling heat surged forth, and the broad jade streets teemed with crowds. The pavilions on both sides were ornate with carved beams and painted rafters glowing with spiritual light that emanated an ancient and formidable aura. Cultivators donned robes shimmering with flowing light, jostling shoulder to shoulder. Some rode majestic demon beasts whose low roars drew the attention of passers-by. Stalls brimming with dazzling goods lined both sides of the street. The cultivators, who appeared elegant and splendid outside, now hawked like common merchants. Su Xianming looked up. Several grand palaces and pavilions floated midair, enveloped in the light of formation arrays resembling celestial palaces descending to the mortal realm, overlooking the bustling scene below. Spirit birds circled the edges of the light barriers, adding to the immortal atmosphere. So this is the true cultivation marketplace. A gleam of sharp light flickered in Su Xuanming's eyes. The previously oppressive mood vanished, instantly replaced by a deep fascination with this marketplace steeped in the charm of cultivation. Su Xianming was still astonished by the grandeur of the Su Xian market, while Su Yang had already skillfully set up their stall. All the spiritual herbs, talismans, and pills were displayed with papers indicating the price of each item. "Father, what are you doing?" Su Xianming came back to his senses, staring blankly at the stall in front of him. "Since we are here at the Su Xian market, we must take the opportunity to sell our surplus resources. Setting up a stall is far more profitable than selling directly to shops. You can wander around the nearby shops to understand the prices and business models, but don't wander too far." Su Yang solemnly reminded him. Yunming Market is not a small county town. There are quite a few foundation establishment cultivators here, and you might even encounter golden core experts. Hearing this, Su Xuanming's expression changed. He had never seen a foundation establishment cultivator before. With his father's reminder, he felt as if everyone around him was a foundation establishment cultivator. "Father, didn't we come here to establish trade routes?" Su Xianming asked in confusion. "Just wait, those interested will come to us willingly." Su Yang smirked slightly, and then sat down at the stall to rest his eyes. Su Xianming propped his chin in thought. He glanced at the goods on their stall, and then at the surrounding stalls, suddenly realizing something. Loose cultivators cannot provide as many cultivation resources as they have, and rogue cultivators wouldn't dare to sell in such a bold manner. This was practically shouting to others that they were not from loose cultivators or rogue cultivators, but rather a merchant team from a certain power capable of supplying large quantities of cultivation resources. Naturally, those in need of cooperation would seek them out, while those without such needs would come to see the products. The quality of merchant team resources is far superior to those of loose cultivators. Su Yang's stall quickly attracted a number of cultivators. Su Xuanming, who had originally planned to explore, had to stay at the stall to assist in selling. The bustling continued for over an hour, and the resources on the stall were nearly sold out. Su Xianming was exhausted and sweating profusely, but he touched the storage ring on his finger, revealing a radiant smile on his face. "The prices at the Xianbao Lu are so exorbitant. We've made 30% more profit by selling here." Thinking back to how many resources his family had sold in bulk to Xianbao Lu, Su Xianming felt as if they had lost a fortune. Su Yang smiled and said, "The Su Xian market is far away, that's just how it is. Moreover, we're selling cheaper than the shops. One can only imagine how much more profit the Su family would make if we had our own shop." Hearing this, Su Xianming felt a sense of longing. Just then he noticed a middle-aged cultivator approaching and was about to ask what the man wanted when the man spoke first. "I am Qianche from the Qian family of foundation establishment. May I ask which merchant team you belong to?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow, knowing that real business was about to begin. "We are from the Qingyuan Su clan. Our merchant team is still in its initial stages, but we will come to Yunming Market once a year in the future." Qingyuan County. Qianche gasped in surprise. "I didn't expect such talent to emerge from a place that has just started to gain momentum." "Senior, you flatter me. It's merely a small endeavor not worth mentioning." Su Yang chuckled lightly, not taking it too seriously. Qingyuan County was originally inconspicuous, but with the support of the Great Way it gradually gained some reputation. However, compared to Su Xian Market, it was still insignificant. After some pleasantries, they finally got to the main topic. Qianche's intention was to establish a long-term partnership, but the prerequisite for cooperation was that Su Yang could provide resources for foundation establishment, such as second-tier pills, spiritual herbs, and talismans. After all, qi refining resources are everywhere in the market. If the Su family could only provide qi refining resources, there would be no value in cooperation. "I understand what you mean, my friend. I cannot guarantee the supply of second-tier talismans next year, but I am confident in providing second-tier spiritual herbs and second-tier pills." As he spoke, Su Yang took out a bottle of pills and placed it on the table. Qianche curiously opened it, and a rich vitality immediately wafted out. This is a beauty pill, and of high quality. Qianche exclaimed in shock, quickly sealing the bottle and waving his arm to release a small isolation formation. Did you refine this pill, my friend? Qianche's tone carried a hint of urgency. The beauty pill not only proved that Su Yang had the ability to refine second-tier pills, but also that he could cultivate second-tier spiritual herbs. Combining spiritual herbs with alchemy equates to the ability to refine all second-tier pills, including rare ones like foundation establishment pills. Su Yang smiled and nodded, taking out a few bottles of first-tier pills for Qianche to compare. Indeed, the same refining technique and the quality of the pills is all top-notch. Su Dao, friend, you truly have a remarkable skill. Qianche sincerely praised his face, barely hiding his joy. Having demonstrated his value, it was now time for the Qian family to express their sincerity. Qianche immediately bought the high-quality beauty pill for 300,000 spirit stones. He also purchased all the remaining resources Su Yang had on hand, offering a price slightly higher than what they were selling at the stall. After all the family's cultivation resources could be bought anywhere, it was better to purchase from a partner, which could also strengthen their cooperative relationship. This is a special guest token from my Qian family. Oh, please keep it well. Before leaving, Qianche beamed as he handed over a token and a list, saying, the list contains all the cultivation resources my Qian family needs. If the Su family can provide them, next year, no matter the quantity, we will buy it all at a satisfactory price. Su Yang nodded slightly and glanced at the list. It was filled with rare items from the cultivation world, including Xianjin peaches and foundation establishment pills. He had not forgotten to research the 2 incomplete foundation establishment pill recipes he acquired from Guangling County. He now had some insights and could indeed piece together a complete foundation establishment pill recipe, though it required time. The goal of coming to the Su Xian market had been accomplished, but Su Yang was not in a hurry to leave. He took Su Xianming to explore every shop, enhancing his son's business acumen, while also purchasing some good cultivation techniques and cultural inheritances. His 4th son had a lightning spirit root, so he needed to prepare a lightning attribute technique for him. Additionally, his wife loved music, so he could buy her a few musical techniques to try. At the same time, the family's development should not rely solely on alchemy and talisman inheritance. The inheritance of weapon refining and formations was equally important. As for Su Yang, he needed to learn more about pharmacology and alchemy insights to expedite the research on the foundation establishment pill recipe. Father, it would actually be better for us to collaborate with a few more families. If the Qian family were to cut off cooperation one day, it wouldn't affect us too much. Having spent several days in the market, Su Xianming had gained a deeper understanding of business. Su Yang nodded, saying, that is indeed true, but the Su family can supply too few goods at the moment to sustain multiple powers simultaneously. Ultimately, we are still lacking in personnel. What the Su family lacked were not laborers, but cultivators. Spiritual herbs require cultivators, alchemy requires cultivators, talismans require cultivators, and even to open a shop in the market, a cultivator is needed to oversee it. The Su family was still in its early stages of development. If several sons were to start families and establish careers, this problem would be easily resolved. There's no need to rush. The Su family has just begun. We can take our time. Su Yang smiled and said, steadiness is better than speed, and safety is more important than quick profits. It's better to earn a little less in these years than to take too big a step and risk a fall. Su Xianming wholeheartedly agreed, saying, you're right, father. As long as the Su family develops steadily, industries, merchant teams, and shops will all come to be. The two looked back at the bustling Su Xian market devoid of any lingering attachment and then stepped away. The lively clamor faded from his ears, and the scene returned to the despairing, lifeless town. Su Xianming found it hard to adapt to this sudden change. Clearly just a step away, yet he was separated into 2 worlds. In recent days, Su Xianming had witnessed the splendor of the cultivation marketplace, learned more about business theories, and felt the cold indifference of the cultivators. Those cultivators who appeared to be chatting and laughing were constantly wary of each other behind the scenes. Even the Qian family with whom they cooperated harbored greed and malice deep within their eyes, but they restrained themselves at the last moment, allowing the cooperation to proceed. With cultivators always on guard against each other, how could one form a true friendship? Perhaps this was one reason for the cold nature of cultivators. Su Xianming could only speculate, while also feeling fortunate that his father was different from most cultivators. He was glad to have a good father. A small, thin figure fell not far away, blood trickling from his forehead. He gripped a short knife, his bruised face filled with reluctance. Struggling to rise from the ground, his weak body caused his legs to tremble. In front of him stood a burly warrior, a mocking glint in his eyes, as he spoke, with your frail frame you dare to cause trouble for the Ghost Foot Gang. Ahu, hurry up. Why waste words on a dead man? A man's impatient voice came from inside the house. Understood, just savoring the taste of his mother, couldn't help but say a few more words. A man named Ahu grinned lewdly, licking his lips in a reminiscing manner. Upon hearing this, the youth breathed heavily, gripping the short knife tightly, tears in his eyes as his expression twisted with anger. He roared defiantly, lunging at Ahu with all his might. But Ahu didn't even lift an eyelid, kicking him away effortlessly. He picked up the fallen short knife, laughing arrogantly, and hurled it forcefully towards the youth's head. Whoosh! The trajectory of the short knife was precise. With such force, it would surely pierce the youth's skull. Just as the knife tip was about to embed in the youth's brow, it suddenly halted, suspended in front of him. Ahu's expression stiffened, his face turning pale as he quickly retreated a few steps. Looking around, he quickly locked onto Su Yang and Su Xianming not far away. "I am Ahu of the Ghost Foot Gang, honored to meet the Immortal Master." Ahu, showing his awareness, immediately cupped his hands and bowed. The common folk in the town were filled with fear towards cultivators, mainly because the cultivators in the marketplace killed without blinking, especially the terrifying Foundation establishment cultivators who had even killed martial arts masters with a single slap. The one who saved the youth was not Su Yang, but Su Xianming. "Father, it's that boy who sold himself to bury his mother," he explained to Su Yang, feeling uncertain, unsure if it was right or wrong to save someone unrelated. The youth's tear-filled eyes held no fear of death, only a fierce desire for vengeance and anger directed at Ahu. Yet he restrained the impulse to attack, turning his gaze towards Su Yang. In his fierce eyes, a flicker of change occurred as he opened his cracked lips, hoarsely calling out "benefactor." Su Yang's expression remained calm. He certainly remembered this youth. A few days ago, he had given alms to a group of beggars, which included this boy who sold himself to bury his mother. It had been a spontaneous act, and he hadn't thought much of it. Yet he hadn't expected to meet the youth again who had remembered his kindness. "You can decide for yourself," Su Yang replied lightly. He did not wish for his son to consult him for every decision. Only those with their own views would learn to think, and only then could they bear great responsibilities in the future. Su Xianming immediately approached the youth, offering him a Qingyuan pill. The youth stubbornly refused to open his mouth, unwilling to accept more kindness as he felt he could not repay it. Su Xianming used his spiritual power to forcibly pry open the youth's mouth, stuffing the pill inside. "I want help you take revenge. That grudge should be settled by you. But with your current ability, you're only seeking death. I can offer you a choice: come back with us to the Su family, and we will teach you martial arts. However, from now on, you must serve the Su family." Rescuing someone was an impulsive act, but since he had done it, he must take responsibility. Looking at this youth, who was of similar age to his sister, a time that should be carefree, yet was instead filled with the burden of selling himself to bury his mother, Su Xianming felt a pang in his heart, especially after hearing the conversation of the Ghost Foot Gang members. He could guess the humiliation the youth's mother had endured before her death. The reason the youth sought revenge at this moment was not because he failed to recognize the disparity in strength, but because if he did not take revenge, he would starve to death on the streets. He had no future left. The silver Su Yang had given him was only enough to buy a coffin for his mother. Upon hearing Su Xianming's words, the youth clenched his fists tightly, looking at Ahu, who was still maintaining his bowing position, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. The Qingyuan pill released its energy within him, restoring some of his strength. Suddenly the youth knelt before Su Xianming, tears falling onto the sandy ground as he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. Please accept me." I and Xiao vow to follow the Su family to the death. Seeing this, Su Xianming subtly nodded, helping Xiao to his feet. Fortunately, he was a clever person, understanding that he should not act rashly at this moment, nor should he trouble cultivators to take revenge. The only correct course of action was to strengthen his own power and seek revenge personally. After hearing the conversation between the two, Ahu broke out in a cold sweat. The members of the Ghost Foot Gang inside the house also turned pale with fear, hiding inside and pretending not to know what was happening outside. Su Yang and Su Xianming ignored Ahu from start to finish, dealing with this minor incident before turning to leave. And Xiao silently followed behind them. Before leaving, he cast a glare of hatred at Ahu, gritting his teeth and saying, "I won't let you wait too long." Ahu sat down on the ground, his face ashen. "It's over. I should have just slapped him to death earlier. You fool." The people inside the house were seething with anger, wishing to slap Ahu to death, yet they feared that doing so would anger the cultivators outside. After all, Ahu was meant to be dealt with by Xiao. But when Xiao returned after training in martial arts, would he spare the Ghost Foot Gang? Clearly that was impossible. They could only hope that Xiao lacked the talent for martial arts and would spend his life as an ordinary person. Su Yang procured a cart in the town, and the three of them set off. If it were just Su Yang and Su Xianming, they would have chosen to walk faster, but with an injured Xiao, they had to choose the slower mode of travel. Every time they traveled, Su Yang envied the Foundation establishment cultivators who could soar through the skies, as the spiritual energy of the Qi refining stage could not support a person's weight, only able to control the weight of flying swords. Su Xianming served as the driver outside the cart, and Xiao sat inside initially trying to hold on, but his fatigue ultimately caused him to fall asleep. Su Yang, with nothing to do, placed his hand on the youth's wrist to check his injuries. Suddenly, he gasped, his eyes shining with keen interest. Driving the carriage, Su Xianming heard the commotion inside and couldn't help but curiously inquire, "What's wrong, father? Is he seriously injured?" "It's not a big deal, rather a pleasant surprise." Su Yang carefully examined again, confirming there was no mistake, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. This boy has a mixed spiritual root, and being able to embark on the path of immortality will be a boon to our Su family. More importantly, he possesses a rare special physique, the Fire Spirit Body. Fire Spirit Body. Su Xianming asked curiously, "What kind of physique is that? Does it make fire attribute spells stronger?" Su Yang nodded slightly. "Pretty much. Not only will fire attribute spells be stronger, but practicing fire attribute techniques will yield twice the result with half the effort, and his spiritual root will also transform into a pure fire attribute." A random boy picked up not only possesses a spiritual root, but also has a special physique. Su Yang couldn't help but admire Su Xuanming's bravery and luck this time. If it weren't for Su Xuanming's intervention, Su Yang truly wouldn't have cared about the life or death of a stranger. The world of cultivation is vast and countless people suffer. He couldn't take care of everyone. Moreover, Su Xianming was still a child. His compassion prevented him from witnessing a boy younger than him perish in such a tragic manner. It could be seen as meddling or overflowing sympathy, or perhaps as an act of bravery. But in terms of the outcome, Su Xuanming's actions were indeed correct. This guy is surprisingly formidable. Su Xianming clicked his tongue, a wave of joy surging in his heart. Saving someone isn't necessarily meddling. You just look at how quickly the rewards come. The family is currently in desperate need of cultivators, and by his meddling, he has brought in such a powerful ally who is also grateful to the Su family. From Nzio's actions of selling himself to bury his mother to avenging his mother, it can be seen that Nziao is a good child of excellent character. The Su family need not worry about raising a thankless wolf. Qingyuan County Su family. In recent days, Luo Qian has been extremely busy. Not only does he have to care for the spiritual plants of the family, but he also has to cooperate with the government to develop the land of Qingyuan County while simultaneously dealing with the industries of the Zheng and Zhu families. Since the two major families were eradicated, all the resources, money, fields, and shops left behind have been claimed by the Su family. Even the immortal official Zhang, upon learning of this, dared not say much. In one night, eliminating the two major families, the Su family's actions have indeed shocked the entire Qingyuan County. Even the family forces behind Jinshao Tower were so frightened that they hurriedly came to present gifts the next day, distancing themselves from the Zheng family, stating that the attack on the Su family was solely the Zheng family's doing and not the intention of Jinshao Tower. Qin Jiangmei smiled silently at this, accepting the gifts from the others, but did not indicate that she would let it go, leaving the several families in fear for a long time. The Su family itself has a profound heritage, and now they have absorbed the assets of the two major families, expanding the family territory to 10,000 acres. The neighboring Liang family's land, which was previously taken by the Zheng family, has now also been incorporated into the Su family's domain. Now the most awkward situation is with the Wang family. Wang Songyue thought that the Su family was going to be finished and directly gave up the profits of Zui Xianlu, preparing to sell off their assets and leave Qingyuan County. However, before the assets could be sold, the Su family turned around and destroyed the Zheng and Zhu families. Wang Songyue could hardly understand. His deductions were completely wrong. Su Yang did not flee. He only went out for a while and left a card that could eliminate the two major families for the family. But he mistakenly thought that Su Yang had run away with his son. Now not only has he lost the profits from Zui Xianlu for nothing, but he has also lost the qualification to cooperate with the Su family. Who would want to partner with someone who ran away halfway? Wang Songyue stood by the lake sighing. He had originally intended to come here to calm his mind, but the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. At that moment, a carriage passed by and suddenly stopped beside him. The coachman was a young boy who looked somewhat familiar. At the same time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a familiar face. "Lord Wang, long time no see. Why do you look so haggard? Did something happen in Qingyuan?" Seeing Wang Songyue's worried expression, Su Yang couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that something major happened during his absence? Both the Wang and Su families are owners of Zui Xianlu. If one side encounters trouble, the Su family will undoubtedly face difficulties as well. Wang Songyue opened his mouth, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. "No, nothing happened. Everything is fine." Indeed, everything is fine. The Su family not only overcame the crisis, but their family heritage has multiplied several times. How could they not be fine? All the changes in the family had nothing to do with Su Yang, but were all due to that seemingly delicate lady of the house. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has such capabilities. With a wife like this, what more could a husband want? Wang Songyue felt sour, as if he had eaten several pounds of lemons, turning away from Su Yang, unwilling to speak. Hearing that everything was fine, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He was just curious about Lord Wang's reaction. Could it be that there were personal emotional issues? Su Yang shook his head, too lazy to think deeply. At this moment, he was eager to return home with no time to deal with Wang Songyue's emotional problems. Even if he had been cuckolded, it had nothing to do with him. Su Xianming understood and cracked the whip hard, steering the carriage towards the Su family's territory. Along the way, Su Yang's divine sense scanned the surroundings and noticed that there were more people in the family territory with many unfamiliar faces. He had only left the family for a little over a month, not a whole year. Why had so many new guards and servants been recruited all of a sudden? Filled with doubts, Su Yang and Su Xianming finally returned to the entrance of Su Mansion, wherein Xiao nervously followed behind them. Seeing Su Yang returning, the family servants immediately became excited and shouted towards the mansion, "The master and the second young master have returned." In an instant, the entire Su family courtyard seemed to come alive with servants and maids rushing out to greet Su Yang warmly. The news spread through the inner courtyard like a spring breeze. Qin Jiangmei was talking to the children when she suddenly raised her head at the sound. Her eyes instantly filled with joy, which soon transformed into deep longing and tenderness. The children were even more excited, their little faces blossoming with radiant smiles. Father has come back." Without any hesitation, the mother and children eagerly rushed out. A month apart felt like 3 autumns. Su Yang's longing for his wife and children had already overflowed, and this deep yearning received the warmest response at the sight of his family rushing towards him. "Father, husband." Qin Jiangmei took quick, light steps, almost rushing into his arms and unwilling to relent. Her usual gentle and composed demeanor was swept away by the excitement of their reunion. Just as they were almost within reach, almost able to feel each other's breath, the reserve formed from long-standing upbringing made Qin Jiangmei stop in her tracks. But Su Yang smiled widely, directly reaching out to embrace Qin Jiangmei, and in front of the children, he planted a kiss on her delicate cheek. Qin Jiangmei's face instantly flushed red, and she playfully glared at Su Yang, leaning into his embrace, savoring the familiar scent from each other. Hey, why do you all only see father? What about me? Why is no one looking at me?" A voice completely out of place suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Su Xianming standing beside his father, shouting in indignation. "Second brother." Su Xianxiao had somehow slipped out of Xiao Mai's embrace and ran to Su Zuanming's side, tugging at his sleeve and calling out in a baby voice. Su Zuanming's face lit up with joy as he picked up his younger brother, saying, "It's second brother, not second fool. My silly fourth brother." In the Su family of Qingyuan, Su Yang raised his teacup and took a large gulp, struggling to digest the information he had learned from his wife and children, remaining in a daze for a long while. Su Xianming was even more astonished, his mouth agape, confusion flickering in his eyes. Had they really only been away for a month and not a year? In just over a month, the situation in Qingyuan County had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the Liang family was destroyed by the Zheng family, and then both the Zheng and Zhu families were wiped out by their Su family. The assets of the 3 obliterated families now belonged entirely to the Su family. In a single night, the Su family's wealth multiplied tenfold, surpassing the growth achieved by Su Yang in 10 years. No wonder people say that killing and arson lead to a golden belt. Stealing things brings in money quickly. It was no surprise that when he encountered Wang Songyue on the road, his expression was so strange. He had lost all profits from the Zue Xian Tower and had no face to return and continue running the tavern. "I never imagined that so much could happen at home in just over a month," Su Yang sighed, having finished the tea in his cup. Fortunately, he had left enough backup at home, and Qin Jiangmei was quite clever, understanding to stay at home and wait for the enemy to come knocking, then use formations to catch them off guard. If he impulsively rushed out, a single martial Dao master along with a few perfected innate realm practitioners could easily annihilate the entire family. Qin Jiangmai's final counterattack was also quite decisive, not giving the Zheng and Zhu families any chance to react, executing a root eradication operation that very night. However, the most crucial factor was that the Su family had kept their true strength hidden while preventing outsiders from figuring them out. Otherwise, they would have had to contend with not just the Zhu family, but also other powerful families behind the Jinxiao Tower. "Mother, has your identity as a cultivator been exposed?" Su Xianming asked. Qin Jiangmei shook her head. "I haven't revealed my cultivation methods to the outside world. The people in Qingyuan County merely consider me an innate warrior." In truth, she had not practiced martial arts and had never even shown any aura. Yet most people assumed she was a martial artist and had never considered her as a cultivator. By the way, who is this? Qin Jiangmai's reminder made everyone recall that there was still an outsider quietly standing behind Su Yang in the main hall. "This is a child I met outside the market. His name isn't Xiao." Su Yang did not directly introduce in Xiao's tragic background, deciding to share those details with his family when the opportunity arose. After many days of not seeing each other, the family sat in the main hall and chatted for a long time. Eventually, the topic returned to the family's development. Su Yang was not immersed in the joy of the family's asset expansion. The rapid expansion of assets could indeed bring substantial benefits to the family, but if their mindset also inflated, the Su family would inevitably become the next family to be destroyed. Su Yang pondered for a moment and organized his thoughts. During this time, let the Su family's guards and servants remain low-key while strengthening the internal management of the family. An increase in prestige can easily lead some people to become reckless. If they bring trouble to the Su family, they must be dealt with severely. Additionally, the recruitment criteria for servants and guards must be stricter than before. The large family business will attract petty individuals. We must be cautious about this. Su Yang turned to Su Xuanming. This matter will be entrusted to your business group. It will serve as both a test for them and an opportunity for honing their skills. Also recruit personnel for the business association. The family now has numerous shops. Select a few to establish the Su Family Business Association. After the family's industry expanded, it would be impossible to handle everything personally, and there would inevitably come a day of power transition. The temporarily assembled team could only sustain for a while. To ensure the family's future stability, it was essential to start cultivating family talents now. Without waiting for Su Xianming to respond, Su Yang had someone summon Luo Qian. Luo Qian set aside all your work for now and focus on establishing the Su Family Academy and Su Family Martial Hall, while also recruiting teachers for the academy and instructors for the martial hall. From now on, all Su family servants and their offspring can study and practice martial arts for free. Su Yang arranged a series of tasks, and the entire Su family sprang into action. Su Xianming had just returned home and hadn't even had time to rest before he had to start busying himself with family affairs. However, he did not feel tired. Instead, he found joy in it. After all, he was busy for the development of the family. The more diligently he worked, the faster the family would grow and the more they would earn in the future. He immediately ran to Zuaxian Tower to find Jia, and the two discussed matters regarding the family and the business association. In the main hall, Su Yang kept in Xiao behind. You are now a member of the Su family, so you naturally must contribute to the Su family. However, you are still young, and at this stage your primary focus should be on improving your abilities. Su Yang spoke steadily. I have checked your physical condition and found that you possess a spiritual root, which means you can become a cultivator. Now 2 paths lay before you: martial arts or cultivation. You can choose one. The Su family has martial arts elixirs that can help you quickly become an innate warrior. The Su family can also provide you with cultivation techniques. Although you have a mixed spiritual root, you are still a rare fire spirit body. Becoming a latest chi refiner is not a problem, it will just take longer. These plain words stirred up tumultuous waves in Nzio's heart. He had originally prepared for arduous training in martial arts, but he never expected that he could actually cultivate. Choosing to become a martial artist, the Su family could help him quickly break through to the innate realm, allowing him to avenge his mother soon. Conversely, choosing the path of cultivation would be quite lengthy, and he did not know when he would have the strength to avenge his mother, but his future achievements would be higher. And Xiao did not think too much and respectfully clasped his fists, saying Xiao is willing to follow the family's arrangements. The Su family had given him hope for revenge, and his life belonged to the Su family, so the path ahead should not be chosen by him, but rather guided by the Su family. Whether as a martial artist or a cultivator, he would diligently practice. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you're not foolish. If I were to help you choose, you could actually cultivate both martial arts and the path of the immortal. My son Xuanheng is just like this. Although the highest realm of martial arts is the Grandmaster, it cannot be denied that martial arts achieve realms faster, and cultivating martial arts can compensate for the shortcomings of the initial stage of chi refinement. However, I also need you to learn a heritage of artifact crafting. Ultimately, martial arts will take away some time and energy. If you cannot manage both, you may give up martial arts. Su Yang gently raised his hand, and 2 jade slips flew before Nziao. One contained fire attribute techniques, while the other was a first-level artifact crafting inheritance. As a fire spirit body, Nziao had a strong affinity for fire, making him naturally suited for the craft of artifact creation. Although alchemy also involved fire, it focused more on identifying the properties of spiritual plants and herbs, whereas artifact crafting only required melting and forging. Nziao took the jade slip with a serious tone, saying, "Thank you, family head. Xiao is willing to give it a try. For martial arts matters, you can ask the guards in the academy. Xiao Mei will arrange a room for him." Su Yang waved his hand, signaling for Nziao to leave. He looked forward to Nziao crafting magical tools, but would not offer too many privileges. To receive more benefits from the Su family, one must make corresponding contributions. Only then can one earn respect and enhance their prestige within the Su family. Finally, Su Yang looked at Su Xuanjing, who had successfully gathered qi into her body. Considering her unique fate, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Xuanjing, you are now a cultivator. Have you succeeded in drawing talismans? Su Xuanjing's lips curled into a smile, her tone proud, as she said, of course I have succeeded. I can now draw all first-grade low-level talismans. Drawing talismans requires focus and tranquility. Su Xuanjing's fate is to have a clear mind, allowing her to enter a state of concentration, quickly perfectly aligning with her abilities. Su Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Now with Qin Jiangmei for alchemy, Su Xianjing for talismans, and possibly in Xiao to take on the family's artifact crafting work in the future, the Su family was only missing formations among the 4 great skills of cultivation. The Su family was only lacking in formations. Having someone in the family to share the workload makes everything easier. Su Yang can finally dedicate more time to the foundation establishment pill formula and spells, and even has leisure to study formations. Once he masters the formations, the Su family will grasp the 4 major skills of cultivation. This means a continuous influx of funds and a profound family heritage. Even within the cultivation world, families that can master all 4 major skills are exceedingly rare. Cultivators of average talent are too busy enhancing their cultivation to dedicate time to studying these skills. Talented cultivators must also seize every moment to cultivate, striving to become powerful enough to protect the family, leaving them with no time or energy to learn cultivation skills. Only cultivators in the intermediate tier will attempt to learn cultivation skills in order to acquire more resources for cultivation. Yet, even within this tier, they must pass another round of selection based on their skill talent. This leads to a scarcity of alchemists and artifact crafters in the cultivation world, let alone families who can simultaneously master all 4 skills. Most cultivation families either procure resources externally or hire skilled guest craftsmen. The Su family can produce pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and formations simultaneously. As long as they persist and develop gradually, they will eventually stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Therefore, Su Yang strictly ordered the family to act discreetly. After just having eliminated 2 rival families, the Su family is at the height of its prominence. However, under Su Yang's stringent requirements, the family's servants and guards dared not act ostentatiously during this period. A few newly recruited guards did not take Su Yang's words to heart, behaving arrogantly within the county. Not only did they gather to brawl, but they also harassed respectable women. They were publicly sanctioned by Su Xianming and expelled from the Su family the same day. Such a swift and thunderous response finally quelled some of the restlessness deep within people's hearts. With family affairs settled, the servants returned to their duties. 6 years passed like a fleeting arrow. The Su family established the Su Academy and Su Martial Hall to nurture talent, promoting both literary and martial skills. Su Xuanming's trading company also took root in Qingyuan County. The monthly auction of pills at the Drunken Immortal Tower was transferred to the Su Trading Company, and martial arts pills were also sold through them. The Drunken Immortal Tower now only deals in rare celestial brews. Although it lacks the allure of pill auctions, customers still flock in droves, making it the best venue for gatherings among the nobility. The business of the Golden Knight Tower has dwindled over the years, and 4 years ago, it was transformed into an ordinary tavern, no longer only accepting spirit crystals, nor selling beast meat and spirit wine. The recipes for celestial food supplements and spirit wine were both sold to the Drunken Immortal Tower. The decline of the Golden Knight Tower was not due to suppression by the Su family, but rather the influx of martial artists and cultivators settling in Qingyuan County. Not only were there martial masters and latest-stage qi refining cultivators, but also their families or factions behind them. The competition among various factions has strained the few martial families supporting the Golden Knight Tower. Previously, innate martial artists and martial masters were considered top-tier experts in Qingyuan County, but now they seem less impressive. Left with no choice, the Golden Knight Tower had to transform into an ordinary tavern. Unlike the Su family, which has managed to maintain its top-tier status in Qingyuan County after 6 years of changes. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, a delicate 3-year-old girl stood before a large black cow, her gaze fixated on the beast leisurely chewing on grass. The girl's name is Su Xuanling, the 5th child of Su Yang, who is now 3 years old. When naming her, they thought of Su Xuanjing's lively and adorable appearance as a child, hence the name Ling, symbolizing agility and cuteness. However, whether it is Su Yang's poor naming skills or some other reason, Su Xuanling's personality is quite quiet, completely opposite to that of Su Xianjing. It's as if they swapped names. Su Yang considered changing the child's name, but was directly vetoed by his wife. Qin Jiangmei said that such coincidences might be the work of fate, and that the name, which contrasts with her personality, precisely fills a void in her destiny. However, Su Xuanling's quiet nature actually pleases Su Yang greatly. The Su Xianjing he envisioned should resemble Su Xuanling, gentle and serene, just like her mother. The large black cow in front of Su Xianling was a gift from Su Xuanjing, who purchased it at the market for her younger sister. Yes, Su Xianjing bought a large black cow for her sister on her first visit to the cultivation market. Moreover, this is a demon beast, though its species is unknown. It appears unremarkable aside from its tough skin and thick flesh. Su Xianling quite likes this large black cow, watching it graze every day with great interest. Su Yang also observed this cow for a few days, confirming it to be a gentle-natured one. Thus, he felt reassured to let his little daughter approach. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard. Two handsome young men walked into the inner courtyard side by side. Among them, a tall young man with bronzed skin respectfully greeted Su Yang, his eyes burning with enthusiasm, saying, "Head of the family, I wish to accompany brother Su Xuanheng to the market this time." The two were in Xiao and Su Xuanheng. The Su family's business in the cultivation market has fully unfolded, and they visit the market each year to trade cultivation resources. Su Yang turned his gaze to Xiao and asked softly, "Are you prepared?" "I am ready." And Xiao replied with a solemn tone. He was going back to seek revenge for his mother. After 6 years of cultivation in the Su family, he is now a second-level qi refining cultivator and also a fully innate martial artist. Perhaps cultivating for another year or two would be more stable, but he does not want to wait any longer. He fears that the Ghost Foot gang might flee or be wiped out by other forces. Every time the Su family goes to the cultivation market, they check if the Ghost Foot gang has fled. Perhaps due to the high mountains and long roads, or maybe because their gang's power is weak, or perhaps they want to continue enjoying a lavish life in the town. They have not left Yunmeng ruins in 6 years. Since you have made a decision, then go ahead. Su Yang nodded in agreement. After all, with Su Xuanheng, a 4th-level qi refining cultivator backing them, even the formidable Ghost Foot gang would not be a match for the two of them. After Su Yang spoke, he turned to his eldest son. Su Xuanheng stood tall and straight, his face resolute, exuding a sharp aura, as if he were a sword ready to be unsheathed. "You're not a child anymore. It's time for you to find a girl and get married. Don't just think about cultivation and competition all day. The family needs you to continue the lineage," Su Yang said impatiently. He had started urging his son to marry last year, but this rebellious son had repeatedly refused. The new chapter of the Bloodline family tree requires the next generation to begin. After waiting so long for Su Xuanheng to come of age, it turned out he only had cultivation on his mind. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xuanheng's previously sharp aura instantly dulled. "Father, it's not that I don't want to get married. I just don't want to settle down so early. Moreover, I want to find a girl I like, not someone arranged by the family," Su Xuanheng explained softly, fearing to anger his father. Just then, another elegant young man walked into the courtyard, and upon seeing this scene, he broke into a broad grin. "Brother, you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to get married. Stop throwing tantrums. Get lost." Su Xuanheng glared at Su Xuanming, signaling him not to stir trouble at such a moment. Su Yang then looked at his second son, and his eyes lit up immediately. "By the way, Xuanming, you're 16 this year. Should I ask your mother to help find you a girl?" "No problem. I'm not as picky as my elder brother." Su Xuanming's response surprised Su Yang. "However, I hope my wife will be a cultivator so we can be together for a long time." Su Yang did not expect Su Xianming to agree so readily. After all, with Su Xuanheng as an example, he thought Su Xianming would use his older brother as a shield, unwilling to marry early. Upon learning of his second son's intentions, Su Yang's expression brightened. "No problem. It might be difficult to find a female cultivator, but a girl with spiritual roots should be relatively easier to find. She could even be without spiritual roots. As long as she cultivates the Hunyuan Ningxian method, she can develop spiritual roots." Su Yang was not an old-fashioned person. Since the bride would marry into the Su family, they would become family, and some secrets could be shared. Just like Qin Jiangmei, who does not bear the Su surname, yet also cultivates the Hunyuan Ningxian method. Thus, even if she is a daughter-in-law, as long as she can prove she will not betray the Su family, Su Yang would allow her to cultivate the Hunyuan Ningxian method. However, human hearts are hard to fathom. If Su Xianming were to marry a woman without spiritual roots, it would take time to verify her true character. Now, the Su family was different from before. There were too many secrets within the family. It would not be possible to keep everything hidden from the daughter-in-law, as that would mislead her into thinking the Su family was ostracizing her, leading to misunderstandings and estrangement. Therefore, it would be best to find a woman with spiritual roots for marriage. The Su family would assist her in cultivation and longevity, and through their interactions they would gradually understand each other, confirming her character before imparting any Dao techniques to help her condense her true spiritual roots. In recent years, many cultivators and qi refining families have come to Qingyuan County. Your mother and I will help you keep an eye out for a good girl." Su Yang patted Su Xianming on the shoulder with satisfaction. Su Xuanheng, who had been ignored by his father, forced a smile and clasped his hands, saying, "If there are no other instructions from father, I will take my leave." Su Yang waved his hand to indicate he could go. As his gaze passed over in Xiao, he subtly nodded. The two bowed respectfully and then turned to leave. Su Yang immediately went to the lakeside pavilion and saw his wife sitting inside, playing music. Beside her was Su Xuanjing, who was just beginning to show her grace, comfortably curled up in a rocking chair, gently swaying with the rhythm of the music, holding a spiritual fruit and nibbling on it with great delight. "Father, you're here. Quickly try this spiritual fruit." Su Xuanjing noticed her father's arrival and immediately smiled widely, saying, "This is a specialty of the Daoxian sect. It is plump and juicy, sweet in flavor, and contains rich spiritual energy comparable to a first-tier qi gathering pill." "Where did you get this specialty of the Daoxian sect?" Su Yang asked, curiously picking up a spiritual fruit that looked like an ordinary pear. Taking a bite, the sweetness filled his mouth and the rich spiritual energy flowed down his throat, instantly spreading throughout his body. "This is real stuff. Or did this girl not get conned?" Ever since he brought back a large black cow, last time Su Yang felt that his daughter was easily deceived. It was given by Sister Ruan from the Daoxian sect, and she is still staying in our Zui Xianlu. It is said that the Great Wei has ordered various sects to send support to the Guangling border, but we don't know what happened. Su Xuanjing replied while enjoying the spiritual fruit. "The Great Wei is asking the sects for help. Could it be that even the Great Wei army cannot hold back the demon beasts of the Bailian mountain range?" Su Yang was taken aback. Over the years, he thought the demon beasts of the Bailian mountain range had retreated, but it seemed these beasts not only did not withdraw, but continued to attack the territory of Great Wei. Could it be that the Bailian mountain range is too crowded and wants to expand its territory? "I'm not sure. That Sister Ruan said her senior brothers and sisters went to the border and have never returned, and now it's her turn." "What level of cultivation does the Sister Ruan you mentioned have?" Su Yang suddenly asked. "On the surface, she is at the first level of qi refining, but in reality, she is at the third level of qi refining." Su Xuanjing answered truthfully. Now the Su family's concealment technique under Su Yang's fusion and modification has reached a level that can fool foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, in front of the Su family, the concealment techniques of ordinary people are practically useless. The third level of qi refining is quite compatible with Ming'er. Su Yang murmured softly and continued to ask, "What about her age? How does it compare to your second brother?" Su Xuanjing paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Father, you don't want to bring a disciple of the Daoxian sect back to the Su family, do you? I just asked your second brother earlier, and he said he is willing to marry, but he only requests that the other party be a female cultivator." Su Yang chuckled. "I came here thinking of discussing this matter with your mother, but I didn't expect it to happen so coincidentally." Qin Jiangmei, who was beside him, paused her fingers on the strings of the zither upon hearing this. During this time, she had also been contemplating the marriage of the two children and did not expect to have a clue so soon, which made her pleasantly surprised. "Husband's suggestion is indeed good. Jinger mentioned to me before that the girl from the Daoxian sect should be a year or two older than Xuanming, but this is equivalent to nothing for cultivators. Moreover, that girl joined the Daoxian sect at a young age, and it is likely her aptitude is weaker, so after more than 10 years of hard cultivation in the sect, she is still just a servant disciple. The more we talk about it, the more promising it seems. If that girl has the intention of getting married, Su Xianming can get to know her. The marriage partner does not necessarily have to be a girl from a family in Qingyuan County. Disciples from the sect are also acceptable." At this, Su Xianjing was taken aback. How did she become her second brother's matchmaker? But then she thought Sister Ruan treated her so well, if they became family, wouldn't that be even closer? Su Xianjing immediately became excited as well, chattering non-stop as she introduced her parents to Sister Ruan's background, personality, appearance, and so on. "Jinga, you go and express the Su family's intentions to that girl and see if she is willing to get to know your second brother." Su Xianjing nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling, and hurriedly got up to leave the pavilion. At this moment, Xiao Mei came over holding Su Xuanling, followed by the large black cow, slowly trailing behind. Then with a splash it plunged into the lake, enjoying itself with a low moo. "Head of the family, a cultivator requests an audience," Xiao Mei conveyed the message. Su Yang was not surprised by this, and immediately stood up to head towards the main hall. The Su family's prestige in Qingyuan County was not low. Over the years, many cultivators had come, some wanting to become retainers, while others willing to be guest elders. There were even two at the first level of qi refining who became servants of the Su family, now responsible for taking care of the Su family's spiritual plants. Su Yang had also attempted to impart some alchemy insights to them, but the two were dull-witted and could never comprehend. Upon arriving at the main hall, the person was already waiting there. To Su Yang's surprise, the visitor was a young man whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of qi refining. Now he understood it was highly likely this person wanted to become a retainer of the Su family. "Greetings, Su Daoist. I am Jiang Linyuan. I wonder if the Su family needs retainers." Jiang Linyuan spoke, just as Su Yang expected. "Sorry, Jiang Daoist, the Su family does not need retainers. We only recruit servants." If you have expertise in cultivation techniques, you could seek a position as a guest elder in the Su family. Su Yang's words were simple and straightforward, completely unafraid of offending the other party. The more formal the occasion, the more one should speak openly. Ambiguous statements would only invite disgust. Su Daoist is indeed straightforward, but you might want to hear what I have to say. When I passed through the Guangling border, I observed the situation there was dire with the risk of a breach at any moment. Jiang Linyuan said in a calm tone. If the Guangling border is breached, the demon beasts will surely invade Qingyuan County, and at that time the Su family will undoubtedly need a retainer to protect the family. Upon hearing that the other party came from the Guangling border, Su Yang immediately became interested. Dao friend Jiang, have you been to the Guangling border? Could you elaborate on the situation there? The Guangling border is heavily guarded by the Wei army with imposing walls erected, making it impossible for the outside world to comprehend the circumstances beyond. Jiang Linyuan revealed a confident smile upon hearing this. Currently, the Guangling border is guarded by a significant force of Wei, yet the beast horde attacking the border is relentless. Over the years, Wei has spent vast resources to combat the beast horde, prompting them to enlist disciples from major sects for assistance, thereby stabilizing the situation. Jiang Linyuan paused, then sneered. However, it is unknown how many monsters reside within the Bailian mountain range. The beast horde shows no signs of fatigue, while the morale at the Guangling border continues to dwindle. It is evident that the breach of the Guangling border is only a matter of time. Furthermore, the reason Wei is vigorously developing Qingyuan, attracting warriors and cultivators to settle here, is precisely to establish Qingyuan as a second line of defense. Su Yang appeared contemplative and then retorted, "Is this a secret message you received, or is it common knowledge among those passing through Guangling? If it is well known, then outside family forces should also be aware, so why would they choose to settle in Qingyuan knowing the danger? But if it is a secret message, what is Jiang Linyuan's background that allows him to acquire such information, and why does he remain in Qingyuan despite knowing the risks?" Su Yang had many doubts, and a sense of caution arose within him. "I have some connections in the cultivation world, hence I am aware of the news from the border." Jiang Linyuan confidently replied, "With my strength, protecting the Su family crossing this hurdle should not be difficult." Su Yang immediately cupped his fists and said with a forced smile, "Thank you for the information, but the Su family does not require tribute, only servants and enforcers." These words caused Jiang Linyuan's expression to twitch. After speaking for so long, the other party showed no appreciation and solely desired to recruit him as a servant. Truly unaware of what is good for him, Jiang Linyuan's expression changed dramatically, and he coldly snorted, waving his sleeve as he departed. "If you do not wish to believe my words, you will have a day of regret." Su Yang narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. The other party's attitude unsettled him. Should he just eliminate him? A thought crossed his mind, but Su Yang quickly dismissed it. This person has an unknown background. Recklessly eliminating him could invite unforeseen disasters. It is better to investigate first. He immediately called for Luo Qian and instructed, "Go investigate Jiang Linyuan, and see if you can uncover his background and experiences and observe his recent actions without being detected." "Yes," Luo Qian responded and was about to leave. Su Yang suddenly smiled and said, "As promised, if you establish a family, I will allow the Luo family to become a vassal family. Now that you are married, you should consider your descendants." Luo Qian was momentarily stunned. His usually stern expression melted like a glacier, revealing a warm smile. "My wife became pregnant a few days ago, and when the child is born, I hope the family head can bestow a name on my child," Luo Qian said, cupping his fists. Su Yang laughed heartily. "The name should be given by you as the father, for it holds greater significance. Starting now, the Luo family will be a vassal family of the Su family. As the family head, you should pay more attention to the family situation. I do not wish to see the Luo family wither under the governance of the Su family. It would not sound good if it got out." "Yes. Thank you, family head." Luo Qian remained respectful, but his face bore a hint of joy. Qingyuan Zue Xianlu. Ruan Ning sat on the third floor, gazing at the people and things of Qingyuan County. This county is vibrant, and the beautiful scenery is captivating, yet she currently has no desire to appreciate it. Tomorrow she will head to the Guangling border with her senior brothers and sisters. Wei requires the support of cultivators and has enforced the regular dispatch of personnel from major sects. Thus, Daoxian sect sends several servant disciples periodically. However, none of the senior brothers and sisters who have gone to the Guangling border have returned, indicating that this is not support, but another form of conscription. To avoid wasting the sect's exceptional disciples, Daoxian sect uses servant disciples as fillers, showing no concern for their lives. Not only Daoxian sect does this, but other sects are doing the same. Wei is well aware, but they do not mind. Both parties have tacitly reached a consensus to send servant disciples to the border to face death. Cultivation. Ruan Ning rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful face revealing a hint of self-mockery. It is truly meaningless. It would be better to be an ordinary person, at least able to feel the warmth of friends and family. She grew up in Daoxian sect, and when she first joined she thought she finally had a big family after being alone and desolate. Yet all around her were treachery and deceit. No one cared about her feelings, no one cared about her life, and no one cared whether she was still alive. The sect only cares about their own cultivation. When encountering someone stronger, they flatteringly call them senior. When encountering someone weaker, they sneer and mock. When meeting someone of the same level, they feign friendliness. Ruan Ning felt disheartened by the cultivation world. Suddenly, she remembered the lively little shopkeeper she met at Xian Lu yesterday. That vibrant personality clearly indicated they grew up in a warm family. She felt envy and yearning, and so she gifted that person some Daoxian sect specialties, unexpectedly finding in that little girl a sincerity and warmth she had never encountered since her cultivation journey. That sweet address of Ruan Jie melted her heart. Ruan Ning recalled this incident and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she heard the voice of that little girl, clear and pleasant, filled with the same vitality as this county. Ruan Jie, why are you daydreaming here today? Ruan Ning slowly came to her senses, only to see Su Xianjing sitting opposite her, blinking her watery, big eyes in confusion. However, behind Su Xianjing was a refined and handsome young man who nodded with a smile. Ruan Ning was slightly taken aback and nodded back. I am Su Xuanming, Xuanjing's second brother. Looking at this girl's demeanor, those spiritual fruits from yesterday were undoubtedly gifted by Miss Ruan. Su Xianming smiled and cupped his fists, displaying proper etiquette. He quietly observed the striking female cultivator before him, who lacked the typical arrogance of cultivators. Her demeanor was elegant, somewhat resembling their mother, yet with a hint of the vivacity of a female cultivator. Overall, she aligns with Su Xuanming's criteria for a partner, but her character and values still need further discussion. Originally, Su Xianjing should have come alone to gauge Ruan Ning's willingness to marry. Unexpectedly, Su Xianjing found it troublesome and directly approached Su Xuanming, entrusting him with the task assigned by their father. Su Xuanming, upon hearing this, was also curious about what kind of person this female cultivator was that his sister had befriended. Thus the siblings hit it off and came to Xian Lu together. It was indeed my gift. I quite like this girl, so consider it a meeting gift for her. Ruan Ning lightly smiled and nodded, not belittling them, just because Su Xianjing and Su Xianming were ordinary people. Although raised in a soulless sect, her deepest desire was for human warmth. If she could start over, she would never tread the path of cultivation again, preferring to be an ordinary person growing old together rather than witnessing the indifference and heartlessness of her peers. The Su family upholds the principle of reciprocity. Since we coincidentally met today, let us siblings be the hosts and invite you to taste the exquisite delicacies and fine wines of Xian Lu. We hope you do not refuse. Yes, yes. Ruan Jie, come dine with us. Su Xianjing shouted loudly. Su Xuanming's warmth was sincere, completely devoid of any hypocritical pleasantries, making Ruan Ning feel quite comfortable. Therefore, she did not refuse the siblings' kindness. Su Xianming was eloquent and took the initiative to lead the conversation, while Su Xianjing continuously chimed in, and the three quickly became familiar. The night in Qingyuan was brightly lit, marking the liveliest moment at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Ruan Ning enjoyed her dinner immensely, savoring the exquisite delicacies and fine wine, but more importantly, she relished the feeling of chatting with friends. There was no comparison or scheming among the cultivators. Even the trivial conversations felt pleasant and relaxed. Unfortunately, such moments would not last long, and tomorrow she would have to head to Guangling County, possibly never to return. Sister Ruan, we will come to find you again tomorrow. Su Xianjing clearly was not finished talking and did not forget to make plans for the next day at their farewell. Ruan Ning smiled wryly and shook her head. I'm sorry, but I will be leaving tomorrow. I truly enjoyed our time together today, and I will remember it fondly. Oh, you're leaving tomorrow. Haven't you been in Qingyuan for 2 or 3 days? Staying an extra day wouldn't hurt. Su Xianjing suddenly became anxious. She was still thinking of finding an opportunity to bring Ruan Ning back to the Su family as a second sister-in-law, having just built some rapport today, planning to get straight to the point in a couple of days. But now that Ruan Ning was leaving tomorrow, that wouldn't do. I had such a delightful conversation with Miss Ruan, yet I never expected it to be a one-time encounter. It is quite regrettable. Su Xianming let out a faint sigh, not pushing for her to stay. It could only be said that they were fated to be apart, making such timing rather unfortunate. Brother, what are you? Su Xianjing was extremely anxious, but seeing her second brother shake his head, she could only swallow her words. Ruan Ning felt similarly regretful, but maintained her composure. If given the chance, I will surely return to Qingyuan to reunite with both of you. Until we meet again. The three bid farewell regretfully, with Ruan Ning standing at the entrance of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, watching them leave. At that moment, a young man approached from behind, wearing a warm smile. Junior sister Ruan seems quite attentive to these two insignificant people. They must have some unique qualities. Hearing the voice behind her, Ruan Ning's smile faded. Senior Brother Li, it is best to refrain from referring to them as insignificant lest you offend someone outside. Offend whom? Offend two insignificant people. Senior Brother Li maintained his warm smile, but his words were sharp. Not to mention two insignificant people. Even if there were 10, I could easily squash them with a single slap. Does Junior Sister Ruan think they are of remarkable background, hence your prolonged conversation with them? Senior Brother Li scoffed. I observed that their auras are quite ordinary. They are neither cultivators nor martial artists, merely two useless offspring of their families. Junior Sister, you misjudged this time. I am tired. I will return to my room to rest now. Ruan Ning did not wish to waste words with this person. Their ideologies differed. There was no point in further discussion. It was merely a case of talking past each other. That won't do. The plan has changed, and we must head to Guangling tonight. Senior Brother Li's smile remained, but it carried a chilling undertone. Ruan Ning was used to this smile of the cunning tiger, but she slightly furrowed her brows and said, didn't you say tomorrow? Why rush tonight? Junior Sister Ruan, you know that at our current speed, we should have reached Guangling County 2 days ago. If we wait until tomorrow to depart, it would delay us by 3 days, and if the sect finds out, we will have trouble explaining. Since Senior Brother Li is so worried about the sect's responsibility, why did we stop in Qingyuan for several days? Ruan Ning's instincts told her that Senior Brother Li's insistence on traveling overnight must involve some scheme. This was the experience she had accumulated over more than 10 years of wandering in the world of cultivation. Even fellow disciples should be kept at a distance, for there was always a risk of being harmed. It's because Junior Sister Chun is afraid of dying in Guangling and insisted on experiencing the last splendor of life, so I took the risk to bring you all to Qingyuan for a stop. Therefore, when we leave, you must listen to me, your senior brother. Where did Junior Sister Chen go? Ruan Ning's expression turned vigilant. As her divine sense extended out, she saw Junior Sister Chen running out from the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Sister Ruan, are you ready? We need to set off now, Junior Sister Chen urged. Ruan Ning was momentarily taken aback. She had thought something had happened to Junior Sister Chun, but she was perfectly fine standing right in front of her. Had she overthought it? All right, I have nothing to pack. We can leave right now. Ruan Ning nodded, feeling quite regretful inside. Having just made a true friend, she was leaving that very night. Perhaps this was fate's decree, only allowing them to meet briefly. The three figures hurriedly departed. At this moment, Su Yang was sitting in a private room on the 5th floor of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, leisurely savoring fine wine, his divine sense sweeping over the three individuals. Is this a puppet technique? Su Yang muttered softly. Just as he put down his cup and prepared to follow, he noticed that his earlier departing siblings had returned. Brother, we can't just let it go like this. If we miss this chance, it will be gone. Su Xianjing insisted, pulling her elder brother's arm forcibly, dragging him back to the drunken Immortal Pavilion. On the way, she grew increasingly unwilling. Where could she find such a good sister-in-law? Su Xianming found it both amusing and exasperating. Miss Ruan is leaving tomorrow, indicating that she is fated to be apart from our Su family. Forcing this matter would only be ungraceful. Perhaps it's better to let it go. That won't do. This task was assigned to me by father, so you must listen to me. Su Xianjing puffed her cheeks, not allowing her elder brother to refuse. Just as the two approached the entrance of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, preparing to go upstairs, they heard their father's voice in their minds. Ruan Ning is leaving Qingyuan County. You two should immediately check it out and be cautious in your actions. The two were momentarily stunned. So father had been watching all along. But wasn't Miss Ruan supposed to leave tomorrow? Why the rush tonight? And father warned them to be cautious. Could something happen? Su Xuanming's expression slightly tightened as he nodded toward the direction of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, then quickly chased after Ruan Ning along with Su Xianjing. Meanwhile, Ruan Ning remained ever vigilant against Senior Brother Li. She felt something was off, though Senior Brother Li had provided an explanation. The reasoning was ultimately somewhat flimsy. Beside her, Junior Sister Chun was blissfully oblivious, displaying a naive and innocent demeanor without a hint of wariness toward her senior brothers and sisters. After all, she was a newcomer to the world of cultivation, completely unaware of the dangers that lurked among cultivators. If Senior Brother Li had any ulterior motives, the first to be harmed would likely be the naive Junior Sister Chun. Just as Ruan Ning was thinking this, she noticed Senior Brother Li intentionally moving closer to Junior Sister Chun. Instantly, a chill ran through Ruan Ning's heart, and her internal spiritual power surged. Sure enough, just as the three left Qingyuan County, Senior Brother Li had already gotten close to Junior Sister Chun. In an instant, a sharp sword flew out from Senior Brother Li's storage ring, aimed directly at the vital point of Junior Sister Chun. Junior Sister, be careful, Ruan Ning exclaimed, her spiritual power erupting as she propelled her flying sword to clash with Senior Brother Li's sword, producing a sound of clashing metal. Junior Sister Chun was immediately frightened, pale by the scene, hastily hiding behind Ruan Ning. Before Ruan Ning could question her, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as Senior Brother Li revealed a sinister smile. Not good. Ruan Ning's pupils constricted. Just as she realized what was happening, it was too late to dodge. The sword that senior brother Li had deflected now landed in junior sister Chen's hands, and she wore a smile identical to senior brother Li's, striking ruthlessly at Wan Ning's back. There was no escape. Spells, talismans, magical artifacts. A plan flashed through Wan Ning's mind. In an instant, her fingertips moved slightly as she pinched a golden talisman. With just this talisman, it was unlikely to hold off the attack, but it was the only method she could think of, perhaps buying her a chance to escape. However, as soon as the golden talisman shield was raised, senior brother Li directly raised his hand and struck the spell, imprinting directly onto her golden shield. With a thunderous boom, the golden shield shattered like glass, exploding into golden shards. Junior sister Chen's flying sword, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, pierced straight towards Wan Ning's back. The coldness of death gripped her instantly. The air seemed to freeze, and even time paused for a moment. In her hazy consciousness, the taste of the celestial brew from the drunken Immortal Tower unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Accompanying this were the smiling faces of the Su siblings. In this long and cold journey of immortality, those brief moments of companionship became the only warmth in her memories. A faint sigh escaped Wan Ning's lips, her tense body and mind oddly relaxed. Perhaps death was actually a form of liberation for her. Cultivating immortality is truly meaningless. Wan Ning calmly accepted death, but the anticipated sharp pain did not come. A violent gust of wind suddenly swept in from the side, catching junior sister Chen off guard and sending her spinning through the air. Who is it? Senior brother Li's expression changed, drastically unable to maintain his smile. The newcomer turned out to be a congenital warrior surrounded by protective aura strong enough to crush all early-stage chi refinement cultivators. What worried him the most was not the opponent's realm, but that this person could evade the divine sense of cultivators and approach them silently. Wan Ning was equally puzzled, instinctively thinking that a fellow cultivator had come to their aid. Turning her head, she was stunned to see that familiar handsome face. Moreover, there was more than one newcomer. Another girl, slightly slower, rushed over angrily and pulled her behind for protection under Wan Ning's bewildered gaze. Sister Wan, are you hurt? Su Xianjing asked with concern. Su Xianming glared coldly at senior brother Li, his scholarly demeanor now radiating a more ferocious aura under the protective aura. You guys. Wan Ning was taken aback, surprised not only by Su Xuanming's strength, but also by their appearance here. It seems Sister Wan is fine, and we will discuss other matters later. Is this bad guy your senior brother? Su Xianjing scanned Wan Ning with her divine sense, feeling relieved. Fortunately, they arrived in time. If they had been even a moment later, Sister Wan would have been severely injured or worse. Yes, he is my senior brother, but I don't know why he attacked me, Wan Ning said darkly. Just as she finished speaking, junior sister Chun, who had been knocked away by a punch from Su Xuanming, came charging back at them, as if she had no regard for her life. Senior brother Li decisively cast a spell on himself and fled into the distance without looking back. Seeing this, Su Xianming immediately prepared to chase after him. After all, the opponent was a third-layer chi refinement cultivator, while junior sister Chun was only at the second layer. With his sister and Wan Ning teaming up against this person, it would be more than enough. But just as he took a step forward, the charging junior sister Chun, having used some secret method, was enveloped in a strange light. Red cracks appeared on her skin, leaking streams of firelight, her face displaying a crazed smile followed by a surge of scalding energy that swept out. Su Xuanming's pupils constricted, his expression changing drastically as he swiftly positioned himself in front of his sister and Wan Ning. Boom! Junior sister Chen's body exploded like an inflated ball. The deafening blast echoed. The residents of Qingyuan County nearby could hear the explosion, and the dazzling light shone like the sun falling to the earth. In the midst of his escape, senior brother Li revealed a manic smile, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had kept a hand, otherwise he would have truly been doomed tonight. Who would have thought that the one he viewed as an ant was actually a hidden congenital warrior? Even more absurdly, this person had coincidentally appeared in such a place. He even suspected that Wan Ning had seen through his plot and had specifically brought in help. However, even a congenital warrior could not possibly survive such an explosion. And he understood Wan Ning's methods very well. There was no way to withstand a spell of this scale. Therefore, these three were undoubtedly doomed. The deafening explosion finally subsided, the air filled with the acrid smell of charred remains and dissipating spiritual energy. Senior brother Li, out of caution, did not forget to probe with his divine sense while escaping. But upon looking back, the manic smile on his face instantly froze. He saw the three of them walking out unscathed from the thick mist, each enveloped in 3 layers of protection, the talismans forming a shield with web-like cracks, eventually dissipating into specks of spiritual light as their energy was exhausted. A first-grade, superior-grade golden talisman, just throwing out 9 of them as if talismans were free. The only ones in the Su family capable of doing this were Su Yang and Su Xianjing. At this moment, not to mention senior brother Li being dumbfounded, Wan Ning felt a mix of emotions, for she had seen with her own eyes that it was Su Xianjing who had thrown the talismans. The identity of a cultivator was self-evident. But she had no time to think too much. The assassination by senior brother Li and junior sister Chen's self-detonation left her confused and angry. Su Xianming and Su Xianjing were the first to charge at senior brother Li. Su Xianjing threw out a light talisman, which stuck to the two of them, instantly boosting their speed. Then another 10 talismans were thrown out. The talismans radiating golden light formed a cage that sealed off the heavens and the earth, sending golden chains flying out, forcefully dragging the fleeing senior brother Li into the cage and blocking his escape route. At this point, Su Xianming arrived. His fist, shrouded in protective aura, carried the sound of breaking air as it smashed violently into senior brother Li's face. Bang! Bloodied teeth flew from his mouth, and senior brother Li almost lost consciousness from the punch. Su Xianming's methods were rough and violent, starkly contrasting with his usual scholarly demeanor. In truth, he also wanted to wield a sword like his older brother with graceful and heroic swordplay. But unfortunately, his talent in swordsmanship was average, and his aptitude for spells was equally unimpressive. With his cultivation still at the third layer of chi refinement, the techniques he could employ were limited, making the straightforward and brutal martial methods the most suitable for him at this stage. Senior brother Li, who had fallen to the ground and was bound by talisman chains, saw Wan Ning approaching quickly and immediately shouted, "Junior sister, you misunderstand. Please let me explain." Wan Ning's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she swung her sword across his neck. Huh. Senior brother Li's eyes widened. The technique he was secretly invoking was forcefully interrupted, unable to believe that junior sister Wan was so wary of him, even at this moment, still guarding against him. "Aren't you going to ask him anything?" Su Xianming asked in surprise. After confirming that senior brother Li was dead, Wan Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head, saying, "I know this person. He would never reveal any information, only trying to find a way to escape or even counterattack against us." After saying this, she looked at the siblings with a complex expression, as if to say, "You two have hidden this from me so well." Su Xianming smiled awkwardly. Although he had not displayed any cultivator abilities, being able to approach Wan Ning and the others silently had already exposed him as a cultivator like Su Xianjing. Wan Ning, who had not reacted during the earlier fight, would realize this upon reflection. Warriors do not possess the ability to evade divine sense probes. Only the breath-holding techniques of cultivators can achieve that. Su Xianming was momentarily at a loss for words, though what he truly wished to understand was how Wan Ning currently felt. Would she blame the siblings for deceiving her? Or perhaps she thought that the two siblings, like the deceased senior brother and sister, were conspiring some unspeakable secret. Su Xianming could not be certain and could only proceed to examine the corpses with Su Xianjing. Senior sister Chen's storage ring was shattered in the explosion along with all its contents. Only senior brother Li's storage ring remained intact. Wan Ning was silent for a moment before speaking up. "Take this storage ring. Were it not for your timely rescue, I would already be dead." Su Xianming did not feign politeness and accepted the storage ring, directly probing its contents with his spiritual sense. The spirit stones, pills, and talismans were pitifully few. The only item of interest was an ancient brown leather scroll. Su Xianming pulled it out and casually flipped through a few pages. "This seems to be..." His gaze sharpened, astonished. "Puppetry inheritance. One of the myriad arts of cultivation, the obscure puppetry technique. Such skill was exceedingly rare in the cultivation world, often unavailable for purchase due to its obscurity. Moreover, each puppetry method and technique varied, resulting in no orthodox tradition. Thus, what was sold externally were often incomplete inheritances. Even if one were lucky enough to learn a complete first-stage puppetry technique, the second-stage inheritance would be nearly impossible to locate. Yet the puppetry art in Su Xianming's hands contained complete first and second-stage inheritances, its value comparable to a foundation establishment pill formula. Puppetry technique. Senior brother Li and I are both mundane disciples of Daoxian sect. How could he possess such an inheritance? Wan Ning's attention was piqued. As she murmured this, she recalled senior brother Li's earlier actions and was instantly relieved. This puppetry inheritance was most likely seized by senior brother Li through murder. These puppetry methods are exquisite, capable of feigning death through puppets. The self-detonation of that young lady just now bears a striking resemblance to this puppetry explosion technique. Su Xianming paused mid-sentence. He exchanged a glance with Su Xianjing, both harboring the same suspicion. Su Xianming immediately skimmed the following contents and gained full understanding. After hesitation, he handed over the leather scroll, saying, "Miss Wan, please take a look." Wan Ning's breath grew heavy as she accepted it and scanned through the pages, her palm trembling slightly before she let out a long sigh. Senior sister Chen. She had sensed during the recent battle that Chen's demeanor occasionally mirrored senior brother Li's exactly. This puppetry technique recorded methods to refine corpses into puppets, and Chen's behavior was entirely consistent with the puppets described. Undoubtedly, Chen had been turned into a puppet by senior brother Li at some unknown time, which explained her hostility towards Ruan Ning. Senior brother Li's initial attack on senior sister Chen was merely a staged act to lure Ruan Ning into a trap. Without the intervention of the Su siblings, his plan would have succeeded. Why would he want to assassinate Sister Ruan? Just to kill fellow disciples and seize treasures? Su Xianjing wondered. Ruan Ning was equally puzzled. She possessed no treasures, only ordinary cultivation resources. Recalling senior brother Li's strange behavior these days, she flipped through several pages of the scroll, her gaze finally settling on the puppetry feigned death technique. The soul resides in the puppet, flawlessly disguising the true body. When the puppet perishes, the original soul will not be detected by any qi or soul-seeking spells, and can even use this method to cleanse its own soul and qi marks. I understand now. Ruan Ning's heart trembled violently. She finally grasped senior brother Li's true intention. The murders and theft were incidental. His real goal was to defect from Daoxian's sect. Every disciple of Daoxian's sect leaves a life lamp within the sect upon joining, which only extinguishes upon death. This puppetry feigned death technique can cleanse all soul and qi marks naturally, including the life lamp spell within the sect. According to our original travel schedule, we should now be engaged in battle with beasts at the Guangling border, where death is always a possibility. If senior brother Li kills Chun and me now, the sect will only assume we died at the border. This is the perfect opportunity to employ this technique, allowing him to regain his freedom. Ruan Ning felt sorrow upon learning the truth. Had senior brother Li confided in her, she would not have betrayed him, but would have joined him in using the technique to escape Daoxian's sect. However, senior brother Li did not trust her, or rather disciples of Daoxian's sect never truly trust one another, only guarding themselves and scheming to stab each other in the back. Thus, possessing a means of escape, senior brother Li chose to eliminate 2 junior sisters and flee alone. This was the cultivation world Ruan Ning had encountered, fraught with treachery and selfishness. Ruan Ning shared her conjecture with the Su siblings, who were left speechless. The two could not comprehend why fellow disciples would scheme against each other. Was not the sect supposed to be a greater family? Sister Ruan, it is not your fault to feel that cultivators are heartless. My father also says that cultivators outside are cold and indifferent, but our family is different. My father is a cultivator full of empathy. Seeing Ruan Ning's mood sour, seemingly disgusted with cultivators' hearts, Su Xianjing hurried to comfort and explain, fearing the Su family would be misunderstood or implicated. Indeed, the Su family was truly different, unlike the cultivators outside. That is true, third sister speaks honestly. Miss Ruan will see for herself once she visits the Su family. Su Xianming smiled and said, it is getting late. Since Miss Ruan has nowhere to go, you might as well stay at the Su household for now. If you wish to leave Daoxian's sect, perhaps you could attempt the puppetry feigned death technique. Puppetry need not rely solely on corpses. Wood, bronze, celestial metal, and more can also serve as puppets. However, the latter are costly, and animating wood and metal requires the help of an alchemist specialized in refining artifacts. Then I will trouble you. Ruan Ning nodded slightly, realizing that from the moment Daoxian's sect abandoned her, she truly had nowhere to go. A moment later, upon arriving at the Su household, Ruan Ning saw the maids and servants in the courtyard enthusiastically greeting them. These people appeared mortal, yet their warmth was genuine, not a facade, but heartfelt welcome for their master's return home. This surprised Ruan Ning. It seemed the Su siblings treated mortals as she did. Entering the inner courtyard, she saw a large black ox ambling toward them, with a beautiful little girl riding on its back. Ruan Ning found the scene strange. The picturesque courtyard was marred by a black ox disrupting the aesthetic. Upon closer inspection, this ox was actually a qi refinement stage beast. The head of the Su family was a cultivator, and the Su siblings were cultivators as well. Even their domestic cattle were magical beasts. For a moment, Ruan Ning felt as if she had stumbled into a true dragon's lair, sensing that everyone in the yard concealed great power. The young men and women leisurely sipping tea under the pavilion, the little boy walking toward them, even the maid tending the flowers. All appeared to be cultivators. Second brother, you are back. An 80-year-old boy walked up, his curious gaze sizing up Ruan Ning, wondering why a beautiful sister would come to their home at night. Third sister. Su Xianling chirped, patting the head of the big black cow, which surprisingly lay down as if it understood. The little one climbed off the cow and rushed into her sister's arms. The younger brother seeks the older brother, while the younger sister looks for the older sister. Their relationships are clear at a glance. Children are so genuine, they only see the person they like, instinctively ignoring everyone else. Su Xianming smiled as he ruffled the boy's hair and introduced, this is my fourth brother Su Xuanxiao and my fifth sister Su Xianling. This is my friend Ruan Ning, whom you can call Sister Ruan. Su Xuanling, hugging her sister's snowy neck, pretended not to hear and shyly peeked at Ruan Ning. Sister Ruan, Su Xianxiao greeted politely. Ruan Ning sensed that Su Xianling was shy due to her young age, but Su Xianxiao seemed to be wary of her, causing her to feel puzzled. What had she done to offend him? Stop thinking that everyone outside is bad. The spirit fruit you're eating was given by Miss Ruan. Su Xianming lightly patted his fourth brother's head, exasperated. He had the best relationship with his fourth brother and knew exactly what the boy was thinking. Since childhood, the fourth brother had been somewhat peculiar, or rather too timid, always believing that there were many bad people outside, and he would immediately assume the worst when encountering strangers. As a result, for many years, Su Xianxiao had stayed at home to cultivate, having virtually no social interactions or friends aside from siblings and servants. Despite being born with a spiritual root and able to cultivate from a young age, he was so timid and fearful. Every time Su Xianming tried to teach him, Su Xianxiao would rebut that he was being cautious, not cowardly. Thank you, Sister Ruan. Hearing that the spirit fruit was given by her, Su Zhuangxiu's brows lifted slightly and his gaze softened a bit. Since that was the case, he tentatively accepted this beautiful sister. But his father had said that one should not judge a person by their appearance, and one must not let their guard down for a small benefit. He also mentioned that most cultivators outside were cold and indifferent, skilled in disguise. Thus, he needed to observe her a little longer. Watching Su Zhuangxiu's continuously changing expressions, Ruan Ning immediately understood. She had not offended him, it was simply the boy's nature. However, this personality was quite suitable for survival in the world of cultivation. Su Xianming led Ruan Ning through a lakeside pavilion. Inside the pavilion were young men and women, one of whom bore a resemblance to Su Xianming. Ruan Ning guessed they must be Su Zhuanming's elder brother and sister-in-law. But Su Xianming stopped and bowed to the two, saying father, mother. Ruan Ning was taken aback and quickly clasped her fists in greeting. Ruan Ning pays her respects to the head of the family and the lady. So he was the head of the Su family. He appeared so easygoing, lacking any of the authority or gravitas of a family head or cultivator, which made her mistakenly think he was Su Zhuanming's elder brother. The key was that the Su family's concealment technique was indeed remarkable, but she could not sense any trace of cultivation from the two, as if they were an ordinary couple. The couple nodded and smiled, their eyes filled with kindness resembling that of parents looking at their daughter-in-law. Su Yang gently said, Ruan Ning, can I call you that? Of course, it's fine. You can call me whatever you like, Senior Su. Ruan Ning promptly replied, feeling she should maintain respect when facing a powerful cultivator. No need to be so formal. It seems you all are unhurt. Tell me what happened. Su Yang's words provided Ruan Ning with a lot of information, and she suddenly had some guesses. As Su Xianming recounted the events, it confirmed her suspicions. Su Xianming and Su Zhuanjing's appearance outside Qingyuan County was indeed orchestrated by the head of the Su family. Father, this is Ruan Ning's senior brother's puppet inheritance. Please take a look. Su Xianming handed over a scroll while also explaining the reasons behind Ruan Ning's assassination attempt. Su Yang quickly scanned with his divine sense and expressed agreement with Ruan Ning's viewpoint. Ruan Ning's reasoning should be correct. Cultivators within the sect guard against each other and cannot trust anyone. To avoid being discovered while defecting from the sect, the best method is to eliminate those in the know. The motive for murder was this simple: because one could not trust the other, they eliminated each other. If fellow disciples could trust one another, such circumstances would not arise. Cultivation leads to coldness in character and selfishness, and the consequences not only affect oneself, but also those around them, impacting all disciples under the sect. The Daoxian sect's ethos had already rotted through. While the sect's strength was indeed formidable, once it encountered a crisis, it would crumble to dust. Countless similar sects have existed throughout history, yet none have changed. Cultivators tend to gamble, betting that their sect will not encounter calamities and that they will achieve transcendence. Su Yang looked at Ruan Ning and handed her the scroll. The puppet replacement technique recorded inside is quite useful for you. Whether to use this method to escape the Daoxian sect is entirely up to you. Su Yang smiled and said, there's no need to be reserved in the Su family. You can stay as long as you want. After all, the Su family has many empty rooms, and it would be nice for Xianming and Xianjing to have a friend to chat with. Thank you, head of the family. Ruan Ning received the scroll surprised. She could hardly believe that such a precious puppet inheritance was so freely offered to her without the need for duplication. Though it was merely a loan, this level of trust had never been present within the Daoxian sect. From the moment she entered the Su family, every person she met had a completely different attitude from the cultivators outside, showing genuine warmth without any pretense. Even Su Zhuangxiu's wariness and quick changes of expression felt real to Ruan Ning. If she didn't know that the Su family was not as simple as they appeared, she would have thought they were an ordinary mortal family. Just as Su Xianming and Su Xianjing said, the Su family truly is different. A few days later, a flying sword like a long rainbow swept through, instantly piercing Ruan Ning's heart, causing her body to explode into wood chips. Ruan Ning, lying on the chair, suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, clutching her heart, vividly remembering the pain of having her heart pierced. Only her puppet was killed by the flying sword, but the experience of death felt real. Ruan Ning felt that for a moment her soul had truly perished. She was filled with shock and fear. After calming down for a while, a smile suddenly appeared on her face, as if she had found liberation, her whole body relaxing. In that case, my life lamp in the sect should be extinguished. Given that her soul experienced a momentary death, a small life lamp spell would surely extinguish as well. The side effects of the puppet replacement technique were somewhat significant, but the effect was remarkable. Congratulations, Sister Ruan, for escaping the sect. You are now free. Su Xianjing approached, holding Su Xuanling, followed by a big black cow. What are your plans now? Why not stay in the Su family? Su Xianjing playfully blinked. Ruan Ning felt her cheeks warm at this remark. In the past few days, Lady Su had come to find her during her leisure time and had informed her of the Su family's views on her. Ruan Ning felt a mix of emotions, both shy and a bit lost. After leaving the Daoxian sect, although she regained her freedom, she had nowhere to go. The Su family wished for her to marry Su Xuanming, and from henceforth the Su family would be her new home. But the word marriage felt too foreign to her, someone who had grown up in a sect. She was naive about matters of the heart, unsure if she should marry, and whether the Su family would become a second sect that would bind her. The smell of blood and rust hung heavily in the air, pressing down on the town of Yunmingsu. And Xiao stood in the open space before the entrance of the Ghost Foot Gang, his feet planted in a viscous dark pool of blood reflecting the sky, stained by the setting sun. Several twisted corpses lay scattered around, their limbs stiffened in unnatural positions. Ahus, once arrogant and lewd face, was now frozen in fear and unwillingness. And Zio's long knife dripped with beads of blood, his bronze skin splattered with dark red spots, some from the enemy, and some from his own ruptured wounds. It had been 6 years. The chilling memories that had etched themselves into his mind surged through his nerves like a tidal wave at the moment his enemies drew their last breaths. He slowly raised his eyes, surveying the town that had once brought him pain. The houses remained shrouded in a gray haze permeated with silence, overlapping with the despair painted in his memories. Revenge has been taken. But the hatred that had accumulated for 6 years did not bring him relief now, but instead an unprecedented sense of bewilderment and emptiness. You got what you wished for going to pay respects to your mother. Su Xuanhing crossed his arms over his long sword, gazing at the bewildered youth before him. And Xiao snapped back to reality, waving his hand to hurl fireballs at the corpses, igniting the entire Ghost Foot Gang stronghold. The blazing flames consumed the broken land, and his cold heart gradually warmed with the heat of the fire. And Xiao nodded slightly and stepped out of the Ghost Foot Gang's territory. The townsfolk, terrified, all shrank back into their homes, afraid to show themselves, fearing that this unknown cultivator might extinguish their lives with a mere flick of his hand. The commoners outside the cultivation market held the same fear of cultivators as ever, and Xiao was used to it. Before joining the Su family, he also had a rigid impression of cultivators. The two of them arrived at a hill outside the town, and Xiao knelt before his mother's grave, his calm tone concealing years of buried emotions. Mother, your son has avenged you. You can rest in peace without worry. I am doing well now, embarking on the path of cultivation, all thanks to the Su family's assistance. I hope you can bless the Su family from the heavens. And Xiao bowed deeply. He offered incense at his mother's grave, and the past seemed to drift away like smoke in the wind. Yunmingsu. The moment he stepped into this place, the bustling and clamor washed over him. This was Zio's first time entering the cultivation market, and as he looked at the busy scene before him, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. Outside, it was dilapidated, filled with violence and bloodshed. Yet just a step away was a scene of prosperity. Clearly they were all descendants of cultivators, yet they had to suffer and be humiliated outside, tragically dying in the streets. Meanwhile, the cultivators inside remained oblivious to the outside world, not caring whether their offspring lived or died. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? And Xiao murmured to himself. He did not know who his ancestors were, nor whether they lived or died, so he felt no hatred, only a sense of desolation towards such cultivators. Su Xuanhing understood his thoughts and patted his shoulder, saying, As you can see, this is a cultivator, but this is only one side of the cultivators. Perhaps in a more distant place the cultivation world will present a different aspect. Isn't the cultivation world all the same? Not the same as my father says. Su Xuanhing blindly believed his father's words, and Zio's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Since the head of the family said, so it must be true. Moi. Su Xuanhing was about to head towards the Qian family, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure immediately striding towards the stall. The old man had white hair and a thin monkey-like frame, sitting silently at the stall. Upon seeing the two young men approach, he immediately donned a smile. Would you two friends like to take a look at my pills? They are all personally refined by this old man with ample ingredients. He'll take a bottle of Gathering Chi pill, please. Alright, a bottle of Gathering Chi pill costs 1 spirit stone. The old man beamed, but his aged skin was stretched in an unappealing way resembling a wrinkled chrysanthemum, and the frail aura about him indicated that he had not much time left. Su Xuanheng flicked his finger to toss a spirit stone, picking up the gathering chi pill to sniff it. It was still a low-grade pill with no improvement in craftsmanship. Su Xuanheng couldn't help but shake his head and turn to leave. And Xiao followed closely behind, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Heng, why buy such a bottle of gathering chi pill?" The Su family could refine pills themselves, and their family members consumed high-grade pills. A low-grade gathering chi pill like this was basically just sold off to other cultivators. "It's nothing, just an old acquaintance, but he doesn't recognize me." Su Xuanheng smiled and did not explain further. The old man was a familiar face from his childhood, the former offering of the Zhu family, Fu Yuan. When the Zhu family was destroyed, Fu Yuan had long since left and vanished without a trace. He never expected to encounter him again after so many years. However, judging by Fu Yuan's condition, it seemed he had not lived well these years and was nearing the end of his life. Su Xuanheng felt a sense of nostalgia for what once was and had no intention of acknowledging him. The two spent the next few days wandering the market, visiting families that had cooperated with the Su Commercial Association, trading resources as per the customary practices of previous years. The two parties had a long-term cooperative relationship, so the transaction process went quite smoothly. The real trouble was that after leaving Yunmengsu, they were likely to encounter bandits. Only Su Yang and Su Xuanheng dared to come to the market alone from the Su family. Others would bring along a congenital warrior from the family when coming to Yunmengsu. This trip has come to a successful end. It's time to return to the Su family. Su Zuanheng's expression was serious, his divine sense alertly scanning the surroundings. And Xiao instinctively tightened his grip on the sword sheath, emanating a terrifying aura. Before the two had left the market, a commotion erupted in the distance. Su Xuanheng felt puzzled and listened closely to catch a crucial phrase. Secret realm. A secret realm has appeared outside the market. Secret realm. Su Xuanheng was momentarily stunned. He was not a novice in cultivation. Although he had never seen a secret realm, he had some understanding of it. In the cultivation world, there existed some enclosed small worlds, some created by powerful beings as storage spaces, while others shrouded in the laws of the Great Tao. These small worlds would manifest in the real world at a certain time or under specific rules. They contained countless rare materials and treasures, as well as spirit stone veins, monsters, magical artifacts, and more. Secret realms were rare opportunities, with some cultivators going their entire lives without encountering one. Su Zuanheng's first reaction upon hearing this was, could this be a trap? Many cultivators present shared the same thought, but as the exclamations grew louder, a large number of cultivators surged out of Yunmengsu. Seeing this, Su Xuanheng immediately followed and Xiao to join them. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the current situation was favorable for them to leave Yunmengsu, and blending into the crowd would keep them from being noticed. That is, Su Zuanheng's usually calm face revealed shock. "Brother Heng, it seems we really have encountered a secret realm." And Xiao found it hard to maintain his composure, gazing at the strange light blooming from the 10,000 mountains in the distance, his voice tinged with excitement. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, an endless range of mountains is home to countless fierce beasts. The cultivation resources of Yunmeng ruins are almost entirely sourced from the beasts within the mountains, with cultivators entering daily to hunt and trade the materials produced by the beasts with outsiders. After countless years, the number of fierce beasts in the 10,000 great mountains shows no sign of diminishing. At this moment, a brilliant white light blooms atop the mountain, with dense spiritual energy radiating from the light, causing the fierce beasts within the mountain to roar and stampede. Cultivators within the cultivation market also surged out towards Yunmeng ruins, excitedly racing towards the direction of the white light. Su Xuanheng even saw foundation establishment cultivators flying out on their swords, moving at an astonishing speed like streaks of light darting towards the mountains. "Brother Heng, should we go?" And Xiao suppressed his excitement and asked quietly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but they were carrying a significant amount of spirit stones, and their primary task should be to escort these spirit stones back to the Su family. However, whether the secret realm would still be open upon their return to the Su family remained a question. Whether to return to the Su family or head to the secret realm depended on Su Zuanheng's decision, and Xiao, being merely a servant of the Su family, did not dare to make decisions on his own. Su Zuanheng's gaze slightly tightened, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. Such a rare opportunity must be seized. If my father were here, he would definitely agree to my venture for experience. What about these spirit stones? How about I take them back and you enter the secret realm, Brother Heng? And Xiao gritted his teeth, choosing to actively give up this incredible opportunity. No need. Su Xuanheng shook his head decisively, his gaze like lightning staring deep into the white light that pierced the skies within the 10,000 great mountains, his voice resolute. In the face of opportunity, how can we be hesitant? We venture together side by side in battle only, then can we carve out a vast sky amidst this den of dragons and tigers. Mere spirit stones cannot compare to the opportunity to contend with the great Tao. But, Brother Hung, the secret realm is fraught with danger. What if? And Zio's heart tightened, his worries intensifying, fearing that Brother Hung might be blinded by the allure before him and step into an irreversible abyss. Upon hearing this, a sharp blade-like smile appeared on Su Zunheng's lips, and there was no longer a trace of hesitation in his eyes, only a burning fighting spirit and unwavering determination. His aura suddenly surged, transforming him into a sword ready to be unsheathed, radiating brilliance. Danger. Has the path of cultivation ever been smooth sailing? His voice was not loud, yet every word struck like gold and stone, carrying a power that shook the heart. In the struggle for opportunity, bones pave the way. If one lacks the courage to take this step, fearing the enemy like a tiger and hesitating, what is there to cultivate? What is there to prove on the path to enlightenment? Su Zunheng's words exploded like thunder in Zio's ears. At this moment, he suddenly saw another side of cultivation. And Zio's confusion about the cultivation world after seeking vengeance was pierced through by the sharp radiance suddenly unleashed by Su Xuaneng. The cultivators he saw were no longer merely cold and selfish, but possessed a life force that was almost ablaze. A fearless spirit that transcended the fear of life and death. They were bold enough to place their lives in the crucible of the world, to seize fleeting opportunities, a fearlessness that allowed them to face countless dangers and the unknown, still holding their heads high, to a spirit that viewed hardships and obstacles as whetstones to forge the great Tao within their hearts. This spirit is deeply rooted in the Tao heart, the fundamental force driving cultivators to defy the heavens. If one fears the enemy like a tiger and hesitates, what is there to cultivate? What is there to prove on the path to enlightenment? Su Zunheng's words echoed in Zio's ears. He took a deep breath, and the worries in his eyes were instantly ignited, transforming into an equally fervent flame. In the face of opportunity, how can we step back due to mud and thorns? The contention for the great Tao is a road for the brave. Brother Hong, I will go with you. And Zio's voice was no longer hesitant, filled with strength and resonance. Let's go. Su Xuanheng shouted decisively. The two figures, without a trace of hesitation, shot towards the 10,000 great mountains like arrows released from bows. Qingyuan's Su family, Luo Qian, and Ji Ya hurriedly arrived at the main hall of the Su family, bowing respectfully to Su Yang, who sat at the head. I apologize, Master, for failing to uncover Jiang Linyuan's identity. Luo Qian said apologetically. This person may have used a pseudonym or has never revealed his true name in the cultivation world. Plus, he has not yet displayed any abilities, making it impossible for me to investigate. It's not surprising that we couldn't find any information. Su Yang did not hold much expectation regarding this matter, as cultivators generally hide their identities while training outside. His gaze then turned to Ji Ya, who was now the second-in-command of the Su Merchant Association. Ji Ya, sensing the master's gaze, immediately began to explain, I have been ordered by Master Luo to secretly observe Jiang Linyuan's activities in Qingyuan County. It seems this person initially wanted to join the Xianbao Tower, but was rejected, and then he turned to several family powers, ultimately becoming a servant of the Xie family. Luo Qian, being a cultivator, stood out in Qingyuan County. In contrast, Ji Ya was merely a mortal, more suited to blend into the crowd and observe in secret, as Jiang Linyuan would not be paying constant attention to the surrounding mortals. The Xie family. Su Yang was relatively unfamiliar with this family. They were an outside family with no overt conflicts with the major families of Qingyuan County, conducting business according to the rules, and their family strength ranked among the top in Qingyuan County. Having a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator become a servant of the Xie family indeed added a trump card for them. However, in Su Yang's view, the Xie family posed no threat from opposing forces, making the need to recruit servants unnecessary. Could it be that they were heeding Jiang Linyuan's words about the Guangling border being breached, thus preparing in advance? Forget it, there's no need to pay attention to this person, or just keep an eye on the Xie family situation occasionally. Su Yang could not fathom Jiang Linyuan's intentions and decided to let it go. Days later, a shocking news spread throughout Qingyuan County, stirring excitement among the cultivators. A secret realm has appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains outside Yunmeng Ruins. The secret realm has manifested near Yunmeng Ruins. Could Henger and Xiao have entered the secret realm? Upon hearing the news, Qin Jiangmei immediately sought out Su Yang, her face filled with worry. Su Yang took her hand and comforted her, saying, Henger's strength is sufficient to contend with latest-stage qi refinement cultivators. There's no need for you to worry too much, my wife. Su Xuanheng had diligently cultivated over the years, and now he was not only a fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator, but also a martial arts master. With his mastery in martial arts, he could easily crush all mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, and combined with his own cultivator skills, as long as he wasn't faced with a foundation establishment cultivator, there would be no problems. Plus, he had in Xiao by his side a master of fire-type spells. The two had practiced together for years, coordinating seamlessly, and perhaps they could indeed make a name for themselves in the secret realm. Although we may not reach Yunming ruins in time for the secret realm, we must still go to support Henger. Su Yang believed that Su Xuanheng could walk out of the secret realm alive. However, after leaving the secret realm, there would still be tribulations blocking the way, and the Su family had to go to meet Su Xuanheng and the others. Qin Jiangmei grasped Su Yang's hand, her eyes usually filled with tenderness now brimmed with unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. "Please take me with you, my husband." The forest groaned in the twisted flames, and over a dozen corpses lay sprawled on the charred ground. The tall figure of Xiao stepped out from the fire, his bronze skin glowing with a red hue as if steel was being forged under high temperatures. He exhaled hot air continuously and after swallowing a recovery pill said, "These people attacked us without discernment. How have they survived until today?" Su Xuanheng lightly lifted a storage ring with the tip of his sword, glanced at it, and collected everything, saying calmly, "In fact, they have been observing us for a long time. It's just that our Su family's concealment technique is too profound, leading them to misjudge our superficial cultivation level. In reality, even if they revealed their true cultivation, they would still be attacked by this group. After all, one was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and the other at the 2nd layer, making them appear easy to bully. However, most cultivators tend to overlook another matter, the realm of martial artists. The reason is that very few cultivators practice both martial and spiritual paths, who would still practice martial arts when they possess spiritual roots. The pinnacle of martial arts is only the master realm. Instead of spending time honing martial skills, it's better to focus on absorbing Qi and cultivating spells. Thus, over a dozen Qi refinement cultivators besieging 2 Qi refinement practitioners is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, yet they were utterly annihilated by the two. "There are only 2 of us. Are they not worried that we might not have enough spirit stones?" And Xiao expressed his disbelief. Su Xuanheng sheathed his sword, saying, "They probably set their sights on us in Yunming ruins and happened to encounter us in this secret realm." Under normal circumstances, when encountering other cultivators in a secret realm, everyone would prioritize avoiding confrontation rather than engaging in battle. After all, there are no treasures nearby. Everyone enters the secret realm to seek treasures, not for meaningless fights. "I see. By the way, this secret realm is too similar to the outside world. I'm starting to suspect whether we actually entered the secret realm or were transported deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains." And Zio's divine sense scanned the surroundings, unable to discern any difference between the secret realm and the outside world. They did not even know how to exit. Thus, the two charged into the 10,000 Great Mountains with fervor, cutting through a horde of demonic beasts and entering the realm of white light. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in this forest. They searched for several days, and not to mention treasures, they hadn't even seen a single spirit stone. Instead, they encountered numerous demonic beasts and cultivators, all wandering around like headless flies. It should be within the secret realm. The so-called secret realm is actually a section cut off from the outside world, sealed and hidden away. Thus, there is no difference between the inside and outside. Su Xuanheng found a stone stump to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. He did not plan to roam around aimlessly. In these past few days, the influx of demonic beasts and cultivators into the secret realm was continuous. Once a treasure appeared, it would certainly cause a stir. Rather than waste spiritual energy searching, it's better to conserve strength. Observing this, Xiao also found a spot to sit down, expanding his divine sense to sense the movements of the wind and grass around. The secret realm mirrored the rotation of the sun and moon in the outside world. The night was deep, and the orange glow of the campfire flickered around Xiao and Su Xuanheng, elongating their shadows on the charred earth. The forest was silent, with only the crackling of flames. Tiny sparks from the campfire scattered like stars nearby, illuminating the vague figures of other cultivators. Many people shared the same thought, as Su Xuanheng staying put and waiting. Everyone's divine sense spread out, capturing the slightest movements within several miles. Suddenly, Su Xuanheng opened his eyes. A faint yet exceptionally pure wave of spiritual energy surged from the ground, akin to the breath of a slumbering giant beast, fluctuating between strong and weak. Following that, the earth began to tremble. Initially, it was a subtle humming, as if a giant drum was being struck in the distant core of the earth, which soon escalated into violent shaking. Sparks flew from the campfire, and dead branches and leaves tumbled down in the forest. The surrounding cultivators immediately stirred, with exclamations rising in succession. "It's here!" Su Xuanheng sprang up, bracing himself against the ground with his sword, his gaze sharp as lightning. And Xiao looked horrified, saying, "This commotion is too great. It might attract Foundation establishment cultivators." Boom! The tremors of the mountain intensified and the forest ground cracked with web-like fissures. A section of a cliff 100 feet away suddenly collapsed, and amidst the flying debris a dazzling light shot up into the sky. The cultivators probed with their divine senses. Under the exposed rock layers lay a crystalline and resplendent spirit stone vein radiating blue-white fluorescence. The rich spiritual energy gushed forth like a tangible substance, instantly filling the air. Taking a breath made one feel invigorated. Even more astonishing, countless rare materials appeared from the cracks of the vein covering the ground and rock walls. These spiritual plants seemed to possess self-awareness, suddenly scattering in all directions, fleeing quickly. A spirit stone vein, and so many spiritual plants. And Xiao gasped in surprise. No wonder this cursed place has always been empty. It turns out it was all hidden underground. Su Xuanheng's gaze sharpened, locking onto a fleeing spiritual plant, and he unhesitatingly pursued. And Xiao reacted swiftly and decisively followed. Nearby cultivators were flushed with excitement. Some rushed to chase after the spiritual plants, while others had already begun to fight over the ownership of the spirit stone vein. Su Xuanheng closely followed the ice spirit flower, delving deeper underground. The path ahead twisted and turned, resembling a vast natural maze. In the chase, it was unknown how many dark passages they had traversed and how many corners they had turned, but that faint blue ice spirit flower remained just ahead, flickering in and out of sight. Just as the ice spirit flower darted into a spacious cavern, a glint of sharp light flashed in Su Xuanheng's eyes, and he moved like lightning, instantly gripping it tightly in his hand. "Friend, hold on." At that moment, a voice came from ahead. Before him lay multiple interconnected cavern passages from which several cultivators emerged one after another. The speaker was an old man flanked by a group of young cultivators. Judging by their similarly styled attire, they should belong to the same family. "Friend, we hail from the Yunmeng Ruins Qi Refinement family, and this ice spirit flower was spotted first by our Liang family members. We kindly ask you to relinquish it." As the old man approached while declaring his identity, he exuded the pressure of mid-stage Qi Refinement, and the young group behind him wore mocking expressions. Two early-stage Qi Refinement ants actually dared to come to the secret realm to attempt to seize rare treasures. They were truly naive. With so many family forces in Yunmeng Ruins, mere loose cultivators should stay outside to watch the show. And Zio's anger flared as he prepared to chastise the other for their shamelessness. Clang! A flash of sword light accompanied by a sharp sword cry instantly streaked past at a speed almost impossible to perceive. The old man halted, his eyes suddenly filled with blood red. Following that, a dull thud echoed. The old man's head fell with a thump, rolling twice on the filthy ground, his expression still holding a semblance of authority. Splat! A fountain of blood gushed from the severed neck, rapidly staining the ground red. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. The mocking smiles on the faces of the young people abruptly froze, collectively stunned in place. Even Xiao was caught off guard. He was still pondering how to rebut and scold the other when Su Xuanheng raised his hand and with a single strike decapitated the opponent. Thud! The old man's stiff body crashed heavily onto the ground, the muffled sound striking at everyone's tense nerves. This dull thud shattered the dead silence of the scene. The youngest boy in the crowd trembled violently, his gaze struggling to shift from the rolling head to Su Xuanheng. His fingers shook uncontrollably, his throat making a croaking sound, and after a moment, he let out a scream, filled with tears and disbelief. You killed Elder 7. The surrounding young people, seemingly jolted awake in an instant, were overwhelmed by a surge of rage and humiliation. Their faces turned from ashen to a deep red, twisted in shock and anger, their eyes morphing from confusion to a fierce hunger for vengeance. Damn it! How dare he? How dare he lay his hands on Elder 7? A young man roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. You lowly rogue cultivator! How dare you kill our Liang family's Elder 7? Come and die! Another person shouted angrily, leading the charge towards Su Xuanheng. The collective fury of the crowd erupted like a repressed volcano at that moment. Various spells poured down like a torrential rain, tearing apart the darkness of the cave. A crimson fireball trailing flames was the first to strike down, while azure-purple electric serpents crackled violently. Poisonous thorny vines surged from the ground, viciously wrapping around Su Xuanheng's feet. Moreover, several sharp flying swords intertwined with the luminous talismans, sealing off all his escape routes. The furious strikes from the Liang family aimed to grind him into powder. Su Xuanheng's figure began to move as well. Rather than retreating, he advanced, slipping into the densest gaps of the spells, transforming into a blur that was hard to discern. Swish! The sword light flashed like a stunning phoenix, instantly piercing through the throat of the first young man who charged in. His twisted expression froze, his roar cut off abruptly, and his head flew askew, hot blood gushing like a spring. The sword aura had not yet dissipated, and the afterimage remained. Su Zuinheng's steps were mysterious, like a ghostly figure drifting or a dragon weaving through gaps. Just as the second person's flying sword struck empty air, Su Zuinheng's fierce sword edge had already swept across his throat, spraying a mist of blood. The moment the third person's talisman was released, he was pierced through the heart by the cold sword tip emerging from his back. Fast. Too fast. There were no fancy sword moves, only the simplest, deadly trajectory. With each flicker of the sword light, a life was extinguished. In just a fleeting moment, the Liang family youths who were at the forefront fell to the ground like wheat cut down by a sickle. Su Zuinheng's sword dripped with blood, his steps unceasing, while the remaining cultivators of the Liang family were left in shock, their minds shattered. Just as Su Xuanheng turned to cleave through a fire talisman, a gray shadow suddenly darted out from the side, a short dagger glinting coldly, aiming directly at Su Zuinheng's back. The angle was cunning and vicious, silent as a snake striking. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure wrapped in crimson flames descended from the sky. Boom! And Xiao fell like a meteor, his bronze skin glowing dark red in the flames, a scorching aura sweeping through the cave. With a long knife slicing through the air, the force of the strike was as wild as a volcanic eruption. He cleaved the attacker in two. The severed body blackened and smoking, the acrid smell of charred flesh spreading. Su Zuinheng's sword light surged again like cold lightning, piercing the clouds, heading straight for a talisman-wielding cultivator ahead. And Zio's knife, swirling with crimson flames, swept left, slicing through another Liang family youth who was attempting to form a seal. The two moved swiftly and ferociously, their cooperation seamless. Su Zuinheng's sword was precise and lethal, targeting throats and vital points. And Zio's knife was domineering and fierce, scattering severed limbs in its wake. The Liang family cultivators trembled in fear, thoughts of escape arising, but unable to retreat. A moment's hesitation cost them their lives. The last Liang youth retreated in panic, only to be pierced through the forehead by Su Zuinheng's backhanded sword, collapsing to the ground. The cave returned to dead silence. Over a dozen bodies of the Liang family lay sprawled, the stench of burnt flesh mingling with blood. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed to observe were all pale with fear. Two Foundation establishment stage rogue cultivators had slaughtered a small family team as easily as cutting vegetables. Especially Su Zuinheng's ruthlessness and decisiveness were both admirable and frightening. Are these two cultivators from the Yunmeng ruins? It seems I've never seen them around. They should be disciples from other nearby sects. Everyone began to speculate about their identities, as such young talents are rare. I wondered which family's genius was so outstanding. It turns out to be young Master Su. Suddenly a hearty laugh rang out. A middle-aged man in splendid attire approached Su Xuanheng with a broad smile, followed by a group of family disciples, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Uncle Qian. Su Xuanheng recognized him and immediately cupped his fists in greeting. The newcomer was Qian Che from the Foundation establishment family of Yunmeng ruins, a long-term partner of the Su clan's business. I always thought young Master Su was hiding his talents, but seeing him today, I truly underestimated you, young master. A glimmer of admiration shone in Qian Che's eyes for Su Zuinheng's strength. Even among the heirs cultivated by the Qian family, there was no one who could compare to Su Xuanheng at the same age. You're too kind, Uncle Qian. Su Zuinheng's killing intent had not yet dissipated and his tone was somewhat cold. Qian Che did not mind this at all. Instead, he looked at Xiao with great interest. Although this boy's performance was not as dazzling as Su Zuinheng's, his strength was still much stronger than the peers of the Qian family. I really don't know how the Su family cultivates their descendants. There are so many outstanding individuals in the family. May I ask who this young friend is? And Xiao was taken aback at this question, then quickly cupped his fists in response. Senior, you are mistaken. I am just a servant of the Su family. The Su family indeed has extraordinary fortune to have such talents as servants. Qian Che couldn't help but express his admiration. Since we encountered each other in the secret realm, why not travel with my Qian family from here? Su Xuanheng thought for a moment and declined the offer. Thank you, Uncle Qian, but we wish to continue seeking opportunities. Such chances are rare. We must take our leave now, and I hope Uncle Qian understands. Father once said this person seems friendly, but is actually duplicitous. Business collaborations are fine, but deep relationships and trust are not advisable. No worries, since that's the case, we shall part ways here. Qian Che's laughter was hearty, resembling a caring elder towards the younger generation. Su Xuanheng and Xiao did not linger and quickly left this place of trouble. Only after the two figures disappeared completely did someone from the Qian family finally speak up. Truly unaware of their own situation, we the Qian family invited them to travel with us as a show of respect, and yet these two brats, having killed a few people, are really taking themselves too seriously. Hey, one shouldn't speak like that. Qian Che raised his hand to interrupt, speaking in a tone that suggested he saw through the essence of the matter. After all, they are just a nascent cultivating family. It is normal not to understand the prestige of a foundation establishment family. Once they have more interactions in the future, they will naturally learn to show respect. He appreciated the talent of the Su family's descendants, but there are many gifted young talents. How many can truly become foundation establishment cultivators? Therefore, in front of the foundation establishment families, the Su family's geniuses remain just that, unless they can successfully establish their foundations. But is establishing a foundation that easy? The Qian family has developed step by step to this day, fully aware of the difficulty of establishing a foundation. A newly started family, like the Su family, would take at least another 100 or 200 years to cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator. The two suppressed their breaths, moving swiftly through the cave, their light foot movements making not a single sound. However, faint rustling sounds came from behind. If they turned back now, they would see countless spiders spreading like black water, quickly engulfing the entire passage. Uncertain of how long they had been running, the two were nearly breathless before finally shaking off the swarm of spider demons. Su Xuanheng and Xiao initially planned to leave directly, but after wandering underground for 3 days and nights, they could not find an exit. Even attempting to break through the earth upwards, the rock layers above seemed endless, and they remained unable to return to the surface. Along the way, they also faced several waves of attacks from cultivators and demon beasts. The two were forced into one battle after another. Although they accumulated heaps of spirit herbs and spirit stones, they were utterly exhausted. They soon learned the reason. An array enveloped the underground, trapping all cultivators who ventured here, just like them, unable to escape. Now they could only wait for foundational cultivators from the outside to break the array. This dark underground cave had become a survival ground of the fittest. Several array flags flew out from Su Xuanheng's storage ring, forming a barrier to shield them. The two took out pills and swallowed them, restoring their spiritual power and injuries. I'm exhausted, but luckily the pills and talismans provided by the family head are plentiful, otherwise we wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. And Zio's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly as he let out a long sigh. The decision to enter this secret realm was rash on my part. I underestimated the dangers of the cultivation world. Su Xuanheng's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Now he understood why most cultivators perished in the competition for opportunities. This was entirely incomparable to battling against robbers in the outside world. The competition for opportunities was relentless. Even if one temporarily obtained an opportunity, the risk of death remained high until returning home safely. Moreover, the more opportunities one seized, the more battles they would face afterward. Both Su Xuanheng and Xiao were proficient in high-level breath-holding techniques, able to avoid when possible. Yet they were still forced into exhausting battles. What about those ordinary cultivators who basically faced a fate of paving the way for their ascension with their bones? I think Brother Hung's decision was correct. Our current gains surpassed the resources we could have traded for. And Xiao grinned, completely forgetting the dangers they had faced these days. Su Xuanheng chuckled silently. While this was true, it was contingent on their ability to return alive. He wondered if his father had learned of the secret realm's news. This place is relatively safe. Let's cultivate here. The spiritual energy within the secret realm was already dense, and with a spirit stone vein hidden underground, their cultivation speed could be rapid. They had already gained enough. Being overly greedy could lead to losses, so they only needed to wait for the foundational cultivators to arrive. The two set up several more arrays around them and began their closed-door cultivation. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xuanheng broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. He was the most diligent and hardworking cultivator in his family, and he didn't need to refine pills or draw talismans nor manage business. Each day, he only needed to focus on enhancing his strength. Before leaving the Su family, his cultivation had already approached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Originally, he needed several more months to break through the bottleneck, but after experiencing multiple battles, it became somewhat loosened, aided by the abundant spiritual power within the secret realm. With a surge of momentum, Su Xuanheng broke through the bottleneck. Congratulations, Brother Hung. And Xiao looked enviously, suspecting that Brother Hung's spiritual root aptitude must be extremely high. As soon as he finished speaking, both felt a faint tremor. The underground had been shaking frequently these days. At first, they thought it was the arrival of foundational cultivators breaking the array outside. Yet each tremor lasted only a moment before stopping, not resembling the sounds of array breaking nor the aftermath of a battle. Something's happening. Su Xuanheng suddenly spoke, then drew his sword and slashed at the rock wall. Boom. The rock shattered, sending dust flying. Within the rock mass, numerous roots surged, resembling a tightly packed swarm of snakes writhing. What's going on? And Xiao felt curious. Could these tremors actually be caused by this tree moving its roots? What kind of tree moves by itself and its roots can penetrate so deeply? He paused and exchanged glances with Su Xuanheng. Both instantly realized it was either a tree demon or a spirit herb. Given the current situation, there were no native demon beasts in this secret realm, which meant the roots before them came from a spirit herb. Let's chase it and take a look. Su Xuanheng made a swift decision, and Xiao shouted loudly, flames bursting from his body like a burning meteorite crashing through the rocks, charging ahead to clear the path. The rocks melted and shattered under the onslaught of the flames, and the two sped through the layers of rock. With a resounding crash, they broke through the ground, and before them lay an expansive and brightly lit medicinal garden. The ground was covered in spirit herbs, a multitude of varieties, dazzling and fragrant, filling the surroundings with a rich and alluring medicinal aroma. The most eye-catching was a towering tree at the center of the garden, its silver-white leaves emitting a radiant glow, illuminating the garden as if it were daylight. Hanging beneath the branches were over a dozen plump, glistening fruits. Upon seeing the appearance of the fruits, Su Xuanheng's pupils constricted slightly, and he took a deep breath. Heavenly spirit fruit. One of the most crucial materials for foundational pills, no foundational pill formula, regardless of the family, would be complete without it. Its rarity even surpasses that of foundational pill formulas. Without heavenly spirit fruit, even if you had a foundational pill formula, you couldn't refine it. Therefore, every appearance of heavenly spirit fruit would be fiercely contested by cultivators. With the heavenly spirit fruit, you could directly exchange it with foundational families or refined foundational pills. In comparison, the spirit herbs on the ground appeared trivial. The two couldn't contain their excitement and immediately began to pick the heavenly spirit fruit. Brother Hung, the family head, is an extraordinary spirit herb master. Can we transplant this heavenly spirit fruit tree back to the Su family? And Xiao suddenly asked with a whimsical thought. Su Xuanheng frowned slightly. This heavenly spirit fruit tree clearly had a consciousness of its own, deeply rooted in this land. Forcibly taking it away might lead to the death of the fruit tree, yet leaving it behind felt like a waste. Just then the roots of the heavenly spirit fruit tree shot out of the soil. Both of their expressions tightened, thinking the fruit tree was going to attack them, but the roots merely moved towards them, slowly, gently resting on Su Xuanheng's wrist. Does this mean you are willing to go with us? Su Xuanheng couldn't believe that this heavenly spirit fruit tree had gained intelligence and could understand their words. But why would the heavenly spirit fruit tree want to go with them? Was it because Xiao mentioned that his father was a spirit herb master? Or was it that it had been in this secret realm for too long and didn't wish to stay any longer? The heavenly spirit fruit tree gently tugged at Su Xuanheng's hand, as if responding to his words. Without hesitation, Su Xuanheng immediately took out a storage bag specially for spirit herbs. As soon as he opened it, the entire medicinal garden began to tremble violently. The heavenly spirit fruit tree burst forth with dazzling light, its roots enveloping a large amount of soil, transforming into a streak of flowing light, and directly shooting into the storage bag. Instantly, the medicinal garden was plunged into darkness, leaving only the faint glow of spirit herbs and a massive, deep pit behind. This scene left the two in stunned silence. They had never seen such an actively responsive spirit herb. How boring must this secret realm be for a spirit tree to be forced into such behavior? The two couldn't help but laugh and cry. They then began to harvest spirit herbs, but just as they had picked halfway, the walls and ground of the medicinal garden suddenly erupted with deafening roars. Other cultivators were coming. The forest groaned in the twisted flames, and over a dozen corpses lay sprawled on the charred ground. The tall figure of Xiao stepped out from the fire, his bronze skin glowing with a red hue as if steel was being forged under high temperatures. He exhaled hot air continuously, and after swallowing a recovery pill said, "These people attacked us without discernment. How have they survived until today, oi?" Su Xuanheng lightly lifted a storage ring with the tip of his sword, glanced at it, and collected everything, saying calmly, "In fact, they have been observing us for a long time. It's just that our Su family's concealment technique is too profound, leading them to misjudge our superficial cultivation level. In reality, even if they revealed their true cultivation, they would still be attacked by this group. After all, one was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and the other at the 2nd layer, making them appear easy to bully. However, most cultivators tend to overlook another matter, the realm of martial artists. The reason is that very few cultivators practice both martial and spiritual paths, who would still practice martial arts when they possess spiritual roots. The pinnacle of martial arts is only the master realm. Instead of spending time honing martial skills, it's better to focus on absorbing Qi and cultivating spells. Thus, over a dozen Qi refinement cultivators besieging 2 Qi refinement practitioners is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, yet they were utterly annihilated by the two. There are only 2 of us. Are they not worried that we might not have enough spirit stones? And Xiao expressed his disbelief. Su Xuanheng sheathed his sword, saying, "They probably set their sights on us in Yunming ruins and happened to encounter us in this secret realm." Under normal circumstances, when encountering other cultivators in a secret realm, everyone would prioritize avoiding confrontation rather than engaging in battle. After all, there are no treasures nearby, Everyone enters the secret realm to seek treasures, not for meaningless fights. I see. By the way, this secret realm is too similar to the outside world. I'm starting to suspect whether we actually entered the secret realm or were transported deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. And Zio's divine sense scanned the surroundings, unable to discern any difference between the secret realm and the outside world. They did not even know how to exit. Thus the two charged into the 10,000 Great Mountains with fervor, cutting through a horde of demonic beasts and entering the realm of white light. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in this forest. They searched for several days, and not to mention treasures, they hadn't even seen a single spirit stone. Instead, they encountered numerous demonic beasts and cultivators, all wandering around like headless flies. It should be within the secret realm. The so-called secret realm is actually a section cut off from the outside world, sealed and hidden away. Thus, there is no difference between the inside and outside. Su Xuanheng found a stone stump to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. He did not plan to roam around aimlessly. In these past few days, the influx of demonic beasts and cultivators into the secret realm was continuous. Once a treasure appeared, it would certainly cause a stir. Rather than waste spiritual energy searching, it's better to conserve strength. Observing this, and Xiao also found a spot to sit down, expanding his divine sense to sense the movements of the wind and grass around. The secret realm mirrored the rotation of the sun and moon in the outside world. The night was deep, and the orange glow of the campfire flickered around in Xiao and Su Xuanheng, elongating their shadows on the charred earth. The forest was silent, with only the crackling of flames. Tiny sparks from the campfire scattered like stars nearby, illuminating the vague figures of other cultivators. Many people shared the same thought, as Su Xuanheng staying put and waiting. Everyone's divine sense spread out, capturing the slightest movements within several miles. Suddenly, Su Xuanheng opened his eyes. A faint yet exceptionally pure wave of spiritual energy surged from the ground, akin to the breath of a slumbering giant beast, fluctuating between strong and weak. Following that, the earth began to tremble. Initially, it was a subtle humming, as if a giant drum was being struck in the distant core of the earth, which soon escalated into violent shaking. Sparks flew from the campfire, and dead branches and leaves tumbled down in the forest. The surrounding cultivators immediately stirred, with exclamations rising in succession. "It's here." Su Xuanheng sprang up, bracing himself against the ground with his sword, his gaze sharp as lightning. And Xiao looked horrified, saying, "This commotion is too great. It might attract Foundation establishment cultivators." Boom! The tremors of the mountain intensified, and the forest ground cracked with web-like fissures. A section of a cliff 100 feet away suddenly collapsed, and amidst the flying debris, a dazzling light shot up into the sky. The cultivators probed with their divine senses. Under the exposed rock layers lay a crystalline and resplendent spirit stone vein, radiating blue-white fluorescence. The rich spiritual energy gushed forth like a tangible substance, instantly filling the air. Taking a breath made one feel invigorated. Even more astonishing, countless rare materials appeared from the cracks of the vein, covering the ground and rock walls. These spiritual plants seemed to possess self-awareness, suddenly scattering in all directions, fleeing quickly. A spirit stone vein, and so many spiritual plants. And Xiao gasped in surprise. No wonder this cursed place has always been empty. It turns out it was all hidden underground. Su Xuanheng's gaze sharpened, locking onto a fleeing spiritual plant, and he unhesitatingly pursued. And Xiao reacted swiftly and decisively followed. Nearby cultivators were flushed with excitement. Some rushed to chase after the spiritual plants, while others had already begun to fight over the ownership of the spirit stone vein. Su Xuanheng closely followed the ice spirit flower, delving deeper underground. The path ahead twisted and turned, resembling a vast natural maze. In the chase, it was unknown how many dark passages they had traversed and how many corners they had turned, but that faint blue ice spirit flower remained just ahead, flickering in and out of sight. Just as the ice spirit flower darted into a spacious cavern, a glint of sharp light flashed in Su Xuanheng's eyes, and he moved like lightning, instantly gripping it tightly in his hand. "Friend, hold on." At that moment, a voice came from ahead. Before him lay multiple interconnected cavern passages, from which several cultivators emerged one after another. The speaker was an old man, flanked by a group of young cultivators. Judging by their similarly styled attire, they should belong to the same family. "Friend, we hail from the Yunmeng Ruins Qi Refinement family, and this ice spirit flower was spotted first by our Liang family members. We kindly ask you to relinquish it." As the old man approached while declaring his identity, he exuded the pressure of mid-stage Qi Refinement, and the young group behind him wore mocking expressions. Two early-stage Qi Refinement ants actually dared to come to the secret realm to attempt to seize rare treasures. They were truly naive. With so many family forces in Yunmeng Ruins, mere loose cultivators should stay outside to watch the show. And Zio's anger flared as he prepared to chastise the other for their shamelessness. Clang! A flash of sword light accompanied by a sharp sword cry instantly streaked past at a speed almost impossible to perceive. The old man halted, his eyes suddenly filled with blood red. Following that, a dull thud echoed. The old man's head fell with a thump, rolling twice on the filthy ground, his expression still holding a semblance of authority. Splat! A fountain of blood gushed from the severed neck, rapidly staining the ground red. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. The mocking smiles on the faces of the young people abruptly froze, collectively stunned in place. Even Xiao was caught off guard. He was still pondering how to rebut and scold the other when Su Xuanheng raised his hand and with a single strike decapitated the opponent. The atmosphere in the medicinal garden was tense and charged. Su Xuanheng instinctively tightened his grip on the sword hilt, feeling the surge of spiritual power within him. Just when everyone thought Qianche was about to make a move, he suddenly waved his hand, dismissively snorting coldly. It's just some spiritual plants. Such low-value items are not worth my Qian family's effort. Let's go find the real treasures and not waste time with these people. With that, he turned and left. The Qian family disciples were momentarily stunned, glancing at each other in confusion. Then they all displayed expressions of disdain, as if to say that the Foundation establishment family looked down on these spiritual plants, and they promptly followed Qianqi's footsteps. However, their retreating figures appeared somewhat hurried and flustered. The sudden turn of events caused Song Cha's smile to freeze. Wait, why did they leave so suddenly? Is this all the courage the Foundation establishment family has? The opponent is merely a little girl of the 7th layer of Qi refinement who can manipulate sword Qi, so they wouldn't just leave like this. Where has your Foundation establishment family's face gone? Song Cha was quite bewildered. He had originally wanted to watch the spectacle, but his plans had fallen through. TCH. How boring. They can only threaten with the name of the Foundation establishment family. Aside from their ancestors, everyone else in that family is a coward. Song Cha quickly adjusted his mindset, watching as the two sides formed an encirclement. It was clear now that this girl was in cahoots with those two boys. No wonder she had been opposing them from the start. What do you really want to make a move? Song Cha's face revealed a hint of hostility. Wei Yin spoke calmly. The Qian family has left. What are you still doing here? Waiting for us to invite you out. Had truly ungrateful. Song Cha's hostility surged, and the spiritual power of his 8th layer of Qi refinement erupted without reservation, surging forth like an explosive volcano. The violent airwaves swept up debris and dust, shaking the entire medicinal garden. Since you wish to die, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Song Cha grinned savagely, his figure shooting forward like a cannonball, intending to take the initiative and crush the ignorant young man before him with overwhelming force. However, just as his spiritual power peaked, a clear and melodious sound of a sword echoed through the medicinal garden without warning. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin moved simultaneously. Wei Yin flicked her wrist, and a sword struck out, drawing upon the world's spiritual energy, coalescing into a sword intent capable of tearing everything apart. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an extremely pure and sharp radiance silently slicing towards Song Cha. At the same time, Su Xuanheng felt the sword intent resonating. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and following the pull of the sword intent, he drew his sword and thrust it forward. The tip of the sword seemed to distort the very fabric of space. An invisible pressure materialized out of nowhere, like an unseen mountain pressing down on Song Cha with a thunderous force. Song Cha's rushing figure seemed to crash into an invisible gelatinous wall. He exerted all his strength to break free, yet it felt like a mud cow sinking into the sea, trapped by an incomprehensible force. The momentum of his charge was forcibly halted, and his body was pinned in midair in an awkward position, maintaining a posture of charging forward, yet unable to move even a finger. What is this thing? Song Cha's fierce expression froze, instantly replaced by shock. Get it off me. He howled angrily, his neck veins bulging like a dragon, his internal spiritual power burning furiously as he tried to break free from this invisible shackle. But no matter how he urged his secret technique, the binding force remained unmoved, feeling like the pressure of the deep sea, growing heavier, crushing his bones with unbearable cracking sounds. He could only watch helplessly as two sharp sword lights drew nearer, suddenly converging in midair. Buzz! The collision of two distinctly different sword intents produced a wondrous fusion and sublimation. They intertwined and resonated, transforming into a grinding disc composed entirely of pure sword intent. The air was compressed and sliced, emitting a teeth-grating shriek. Song Cha felt as if he had been plunged into the core area of the grinding disc, the invisible sword intent descending upon him with an annihilating will. No! The intense pain made Song Cha let out a chilling scream, his voice laced with despair and collapse. PFF, accompanied by a sound of crushing that sent shivers down the spine. Song Cha's body exploded like a berry smashed by violence under the invisible sword intent. All that remained was a puddle of thick, crimson blood. The heavy stench of blood overwhelmed the fragrant aroma of the medicinal plants. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan's sword intents gradually retracted, and their gazes briefly met, requiring no words. The profound resonance of their sword intents had conveyed more than 1,000 words, and Zio's mouth fell open in disbelief at the scene he had just witnessed. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan had simultaneously struck with their swords. In the blink of an eye, the previously imposing Song Cha was reduced to a puddle of blood by an unseen force. What just happened? Did these two use some kind of spell? Why do they look completely unfazed instead appearing to relish the moment? Wait, if you have this kind of strength, why didn't you use it earlier? It would have been great to deal with the Qin family all at once. Xuanheng, this young lady, how did you do it? And Xiao asked awkwardly. Seeing the two standing silently, seemingly lost in contemplation, he quickly took the hint and closed his mouth. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xuanheng finally awoke from his moment of enlightenment. With a casual swing of his sword, the boulder ahead was sliced open by the sword qi in an instant. The resonance of sword intent had allowed him to grasp the embryonic form of sword qi. Although it could not compare to Wei Yan's sword qi, he had already outshone his peers. Such an opportunity for enlightenment was rare. Usually Su Xuanheng's sword intent remained dormant, but it was only today, upon encountering Wei Yan, that his sword intent finally stirred. The strike just now was not a blow he had executed, but rather the guidance and influence of the sword intent. Thus, after that strike, Su Xuanheng fell into a state of enlightenment. Little one, long time no see. Wei Yan approached with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Why do you still call me little one? Didn't you change your address to Su Shitty before? Su Xuanheng still disliked the term little one, mainly because he was no longer a child, and being addressed that way gave him the feeling of facing a dominant big sister. Clearly the other party was only 2 or 3 years older than him, yet she always acted in a manner of an elder. Wei Yan's smile froze imperceptibly for a moment, then she smiled and said, since you don't wish to join my Wan Jianzong, it wouldn't be appropriate to call you Shitty. It's more natural to call you little one. Actually, you can just call me by my name, it's much nicer than little one. Su Xuanheng fixed his gaze on her eyes, suddenly sensing something amiss. The Wei Yan he once knew was passionate about her sect, always trying to drag him into Wan Jianzong, but now she had directly abandoned that thought. This was not the Wei Yan he was familiar with. Su Xuanheng was never a particularly perceptive person, but at this moment, he sensed the change in her emotions. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Has something happened to Wan Jianzong? You? Wei Yan's expression changed in surprise, exclaiming, how did you know? Has the news gotten out? The three quickly cleaned the battlefield and divided the remaining spiritual plants. They returned to the safe area previously occupied by Su Xuanheng and set up a barrier formation. Wei Yan slowly revealed the changes within the Wanjian sect. In fact, this secret realm was discovered by the main disciples of the Wanjian sect. After the master learned of this news, he only sent the main disciples to the secret realm and did not inform the branch disciples. The main lineage of the Wanjian sect is referred to as the main lineage, while the elders are collectively known as the branch lineage. Currently, the branch disciples of the Wanjian sect are all from various prominent families, so there are only pure Wanjian sect disciples in the main lineage. The master naturally prioritizes such a grand opportunity for his own people. The relationship between the main and branch lineages has reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. To reorganize the sect, the master must strengthen the power of the main disciples in order to have the ability to enforce the reorganization. Why is it that only you are here in the secret realm opened by the Wanjian sect? Su Xuanheng immediately grasped the key point and realized the gravity of the situation. Wei Yan sighed softly and said with a bitter smile, you must have guessed it, the main lineage has been infiltrated by the branch lineage, and half of the cultivators leading the team are undercover agents from the branch lineage. As soon as we entered the secret realm, our main disciples were backstabbed by our own comrades. Perhaps the news of the secret realm was leaked by the branch lineage specifically to take this opportunity to weaken the power of the main lineage. I am now very worried about the master's safety. Since the branch lineage has chosen to act against us, they will certainly not spare my master. Su Xuanheng and Xiao fell silent after hearing this. They wanted to say that the master was powerful and would definitely be fine, but upon careful thought, such comforting words felt quite dismissive. If the branch lineage dares to act, they must have complete confidence. Given that even the main lineage has been infiltrated, it is evident how weak the master's control over the sect has become. The likelihood of disaster is high. After the attack, the main disciples were forced to scatter and flee. I was fortunate to escape thanks to the backup plan left by the master, but for the other disciples. Wei Yan did not continue as the answer was already evident. Disciples without a life-saving backup plan would have no chance of survival. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they might not be able to evade the cultivators seeking opportunities here. Where is your protector? Su Xuanheng asked. As soon as Wei Yan heard Jiang Shu's name, she became angry. That guy was bought off by the branch lineage. Back in Guangling County, he was severely injured while protecting me. I trusted him so much, but he ultimately betrayed the main lineage. It was this trust that allowed Jiangshu to access many secrets of the main lineage, leading to the near annihilation of the main disciples this time. If given the chance, she would definitely seek revenge herself. What are your plans after we get out? Don't tell me you want to return to the Wanjian sect. Su Xuanheng said sternly. Wei Yan's expression froze as she was indeed thinking that way. After all, she was worried about the master's situation. Not going back to find out would leave her unsettled. But what use would a Qi refinement cultivator be if she returned? The master is a golden core cultivator. If even he is in grave danger, her return would merely be a sacrifice. It would be best for Miss Wei to hide for now. If the master truly encounters misfortune, you would be the only hope for revenge. At this moment, you must not act impulsively. And Xiao said sincerely, as someone who has been through similar experiences. Only by staying alive is there hope for revenge. If one dies, who will punish those evildoers? Su Xuanheng nodded and said, Xiao is right, Wei Yan, you should hide first. After you find out information about the sect, then decide what to do. Thank you, I will not act impulsively. Wei Yan forced a smile and said, but after we go out, I have nowhere to go. This place is unfamiliar to me. I wonder if the Su family could take me in. No problem. Su Xuanheng readily agreed. He didn't even know why he said that without thinking. He hoped his father wouldn't blame him. Su Xuanheng secretly thought. On the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains, the outside world was littered with corpses, most of which were those of beasts. The area around the secret realm had been cleared by cultivators working together. Various forces were stationed in place. Since the secret realm was temporarily closed, everyone could only wait outside. Some hoped to re-enter the secret realm, while others were there to pick up their family members. The Su family was one of them. The Su family warriors who arrived at the 10,000 great mountains all started from the innate realm, and there were several martial masters in the team, making it a considerable force. Among the cultivators were Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei, as well as the youngest son, Su Xianxiao. Although Su Xianxiao was only 8 years old, he was the only naturally gifted cultivator in the family, and began practicing the primordial true technique at the age of 3, also starting to cultivate spiritual energy. At the age of 7, he condensed his true spiritual root, breaking through to the second level of Qi refinement. He was also proficient in the most powerful thunder-based martial arts with combat power, even approaching the 4th level of Qi refinement. Currently, the fastest cultivator in the Su family was Su Xuanheng, followed by Su Xianxiao. However, this kid was particularly timid and generally would not engage in fights, but once he did, he would ensure to obliterate his opponent. Fortunately, despite being timid upon hearing that his siblings were in trouble, he still chose to step forward. If he hadn't heard that his older brother would be in danger, he wouldn't have come to the Yunming ruins. As for Su Xianming and Su Xuanjing, although their cultivation was decent, their combat abilities were too poor. Therefore, Su Yang did not take this pair of children along, but left them to guard the Su family. However, the people coming from Qingyuan County were not just from the Su family. There was also the immortal official Zhang Xian from Qingyuan County. After arriving at the 10,000 Great Mountains, he stood alongside the Wei military and was now looking at Su Yang with a strange expression. Why are they bringing their families along? Who are they here to pick up? Besides Su Yang and Luo Qian, does the Su family have other cultivators? Zhang Xian, having spent so many years in Qingyuan County, still could not see through the Su family's background. On the surface, there were only 2 early-stage Qi refinement small families, yet they dared to cultivate a group of innate warriors and even recruited several martial masters. The key was that Su Yang could keep these people in check. Not only had their family business not been taken away by outsiders, but it had also developed into one of the top families in Qingyuan County. The Su family hides deeply, no wonder they could destroy 2 major families overnight. The Su family definitely has more than 2 cultivators. Zhang Xian pondered and could not help but walk towards the Su family. He wanted to ask in person if he could get an answer. Su family head, I didn't expect to meet you here. May I ask why the Su family is here? Is it possible that the family has cultivated other cultivators? Zhang Xian approached directly and asked straightforwardly. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Qin Jiangmei and Su Xuanxiao, as these 2 were what he found most peculiar. The Su family did not seem like they were here to provide support. They looked more like they brought their wives and children for a leisurely trip. Su Yang clasped his fists and smiled. There are indeed other cultivators at home. They accidentally entered the secret realm and came here to pick them up. Then why did Madame Su and your son come as well? My wife is a martial master, and my youngest son fortunately possesses a spiritual root, so I brought him to see the world. Su Yang's answer made Zhang Xian's mouth twitch. You have to listen to this. Is this even a reasonable answer? Qin Jiangmei, with her delicate arms and legs, is truly a martial master. He didn't believe it. He now seriously suspected that Qin Jiangmei also had a spiritual root, but it had not been discovered before, or that her spiritual root was a false one, preventing her from joining a sect. However, the fact that Su Xianxiao had a spiritual root still surprised Zhang Xian. There might not be one spiritual root among 100 people. The Su family was truly fortunate. Having a descendant capable of cultivating immortality meant that the Su family's reputation as a Qi refinement family would last for at least 100 years. Congratulations to the head of the Su family for having successors, Zhang Xian said with a warm smile, clasping his hands in greeting. His attitude was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. The value and foundation of a nascent alchemy family and a thriving alchemy family are entirely different. As long as Su Xianxiao can grow, the Su family's position in Qingyuan County will be thoroughly solidified. Even if the future head of the family lacks capability, as long as Su Xianxiao is in charge, there is no need to worry about the family's decline for a century. Cultivators yearn to establish immortal families as the wealth accumulation ability of a family far surpasses that of solitary practitioners. However, not everyone has the ability to elevate their family. Especially for the first generation head, the difficulty of family development is nearly akin to a fight for survival. Every first generation head who can develop their family possesses extraordinary qualities. Just based on this, Zhang Xian dared not to look down on Su Yang as he had before. It's all luck, Su Yang said with a smile after exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Xian. He inquired, "May I ask, does Lord Zhang know when this secret realm will reopen?" "That's hard to say. Each secret realm has different rules, and this one was discovered for the first time, so it's impossible to predict," Zhang Xian replied, shaking his head. Su Yang felt a bit disappointed. He glanced in the direction of the Great Wei army and suddenly remembered, "Lord Zhang, may I ask one more question? What is the current situation at the Guangling border?" Zhang Xian's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Su Yang to suddenly ask about the Guangling border. Although this matter was not confidential in the Great Wei, it was still a sensitive topic. He roughly understood the situation at the Guangling border, but he couldn't disclose it. "I'm not too clear on this matter, but the Great Wei will handle it." Zhang Xian's words were ambiguous, seemingly saying nothing, but Su Yang understood. It appeared that Jiang Linyuan's news was true. There was indeed a possibility of the Guangling border being breached by demonic beasts. Su Yang's heart sank. He could withdraw from Guangling County back then, but he couldn't retreat from the Su family in Qingyuan County, unless he was willing to give up this vast family estate and leave with his wife and children. But the family estate is crucial for the family. Going to another place to restart development would face even more problems than before. What happened to the golden core demonic beast that destroyed Guangling County back then? Su Yang asked again. Since they couldn't talk about the border, they could surely reveal past events, right? Zhang Xian clicked his tongue, secretly lamenting that he shouldn't have come. Who would have thought that the head of the Su family was so interested in matters of Guangling? He had never known Su Yang to enjoy chatting this much, especially about rather sensitive topics. That demonic beast launched an attack to retrieve its offspring. Later, the Great Wei dynasty found a buyer and has returned the offspring of the great demon. Zhang Xian dared not speak directly and chose to convey through spiritual energy. The subsequent beast tide is unrelated to that great demon. The specific reasons are unclear. "Thank you for the information, Lord Zhang." Su Yang expressed his gratitude with a fist clasp. Zhang Xian waved his hand, not daring to linger, and immediately turned to leave. Lord Zhang's background must be extraordinary. How could an ordinary immortal official know so much about border information? Su Yang thought to himself as he watched Zhang Xian's retreating figure. As long as it wasn't a beast tide initiated by a golden core demonic beast, even if the Guangling border was breached by demonic beasts, the Su family should be able to withstand it with their current strength. Su Yang immediately left the 10,000 mountain range with Qin Jiangmei and went to Yunming Market to purchase a set of second-tier defensive formations. As long as a golden core demonic beast didn't intervene, a second-tier formation was more than enough to fend off the beast tide. The original Guangling County relied on second-tier formations to withstand wave after wave of beast tide attacks. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The forces gathered in the secret realm gradually increased, with solitary practitioners, families, sects, and imperial army mixed together. Su Yang's expression grew serious. If this trend continued, their Su family's manpower would likely be insufficient. Just as he was pondering, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the empty space. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, then joy erupted on their faces. The light was blinding like the sun, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy that instantly spread outward, and a deep purple fissure suddenly appeared in the space ahead. One after another, figures of cultivators poured out from the fissure. They looked exhausted, their clothes stained with blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Upon seeing the sunlight outside, the cultivators felt a sense of relief. But then, upon seeing that they were surrounded by various forces, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly fled the scene. Su Yang noticed some cultivators hiding in the shadows and quietly followed them. Solitary practitioners explore the secret realm, avoiding internal strife, but it doesn't end there. They still need to evade external robbers, or else their efforts would be in vain. This was precisely why the Su family came to support Su Xuanheng. More cultivators continued to emerge from the secret realm, and a familiar figure appeared in sight. It was Qianche from the Qian family. Seeing this, Su Yang stepped forward wanting to ask whether he had seen Su Xuanheng. However, upon seeing Su Yang, Qianche's expression darkened instantly. With a cold snort, he turned and left with his clan members. Does this person have any collaboration with my Su family? Why is he so rude? Qin Jiangmei came to Su Yang's side and inquired through spiritual sound. Su Yang remained unfazed. The Qian family from Yunming Market is a foundation establishment family and does have commercial ties with the Su family. However, it seems he suffered a loss at the hands of Henger. The other party's demeanor was too obvious. It was clear what had likely happened. It seems Henger and the others are fine. Qin Jiangmei smiled brightly, her smile blooming like flowers. The fact that others suffered losses indicates that Su Xuanheng was doing quite well in the secret realm. If the Qian family were in high spirits, they would be worried about whether Su Xuanheng and the others were in trouble. As for offending the Qian family, Su Yang didn't mind too much. If Su Xuanheng had killed someone from the Qian family, Qianche would definitely raise a ruckus instead of leaving so easily. Then the figures that emerged from the secret realm confirmed Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei's thoughts. Su Xuanheng burst out of the secret realm with overwhelming killing intent, closely followed by two figures, one tall and one thin. The thin figure wore a black cloak covering their face, even blocking out foundation establishment divine sense. The three of them still carried the scent of blood, with their blades dripping with fresh red blood. Su Xuanheng glanced around and immediately showed great joy. He saw his parents waving at them from a distance. She really came to pick us up. Su Xuanheng had always believed that the family would come to get him after receiving news, and sure enough, he saw the Su family as soon as he came out. The three of them moved swiftly, quickly approaching the family. Just then a group of shouting cultivators surged out from the secret realm, their gazes quickly locking onto Su Xuanheng. Quickly stop them. You think you can leave after killing our Yunshou Alliance members? One of them shouted loudly. Not only did the cultivators who had just emerged from the secret realm rush at Su Xuanheng, but nearby Yunshou Alliance cultivators also moved. Get lost. Su Yang coldly scolded, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy and throwing out a talisman flashing with lightning. In an instant, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, echoing with rumbling sounds. The Yunshou Alliance cultivators who were about to assist halted, their expressions serious as they stared at the lightning talisman. The Su family warriors reacted extremely quickly, instantly moving to stand beside Su Xuanheng and blocking all the Yunshou Alliance cultivators. The blinding lightning suddenly tore through the heavens. The violent lightning snakes danced wildly within the clouds, rumbling thunder echoing, as if the might of the heavens had descended, illuminating the entire valley in a ghostly white. This scene not only caused the approaching Yunshou Alliance cultivators to stop in shock, but also drew the attention of many other cultivators present. These are people from the Yunshou Alliance, a witch force has intercepted them. I've never seen them before. Those who dare to oppose the Yunshou Alliance are surely in for a great misfortune. I doubt it. Coming up with a second-tier thunder talisman is too extravagant. After a brief silence, discussions erupted around them. The cultivators' eyes flickered, shocked by the terrifying power of the talisman and more astonished by the courage and capabilities of the unfamiliar faces from the Su family. The second-tier talisman is costly. An ordinary qi refining family could hardly afford it. This display of extravagance left the Yunshou Alliance cultivators in uncertainty. Were these seemingly inconspicuous individuals merely bluffing, or did they truly possess incredible backing and hidden strengths? Feng Xian, what is going on here? A man stepped out from the crowd of the Yunshou Alliance, inquiring of a young cultivator who had just emerged from the secret realm. The young cultivator questioned replied anxiously, Vice Alliance leader, these people have killed over 10 of our Yunshou Alliance cultivators. This cannot be allowed to pass. It was your people who harbored greed and committed acts of robbery. It's only right that we retaliated against them. Su Xuanheng would not let the other party's baseless accusations go unchallenged and immediately clarified the truth. Situ Zhu did not doubt Su Xuanheng's words. The Yunshou Alliance was composed of multiple factions, and it was certain there would be greedy individuals. Mutual conflict over opportunities was quite normal. The Su family slaughtering members of the Yunshou Alliance meant they must provide an explanation to the Yunshou Alliance. In competing for opportunities, each relies on their own abilities, and mutual killing is quite normal, but you have ultimately killed our Yunshou Alliance cultivators. You must provide an explanation. Situ Zhu looked at Su Yang calmly, stating, a life must be compensated with 1,000 spirit stones as burial fees. I wonder if you would agree. Vice Alliance leader. Feng Xian grew even more anxious upon seeing this. The Vice Alliance leader was trying to downplay the matter, but among the dead were his younger brother. How could one life be bought for 1,000 spirit stones? Such a deal was unheard of. Su Xuanheng frowned slightly. It was clearly the other party who initiated the attack, yet they were now being asked to pay compensation. Was this not a bit excessive? Countless gazes turned towards Su Yang, and both sides held their breath, preparing for battle. Faced with this invisible pressure, Su Yang remained calm, saying, "No problem. For every Yunshou Alliance cultivator my son killed, my Su family will compensate accordingly." As he spoke, he raised his hand and produced the corresponding amount of spirit stones. I hope the Yunshou Alliance honors their word and does not take the spirit stones only to seek revenge later. My Su family is not so easily bullied. Su Yang's tone was cold, warning the other party directly. Situ Zhu collected all the spirit stones and replied lightly, "The Yunshou Alliance values rules most highly. This matter is settled between us." Vice Alliance Leader. "Enough, follow me out." Fang Xian still wanted to argue, but was sternly interrupted by Situ Zhu, whose pressure of spiritual energy erupted, causing Fang Xian to break into a cold sweat. The other cultivators of the Yunshou Alliance lowered their heads, silently following Situ Zhu as they left the scene. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and the thunder talisman flew back into Su Yang's hand. This farce did not unfold as everyone had anticipated, leaving many disappointed. In the end, only a few could grasp the situation clearly. Most people felt both sides were too cowardly. Had it been them, they would not have tolerated such humiliation. If they were dissatisfied, they would fight regardless. However, Su Yang and Situ Zhu were well aware that fighting in such a place would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, both sides made concessions. Situ Zhu chose to downplay the matter, but required a sum of spirit stones as burial fees, which could provide an explanation to other high-ranking members of the Yunshou Alliance upon returning, essentially just a formality. 1,000 spirit stones per life, it's neither too much nor too little. Su Yang wisely chose to accept this. Their current priority was to return to the Su family, not to fight here, especially since the Su family was not lacking in spirit stones. Using money to avert disaster is the best course of action. In the distance, Zhang Xian nodded to himself, realizing the first-generation family leader was indeed no fool. However, the Su family had truly had a knack for hiding his younger son. Having a spiritual root was already a stroke of luck, yet his elder son also had a spiritual root and had survived the secret realm. With the current number of cultivators in the Su family, it only required one of them to break through to the mid-Qi refining stage to elevate the family to the 8th tier Qi refining family. There are no fixed standards for assessing the tier of Qi refining families, as the number of cultivators within a family can fluctuate, although there are some fixed conditions. For example, to promote from the 9th to the 8th tier, at least one mid-Qi refining cultivator must be present along with several other cultivators. If there are no mid-Qi refining cultivators in the family, or if there are only 1 or 2 cultivators in total, they cannot be rated as an 8th tier family. Know if the Su family is so capable of hiding, perhaps the family head has already reached the mid-Qi refining stage. Zhang Xian suddenly realized, feeling he had uncovered the truth. On the other side, Qian Che sighed inwardly, regretting the lost opportunity. Having been embarrassed by Su Xuanheng, he had been hoping for the Su family to suffer losses. Unfortunately, both sides were too calm and did not end up fighting. The Su family group did not linger and quickly left the noisy outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As soon as they exited the mountains, their convoy was already prepared to set off, stirring up dust as they sped towards Qingyuan. Inside the carriage, Su Yang sat beside Qin Jiangmei, while Su Xianxiao curiously observed the figure wrapped in a large cloak in the corner. At that moment, she was using spiritual energy to transmit her voice into everyone's minds. "Uncle Su, I am Wei Yan. It has been a while since our parting in Guangling County. I wonder if you still remember me." The cloak moved slightly, as if observing Su Yang's reaction. She had disguised herself as a member of the Su family to escape the notice of the Wanjian sect cultivators. Although Uncle Jiang had met Su Yang, it had been several years ago back then. Uncle Jiang did not regard Su Yang and his son highly, and had long forgotten who they were. At this moment, not far from the 10,000 Great Mountains, Wei Yan dared not reveal her cloak immediately and could only introduce herself in this somewhat impolite manner. Su Yang recalled swiftly and soon remembered the name Wei Yan. They had met briefly in Guangling County and had gotten along quite well, though the accompanying protector had been rather arrogant, exhibiting the common flaws of cultivators. "Wei Yan, you indeed have a connection with my Su family. I never expected that after so many years we would meet again, and it happens to be with Henger. What a deep fate." Su Yang looked at Su Xuanheng with a half-smile, while the latter scratched his head in confusion. Qin Jiangmei let out a soft exclamation, instantly piquing her curiosity. Her son, who had always been dull, actually brought a girl home, and they had known each other since childhood. Su Yang had never mentioned this matter back when they discussed topics. Everything revolved around the destruction of Guangling County, and he had never paid attention to a girl he had met only once. The cultivators of the Yunshou Alliance exhibited various expressions, and upon returning to Yunming ruins they remained silent, creating a dead atmosphere within the encampment. Vice Alliance leader, this matter cannot be left unresolved. If the Yunshou Alliance is unwilling to help my Fong family take revenge, then my Fong family will withdraw from it. Fong Xin's face was grim as he returned to Yunming ruins, no longer giving any face to Situ Zhu. The Yunshou Alliance is a coalition formed by multiple forces within Yunming ruins, aimed at mutual assistance. However, now that the Fong family members have been killed and the Yunshou Alliance is unwilling to lend a hand, what purpose does the Fong family have in remaining in this alliance? It is simply self-humiliation. Situ Zhu sat down on a chair, sneering coldly and bluntly stated, "Utterly foolish. No wonder your Fong family cannot thrive. How many eyes were watching us just now? Do you want the Yunshou Alliance to start a fight in front of everyone and allow others to reap the benefits?" Fong Xian was furious. "It's just a small family. Is it not easy for the Yunshou Alliance to annihilate them? How much time could it possibly waste? Are you blind? Can't you see that second-tier lightning talisman? If you can do it, then you do it yourself. You are truly a brainless fool. Having someone like you in the Yunshou Alliance is a misfortune for it." Situ Zhu's voice was icy, and without using even a trace of spiritual power, Fong Xian trembled in anger. Can a single lightning talisman make the Yunshou Alliance retreat? If so, should the Yunshou Alliance also retreat when encountering other enemies? Fong Xian raised his voice, ensuring that everyone present could hear. His face flushed with anger as he observed the reactions of those around him, trying to awaken their support. However, the result disappointed him, everyone remained indifferent. After some contemplation, a few individuals revealed looks of disdainful disbelief. "It seems you simply cannot comprehend anything." Situ Zhu shook his head in disdain, feeling it necessary to reorganize the Yunshou Alliance. If all the allies in the alliance are this foolish, it might as well be disbanded. Pig teammates will only ruin the Yunshou Alliance. All right. Fong Xian repeated the word "all right" 3 times. So this is what the so-called Yunshou Alliance is. If it's not your people who die, then you don't care about anything, right? If that's the case, then my Fong family will withdraw from the Yunshou Alliance today. After saying this, Fong Xian sneered coldly and turned to leave without hesitation. Situ Zhu chuckled and added softly, "You have no authority to represent the Fong family. Remember to tell the head of the Fong family everything that happened today. If the head of the Fong family agrees to leave the Yunshou Alliance after hearing the entire story, then the Fong family will have no future. There's no need for the Yunshou Alliance to specifically target them. Such a foolish family head will lead their clan to destruction." Originally, Situ Zhu had thought of discussing revenge strategies with the Fong family after returning, but now it seems unnecessary. The convoy sped along the official road, the gallant horses kicking up rolling dust. The warriors rode on horseback, vigilantly watching their surroundings, their expressions extremely serious. However, inside the carriage the atmosphere was cheerful, contrasting sharply with the tension outside. Qin Zhongmei learned about Wei Yan's background from her and felt deep sympathy in her heart. Given Wei Yan's upbringing, her master was equivalent to her parents, and now that they were missing, one can imagine how unsettled she must be at this moment. As a woman, Qin Zhongmei could empathize deeply. Therefore, she gently held Wei Yan's hand to comfort her softly, quickly bridging the distance between them. Su Xuanheng handed all the treasures obtained from the secret realm to Su Yang. Heavenly Spirit Fruit Tree. Upon seeing the spiritual plants in the storage bag, Su Yang could hardly maintain his composure, his eyes widening in shock as waves of excitement surged within him. If this spirit tree were known to the outside world, even 10 Su families combined would not be enough to deal with it. The Heavenly Spirit Fruit Tree can produce an infinite number of Heavenly Spirit fruits, and not only would the Foundation establishment families be envious, but even Golden Core families would come to seize it. Su Yang suppressed the astonishment on his face, contemplating how to deal with this spirit tree. He had no experience in planting a Heavenly Spirit Fruit Tree, and there were no relevant records in the books. From his years of experience with spiritual plants, the higher the quality of a spiritual plant, the more stringent the environmental conditions required. Moreover, to plant the Heavenly Spirit Fruit Tree, he must find ways to conceal it to prevent being discovered by outside cultivators. I need to set up a second-tier isolation array and then arrange a second-tier gathering array. This spirit tree, having brought the spiritual soil from the secret realm, possesses spiritual nature and should be able to adapt to an ordinary environment. Su Yang weighed this in his mind, not overlooking the spirit tree's inherent spiritual nature. Spiritual plants also have a theory of bloodlines similar to that of demon beasts. Those with good bloodlines also possess spiritual nature and may even have secret techniques for evasion. Just like the ice spirit flower that Su Xuanheng obtained, it also possesses spiritual nature, though not as high as that of the Heavenly Spirit Fruit Tree. However, second-tier arrays are not cheap. Su Yang had just purchased a second-tier defensive array to protect the family. The Su family is quite wealthy, but they are not extravagant enough to buy 3 second-tier arrays all at once. They need time to recuperate. However, Su Yang then saw the pile of spirit stones and spiritual plants in the storage bag. He slightly opened his mouth, glancing at Su Xuanheng, who was meditating to recover, hesitating to speak. This is simply a windfall. The second-tier isolation array and gathering array are now attainable. A smile appeared on Su Yang's face. No wonder cultivators always compete for opportunities. The winners can reap tremendous rewards. If one could always win, even a pig could attain immortality. Just as Su Yang was feeling emotional, a commotion arose outside the carriage. Su Yang and the others slightly shifted their expressions, but did not go out to check the situation. The sound of clashing metal reached their ears, and the fighting outside lasted only a moment before returning to tranquility. That it seems there are still a few tales. Su Xuanheng suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a serious tone. There's no need to worry, we are well prepared. Su Yang raised his hand to signal his son to calm down. The recent battle was merely a test. The opponents aimed to ascertain the Su family's details before making a serious move, and mere warriors certainly cannot intimidate these people. Su Yang exchanged glances with Qin Jiangmei. The latter suddenly took out an ancient zither and placed it on her lap, her delicate fingers gently plucking the strings, filling the carriage with a melodious and ethereal tune. Su Yang lightly knocked on the side of the carriage. The convoy immediately adjusted its course, diverting from the official road to a small path. The cultivators, secretly following them, naturally followed suit. They believed they had perfected their concealment technique and would not be detected by Su Yang and the others' divine sense. However, apart from Wei Yan, everyone in the carriage had noticed this group of pursuers. From the chaotic aura emanating from them, it was clear they were a group of coordinated bandits. The only noteworthy detail was a few latest-stage chi refining bandits, while the others were no match for the martial arts masters. What a troublesome situation. Should we retreat? One bandit looked at several deceased early-stage chi refining cultivators and couldn't bear to witness it. This is too brutal. As soon as those bandits showed up, they hadn't even had the chance to unleash their spells before the Su family's warriors took them down with a few strikes. There were also a few who seemed to be martial arts masters who didn't even raise an eyebrow, clearly not taking the early-stage chi refining cultivators' probing seriously. With just this small number of them, it might not be possible to subdue the opponent. Don't panic. I am proficient in formations and can go ahead to set up a few to trap those martial arts masters. You all must remember to end it quickly. One of the bandits, an old man, took the initiative to speak and took out a formation disc upon which intricate formation patterns appeared. The formation flags must be inserted in specific positions to deploy the formation, while the formation plate can be directly activated with spiritual energy to unleash the formation. The former has a slower deployment efficiency, but a higher limit. The latter has an extremely high deployment efficiency, but the formation is fixed and cannot be disassembled or changed like the formation flags, making it suitable only for rapid deployment and dismantling. The old Taoist was quite confident in his formation. Having reached the necessary path ahead of the caravan, and with little time left, his immediate priority was to activate the formation plate with spiritual energy. Suddenly mist rose all around. In no time, the Su family's caravan rushed in, seemingly oblivious to the mist charging directly into it. Seeing this, the old Taoist frowned slightly. He had intended to set up another formation behind the caravan to cut off their retreat. Yet the other party rushed in without hesitation despite the thick mist. Was it that they had never encountered such formations, or did they simply believe they could easily break through? The old Taoist was puzzled, but his thoughts were interrupted by an arriving companion. Well done, old Taoist. Quickly separate that group of martial artists. You few distract the martial Tao masters away from the carriage while the rest attack the cultivators coming out from the carriage. The leader's eyes glinted with ferocity, and with his orders, everyone sprang into action. Whether innate martial artists or martial Tao masters, they were ultimately just mortals unable to resist the effects of the formation. Several martial Tao masters were vigilant, noticing the disappearance of the Su family's martial artists. They immediately surrounded the family head's carriage. However, facing the spells attacking from all directions, they could not just stand still and endure. Just as they moved a small step to evade, the carriage behind them vanished into the thick mist, and even retreating would not help them locate its position. Watching the martial artists flail about like headless flies, the old Taoist and his companions smiled mockingly. Just then, the horses suddenly panicked and let out a loud cry, pulling the carriage forward in a wild dash. Trying to escape. The old Taoist sneered, and the formation patterns on the plate suddenly glowed, activating the trapping formation to disrupt the carriage's direction. However, contrary to expectations, the carriage did not spin in place as anticipated. Instead, it charged straight through the trapping formation without any effect. Not good. There's a formation master in their carriage. The old Taoist's expression changed drastically, and his companion rushed to catch up. Just then an ethereal and melodious sound of a zither pierced through the mist, sounding unexpectedly. The zither sound seemed to carry a strange magical power, causing the pursuing cultivators to suddenly halt, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, their movements becoming exceedingly sluggish. They could only watch helplessly as the speeding carriage swiftly disappeared into the depths of the mist. How can this be? The leader of the bandits exclaimed in disbelief, his previous ferocity replaced by incredulity. It's the Tao of music. The old Taoist felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his face paling instantly as his pupils constricted. The Tao of music is not commonly seen in the cultivation world. Those techniques that directly harm the enemy with sound waves are not as sharp as sword chi, hence few cultivators are willing to study them. However, those who still wish to delve into the Tao of music mostly possess unfathomable methods. There are sounds that can deprive or disrupt the five senses, sounds that create illusions, sounds that help others break through their cultivation, and sounds like this one that slow others' movements. Close your hearing. Do not listen to the music. The bandit leader shouted, being the first to shield his hearing. They barely had time to recover from their shock. Ahead, the mist seemed to part under an invisible force, revealing a small figure slowly emerging. It was a boy with a youthful face surrounded by purple lightning. His gaze was terrifyingly calm as he merely raised his hand. Boom. In the next moment, a thunderclap that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart resonated. The trapping formation laid by the old Taoist shattered with a bang, the thick mist quickly dispersing, revealing not the familiar wilderness, but a prison constructed of countless bolts of lightning. Furious lightning snakes darted and danced around, forming barriers that could not be crossed. What's going on? The faces of the bandits changed dramatically as they hurriedly unleashed spells to protect themselves, gazing up at the sky in confusion. The old Taoist's body shook violently as he stammered this. This is a top-grade, first-level trapping formation. When was it set up? What did you say? Wasn't this our trapping formation? How did it suddenly become the enemy's? The bandit leader grabbed the old Taoist's robe, shouting angrily. The old Taoist's face turned pale as he suddenly understood everything. No wonder the carriage could ignore his trapping formation and charge straight through. It turned out he had fallen into the enemy's trapping formation from the very beginning. Before he activated the formation plate, this area had already been covered by a large trapping formation, and all the bandits had become fish in a barrel. But the question was, when did the other party set up this trapping formation? Did they possess prophetic abilities? You old man have caused us great trouble. Hurry up and break the formation. The bandit leader saw the old Taoist lost in thought and immediately slapped him. The others unleashed all sorts of tactics, a dazzling array of spells pouring down like a torrential rain towards the boy surrounded by lightning. Yet the boy merely raised his hand lightly, and the entire formation illuminated with dazzling purple light, the deafening thunder responding to his lightning techniques, as if originating from the heavens, wreaking havoc down. The sound of thunder drowned out the screams and wails of the cultivators instantly. As the performance concluded, the people inside the carriage were left wanting more. Qin Jiangmai's delicate hand rested on the zither strings, calming the vibrations of spiritual energy on them. "Aunt Su, this piece is truly beautiful. It gives a feeling of having one's body emptied." Wei Yan clapped her hands, and although she did not understand music, she could feel that this piece was incredibly beautiful. "This piece is called Ning Yuan Tiao, I can teach you," Qin Jiangmai said softly. Wei Yan smiled brightly. "Thank you, Aunt Su, but my mind is better suited for practicing swordsmanship. If I learned zither skills, it would be like having 7 orifices connected and 1 orifice not connected." Hearing this, everyone smiled in amusement. "Since your swordsmanship talent is quite good, you might as well guide my heir. He is the best swordsman among the Su family, obsessed with sword techniques since childhood, yet the Su family cannot find anyone to teach him." Qin Jiangmai's obvious matchmaking intention caused the spirited Wei Yan to blush slightly. She too was obsessed with swordsmanship, but unlike Su Xuanheng, she was not so rigid. Qin Jiangmai's continuous attitude of wanting to pull her back to be a daughter-in-law was not lost on her. "Aunt Su, rest assured, I will definitely guide Xuanheng well." Wei Yan's character was open and free. Though she felt a bit shy inside, she did not reject guiding Su Xuanheng. The two shared a natural kinship for swordsmanship and even had a previous fusion of sword intent, making them compatible in many aspects. Regardless of what the future held, it would not hinder their practice of swordsmanship and discussions of the Tao together. While everyone chatted idly, the Su family's martial artists gathered again, looking up in awe at the figure emerging from the thunder. Su Xianxiao dissipated the lightning surrounding him, confirming that all the bandits had been eliminated before nodding in satisfaction. The Su family has produced 2 offspring with spiritual roots. When Su Yang and others returned to Qingyuan County, this news spread throughout the entire county. Upon learning of this, various family powers rushed to visit and present their congratulations. Previously, the Su family could only be considered a family with great potential, as the entire family's value stemmed from Su Yang alone. Once the family lost Su Yang, the Su family would be equivalent to annihilation. Now that the Su family has offspring capable of cultivating, it has firmly established its reputation as a foundation establishment family, and even without Su Yang, the Su family can stand tall in Qingyuan for 100 years. Countless foundation establishment families have fallen into obscurity because their descendants lacked spiritual roots. As a result, not only did the Su family have offspring with spiritual roots, but it also produced two at once, prompting everyone to marvel at the good fortune of the Su family. After Zhang Xian returned to Qingyuan County, he was the first to visit the Su family. Master Su, you kept this from me so well. Your family has two offspring with spiritual roots, yet you didn't reveal anything at all. Zhang Xian entered the main hall, his laughter booming. Were it not for this secret realm affair, the existence of these two offspring from the Su family might have remained hidden for a long time. Having served as an official for so many years, Zhang Xian had never seen such a cautious foundation establishment family. Other families would eagerly announce the birth of an offspring with spiritual roots, hoping to exchange for more rights and resources from the Great Way. However, the Su family remained as low-key as a mundane family, and on ordinary days one could even forget that the Su family was actually a foundation establishment family. You misunderstand, Master Zhang. The Su family appears prosperous, but in reality it has shallow foundations. Our children have yet to mature, and we truly cannot afford to expose ourselves. Su Yang responded with a smile. This explanation made Zhang Xian feel it had some merit. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. Ultimately, the Su family's strength needs to be upheld by cultivators, and since the Su family has developed for less than 20 years, the number of cultivators in the family can be counted on one hand. How could they dare to boast about their offspring having spiritual roots? What if it attracted the vengeance of enemies? Thus, the best course of action is to remain hidden. Once the eldest son achieves success in cultivation and can stabilize the family, it will not be too late to announce it. Just like now, Su Xuanheng has already gained the ability to venture into secret realms and is more than capable of stabilizing the Su family. Master Su, please tell me honestly, has your cultivation reached the mid-foundation establishment stage? Zhang Xian's gaze was fixed on Su Yang's eyes, attempting to glean the answer from his expression. Su Yang knew that the other party had likely guessed, so he smiled and nodded. As expected, does Master Su have any thoughts about advancing to an A-rank foundation establishment family? Zhang Xian's implication was to hand the decision-making power to Su Yang, which undoubtedly signaled goodwill towards the Su family. Advancing to an A-rank family can reduce annual taxes, grant land purchase rights in the capital, and provide more resources for cultivation exchanges. Zhang Xian added. Su Yang asked, can resource exchanges be cheaper? Oh, that won't be possible. That's a privilege reserved for 7-rank foundation establishment families. Zhang Xian was both amused and exasperated. He felt that Su Yang seemed to look down on the benefits of an A-rank family. His assumption was correct. Su Yang indeed did not value these things. Aside from the land purchase rights in the capital, the rest were trivial matters. Although the merits obtained from submitting spiritual plants each year could be exchanged for foundation establishment pills from the Great Way, the merits required for those pills were astronomical. The Su family would need at least 40 years to exchange for foundation establishment pills through the merits gained from spiritual plants. Meanwhile, the best age for cultivators to establish their foundations is before the age of 60. This shows that it is not feasible to rely on spiritual plants for the exchange. One must seek employment with the Great Way and make outstanding contributions to have a chance to acquire foundation establishment pills. Although advancing to an A-rank family seems to open up more resource exchanges, in reality, it is of no use. By the time the Su family can accumulate enough merits to exchange for foundation establishment pills, Su Yang would be able to refine them himself. However, the land purchase rights in the capital are quite useful. The Su Merchant Association cannot be limited to Qingyuan County and Yunming Market. It will eventually need to expand to other counties and cities. Now that Xuanheng and Zhuangxiu's identities as cultivators have been exposed, the families and the Merchant Association's reputations have surged, making it the perfect time to venture into other counties and cities. Therefore, the land purchase rights in the capital are quite beneficial. Not only do they grant the right to purchase land in the capital, but also in the surrounding counties. I agree to advance to an A-rank foundation establishment family. After weighing in his heart, Su Yang nodded in agreement. Advancing to A-rank can not only consider the benefits provided by the Great Way, but also the impact on the family after the promotion. The gap in value between merchant associations established by A-rank families and those by 9-rank families is immense, and the ensuing benefits are worlds apart. At the same time, the reputation of an A-rank family can deter more petty thieves, preventing all sorts of riffraff from trying to test the Su family. If the Su family had been an A-rank family beforehand, this trip to Yunming Market might have been known to some cultivators, potentially allowing them to avoid this incident of ambush. The family needs to hide its strength, but once the hidden strength reaches a certain level, it should be appropriate to reveal some. This is more conducive to the family's development. Then congratulations to the Su family on advancing to H rank. I have a general understanding of the overall strength of the Su family, so there's no need to trouble Master Su to gather the cultivators at home. I will return now to report the promotion documents to the Great Way. Zhang Xian said with a bright smile as he took his leave from Su Yang. The promotion of the Su family under his governance would earn him considerable merit rewards, bringing him one step closer to accumulating foundation establishment pills. 2 months later, the Su family officially became an H-rank foundation establishment family in the Great Way. The common people of Qingyuan County were not surprised to learn of this news. The offspring of the Su family could return after venturing through the secret realm. How could it be surprising for the head of the Su family himself, whose cultivation, aided by such a vast amount of resources, had reasonably reached the mid-foundation establishment stage? At this moment, in the inner courtyard of the Su family, 2 figures were practicing sword techniques in a perfectly synchronized manner. Faint sword energy spread layer by layer from beneath their feet, like a gentle breeze stirring the leaves and flowers. The sword moves with the person, and the person moves with the sword. Only by achieving the unity of man and sword can one deepen their understanding of sword energy. Wei Yan's sword moved slowly, making a gentle sweep in the air, condensing a thread of sword energy as fine as a wisp. Seeing this, Su Xuanheng tried to imitate it, but the sword energy he produced was either as thick as a branch or dissipated midway. Wei Yan smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. Mastering sword energy takes time to hone. In just 2 short months, you have moved past the initial stage of sword energy. I believe it won't be long before you reach the stage of sword energy transforming into threads. Compared to you, I am still far behind." Su Xuanheng took a deep breath, pondering over the sword in his hand. At this moment, Luo Qian entered the inner courtyard. He first bowed to the master and mistress in the pavilion by the lake, then approached Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan. "Young Master Miss Wei, there is news from the Wanjian sect." Upon hearing this, Wei Yan's steady sword visibly trembled. She immediately sheathed her sword and looked towards Luo Qian. "What is the situation?" Su Xuanheng asked softly. Luo Qian replied respectfully, "A few days ago the Wanjian sect held a ceremony for the new sect master, but it was only conducted internally. Aside from the news of the new sect master's succession, no other information has leaked from the sect. The new sect master has succeeded. Has the Wanjian sect truly changed hands so swiftly?" Su Xuanheng was filled with astonishment. He had anticipated turmoil within the Wanjian sect, but he never expected the position of sect master to change so quickly. The former sect master, who was also Wei Yan's master, is currently missing, and only the Wanjian sect knows whether he is alive or dead. The Wanjian sect has sealed all information, only revealing that there is a new sect master. The position of sect master cannot be so easily seized. Upon learning the news, Wei Yan remained calm. She analyzed coldly. The Wanjian sect is deeply rooted with various families. They all seek to take control of the sect's foundation. If one faction aims to obtain the position of sect master, the other families will surely oppose it. Their failure to disclose information about my master indicates that he is still alive, possibly imprisoned within the sect, or perhaps he has escaped the Wanjian sect. She understood the operational style of those families within the Wanjian sect all too well. Their reluctance to reveal more information precisely demonstrated that the Wanjian sect was in turmoil. Wei Yan felt a sense of relief in her heart. Although she was unaware of her master's current situation, at least he was still alive. The Wanjian sect is likely to descend into chaos now. Suddenly, Su Yang's voice came through, and he appeared gracefully, lightly stepping on the surface of the lake. His gaze fell on Wei Yan's face as he said calmly, "Those family cultivators are constantly thinking about taking your life. It is not advisable to return to the Wanjian sect at this time." He paused, shifting his tone slightly. "The Su family possesses a secret technique that can help you cleanse all traces of your aura and spells. Employing this method will extinguish your life lamp, yet it will enable you to evade pursuit by the sect's cultivators. Weigh the pros and cons of this technique for yourself." The internal chaos of the Wanjian sect left little time to concern themselves with Wei Yan, the young sect master. However, once the internal strife is resolved, the next step will be to eliminate all disciples of the sect's main lineage, especially the young sect master Wei Yan, who poses a significant threat to the new sect master's position. Su Yang was unsure whether the Wanjian sect had means to track her through the life lamp. Yet a precaution was necessary. If Wei Yan wished to remain with the Su family, she must extinguish her life lamp before the chaos in the Wanjian sect concluded. However, in doing so, Wei Yan's master might also lose track of her mistakenly, believing his disciple has perished. "I understand. I ask you, Uncle Su, to provide Wei Yan with the secret technique." Wei Yan pondered for a few moments before making her decision. Though she worried about her master misunderstanding her situation, she could not bring danger to the Su family, so extinguishing her life lamp was the best choice. Su Yang smiled and nodded, handing her the scroll containing the puppet technique. Wei Yin glanced at it, her expression showing surprise. It was unexpectedly a lineage of puppet mastery. It seemed that the Su family's foundation was even deeper than she had seen or imagined. Wei Yin expressed her gratitude and immediately took the scroll inside to cultivate. Just as she entered the room, Su Xianming and Ruan Ning stepped into the inner courtyard. Both appeared travel-worn, yet their expressions were filled with joy. Last month, Su Yang had sent Su Xianming to the cultivation market to purchase 2 second-tier formations. Ruan Ning usually assisted in managing the Su family business and had gone along to the Yunming market out of boredom. From their expressions, Su Yang could tell they had gotten along quite well. It seemed promising. Father Weave brought back the formations. Su Xianming entered the courtyard, immediately retrieving a storage bag, smiling as he said, "The secret realm of the 10,000 mountains has closed. Now the Yunming market is bustling. Our resources hardly stand out there, and the journey back was quite smooth. Thank you for your hard work." Su Yang smiled, accepting the storage bag, which contained formation flags and the necessary materials for setting up the formations. By the way, Father Fu Yuan has died. Just as Su Yang was preparing to select a location for the formations, he suddenly heard Su Xianming mention this. He was momentarily stunned, then shook his head saying, "Last time your elder brother mentioned that Fu Yuan had little time left. I didn't expect him to go so soon." Su Yang's relationship with Fu Yuan was quite ordinary. Although he felt a sense of melancholy upon learning of a familiar person's passing, it did not deeply affect him. The journey of cultivation is far too long, and one cannot know how many such events they will experience. On the way to Su Yang, he had witnessed numerous friends embark on adventures and never return, ultimately having their caves taken by their wives' daughters or the market. At that time, he had felt a lingering emptiness in his heart for quite some time. However, after seeing more, he was left with only a sense of lamentation, continuing to eat and drink as usual. It is said that Fu Yuan also ventured into the secret realm. Although he emerged alive, all his cultivation resources were taken, and he meditated in his cave about a month ago. Su Xianming could not help but add this. He had witnessed a familiar cultivator fall from glory, and it left a profound impression on him. Su Yang chuckled softly, quickly brushing this matter aside, as he began to look for a suitable spot to plant the Tianling fruit tree. He walked around the courtyard a few times and ultimately chose a location by the pavilion near the lake. The Tianling fruit tree possesses spiritual awareness. It voluntarily left a secret realm more suitable for spiritual plants, indicating that it does not mind the thin spiritual energy, but rather finds the secret realm too dull. And the Su family's pavilion lake is the area where the Su family members are most active. He and Qin Jiangmei would often play music and savor tea in the pavilion, while Su Xianjing frequently accompanied Su Xianling to play in the open space along with a large black cow wandering around. With so many companions around, the Tianling fruit tree should surely enjoy this place. Su Yang raised his hand, tossing out the formation flags, arranging the materials and spirit stones in their corresponding positions, while also taking out a formation plate, a relic from the previous calamity. The second-tier isolation formation, combined with the large fog trapping formation on the formation plate, would prevent even golden core cultivators from noticing the situation within the Su family's inner courtyard unless they examined it closely. A humming sound arose as the formation flags glimmered, the spirit stones and materials transformed into golden spiritual liquid. With the changes in Su Yang's gestures, intricate formation patterns were drawn to envelop the Su family's inner courtyard. Yet to others, the inner courtyard of the Su family appeared unchanged. Following this, the formation patterns on the formation plate descended, rising a layer of white mist that covered each formation flag's position. Next is the second-tier gathering spirit formation. Su Yang cast out formation flags again to lay down the gathering spirit formation covering the previous 2 formations. In an instant, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged, and the spirit energy density in the Su family's inner courtyard suddenly increased. The people in the Su family's inner courtyard all sensed the change. The large black cow let out a comfortable long moo before continuing to lie beside its little master. Su Yang did not rush to transplant the Tianling fruit tree, but instead threw another formation flag in the open area to set up a first-tier isolation formation. The second-tier isolation formation is meant to block external surveillance, while the first-tier isolation formation is to prevent cultivators and martial artists from entering and leaving the inner courtyard. After completing everything, Su Yang finally took out the Tianling fruit tree and transplanted it into the open area. The moment the spiritual tree landed, its roots rapidly took hold of the ground, and its silvery leaves emitted a soft glow as if the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were blessed, all lighting up with a faint shimmering light. The large black cow, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head, staring intently in the direction of the isolation formation. It was not until Su Xianling pulled it away to another place that it reluctantly shifted its gaze, biting a piece of grass that emitted a glow from the ground and slowly chewing it. Months later, Su Xianming and Ruan Ning were married. There was no deliberate matchmaking, everything happened naturally. Ruan Ning joined Su Xianming in managing the Su Corporation, interacting with various people daily. She felt the essence of life and gradually adapted to this peaceful existence. She began to learn knowledge, asking Su Xianming about social etiquette and business management. Most importantly, the Su family made her feel the warmth of human connection. The Su family was not as cold and heartless as the cultivators outside. Each member valued the family greatly, united against common foes, free from conflicts of interest and deceit. In the days spent with Su Xuanming, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. Ruan Ning realized that this place was her true home for the rest of her life. On the wedding day, dignitaries from Qingyuan County came in droves to offer warm blessings to the newlyweds. After a grand wedding ceremony, the banquet was filled with lively celebrations. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei beamed with joy as they watched their son and daughter-in-law start their own family, feeling a wave of emotion. Congratulations, head of the Su family. Time flies, the children are already starting families of their own. County Magistrate Wang approached with a smile, raising his cup. Su Yang nodded with a smile, saying now that the children have started families, the Su family can finally be considered a complete family. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Previously, it was just Su Yang's family. Now with the children starting their own families, it is a true Su family. I can also be considered a witness to the rise of the Su family. County Magistrate Wang looked around the Su family and said with a smile, by the way, I have some good news for the head of the Su family and Madame Su. Next year, I will be taking up a position in the Imperial City, and the position of Qingyuan County Magistrate will be taken over by Qin Han. This news left Su Yang and his wife momentarily stunned. Qin Han was the cousin of Qin Jiangmei. He was originally a minor official in another county far from Qingyuan County and was usually busy with work, rarely returning. They never expected him to take over as the Qingyuan County Magistrate next year. Is it because the Su family has been promoted and the Dawei government has given special privileges? Su Yang immediately guessed the reason for Qin Han's promotion. The Qin family was just an ordinary scholarly family without any powerful connections. Under normal circumstances, Qin Han would spend his life as a minor official in the county. How could he qualify to become the county magistrate? Thus, the only reason for his sudden promotion could be attributed to the Su family's influence. County Magistrate Wang nodded, saying, indeed, it is a privilege given by Dawei to the Qi refining families. My promotion is also thanks to the fortune of the Su family. Thank you, head of the Su family. With that, he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. At that moment, Jia walked over, cradling a babbling little girl, making those around them burst into laughter. Lan Lan is here to call you head of the family. Jia came before Su Yang, teaching his daughter to call out. The little girl with her big, beautiful eyes stared at Su Yang for a long time before mumbling a "Yeah. You rascal, your daughter is only 1 year old, isn't that unfair to her?" Su Yang chuckled, extending a finger to poke the chubby face of the little girl, channeling a wisp of spiritual energy into her body. To his surprise, she had a spiritual root. Su Yang thought to himself, then promptly transmitted this news to Jia. The Su family had many servants, but all their offspring were ordinary mortals without spiritual roots, making it impossible for the Su family to cultivate aspiring cultivators from a young age. Even Luo Qian's son was without a spiritual root. While procreation among cultivators could slightly increase the probability of offspring having spiritual roots, it was still minimal. The chances of a child born between mortals having a spiritual root were even slimmer. Yet unexpectedly, Jia and his wife, both mortals, had given birth to a daughter with a spiritual root. The odds of this happening were incredibly small. Jia trembled with excitement upon hearing this, his smile shining even brighter. What is her name? Su Yang asked. Jia took a deep breath and replied, trembling, Ji Shulan. Su Yang nodded slightly and transmitted the Su family can cultivate her to become a cultivator, but I hope you can teach her your business skills. The Su family will open a Su corporation in Yunming Market, and we need a cultivator who understands business. Yes, head of the family. Jia suddenly shouted, startling those around him. Fortunately, the banquet was noisy, so it didn't attract much attention. Su Yang chuckled, choosing not to engage further with Jia to avoid drawing too much attention. He turned to transmit the matter to Qin Jiangmei. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Su Xianming anxiously rubbed his hands, pacing back and forth at the door, looking exactly like the Su Yang of years past. However, unlike before, Su Xianming was accompanied by a group of equally nervous and curious siblings. Su Yang stood at the entrance of the inner courtyard wearing a gentle smile, feeling even more anxious than Su Xianming. Not only was he about to become a grandfather, but the family lineage he had anticipated for nearly 20 years was about to turn to its second page. Suddenly, a baby's cry echoed from within the house. Su Xianming stood frozen in place until he heard his father's voice, which jolted him back to reality. Silly boy, go inside and take a look. Don't just focus on the child, The one who needs the most care is actually your wife, who has just given birth. Without time to respond, Su Xianming dashed into the room. Su Xuanheng and the others did not enter, but gathered at the door to watch. Su Xianling cautiously peeked and stretching her neck as far as it could go. When her second brother received the baby from the midwife, she finally saw her nephew's face. Wrinkled. Su Xianling had heard her third sister say that she had been wrinkled as a child, so she dared not make a sound. Congratulations, second young master, it's a boy. Congratulations, second brother. Is this our nephew? So tiny and adorable. Su Xuanjing's voice was the loudest, proving that she was no longer the unfiltered little girl from years ago. Laughter and congratulations echoed both inside and outside the courtyard, and the entire Su family residence was immersed in the clamor and joy of celebration. Su Xianming awkwardly cradled his son sitting beside Wan Ning, whispering tenderly. Both of their faces were beaming with happiness. Husband, let's give the child a name. Wan Ning softly suggested. Su Xianming replied, gently, according to the Su family genealogy, the second character is Xian. I hope our child is blessed by the heavens, accompanied by fortune, and has all his wishes come true, so I propose to name you. What do you think, my dear? Su Xingyo. Wan Ning murmured softly, then smiled sweetly. I really like this name. The nickname can be Yuer, which is lovely. The two exchanged smiles. The warmth within the room intertwined with the noise outside, while at the entrance of the inner courtyard, Su Yang remained seated steadily. He watched the silhouettes of the couple smiling at each other and listened to the curious discussions of the children in the courtyard about their nephew, his smile deepening. No one noticed that he held a family genealogy in his hand. Su Yang eagerly flipped to the next page. The previously empty page now contained information about the second-generation offspring. Second generation of the Su family, named Su Xingyo, spiritual root, pseudo-spiritual root, fate none. A pseudo-spiritual root, just like Su Yang's spiritual root aptitude. However, the Su family's descendants never worry about spiritual root issues. Su Yang only wanted to know if Su Xian possessed a fate. Unfortunately, fate seems to be even rarer than spiritual roots. Currently, only Su Xianjing possesses a heavenly fate. The first descendant of Xianming has a spiritual root better than me, the father, who can produce offspring. Su Yang smiled lightly, then took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat quicken. He slowly turned the page of the clan genealogy. Fate bestowed. Fortune of inspiration, universal, symbol, great vessel forming, late mastering, 5, thunder, spiritual, beast language. 5 new fates. Indeed, it was a new fate page. With each generation of the Su family, new fates and inherited Dao methods would emerge. As long as the distribution of fates was appropriate, it could ensure that every generation would have a prodigy born. Passed down through generations, the family would always have the pillars of the previous generation to support and protect the growth of the next generation, allowing the Su family to thrive. Su Yang looked at the 5 brand new fates on the genealogy. Among them, 2 fates already had the best candidates in his mind. Universal symbol, not limited to traditional symbols, capable of creating or optimizing talismans. This fate can enhance talisman talent. Only Su Yang and Su Xianjing in the family are proficient in talismans, making Su Xianjing the most suitable. However, Su Xianjing already possesses a fate, and even without the enhancement of universal symbol, her talent in talismans is still remarkable. But universal symbol is strong in not being restricted to traditional symbols, which represents more possibilities. Universal means that every grass and tree can become a symbol. Weapons, bodies, and artifacts can also be defined as symbols. What kind of effect would it produce if talismans are engraved on artifacts and bodies? Su Yang's imagination ran wild, filled with anticipation for the effects of universal symbol. With Su Xianjing's lively personality, she would surely come up with more ideas. The combination of clear mirror, still water, and universal symbol would definitely be greater than the sum of its parts. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly granted universal symbol to Su Xianjing. Mastering 5 thunder, able to summon and control 5 different attributes of divine thunder, representing heavenly punishment. This fate has no points of contention and is directly assigned to Su Xianshao, who has a single thunder spiritual root. Thunder law is the most rigid, and Yang, a thunder itself, is an attribute. The enhancement of mastering 5 thunder can allow Su Xianshao's thunder to contain 5 elemental attributes. Eastern blue thunder, southern red thunder, western white thunder, northern black thunder, and central yellow thunder. Collectively known as the 5 directions and 5 thunders. The remaining fates. Su Yang pondered, considering whether to reserve them for other descendants or to enhance the current generation with fates. Adding fates to the current generation is not out of selfishness, but because they are the pillars of the Su family and the firm foundation of the clan. Once they grow up, they will have the ability to protect the second and third generations. After careful consideration, Su Yang decided to grant Su Xianling the fate of spiritual beast language. His youngest daughter especially loves animals and demons, and is inseparable from the big black bull every day, showing the potential of a beast master at such a young age. Even Su Xianjing cannot command that big black bull, yet it listens to Su Xianling without question. Thus, spiritual beast language can definitely be given to Su Xianling. If she can acquire the inheritance of beast mastery among the myriad arts of cultivation in the future, Su Xianling may become a beast master. Only Su Xianming remains. His talent and the fates appearing in the genealogy do not align very well. Su Xianming has contributed the most to the family. Even the second-generation genealogy was initiated by his son. It would be unreasonable not to grant him a fate. Currently, the fates on the genealogy include Fortune of Inspiration, Great Vessel forming late, and the remaining 9 turns Dan Hart from the previous generation. 9 turns Dan Hart is clearly unsuitable for Su Xianming, and he can only choose between Fortune of Inspiration and Great Vessel forming late. Fortune of Inspiration occasionally gains sudden inspiration or premonition. Great Vessel forming late resilient and accumulates over time. Xianming's thoughts are all in business and management. Though he has condensed true spiritual roots with Tao methods, it will likely be quite difficult for him to establish a foundation in the future. After weighing it in his heart, Su Yang decided to grant Su Xianming the fate of Great Vessel forming late. From the moment this fate is granted, it will begin to accumulate, waiting for Su Xianming to flourish in his old age. Moreover, as Su Xianming ages, his potential will continue to increase. The older he gets, the better his talent becomes. In fact, Great Vessel forming late is also very suitable for Su Yang, but he has a more versatile fate of Heavenly Tao rewards diligence. Having both is somewhat wasteful. As long as Su Yang works hard enough, he doesn't need to wait until old age to flourish. In the end, Su Yang granted Fortune of Inspiration to his newly born grandson, Su Xianyu. Fortune of Inspiration blessed by heaven. Thus all those with names in the Su family genealogy possess at least one fate. Unfortunately, neither his wife nor daughter-in-law shares blood ties with Su Yang, and their names cannot appear in the genealogy. Otherwise Su Yang would definitely have added 9 turns Dan Hart for Qin Jiangmei. Perhaps the significance of the inheritance of Tao methods is to compensate for this shortcoming. Su Yang thought to himself, then flipped to the next page. Family inheritance. Hunyuan condensing true method Tao, Yin Hunyuan scripture. What is this? Upon seeing the newly appeared inherited Tao methods, Su Yang felt curious. From the name, it seems to be the continuation of the Hunyuan condensing true method. But the Hunyuan condensing true method is the method for condensing spiritual roots. Could it possibly continue to enhance the quality of spiritual roots? Su Yang thought this idea was too absurd. If that were the case, then the bloodline genealogy would be excessively against the heavens. He subconsciously swallowed reading the Tao Yin Hunyuan scripture. The content of the Tao method is not extensive, or rather this chapter of the Tao method is incomplete. Its full name should be Tao Yin Hunyuan Scripture Foundation Establishment Chapter. This is a foundation establishment method, not a Tao method to enhance spiritual root quality, but the shock this method brings to Su Yang far exceeds that of enhancing spiritual root quality. The methods for the Qi refining stage don't require too much attention, but once it comes to the foundation establishment stage, the choice of method will directly affect a cultivator's entire life. Breaking through from Qi refining to foundation establishment condenses a root of no attribute. The choice of foundation establishment methods that follows will sculpt the root. The attributes and strength of the root are completely related to the method. Once the root is established, it cannot be changed unless the cultivator is willing to shatter the root and start over. Apart from the offspring of great figures who has the qualification and ability to shatter the root and start over. For ordinary cultivators, once the root is shattered, it cannot be restored. Thus, the choice of methods is of utmost importance. The choice of methods troubles countless cultivators entering the foundation establishment stage. The strength attributes and compatibility of the methods can all have an impact. If the established root is incompatible with oneself, the cultivation speed will be halved, and there might even be a risk of going astray. However, Tao Yin Hunyuan scripture is a foundation establishment method that can accommodate all physiques. It can construct the strongest root that is most compatible with the cultivator's physique. This is a universally applicable foundation establishment method. Su Yang had never heard of such an all-encompassing foundation establishment technique existing within the cultivation world. Moreover, the constructed Tao foundation perfectly harmonizes with the cultivator, enabling cultivation at twice the efficiency, significantly amplifying the power of spells, and increasing the probability of successfully condensing the golden core. Hence, the value of the Tao Yin Hunyuan Jing rivals that of the Hunyuan Ning Zhen Fa, an unsurpassed Tao technique coveted at any cost by golden core cultivators and even nascent soul elites. Once again, this was a clan secret that must never be disclosed. Su Yang silently acknowledged this, closing the Su family genealogy accordingly. He remained calm in place for quite some time before finally settling his thoughts. He rose and walked into the inner courtyard, a gentle smile gracing his face as he soon blended into the celebratory atmosphere of the clan. Days passed one after another. Suddenly, Su Xianling approached Su Yang one day, claiming she could understand Dehei's words. Dehei was actually the name Su Xianling gave to the big black ox. Plain and simple, yet Dehei seemed indifferent to the name. Daddy Dehei said it wants to live under the spirit tree, Su Xianling said in a childish voice. Su Yang was not surprised that Su Xianling could comprehend Dehei's words. He smiled and asked, the spiritual energy concentration is the same everywhere in the inner courtyard. Why does it want to stay specifically near the spirit tree? Could it be trying to steal the fruits? The heavenly spirit fruit took 10 years to mature. Even if Dehei wished to steal some, it could not, as all the fruits had been harvested. Su Xianling did not expect her father's question, so she panted and ran to Dehei's side to relay his words. Dehei moved a few times. Su Xianling nodded repeatedly to show understanding, then panted back again. Dehei says the spirit tree nourishes the surrounding plants, making the grass there tastier. The spirit tree has such an effect. By the way, what breed of ox is Dehei? Does it know itself? Su Yang asked. Su Xianling ran back and forth once more after hearing this. Dehei says it is a water buffalo. All right, I understand. Take it to play under the spirit tree. Su Yang ruffled his little daughter's hair and smiled, reminding her, next time, just bring Dehei over directly when you want to relay messages so you don't have to run back and forth. Oh. Su Xianling suddenly understood, her beautiful eyes gleaming with light. Watching his daughter lead the ox away, Su Yang stood still, deep in thought. All demonic beasts possess demonic bloodlines, but only those that can transform into humans are worthy of being called the demonic race. These great demons initially were ordinary beasts in ancient times and evolved into demonic beasts by a twist of fate and bloodline elevation. Step by step, they cultivated to become millennia-old great demons. After transforming into human forms, they could mate with other transformed demonic beasts to produce offspring and even interbreed with humans. For example, the Jinwu clan, the nine-tailed demonic race, and the Dragon clan are collectively known as the demonic races. They can freely switch between their original and human forms, breaking racial reproductive barriers. Therefore, demonic beasts today exhibit diverse appearances, often blending traits from multiple demonic races. Only when their bloodline undergoes atavism do they purge the mixed blood and revert to a pure demonic true form. For instance, a demonic beast with both dragon and wolf bloodlines may look like a wolf but possess dragon horns. When its dragon bloodline resurfaces, it transforms into a true dragon with no trace of wolf characteristics. Most demonic beasts are mixed blood descendants of the demonic race with low intelligence prior to atavism, only slightly superior to ordinary beasts. Yet what Su Yang saw in Dehei was quite the opposite. Dehei did not resemble a mixed-blood demonic beast. Its appearance was indistinguishable from ordinary water buffaloes used for farming, yet it exuded demonic aura and possessed remarkably high intelligence. Could it be that Dehei is a purebred demonic descendant? Its ancestor was an ordinary water buffalo that cultivated into a great demon. Su Yang pondered and found this was the only explanation for Dehei's condition. When a water buffalo becomes a great demon, its purebred offspring from other water buffaloes would naturally remain water buffaloes without any other demonic traits. Purebred demonic races possess exceptionally high intelligence from birth. It is said that purebred dragons can speak as soon as they are born, and some can even directly transform into human children. If Dehei is truly a purebred descendant of a great demon, it could be cultivated as the clan's spirit beast. It seems necessary to acquire a beast-taming inheritance. Su Yang immediately summoned Luo Qian and Xiao, clan leader. The two cupped their fists in respect. Su Yang instructed, the Su family needs a beast-taming inheritance, but such inheritances are rare. I require you to visit multiple cultivation markets to search for it, and record the factions and commercial layouts within those markets. Cultivating demonic beasts is much easier than cultivating cultivators. The demonic beasts only need to feed to improve their cultivation and have long lifespans. A clan spirit beast can be passed down for 3 to 4 generations. Beast taming techniques are not uncommon, but most of these skills are held by cultivation families. It is difficult for the Su family to purchase a beast taming inheritance from the markets. Su Yang did not place high hopes on this, and simply let things take their course. After assigning the task, he returned to his meditation chamber and tossed spirit stones to cover the room floor. Su Yang's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Qi refining stage 6, just one step shy of Qi refining stage 7. Today he planned to break through this bottleneck in one vigorous effort. His eldest son had already reached Qi refining stage 5, and the family also had Wei Yin, who was at Qi refining stage 7. Su Yang inevitably felt a sense of urgency. Though being surpassed by his son was not shameful, it could not suppress his competitive spirit. How could a father be outdone by his son? Spiritual energy surged and converged into his dantian, transforming into spiritual power flowing through his limbs and bones, launching a fierce assault on the invisible bottleneck. The overwhelming spiritual power radiated from within his body. The spirit stones in the room shattered one after another, dissolving into spirals of spiritual energy. Wave after wave of spiritual power crashed like an endless tidal sea, repeatedly battering the unseen bottleneck. With a faint crack, Su Yang's spiritual power suddenly erupted, its expanding force causing ripples in the formation array within the room. His cultivation breakthrough to Qi refining stage 7 was achieved, officially entering the late Qi refining phase. My spiritual power has tripled in strength. No wonder martial Dao grandmasters cannot defeat late Qi refining cultivators. Su Yang marveled at the richness of his spiritual power. The shield formed by the golden light technique, comparing the mid-stage Qi refining shield to paper, the latest stage Qi refining shield, was like steel. This was a qualitative leap triggered by quantitative change. From now on, he need not fear martial Dao grandmasters in direct combat. In high spirits, Su Yang stepped out of the room. Though this retreat seemed brief, several days had actually passed. His spiritual sense spread across the entire Su family, discovering Qin Jiangmei hosting guests in the main hall with children and grandchildren present. The only guest treated with such respect by the Su family was the Qin family. In the main hall, Qin Han wore a county magistrate's robe, his eyes curved into a soft arc. His pale skin and flattering smile, coupled with nimble hands, brewed tea for everyone present. On one side were his eldest uncle and aunt, on the other his cousin, who had joined a cultivation family. Newly appointed to Qingyuan County, Qin Han was nervous, fearing any misstep. Today's visit to the Su family included not only Qin Han, but also Qin Jiangmei's biological parents. The elderly couple bore aged faces, hair grayed at the temples, radiating a refined and dignified aura. The two smiled kindly at their grandson and great-grandchildren within the room, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Su Yang arrived at the main hall. Everyone stood up and bowed at the same time. The Su family did so out of courtesy, while the Qin family did it out of reverence for the immortal master. Su Yang glanced at his parent Sinlaw and nodded slightly. No need for excessive formalities, we are all family. He held no strong opinions about the Qin family, viewing them as an ordinary mortal family with their common flaws. They feared cultivators, believing them to be cold-hearted and ruthless, capable of killing without a blink. Yet they also sought to curry favor with cultivators yearning for a tenuous connection to immortality, unaware that such fates were determined the moment they were born. When Su Yang sought to marry Qin Jiangmei, the Qin family, fearing cultivators, agreed, without hesitation, treating their daughter merely as a means to avert disaster. However, Su Yang did not force Qin Jiangmei. When they first met, she was unaware of his identity as a cultivator. After a prolonged period of contact, as their feelings for each other grew, Su Yang eventually revealed his status as a cultivator. After Qin Jiangmei married Su Yang, it remained unclear whether it was indifference or fear, but the Qin family had never visited the Su family to see her. Thus, Su Yang held a neutral view of the Qin family. He neither liked nor disliked them. Though they had never come to visit Qin Jiangmei, they had also never caused trouble for the Su family. Had they been those foolish mortal families, they would have long since exploited Su Yang's status for their own gain. Therefore, overall, if the Qin family needed assistance, Su Yang was still willing to help for the sake of Qin Jiangmei. It's been a while, son-in-law. I hope you've been well, said his father-in-law Qin Shuyan, clasping his hands together, looking at his unexpectedly youthful son-in-law with a somewhat forced smile. After all these years, he had never been to the Su family. His grandson had already established a family, and it was his first time meeting his grandfather, which was indeed a bit awkward. But this was also a situation born of necessity. Qin Han had secured a minor official position in Lanchuan County, prompting the entire Qin family to move there. The journey between the two counties was too far, and the Qin family dared not disturb cultivators. In their understanding, cultivators were tyrannical and had strange tempers. With Qin Jiangmei married to Su Yang, her later life would likely be filled with challenges. Not only was helping the Qin family out of the question, but her own safety could be in jeopardy. One must know that being with a king is like being with a tiger. While all these thoughts were merely Qin Shuyan finding excuses for himself, in reality the Qin family did not value Qin Jiangmei, believing she had married an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the Qin family was powerless to resist and could only act as if they did not have this daughter. Who would have thought that Su Yang, unnoticed, had established an 8th-tier Qi refining family? Qin Han's promotion to county magistrate in Qingyuan County was thanks to the Su family's support. The Qin family had moved back to Qingyuan County, and they now had to watch the Su family's expressions. One cannot imagine how awkward Qin Shuyan and the others felt at this moment. "Brother-in-law, please have some tea." Qin Han said, his face full of smiles, as if completely unaware of the past grievances between the Qin and Su families. Su Yang, lacking the arrogance of a cultivator, simply smiled, and accepted the tea, taking a small sip. So the Qin family has moved to Qingyuan County. Yes, Qin Han is now the county magistrate here, so the Qin family naturally followed him. Qin Shuyan said with a smile. I've heard that the Su family has developed well over the years, so we specially came to take a look. Jiang Mei is fortunate to be with such an exceptional immortal master like you. Still, brother-in-law is impressive. You've single-handedly supported the entire Su family and risen to become the top family in Qingyuan County. I admire you. Qin Han gave a thumbs up in praise. Su Yang slightly raised the corners of his mouth and took another sip of tea. Once the formalities had passed, the atmosphere in the hall gradually relaxed. Qin Jiangmei and Su Xianming also joined the conversation, discussing the development of the Su family over the years and the future plans for Su Xinyo. The Qin family's intentions were quite simple. They wanted to gain the Su family's support and specifically came to build closer ties. As a mortal family, the Qin family could only seek the Su family's protection to thrive in Qingyuan County. After a round of discussions, Su Yang agreed to let the Qin family help at the Drunken Immortal Tower and allowed a group of bright children to attend the Su Academy and Su Martial Arts School. This simple gesture represented the Qin family's protection by the Su family. Qin Han's position as the new county magistrate was thus solidified. After dinner, the Qin family was sent off. Qin Jiangmei softly said to Su Yang, "Today's matters have troubled my husband." Su Yang shook his head slightly. "There's no need for such words between us. Besides, it was just a small matter. I wouldn't want the Qin family to suffer in Qingyuan, as it would only cause you worry." Although the Qin family held a neutral attitude towards Qin Jiangmei, she had been raised by them for over a decade. While her parents might not think of her, she still remembered their kindness. If the Qin family were to be bullied or even destroyed by other forces due to the Su family's unwillingness to protect them, it would undoubtedly leave a scar in her heart, affecting her Dao heart and cultivation. Su Yang was still willing to help with matters that required only a small effort. Before Qin Jiangmai's parents passed away, the Qin family would be protected by the Su family. The two walked leisurely within the Su family's estate, enjoying the tranquility of the night and the cool evening breeze. Suddenly, a heavy pressure of spiritual power surged over Qingyuan County like a tide, shattering the tranquility of the county town. All cultivators abruptly looked up, their gazes fixed on the source of the pressure. Surprise, shock, and even instinctive terror flickered among the many qi refining cultivators. This spiritual power. Su Yang's expression turned grave, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Qin Jiangmai's hand. The couple exchanged glances, and a storm surged in their hearts. It was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Someone had reached Foundation Establishment in Qingyuan County. Buzz. A bluish-white vortex of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air like a giant whale, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles. A dazzling beam of light suddenly broke through the clouds, illuminating Qingyuan's night as if it were day. Su Yang and Qin Jiangmei leaped onto the roof, gazing in the direction of the light. It's the Jiang family. Su Yang took a deep breath, suddenly recalling that the head of the Jiang family had a latest-stage qi refining cultivator who had abruptly vanished over 20 years ago, leaving all family affairs to his son. Since then, the Jiang family had been inconspicuous, their reputation eclipsed by the newly risen Su family. Many speculated that something had happened to the head of the Jiang family, and to avoid being targeted by hostile forces, the Jiang family had deliberately concealed the news. However, everyone had guessed wrong, and quite drastically so. The head of the Jiang family was in seclusion, attempting to break through to Foundation Establishment. Once he succeeded in Foundation Establishment, the Jiang family would soar to great heights, becoming the #1 family in Qingyuan, with their reputation and prestige returning all at once. The terrifying spiritual fluctuations alerted all cultivators in Qingyuan County. Su Xuanheng and the others rushed out of their houses, staring blankly in the direction of the Jiang family. Finally, there is a Foundation Establishment cultivator stationed in Qingyuan County. Wei Yin murmured softly. Su Zuanming's expression turned grave as he said, "A family dominating the scene is never a good thing. The Jiang family has become the undisputed first family in Qingyuan. This will surely strike at the industries of other forces, with our Su family being the first to suffer." The Jiang family in Qingyuan invited the noble families and dignitaries of Qingyuan County to participate in the Foundation Establishment ceremony. The entire Qingyuan County was in an uproar, and faced with the majesty of the Foundation Establishment cultivators, no one dared to refuse the invitation. In a moment, the Jiang family's estate was bustling with activity, filled to the brim with people. Officials and nobles flocked in, and the family heads and leaders of forces rarely seen on ordinary days all gathered at the Jiang family today. The banquet was divided into 5 tiers of terraces based on status near a small lake, where many clear lotuses and green lotus leaves flourished. The members of the Jiang family sat on the highest terrace, each glowing with health and smiling brightly. The cultivators of Qingyuan and the dignitaries occupied the second-tier terrace, where they could see performances of singing and dancing on the central terrace with musicians playing on both sides. The other terraces were also filled with guests with not a single seat vacant. The Su family arrived and took their seats on the second-tier terrace, lifting their eyes to see the head of the Jiang family seated on the first tier. Jiang Wuyo appeared young and handsome, wearing a flashy light purple robe, his attire disheveled and exposing his chest. At this solemn banquet, he lounged carelessly on a soft couch, with two maidservants standing by to massage his legs and shoulders. To the unknowing observer, he might seem like a spoiled young master from some family, but no one present dared to voice any objections. Half an hour later, the segment for presenting congratulatory gifts began. The Xie family presents two colorful treasure fish. Storekeeper Chui of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion presents a high-grade magic tool. Lord Zhang, the Immortal official of Qingyuan, presents a red flame pearl. The major forces took turns presenting gifts, and soon the first-tier terrace was piled high with offerings. When it was announced that the Su family presented a high-grade beauty-enhancing pill, Jiang Wei's curious gaze was drawn in their direction. Su Yang immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "Are you the head of the Su family?" Jiang Wuyo said with a smile that seemed both genuine and mocking. Indeed, a striking figure. No wonder the Su family has developed into the top family in Qingyuan in just 20 years. Senior Jiang's praise is undeserved, it is merely luck. Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor. Although the other party initiated conversation, it appeared friendly, but was far from sincere. Seeing the gift presentation segment come to an end, Jiang Wuyo smiled and continued, "Head of the Su family, you are being too modest. The Su family's business is widespread throughout Qingyuan County, and even the local Immortal Treasure Pavilion cannot compete with the Su Merchant Association. How could it be merely luck?" Not far away, storekeeper Chui chuckled, awkwardly unsure of how to respond. This remark was clearly intended to sow discord, and he certainly would not be foolish enough to hold a grudge against Su Yang. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the Great Way. It is not something the Su family can simply rival. It is just that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in Qingyuan cannot compare to the Su Merchant Association. The Su family masters the four major techniques of cultivation, capable of refining pills according to the formulas provided by cultivators and crafting weapons based on their requirements. In contrast, storekeeper Chui is merely a salesperson at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and cannot fulfill such requests from cultivators. Consequently, cultivators have developed a habit of going to the Su Merchant Association for their consumption needs, and over time the business of the Qingyuan Immortal Treasure Pavilion has become inferior to that of the Su Merchant Association. Su Yang chuckled dryly without replying. Jiang Wuyo felt a sudden loss of interest. "I have been in seclusion for these years, and the Jiang family's business has stagnated, resulting in a lack of circulating funds." Jiang Wuyo spoke again, his voice carrying across the area. "The Jiang family is in urgent need of cultivation resources, especially spiritual plants. I hear the Su family is the largest supplier of spiritual plants in Qingyuan County. I wonder if you could lend the Jiang family a helping hand." Su Yang's lips curled slightly. This request sounded off. If it was a business collaboration, why announce it for everyone to hear? The Su family is indeed willing to do everything possible. Good. Jiang Wuyo sat up from the soft couch, throwing out a list of spiritual plants with a defiant smile. "This is the list of spiritual plants needed by my Jiang family. Oh, I hope the Su family can prioritize supplying them to us. If this delays any other friend's business, I hope everyone will not bear a grudge." He scanned the crowd with a beaming smile. Those family heads and leaders who had spiritual plant collaborations with the Su family quickly cupped their fists in acknowledgement, openly stating no harm done, but inwardly cursing. To come and delay other people's business orders is no small impact on their commerce. Su Yang glanced at the list. The required spiritual plants were indeed numerous enough to take away thousands of acres of spiritual plants from the Su family. Before he could respond, Jiang Wuyo lightly raised his hand, channeling spiritual power to draw two colorful treasure fish still swimming in the lake. These two colorful treasure fish are quite valuable. Consuming them can enhance one's cultivation, comparable to the effect of a second-tier gathering spirit pill, and can also stack with the effects of pills. Jiang Wuyo grinned and said, "Consider this a deposit for the head of the Su family. Once the Jiang family's business is revitalized, we will make up the payment to the Su family later." At this statement, the astute ones had already reacted. Jiang Wuyo was essentially robbing them. The notion of later compensation was merely a facade. The so-called deposit was actually the full payment. The most outrageous part was that these two colorful treasure fish given to the Su family were actually a congratulatory gift from the Xie family to the Jiang family. This meant that the Jiang family had not spent a single coin, pulling off a heist with empty hands. Su Yang's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Jiang Wuyo would target the Su family's business, but did not expect the other party to outright seize it. What business competition? There was simply no need. If they were lacking anything, they would just rob it. Who would dare defy the authority of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Such tyrannical behavior would only be tolerated as long as it did not go too far, and the Great Way would turn a blind eye. After all, Foundation establishment cultivators hold greater value for the Great Way, especially in a county like Qingyuan. Without a Foundation establishment cultivator to oversee it, their worth is even higher. If a Foundation establishment cultivator is willing to settle in a county to protect it, offering some benefits is hardly unreasonable, right? Why is the head of the Su family not speaking? Do you find Jiang's proposal unsatisfactory? Jiang Wuyo looked at Su Yang with a faint smile. An invisible pressure struck down like a heavy hammer. The anticipated anger or resentment did not appear on Su Yang's face. He maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, his face calm. Senior, you misunderstand. I was merely considering if there are any deficiencies in the spiritual plants on the list. Your deposit has been received by the Su family, and the required spiritual plants will certainly be delivered in full. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wuyo was greatly amused, his laughter booming. What do you mean by delivered in full? This is a business collaboration between our two families. It should be said that the cooperation is pleasant. Senior is correct. I misspoke. Please forgive me. Su Yang smiled and cupped his hands. This display of composure left all the cultivators present in awe. If they were the ones who had their spiritual plant industry robbed by a Foundation establishment cultivator, they certainly could not remain as unfazed as he did. It seemed that the Jiang family had taken away the spiritual plants from the Su family, but the impact was not limited to that. With the Su family's supply chain disrupted, other industries would inevitably be affected, such as their annual transactions with the Yunmingsi family, where this year's spiritual plants and pills would surely fall short. Moreover, the Jiang family's business would explode in growth, forcing other industries, including the Su family, to shrink. After robbing the Su family, Jiang Wuyo then shifted his targets to other forces. It could be said that he was spreading the wealth evenly, and no one could escape this exploitation. The crowd had no means to resist. Not only were they robbed, but they also had to greet the robbers with smiles. This Foundation establishment ceremony suddenly turned into a ceremony for the cultivators of Qingyuan to pay homage to the Jiang family. When the banquet concluded and everyone left the Jiang family, the expressions on their faces varied. Some looked like they had swallowed charcoal, while others were gleeful at the misfortune. This is simply too much. After returning to the Su family, Su Xianming slammed the table in anger. Are they really going to dominate Qingyuan from now on? Can Foundation establishment cultivators really do as they please, using force to oppress others and seizing what doesn't belong to them? Such behavior is no different from robbery. Today's events have truly opened his eyes. He never thought a Foundation establishment cultivator could be so shameless. This is very much in line with my impression of cultivators. Ruan Ning, with her long hair tied up in a bun, already exhibited the gentleness and serenity of a woman. Having spent so much time in the Su family, she had almost forgotten the indifference and hypocrisy of cultivators from the outside world. Today's Foundation establishment ceremony served as another lesson for her. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin remained silent, heading straight to the training ground with their swords drawn. They believed that the only way to break through their predicament was to grow stronger. Su Yang walked to the edge of the pavilion lake and released 2 colorful fish into the water. With a splash, the fish tails created waves, and the lake shimmered with beautiful rainbow hues, as if 2 long arcs of rainbows joyfully swam in the water. Tisk. This pair of colorful fish, 1 male and 1 female, can produce offspring. The gift from the Xie family is indeed quite generous. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, anticipating the sight of the fish swimming in the pavilion lake. Father, is now really the time to discuss the colorful fish? Su Xianming couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, admiring his father's positive attitude despite the Su family just suffering a significant loss. The colorful fish are nice, but they can't compare to the heavy loss the Su family just incurred. Su Yang stood up, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Xuanming, you are already a father. How can you still be so reckless? The management of the Su family will soon be handed over to you and your wife. Isn't father even the slightest bit angry? Su Xianming rubbed his brow, his anger dissipating by half. It was the first time he had ever been told he was reckless by his father. Su Yang sat down leisurely, accepting the freshly brewed tea from Xiao Mai's hands and savoring a few sips. Xuanming, it's fine to feel anger when faced with issues, but do not let that anger cloud your judgment. If Foundation establishment cultivators are robbing us, we have no other choice. Jiang Wuyo merely took our spiritual plants, at least he didn't seize our spiritual fields. Su Yang put down his teacup and said with a faint smile, besides, in my view, Jiang Wuyo is foolish beyond measure. The Jiang family is merely enjoying a moment of glory. What do you mean by that, father? Both Su Xianming and his siblings were taken aback, their eyes wide with curiosity. Su Yang explained with a smile. Currently, there is only one foundation establishment in Qingyuan, naturally allowing the Jiang family to dominate. Everyone has to avoid their sharp edge. But Qingyuan will not always have just one foundation establishment. With the speed of Qingyuan's development, it will undoubtedly attract other foundation establishment cultivators. At that time, what do you think will be the fate of the Jiang family? Su Xianming raised an eyebrow, realization dawning upon him. At that time, the forces robbed by the Jiang family today will collectively turn against them, becoming the Jiang family's enemies. Exactly. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, pleased by his child's quick comprehension. During today's foundation establishment ceremony, many families came with genuine intentions, hoping to get close to the Jiang family. For instance, the colorful fish prepared by the Xie family are rare treasures in the cultivation market. However, Zhang Wuyo is short-sighted, only focusing on his small territory. He believes that as the overlord of Qingyuan, no one can punish him, and so acts recklessly, offending all the cultivators present. That is why I say he is foolish beyond measure. After Su Yang finished speaking, Xiao Mei refilled the teacup. Su Xianming was astonished, pondering for a moment before frowning slightly. But I don't understand, as the head of the Jiang family, how could Zhang Wuyo be so foolish? Logically, the longer a cultivator lives, the wiser they become. Given Zhang Wuyo's age, he should be a cunning old fox. Why would he act in such an unwise manner? Su Yang had been contemplating this question as well. The most superficial speculation was that Zhang Wuyo had become arrogant after breaking through to foundation establishment, or perhaps he was simply foolish with decent cultivation talent. His nonchalant demeanor at the banquet was reminiscent of a spoiled young master from a wealthy family. It's not surprising he would commit foolish acts. However, Su Yang always felt it couldn't be that simple. He lightly tapped the tea lid with his fingertip, recalling Zhang Wuyo's gains from today. Once he gains a massive amount of resources, the Jiang family cannot possibly consume them all in a short time. It would be better to sincerely collaborate with multiple families for long-term gains. Could he really be such a fool? No, the Jiang family cannot consume so many resources. What would they do with the large amount of seized resources? Exchange them for spirit stones to buy other things. What could possibly compel the Jiang family to offend all the cultivators of Qingyuan just to gather funds quickly? Suddenly, Su Yang's mind flashed with a ridiculous hypothesis. It was possible that the Jiang family was hiding a perfected qi refinement cultivator who they intended to purchase another foundation establishment pill for. Once this qi refinement cultivator successfully establishes their foundation, the Jiang family would have 2 foundation establishments. Even if other foundation establishment cultivators move into Qingyuan in the future, the Jiang family's foundation, with 2 foundation establishments, would make them unafraid. As long as the family has 2 foundation establishments, what does it matter if they offend all the cultivators in Qingyuan? Who would dare confront the threat of 2 foundation establishments? Thus, the Jiang family was hastily gathering everyone's cultivation resources in order to quickly exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Su Yang's thoughts had always been bold. Even if this speculation seemed absurd, he would not overlook the possibility. When he voiced his hypothesis, Su Xianming and the others were left speechless. This conjecture is too exaggerated. It would turn Zhang Wuyo from a fool into a cunning old fox with deep plans for his family. If the Jiang family truly establishes 2 foundations, Qingyuan will face hard times ahead. Su Xianming sighed and shook his head. The Jiang family treats the various families of Qingyuan this way now, but what will happen after they have 2 foundations? Su Yang laughed, saying, "There's no helping it. The cultivation world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. To escape from difficulties, one must enhance their strength. You in particular have been the most negligent in your cultivation. Even Ruan Ning is more diligent than you." Su Xuanming's expression immediately fell. "Father, weren't we discussing the Jiang family? Why am I being dragged into this? I am merely reminding you that the most important thing for a cultivator is always strength. Having a powerful fist is the hard truth. You don't want the Su family to be bullied in the future, do you?" Su Yang patted his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "I will work hard." Su Xianming nodded solemnly. He had indeed been slacking off in his cultivation lately, but he had not forgotten his original aspirations. He was still the same boy who yearned for a life of cultivation, and he aimed to lead his family to witness greater vistas. In the days to come, Su Yang's children were clearly more diligent and hardworking in their cultivation than in previous days. The Su family faced oppression from foundation establishment. It was as if a massive stone had fallen on their heads. To break through this stone, they had to become stronger. Father Wei Yin and I plan to go out and hone our skills. After staying at home for more than a month, Su Xuanheng suddenly made a request for training. Su Yang shifted his gaze between his son and Wei Yin, quickly seeing through their thoughts. "You two aren't thinking of going to the Wanjin sect, are you?" The two were caught off guard by a single remark, instantly revealing their embarrassment. "We were merely going near the Wan Sword sect to see if we could gather any news about Yinner's master." Su Xuanheng chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. The affectionate way he addressed it in front of the elders made Wei Yan's cheeks turn slightly red. The Wansword sect has been sealed off for some time now, and no news has emerged. Internally, they are likely locked in fierce battles. It's quite dangerous to go there. Su Yang's intent to refuse was evident. If it were just to gather information, there was no need to take such risks. Su Xuanheng quickly added, going to the Wansword sect for news is merely a detour. Our main objective is to train at the Sword Lake. The Sword Lake is a place every sword cultivator dreams of. The waters within are filled with myriad sword intents, making it an excellent location for sword cultivators to comprehend the path of the sword, thus attracting swordsmanship experts from all over Wei to exchange insights and spar with one another. Upon hearing there was a legitimate purpose, Su Yang nodded slightly. That's acceptable. Training outside is beneficial for your cultivation, but you must be cautious, especially during the segment of the journey near the Wansword sect. You can teach Wei Yin the Su family's concealment technique. It will aid both of you during your adventures outside. As he spoke, Su Yang handed over 2 thick stacks of talismans, all starting from the second tier, 1 stack for each of them. Wei Yan's red lips parted slightly in shock at how extravagant the Su family was when going out to train. No wonder Su Xuanheng had been so lavish with talismans in the secret realm. It turned out that what she had seen was merely a fraction of it. Su Xuanheng's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly assured that he would be careful. He then went to the pavilion lake to bid farewell to his mother and others. After gathering the necessary cultivation resources, the two departed side by side from the Su family. Elder brother is so free. The life I longed for in my childhood has instead been realized by him. Su Xianming couldn't help but sigh as he watched the 2 figures leave. Ruan Ning, holding the sleeping Su Xinyo, chuckled softly beside him. Your father hasn't restricted you from going out. If you want to be carefree, it's not impossible. Su Xianming shook his head with a wry smile. I don't possess the adventurous spirit of elder brother, and besides I still have you and Xinyo here. I can't just leave you 2 behind. Ruan Ning smiled lightly, feeling as though she had eaten sweet candies. If I were suited for adventures, I would have roamed the world long ago. Our family's talents were discovered by father when we were young. Elder brother is suited for the sword path, I for commerce, the 3rd sister excels in talismans, the 4th brother specializes in thunder techniques, and the 5th sister. Su Xianming paused, his gaze instinctively drifting to Su Xuanling, who was riding on the back of the big black bull talking to it. The 5th sister seems to have a talent for beast mastery. Father has already sent someone to search for the beast mastery inheritance. Beast mastery talent. Ruan Ning exclaimed in surprise. Xianling has not only been talking to the big black bull lately, but also to the rainbow fish. Could it be that she understands the language of beasts? Su Xianming nodded solemnly. The 5th sister claims she can communicate with them, but this ability of hers wasn't present from the beginning. He suddenly thought of Su Xuanheng. The elder brother's talent in the sword path bore a striking resemblance to the 5th sister's ability to speak with beasts. Could it be that the Su family is blessed by fortune, with each member possessing remarkable talents? Yet a more crucial point seems to lie in their father's ability to uncover these talents. Even the talents they suddenly awakened seemed to be related to their father. Su Xianming felt a chill run down his spine and dared not voice his thoughts. If his speculation were true, then elder brother must have already discovered this matter. The reason for his silence must be the concern that their father's secret could be exposed to the outside world, bringing disaster to their family. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Yang approached and suddenly patted his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Are you reluctant to part with your elder brother? Why don't you go with them? Su Yang chuckled. No. Su Xianming shuddered, his eyes dimming slightly. I was just thinking that my cultivation talent is so ordinary that my future achievements will likely be the lowest in the family. What truly worried him was the issue of lifespan. If all of his siblings successfully established their foundations while he remained stuck in the late stage of qi refinement, what would he do? As for the Su family's success and foundation establishment, he believed it was a foregone conclusion. After all, the entire family possessed true spiritual roots, and with such an abundance of cultivation resources, someone would surely succeed. At that time, he would definitely make the Jiang family spit out all the resources they had consumed. Don't worry, as long as you take steady steps, and do not neglect your cultivation while managing business. Perhaps it may be slow now, but in the future you will surely achieve great results. Su Yang spoke with a smile, his tone very firm, and he pressed a bit harder on his son's shoulder. Ruan Ning nodded with a smile. Father is right. Don't be discouraged, my husband. I believe in your talent. Just like father said, you will surely achieve great results in the future, so do not give up midway. I understand. Su Xianming nodded solemnly, but his heart was not at peace. His earlier words indeed carried some worry, but primarily, he wanted to test his father's attitude. He did not expect his father to be so certain, mentioning the idea of achieving great results through steady accumulation. It was as if he had already foreseen his future. Normally, his father's comfort would involve providing resources to help him break through. Yet Su Yang instinctively affirmed the fact that Su Zuanming's current progress in cultivation was slow, while firmly believing that he would achieve great results in the future. Perhaps this is the only time father has miscalculated, Su Xianming thought to himself. From now on, he only needed to remember the phrase great results through steady accumulation and slowly verify it over time. If the situation is as father predicted, then it proves that what he thought in his heart was not wrong. The greatest opportunity for the Su family is in fact father himself. Su Yang was unaware that Su Xianming was lost in thought, for he discovered that one of his sons was even better at concealing his talents, and he needed to conduct some psychological guidance. Although this son excellently inherited his ideas of subtlety, he only understood concealment and not how to reveal himself, which could lead to unintended obscurity. Su Yang strolled into Su Xuanxiao's courtyard and immediately saw two Su Zhuangxios, one fiddling with spirit herbs while the other was pondering formations. Both turned their heads simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, "Father, you're here." Su Yang nodded, but his gaze was directed towards the room inside. He noticed the door was open and a third Su Xianxiao walked out with a smile. "The puppet technique is quite impressive, they can even pass for real," Su Yang praised. Su Xianxiao chuckled, "But they still can't fool your keen eyes. You recognized both as puppets at a glance." "I didn't figure out they were puppets, I just know your character well enough." Su Yang gently rubbed his son's head, both amused and exasperated. This son is too cautious, staying cooped up at home for cultivation without venturing out. The initial intention for learning the puppet technique was for self-preservation, specializing in the life-saving aspects of puppetry. Now with the two puppets in front of him, Su Yang couldn't tell which was the real body, but he knew that the one outside was definitely not the real one. As for the one in front of him, Su Xianxiao still held great respect for his father and wouldn't go out to greet him with a puppet. "Have you encountered any doubts in your recent cultivation?" Su Yang and his son sat down inside with the puppets following closely to serve tea for both of them. "No doubts at the moment, just lamenting how my alchemy and artifact crafting skills are affected by my thunder's spiritual root, making it difficult to stabilize my creations." Su Xianxiao sighed lightly. He possessed a single thunder spiritual root, which was relatively wild, causing him to hit a wall in these two skills. Su Yang picked up his cup of tea, smiling gently. The thunder spiritual root is derived from the transformation of the 5 elements spiritual roots. While the spiritual root itself cannot be changed, the thunder attribute can give rise to the 5 elements. Su Xianxiao possesses a singular lightning spiritual root, which causes the members of his family to solely focus on the ferocity of his lightning techniques. Little do they know this boy has already mastered multiple cultivation skills. Not only is he proficient in puppet techniques, but he also has considerable achievements in formations, and he even understands a bit about talismans, although the talismans he crafts are primarily lightning-based. However, refining tools and elixirs involve the properties of gold, wood, and fire, which requires a high stability of spiritual power, causing him to delay getting started. Had he possessed the 5-element spiritual roots, Su Xianxiao would have already mastered the 4 great cultivation arts along with a puppet technique. This is why Su Yang claims that this boy is even better at hiding his talents than he is. While others envy the violent power of the lightning spiritual root, Su Xianxiao envies the multifunctionality of the 5-element spiritual root. Su Yang's words stunned Su Xianxiao. He had been troubled by the issue of his spiritual root for a long time, during which he consulted numerous books that all advised against a singular lightning spiritual root, attempting alchemy and tool refinement. No book ever recorded a method for the lightning attribute to revert back to the 5 elements. I'm not lying to you. Lightning techniques are not solely about extreme masculinity. Have you ever wondered why the lightning in the sky is sometimes purple, sometimes blue, and sometimes white? Su Yang sipped his hot tea with a meaningful smile, because thunder contains multiple attributes, not only the masculine attribute, but also the feminine attribute. The union of yin and yang gives rise to the 2 forms, which in turn generate the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols produce the 5 elements. As the saying goes, extremes lead to opposites. As long as your lightning techniques reach the pinnacle of masculinity, you can touch upon the ultimate femininity of thunder, and the 2 can merge to give rise to the 5 thunders. Boom. Su Yang's words struck Su Xianxiao like thunder, shattering the barriers of his thoughts. Purple lightning erupted explosively from within Su Xuanxiao, illuminating his mind. Masculinity leading to femininity, the union of yin and yang can give rise to the 5 elements. This maxim echoed in his mind, becoming increasingly profound as he pondered it. Su Xianxiao no longer hesitated and activated his lightning techniques, with full force elevating their power to the peak. The thunder roared and surged, instantly filling the entire space. After Su Yang finished his tea, he quietly departed. He had only accomplished half of his purpose for coming here. Initially, he intended to teach Su Xianxiao that being low-key is beneficial, but one cannot always hide away. Occasionally venturing out for training is more helpful for cultivation. Moreover, he aimed to guide Su Zhuangxiu's cultivation direction to unleash the effects of the mastering the Five Thunders fate. Unexpectedly, the boy directly entered a state of enlightenment. Su Yang did not wish to disturb his son's enlightenment. The matter of psychological guidance could wait until next time. He made his way through the inner courtyard corridor to Su Xuanjing's residence. The first person he saw was not Su Xuanjing, but Su Xuanling quietly sitting in the courtyard reading with the large black bull behind her like a guardian, always watching over the girl. "Daddy." Su Xianling immediately opened her arms and rushed into his embrace upon seeing her father. "Is Linger here to play with her sister again?" Su Yang lifted the little one and kissed her on her tender cheek. "Sister has delicious treats, many pastries I haven't tried before," Su Xianling said in a baby voice. "Daddy, come and taste, they are so tasty." "Sure," she said, breaking free from the embrace and grabbing a piece of pastry from the table to offer. Su Yang opened his mouth to taste a piece, nodding with a smile. "The taste is indeed good. If it's delicious, let your sister make you more, but you mustn't disturb her cultivation." Linger didn't disturb her sister. Linger is quietly reading, Su Xianling replied obediently, lifting her book as proof. Her cute demeanor delighted Su Yang. This is how he imagined Su Xianjing should be back in the day. Linger is truly obedient. "Daddy recommends that you read more books related to animals. Daddy has matters to discuss with your third sister, so I can't play with you for now." "Okay." Su Yang patted his daughter's head and let her play on her own. The little girl was very well behaved, immediately returning to her seat to continue reading. Upon entering the house, Su Yang saw his eldest daughter, who was focused on drawing talismans. In her concentrated state, she bore a certain ethereal elegance, though she was usually too lively and active. The talisman was drawn in midair, and as Su Xianjing completed her final stroke, the characters on the talisman paper shimmered with golden light. It was a first-grade medium-quality talisman. Su Xianjing let out a sigh of relief and stretched her arms in a grand yawn, disregarding her image. "Daddy, I've hit a bottleneck in my talisman path. I can draw medium and low-grade talismans freely, but my spiritual power can't support the drawing of high-grade talismans. Is there a method for dual-person drawing?" Su Xianjing was not surprised by her father's arrival and immediately explained her situation. "How can you have dual-person drawing for just one piece of talisman paper? Do you think this is alchemy where you can find a helper?" Su Yang rolled his eyes at his daughter. "With your current cultivation level, being able to draw all first-grade medium-quality talismans is already outstanding for a genius talisman master. To draw high-grade talismans, you must enhance your cultivation. Only with sufficient spiritual power can you support the consumption of high-level talismans. Don't think of taking shortcuts." Hearing this, Su Xianjing immediately shouted, "I'm already working hard to improve my cultivation. But after all, I am still young. If I were as old as my elder brother, drawing a mere first-grade high-quality talisman would be a piece of cake. So I am not drawing anymore. Low-grade talismans are too boring. I want to draw something interesting." Su Xianjing kicked her legs and slumped back in her chair, displaying no demure demeanor. "Want something interesting? I have a proposal for you." Su Yang's lips curled up. His silly daughter's words were spot on. Since you can't draw high-level talismans, why not maximize the potential of low-level talismans? Have you heard that everything can be a talisman? What? Su Xianjing suddenly sat up with great interest. This sounded impressive. Could there be a legacy in the family that she did not know about? Everything can be a talisman means that runes do not have to be drawn on talisman paper. Ordinary paper can also become a talisman, and even a leaf, a stone, or a magical item can be a talisman. Su Xuanjing's eyes lit up upon hearing this, exclaiming, "So amazing. Daddy, teach me quickly." "Oh, I don't know how." "Oh, I'm just suggesting that you research in this direction." Su Xuanjing's previously soaring ambitions instantly deflated. She pouted her red lips, glaring at her father. "Daddy, did you come just to cheer me up?" "Wrong. You child." Su Yang stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head with a look of disappointment. "Daddy trusts you. While others can't do it, you surely can. I hope you can trust my words as much as I trust you." Su Xuanjing's mind felt dizzy from the convoluted reasoning. Just as she was about to run to find her mother to complain, Su Yang suddenly became serious, gazing out at the scenery, and said softly, "Xuanjing, tell me, if one day you could carve the runes from talismans onto magical items, or onto your own body, puppet, or spirit beast, what kind of effects would that create?" The sudden seriousness made Su Xianjing instantly realize that her father's previous words were not a joke. She reined in her playful mindset and began to seriously ponder the question. If she could truly achieve that everything can be a talisman and draw runes at will, that would be an incredibly terrifying ability. A house could instantly turn into a sea of fire, a puppet could unleash the nine heavens' thunder, and a cultivator's body could become as solid as diamond. If the runes are not drawn on talisman paper, but on other items. Su Xuanjing's beautiful eyes widened, and she suddenly became excited. "Yes, I remember that puppets have another kind of rune engraved on them. Since the runes of puppet techniques can break free from the constraints of talisman paper, why can't talismans also break free from the constraints of talisman paper?" In the center of the Bailian mountain range, a crimson figure sat cross-legged on the blood-colored grass, surrounded by rippling red auras of magical power. Any beast that stepped into the red light became extraordinarily violent. Just a little more, and I will have gathered enough souls and blood essence. The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant as her delicate hand flicked out a spell, causing the furious beasts to change direction, simultaneously surging towards the Guangling border. Suddenly the woman clicked her tongue, and her figure transformed into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating in an instant. Almost at the same moment, her original position erupted with a loud bang. Thunder roared, and the wind whipped through the clouds, stirring up a sky full of dust. A young man stepped out from the haze, his expression dark as water. His divine sense spread widely, yet he found nothing. The woman had long vanished without a trace. She ran away again, damn it. Who the hell is she? The young man clenched his fists, watching as the surging beast tide charged towards the Guangling border once more. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely chose to continue searching in the Bailian mountain range. The Guangling border can hold back the beast tide, though it will cost many lives. However, as long as they can capture the instigator of the beast tide, such sacrifices are trivial. The Dowei will remember and honor their contributions. At this moment, the Guangling border was filled with blood essence. The city walls in ruins, and corpses littered the ground left uncleaned. Every face bore the marks of exhaustion. Just as they finally caught a breath, the sound of another beast herd trampling echoed from the Bailian mountain range. The soldiers and cultivators at the border cursed loudly, forced to pick up their weapons for yet another round of slaughter. This time the beast tide was even more ferocious. The herd seemed to have lost all sense of pain and fear, ignoring the mountain of corpses of their kin ahead, crashing through the formation barrier with their bodies relentlessly battering the crumbling city walls. The defenders were utterly exhausted, their spiritual power nearly depleted, their arms sore and unable to raise their weapons. The border was a scene of carnage, the sky obscured by rising blood essence and swirling dust resembling a hellish landscape. Suddenly the blood on the ground rose into the air, an inexplicable sense of dread filling everyone's hearts, as if an invisible sword was hovering above their heads. At the moment this strange feeling surged, the previously rampaging beasts suddenly halted, the bloodlust in their eyes rapidly fading. They seemed to sense a great terror descending, fleeing in panic. Watching the retreating beast tide like a receding tide, the soldiers and cultivators at the border were left baffled. Just as they were about to relax, a woman's maniacal laughter echoed through the skies. Buzz. The blood rose and gathered, forming a blood-red array in the dim sky. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, like an invisible hammer crashing down. The remaining soldiers and cultivators on the border felt as if struck by lightning. Their already exhausted bodies could no longer hold out, and they spat blood, crushed to their knees by this overwhelming force. Is this an array? A blood-soaked cultivator stared in horror at the blood array in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. Why was the border shrouded in an array? What kind of array was this? Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his body and looked down. He saw his hands, legs, and body transforming into drops of blood rushing skyward, with the torrent of blood all flowing into the array. Intense pain suddenly engulfed his entire body. The cultivator screamed in agony, and everyone around him was suffering the same fate. Even the fleeing beasts collapsed on the ground, struggling in pain, their bodies visibly turning into blood drops. It worked. It worked. Huh. The woman's excited and maniacal laughter resonated in all directions, her figure standing above the blood array, surrounded by a crimson aura. The blood array refined all living beings, converting them into her cultivation power. The woman's aura surged wildly. She spread her arms and laughed heartily, her beautiful face reflecting a sense of immersion and enjoyment. Damn it. So you were the one behind the beast tide. A furious roar echoed from the Bailian mountain range as the young man's figure rushed like a shooting star. Qi Feng. As a member of the royal family of Qi, you actually cultivate demonic arts. You again, old man. Qi Feng clicked her tongue, her expression disdainful. If it weren't for today, you would have died long ago for trying to ruin my plans. Wei Chuan's face darkened as he saw the hellish scene below. His body trembled with rage, and vast spiritual power erupted. You Qi have crossed the line. Wei Chuan's voice was icy, killing intent radiating from his eyes. The two nations were separated by the Bailian mountain range, maintaining a distance from one another, yet the beast tides of the past decade were secretly instigated by the Qi royal family. They not only harmed countless lives of Dowei, but also refined the souls of Dowei's beings using demonic arts, showing utter disregard for Dowei. Qi Feng laughed loudly. So what? Then you shall die. Wei Chuan's face twisted with anger, spiritual power exploded, and the light of his magical powers illuminated the vast area. Qi Feng's laughter continued, her body radiating crimson. The two figures were engulfed by the clash of terrifying spells, the shockwaves spreading for miles. The Bailian mountain range collapsed in an instant, deafening explosions resonating, countless beasts fleeing in terror, trees and boulders ground to dust under the vast energy. The power of Golden Core cultivators was utterly terrifying. Their duel had penetrated most of the Bailian mountain range. When the residual waves of magic dissipated, two bloodied figures appeared in the sky. Wei Chuan's eyes were bloodshot, his chest pierced by Qi Fang's delicate hand, which was holding a beating heart stained with blood. She wore a sickly smile on her exquisitely beautiful face. Speaking of which, I have to thank you to Wei for helping me eliminate that Golden Core demon in Bailian Mountain. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for me to deal with it alone, especially since it would be easy for your Wei cultivators to notice something was wrong. Qi Fang extended her delicate tongue, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. She leaned close to the barely alive Wei Chuan's ear and whispered, "Perhaps you still don't know. The offspring of that great demon was actually released by me. I intended to let that great demon engage in battle with your Wei and then find an opportunity to set up this blood array to assist my demonic powers. Though there were some issues in the process, the outcome was the same." Qi Fang's laughter was filled with sarcasm. "I never expected your Wei to be so insidious, pretending to help the great demon find its offspring only to set a trap upon its return. No wonder the demon clan says humans are cunning and treacherous. They were speaking of people like you." Huh. Wei Chuan's eyes were wide with rage as he opened his mouth to say something, but his heart was crushed by Qi Fang's grip. "Without you, old man, Wei is finished." Qi Fang's laughter echoed through the shattered mountains and rivers. Countless fleeing beasts tore through the forest barrier like a chaotic flood of blood, trampling the earth, devastating the Guangling border, while one wave of the beast tide surged towards Qingyuan County. In the Su family, the alchemy room was filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs, and a cauldron slightly trembled under the scorching flames. Su Yang focused intently on controlling the fire, while Qin Jiangmei stood beside, waiting for the right moment to add the spiritual herbs. Both of them appeared tense after the last spiritual herb was added. The remaining steps involved condensing the liquid into a pill. However, at this critical moment, the cauldron erupted with a loud bang, releasing a puff of burnt-smelling black smoke. It failed. Su Yang frowned as he retrieved the blackened remnants of the pill, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, forming a rough guess in his mind. It's normal for the first attempt to fail, especially since this is a foundation establishment pill, Qin Jiangmei said, with a gentle smile, getting up to help clean the residue from the cauldron. Su Yang had researched the remnants of 2 foundation establishment pill recipes for many years, and with the blessing of the heavenly Daos Diligence fate, he had roughly grasped a recipe belonging to the Su family, only needing to stabilize the proportions of the medicinal materials. The issue earlier was simply due to improper proportions, resulting in the failure to condense the pill. Su Yang was not discouraged. Instead, he felt invigorated. The smooth process of alchemy indicated that the foundation establishment pill recipe he had developed was viable. As long as he tried different combinations of spiritual herbs a few more times, he would succeed in refining the foundation establishment pill. "Let's take a break. I need to think about which herbs to replace." Su Yang showed a contemplative expression as he walked out of the alchemy room. Strolling in the courtyard, he felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the children of the family diligently working or cultivating. However, in this moment of peace, Ji Ya's face turned pale as he rushed into the inner courtyard, disregarding family rules, shouting, "Head of the family, the border of Guangling has fallen. The beast tide is coming." Su Yang was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he misheard, and hurriedly asked, "Is the information accurate?" "Absolutely true." Ji Ya spoke rapidly, his forehead dripping with sweat. "Cultivators have seen a massive horde of beasts appearing on the distant mountaintop, heading straight for Qingyuan County. The streets and alleys of the county are in chaos." Su Yang's expression grew serious as he immediately transmitted a message to his children. "Jiangmei, Xuanming, Ruanning, Xuanjing, you all need to go retrieve the supplies from the Su family trading company and the drunken Immortal building and bring everyone still at the shops back. Xuanxiao, you lead other cultivators to swiftly collect all the spiritual plants of the family." Su Yang commanded Ji Ya, "Go notify all family warriors and bring all Su family servants and their families to the core area of the clan." After finishing his orders, Su Yang immediately went to check if the clan's protective formation was intact. He had purchased a second-tier defensive array at the Cultivation marketplace, which, although unable to cover the entire family territory, could envelop the core area. This array was prepared specifically to guard against the beast tide, and now it was finally coming into use. As he finished speaking, Qin Jiangmei and the others' expressions drastically changed as they quickly understood the situation and rushed out of the family. The Su family's industrial supplies were enormous, and the warriors couldn't possibly move everything, but the cultivator's storage rings could quickly transport supplies. As everyone raced against time to act, the citizens of Qingyuan County were in utter panic. "Head of the family, it's bad. The beast tide is here. What should we do? Is it still too late to escape?" "Escape? Our legs won't even get us out of Qingyuan County before the beast tide swallows us." The Marshall families were at a loss. Having never experienced a beast tide, they understood its terror. Without any cultivators in the family, they could not withstand the devastation of the beast tide and could only rush to the government office to seek help from the Immortal officials. Zhang Xian's face turned grim upon hearing this news. His first reaction was to pack his things and flee. After all, he had no assets in Qingyuan County, merely serving as an official powerless against the beast tide. Right? The Zhang family. Everyone don't crowd at the government office. There is a foundation establishment family in Qingyuan County. You should go to the Zhang family for help. Zhang Xian suddenly recalled that the Zhang family had recently produced a foundation establishment cultivator. In the face of the beast tide, a foundation establishment cultivator must take charge to survive this ordeal. As soon as this was said, everyone collectively surged towards the Zhang family. In their haste, they forgot that there was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator stationed in Qingyuan County. The Zhang family had previously gathered resources from various families, and in the face of this sudden disaster, they should have stepped up to protect Qingyuan County. Seeing everyone disperse, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered as he quickly packed his belongings and quietly fled Qingyuan County. Could a single foundation establishment cultivator really fend off the beast tide? What he had just said was merely to deceive these ignorant mortals. Back in Guangling County, the beast tide was repelled through the combined efforts of multiple foundation establishment families that constructed a city defense array along with foundation establishment cultivators joining forces to protect the entire county. But what does Qingyuan County have? There is only one foundation establishment cultivator in Qingyuan County, the Zhang family. While it may not be an issue to protect the Zhang family, expecting them to shelter others. With Zhang Wein's character, that was utterly impossible. Qingyuan County was fully plunged into a whirlpool of chaos. Cries, curses, and the sound of shattering objects echoed through the streets. The timid fled in panic with their families, helplessly rushing to the government office in desperation, while others took advantage of the chaos, eyes shining with malice, wantonly vandalizing the shops along the street, hoping to make a fortune before the city fell. Qin Jiangmei braved the chaotic current and hurried towards the drunken Immortal building. Upon entering, she encountered several thugs forcibly breaking into the tavern. The place was in disarray, but fortunately the Su family's warriors left behind responded swiftly, and after a few muffled thuds and cries of pain, those attempting to loot were soundly beaten down, their leg bones shattered. Qin Jiangmei turned a blind eye, though her only concern was the safety of her family. She quickly gathered all the assets of the tavern and issued a simple order: leave everything behind and return to the clan quickly. Upon leaving the drunken Immortal building, the scene on the streets grew even more tragic. Crowds shoved and cried, scattered goods lay in disarray, and in the distance, more noise of shops being looted could be faintly heard. Qin Jiangmei hurriedly made her way to notify her clan members at the Qin family, but collided with a familiar figure at the alley entrance. Her cousin Qin Han was rushing towards the Su family territory, panic-stricken, with other Qin family members. This saved her the trouble of making a special trip to the Qin family. Standing at the edge of the clan's core area, a heavy sound of footsteps drew her attention. Turning to look back, her pupils constricted. She saw a swarm of beastly creatures, dense as an ant colony, surging over the mountains, racing towards Qingyuan County. The ground began to tremble slightly with the sound of beasts trampling, rising, and falling. Everyone, quicken your pace. The formation is about to activate, and we won't wait for anyone. Su Yang's voice spread throughout the Su family territory, causing everyone to hastily pick up their pace. The warriors maintained order with tense expressions. When they saw someone accidentally fall, they immediately rushed forward to assist. The horde of beasts surged like a tide, rapidly entering the territory of Qingyuan County, and the ground of the county town was shattered by the weight. As the thick-skinned beasts collided with the buildings, houses crumbled and shattered. Su Yang held a compass, infusing it with spiritual energy as the beast horde rushed into the Su family territory. He shouted loudly, and the intricate array patterns began to spread. The defensive confinement array rose, a light shield enveloped it, and dense mist filled the air. Qingyuan County lay in ruins, its streets no longer bustling as before. The beast tide swept through like a colossal force from the primordial wilderness, leaving behind a deathly silence and the desolation of survival after disaster. At this moment, the Su family estate was shrouded in thick mist. As a gentle breeze passed, the mist slowly dissipated, revealing a shimmering array of barriers. Hundreds of beast corpses lay before the formation, with the blood on the ground still fresh. The Su family warriors gasped for breath, their hands trembling as they grasped their weapons. Su Xiandao sat atop a massive beast corpse, finally exhaling in relief as he saw his father dispel the formation. In his heart, he admired his father's foresight, for not only was there a second-tier defensive formation shielding the core area of the estate, but also a trapping formation covering the outskirts. Most of the beasts that entered the trapping formation were guided away from the Sioux family. Those beasts that accidentally stumbled into the trapping formation would be blocked by the defensive formation. As long as the Sioux family acted quickly, they would not face an assault from the beast horde. After a whole night of fierce fighting, the Sioux family finally endured through the beast tide. As the defensive formation was lifted, the Sioux family members gradually emerged, many startled by the sight of the beast corpses, which were larger than their houses. Despite the use of beast meat in dishes at the drunken Immortal Pavilion, many mortals had never seen the actual bodies of these beasts. Shin Han and others secretly rejoiced, thankful for the Sioux family's protection. Otherwise they would have surely been trampled into meat paste by the horde. It's gone. Someone stood frozen in place, pointing into the distance. The buildings of Qingyuan County have vanished. They had originally stood here gazing afar, able to see the undulating buildings of Qingyuan County, but now all that greeted their eyes was an endless expanse of blue sky and white clouds. Su Yang gazed at the scene before him, a mix of emotions swirling within. He recalled the downfall of Guangling. Just like now in Qingyuan, based on the usual practices of the Great Wei dynasty, it was highly unlikely that this county would be rebuilt. 20 years of hard work ultimately destroyed in an instant. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. With a sigh, Su Yang's figure flickered as he appeared amidst the ruins, extending his divine sense to probe. Aside from the ruins and corpses, he unexpectedly found many survivors who had hidden in cellars to escape disaster, while some cellars could not withstand the trampling of the beasts, becoming mass graves for the deceased. Su Yang released his spiritual power, effortlessly helping the survivors push aside the massive stones blocking the cellar entrance. He walked along the ruins, gradually encountering more people. Most of the survivors were cultivators huddled in a corner, working together to maintain a formation, barely withstanding the trampling of the beast horde. Su Yang spotted the Xianbao Tower. The formation had been breached, and while the building still stood, its walls had been smashed through. To his surprise, manager Cui was still alive, hiding within a dilapidated bell artifact with a few cultivators. All of them had blood streaming from their orifices and were unconscious. Su Yang initially intended to approach and wake them, but he noticed their storage bags and rings had disappeared. He immediately halted, not daring to draw closer. Did someone come out first and loot the Xianbao Tower? Su Yang's brow furrowed as he turned to leave. Cultivators were often cold and suspicious. Waking them now would surely lead to accusations that he had robbed their storage bags. Continuing forward, Su Yang passed by several well-established families, finding either empty homes or entire clans obliterated. A few survivors remained, weeping over their deceased relatives, creating a tragic and desolate atmosphere in the ruins. As he passed the Xie family, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A clan of cultivators with Zhang Linyuan stationed at the Xie family had actually lost every single member. The key point was that some had not perished from trampling or tearing by beasts, but had been killed outright by someone's spell. Su Yang scanned with his divine sense, discovering that the Xie family's assets and the storage bags of their cultivators had been completely emptied and taken away, mirroring the situation at the Xianbao Tower. Indeed, Zhang Linyuan is suspicious. His initial intention to join the Su family was likely to seize the chaos and plunder. Su Yang suddenly understood. It turned out he had overthought the situation. Zhang Linyuan was actually a thief who through some means had learned of the border situation, confidently knowing that Qingyuan County would face a beast tide. Knowing the danger yet still coming to Qingyuan was all for this moment. He first targeted the wealthy Su family. After being refused, he then set his sights on the Xianbao Tower. After encountering another setback, he reluctantly chose the Xie family as his target, inviting wolves into the house, leading to the destruction of the family. Su Yang felt sorrow for the Xie family's demise. The Xie family never engaged in conflict with other family powers, focusing on their own development, aligning closely with the Su family's philosophy. If not for the treachery of Zhang Linyuan, the Xie family might not have been able to withstand the beast tide, but as long as they were willing to abandon their family estate, they could surely escape Qingyuan. From the state of the Xie family's deaths, it was evident that they had been ambushed and killed by Zhang Linyuan from behind while resisting the beast tide. Just then, a familiar pressure of spiritual power emerged, and a resonant voice echoed across the heavens. Friends, please come to the Zhang family for a discussion. Su Yang arrived at the Zhang family, where a foundation establishment cultivator was stationed. Only part of the Zhang family's estate had been destroyed by the beasts. Zhang Wuyu stood at the forefront of the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. Once the arriving cultivators gathered, he spoke loudly. Qingyuan County has been destroyed by the beast tide. May I ask if you have any plans? Upon hearing this, the cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Since Qingyuan is gone, we naturally should go to other counties. Other counties may not be any better. If it were me, I would rather go to Luoxian City. I plan to settle in the cultivation market. Although the cultivation market has abundant spiritual energy, one must pay spirit stones monthly. Living there is exhausting. Everyone had their own thoughts, but without exception they all prepared to leave. With Qingyuan County gone, what was left for them here? Loose cultivators felt no sense of belonging to Qingyuan County. After all, they had no family, no assets, and no restraints. Jiang Wuyu pondered for a moment before speaking. Everyone, I do not know how the Great Way will decide, but I intend to rebuild this place, starting with the establishment of a market. Would you all be willing to assist? Rebuilding Qingyuan. How much manpower and resources would that require? They were not keen on such laborious and thankless work. Moreover, isn't this something the Great Way should be doing? Why should they undertake it? Qingyuan is a beautiful place, conveniently located near the Yunmingsu market for trade, and lies on the edge of Great Way, with less stringent control. I ask, is there a better place for loose cultivators? Jiang Wei's tone was calm and unhurried. Living in the cultivation market requires paying. Spirit stones residing in the county will face exclusion from local families, and living in the prefectural city will be subject to strict regulations from the Great Way. But now Qingyuan is empty. If we establish a market here, we can reside for free, with ample space and no competition, and without the Great Wise regulations to bind us. All we need to invest is time and energy. After hearing this, many were tempted, but some quietly raised doubts. But this is ultimately within the territory of the Great Way, whether it's land or regulations, it all requires the approval of the Great Way. You need not worry, my friends. Once we establish the Qingyuan market, if we need to adhere to the Great Wise regulations, we can delineate the land then. Jiang Wuyu smiled and said, before that you may freely occupy the land here, and the profits generated will be enough for your cultivation for 10, 20, or even 30 years. One cannot deny that Jiang Wei's words hold some truth. Even the most suspicious of loose cultivators could find no fault in this. The reason is quite simple. The Jiang family suffered minimal losses, and their clansmen all survived. As long as the Qingyuan market is established, the Jiang family can continue to develop in Qingyuan without the need for large-scale migration, let alone compete with unknown family forces. Rebuilding Qingyuan is beneficial for everyone. However, the Jiang family will be the biggest beneficiary. Cultivators find this quite normal. After all, who would engage in something that doesn't bring profit? Master Su, what are your thoughts? Jiang Wuyu suddenly turned to Su Yang, asking with a smile. Countless gazes turned towards him in unison, eager to hear Su Yang's opinion, especially since the Su family is one of the wealthiest in Qingyuan. Following the decisions of the big shots is certainly the right choice. Although the situation of the Su family is unknown, Su Yang's calm demeanor suggests that their losses are not substantial. I agree with Elder Jiang's decision. Su Yang had no reason to disagree. While it appeared that the Jiang family would benefit the most, the Su family only lost spirit fields and shops, with all members remaining unharmed. The Su family would also be one of the biggest beneficiaries after the market is established. Su Yang's words were like a calming pill, and with his agreement, several clan leaders immediately expressed their support to rebuild Qingyuan. Loose cultivators exchanged glances. After some careful consideration, some chose to stay, while others quietly left. If that's the case, then let's work together to clear the ruins. Unclaimed lands can be distributed freely, but the area occupied should be within one's capacity. Jiang Wuyu smiled broadly, feeling pleased at this moment. He didn't mind reminding everyone not to be too greedy. Although we will not forcefully seize the establishment of the market, will attract other cultivators, so you all must consider whether you can hold your ground. The cultivators bowed in gratitude for the reminder from the Jiang family head before dispersing. When Su Yang returned to the clan's territory, Su Xianming had already dealt with the corpses of the beasts outside, and the Su family's servants were diligently clearing the ruins and tending to the spirit soil. Elder Jiang is organizing the survivors to rebuild Qingyuan and intends to establish the Qingyuan market. The unclaimed lands can be freely occupied, and the Su family can take this opportunity to expand. Su Yang said to Su Xianming and Jia, the division of the territories will be entrusted to you for planning. This beast tide is both a disaster and an opportunity. I hope that when the Qingyuan market is established, there will be the most prosperous commercial street, entirely filled with our Su clan shops. The potential for the Qingyuan market is immense, as most of the survivors are cultivators. Their permanent presence here will attract cultivators from the outside. In contrast, ordinary people will be wary of cultivators who kill without blinking, abandoning the thought of coming to the Qingyuan market. Over time, the Qingyuan market might even become a haven for cultivation. However, the premise for the Qingyuan market to develop is that it will not encounter another beast tide like it currently does. Su Yang turned his gaze towards a few martial arts masters of the family and said to a steady-looking man, you take a few people to investigate the situation at the Guangling frontier. I need to know what has happened there. The man cupped his fists in response and swiftly led his team to the Guangling frontier. Brother-in-law Elder Jiang said the land can be occupied freely. Isn't that against the rules of the Great Way? Qin Han approached and whispered. Su Yang glanced at him. To be an official, one must understand flexibility. Do you think the Great Wei will care about us occupying more territory once they learn that we are rebuilding Qingyuan? Of course not. The response did not come from Qin Han, but from Su Xianming. The common people voluntarily initiate the rebuilding. The Great Wei would love for everyone to do the same. Moreover, the larger the territory, the more taxes collected. Do you really think you can just occupy freely? Qin Han was enlightened after hearing this. He had been too strict about the rules, thus failing to consider that many things the Great Wei would turn a blind eye to. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive, and one must understand flexibility. Su Yang had already guessed why Qin Han had been a minor official for so many years. It was due to his strict adherence to rules. On the surface, Qin Han appeared smooth, but he was actually an honest person. From now on, the Qin family will become a vassal of the Su family. Come and help with the Su clan's business. Su Yang suddenly proposed, do not aim to be a county magistrate. That position has no future. Qin Han was taken aback, not expecting his brother-in-law to be so sudden. For a moment, he was unsure of what to decide. Although the family relied on him as the leader after he became an official, the current head of the Qin family was still Su Yang's father-in-law, Qin Shuyan. I agree with this matter. Qin Shuyan, who had remained silent earlier, suddenly spoke. After experiencing this beast tide, he had a clear understanding of the gap between cultivators and ordinary people. For the Qin family to achieve long-term stability, they must rely on a powerful force, and the Su family is undoubtedly their best choice. Su Yang nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Qin Jiangmei beside him, who smiled brightly in return. The two shared a tacit understanding. With just an expression or gesture, they could discern each other's thoughts. Days later, the martial arts masters sent by the Su family returned, and they immediately reported the investigation results to Su Yang. Clan head, the Guangling frontier has been occupied by the army of the Qi nation. The Qi nation? Su Yang was taken aback. Isn't the Great Qi separated from the Great Wei by the Balian mountain range? How could the Qi army occupy the territory of the Great Wei? The master attendant quickly responded, we saw large flying boats from the mountain flying the flag of the Great Qi. We inquired around and learned that the beast tides of the past 10 years were actually secretly instigated by the Great Qi, and it is suspected that Golden Core cultivators have battled in the Balian mountain range, breaking through half of it. As for the outcome, we do not know, but a war between Qi and Wei is imminent. The Great Wei is about to plunge into turmoil. This news sounded surreal. The Great Wei has enjoyed peace for over 100 years, and war could erupt just like that. Qin Jiangmei and the others were shocked to hear this. Su Zuanming's expression grew serious. What should we do? Should we move to the cultivation market? No. Su Yang shook his head. Qingyuan County has already perished. This place is merely a wasteland occupied by cultivators. The war between the Great Qi and the Great Wei will not affect Qingyuan. Rather, this place is a clean land. The Great Qi's attack on the Great Wei aims to annihilate the Wei army and eliminate members of the Wei royal family and officials. It has nothing to do with these loose cultivator families. Su Yang's eyes flickered. With the Great Wei falling into chaos, ordinary cultivators and common people need a refuge. If the Qingyuan market quietly establishes itself at this moment, becoming a paradise amidst the turmoil, it will undoubtedly attract countless people. This is simply the perfect opportunity to establish the Qingyuan market. The previous beast tides were instigated by the Great Qi, meaning there is no need to worry about beast tides anymore. Moreover, with half of the Balian mountain range breached, there are likely very few beasts left. Therefore, the family's development should proceed as usual. Su Yang's analysis was like a calming pill, easing the minds of Qin Jiangmei and the others who had been worried. Su Zuanming's tense expression relaxed, and he began to plan the family's business layout. In this case, the immediate priority is to hasten the clearing of the ruins, allocate territories, and seize the opportunity. The atmosphere in the hall shifted towards pragmatism as everyone began to discuss the specifics of the rebuilding and market quietly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and cries of alarm sounded from outside. Luo Qian appeared anxious, supporting the bloodied and Xiao back to the Su family. Su Yang and the others heard the commotion and quickly walked out of the main hall. They saw in Xiao with his eyes tightly closed, his face as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Luo Qian's robes were stained red with Xiao's blood, his voice hoarse and urgent. Master, quickly save Xiao. He is on the brink of death. Calm down. Su Yang spoke with a steady tone infused with a reassuring strength. He raised his hand, casting 2 spells to protect Xiao's heart veins while healing the external wounds. He then took out a pill and placed it in Xiao's mouth. Su Yang urged his spiritual power to dissolve the pill, and a rich vitality spread within Xiao's body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Subsequently, another wood-type spell was cast into Xiao's body, stimulating his life force. Su Yang was not only an alchemist proficient in pharmacology and medicine, but had also mastered all the spells collected by his family. The fate of heaven rewards the diligent was born for versatility, enabling him to wield such life-saving healing techniques. As long as there was still a breath left in him, he would find a way to save him. Su Yang infused his spiritual power to help Ziao expel the stagnant blood and residual spell energy from his body, taking out a silver needle and pricking Nzio's fingertip, allowing the black blood to drip down. After a moment, a hint of color returned to Nzio's face, and he slowly opened his eyes, hoarsely calling out Master. Seeing this scene, Luo Qian finally relaxed his anxious heart. It's all right now, tell me what happened. Su Yang placed his hand on Luo Qian's wrist. You have residual cold injuries in your body. Ooh, just take this pill. Upon checking that Luo Qian was not seriously harmed, he casually handed over a pill. Luo Qian accepted it and swallowed it directly, then began recounting their experiences after leaving the Su family. The two had followed Su Yang's instructions to seek the Beastmaster inheritance, attending auctions and shops in multiple cultivation markets. Though the results of their search were unsatisfactory, they unexpectedly learned that a foundational elder from the Beast Spirit sect had fallen, leaving behind a cave near Lanshui County. The core inheritance of the Beast Spirit sect involves nurturing and controlling demonic beasts. With the fall of a Beast Spirit sect cultivator, it was likely that his cave held the Beast Master inheritance. Upon learning this news, Luo Qian and Nziao immediately decided to head to Lanshui County to search for the cave of the foundational cultivator. However, many cultivators had also heard this news. The two arrived at Lanshui County and encountered cultivators from the Fong family, at an inn led by Fong Xian, who had previously clashed with Su Xuanheng and others in the secret realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Initially, Luo Qian and Nziao concealed their cultivation presence and disguised their appearances, not being detected by the other party. However, Nziao inadvertently overheard a conversation between the Fong family and another group of cultivators mentioning the Su family with words laced with insult and mockery. Nziao, who already had a somewhat irritable temperament, could not tolerate the slander against the Su family, especially after having previous conflicts with Fong Xian, and immediately countered their claims. As a result, Fong Xian indiscriminately accused them of being Su family cultivators, demanding they reveal their identities. Seeing this, Luo Qian hurriedly pulled Nziao back, urging him not to act impulsively and expose their identities. For the greater good, Nziao had no choice but to swallow his anger and left the inn with Luo Qian. However, the Fong family's arrogance surged, forcing Nziao and Luo Qian to kneel and apologize if they wished to leave, or else they would have to pay with their lives. Unable to endure any longer, Nziao immediately retaliated. Luo Qian did not possess the same strength as Su Xuanheng, and ultimately, with only Nziao fighting, they were outnumbered. The two fled, with Nziao sustaining serious injuries, to protect Luo Qian. They only managed to escape the pursuit of the Fong family when they encountered a sudden beast tide returning to Qingyuan County. The Fong family is the same Fong family of the Cloud Guard Alliance. Su Xinjing found the name somewhat familiar and curiously asked her second brother beside her. Su Xianming nodded. They are the only ones we have had conflicts with. The Cloud Guard Alliance has kept their promise and did not settle accounts with us later, but the Fong family. After Su Xuanheng and the others emerged from the secret realm, the Su family conducted an investigation into the Cloud Guard Alliance and the Fong family. The Cloud Guard Alliance is the largest force in the Cloud Dream Ruins, composed of multiple family factions. Among them, the Fong family is one of the members of the Cloud Guard Alliance. According to the rules of the Cloud Guard Alliance, the Fong family could request the Alliance to eliminate the Su family. However, before leaving the 10,000 Great Mountains, the deputy leader of the Cloud Guard Alliance, Sitiyu, promised that the matter between both sides would be considered settled and that they would not settle accounts with the Su family later. At that time, Fong Xian even declared that he would represent the Fong family to withdraw from the Cloud Guard Alliance, but surprisingly, the Fong family remains in the Alliance to this day. Since they did not withdraw, they must adhere to the rules of the Cloud Guard Alliance. Therefore, for such a long time, neither the Cloud Guard Alliance nor the Fong family has sought trouble with the Su family. Su Yang thought this matter was over, that both sides would no longer interfere with each other. Yet he did not expect the Fong family had not let go of their grievances and continued to harbor resentment towards the Su family, spreading rumors and slander against them. And Xiao, who had been taken in by the Su family since childhood, naturally could not tolerate such insults against the Su family. However, he merely countered Fong Xin's false statements, and Fong Xian seized the opportunity to humiliate Xiao, indicating how many times he must have imagined avenging the Su family. Master, it was my recklessness. Please punish me. And Xiao said weakly, his face full of guilt. Indeed, it was reckless. Su Yang replied lightly, however, there is no need for punishment. Your injuries are the price of your recklessness. Yes, next time. And Xiao lowered his head, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yang. Next time you encounter someone slandering the Su family, do not act recklessly. You should first remember them and carefully assess the difference in strength before taking action. This is how the Su family conducts itself. The Su family certainly should not be slandered for no reason, but one must exercise caution before taking action. It is good for Ziao to clear the Su family's name, but it was indeed a bit reckless. He must remember that this time he was not accompanied by Su Xuanheng, but by Luo Qian, who only had a cultivation level of Qi refinement 3rd layer. Even if he did not think of himself, he should consider Luo Qian who was with him. Su Yang hoped that this incident would make Ziao more stable, avoiding major mistakes in the future. Father is right, one must think calmly before doing anything, and once engaged one must annihilate the opponent with overwhelming force then eliminate the roots. Su Zhuangxiu's youthful voice was resonant, deeply understanding his father's words. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, it was his youngest son who understood him best. All right, you focus on recovering. During this time you all take care of the family. I will go to Lanshui County to collect some interest. Su Yang stood up using a water element spell to wash away the bloodstains on his hands. Father, are you going alone to find the Fong family in Lanshui County? Su Xianming immediately comprehended his father's intentions, frowning. The Great Way is about to fall into chaos. It is not a suitable time to go out. It's fine, leave this matter to me. Su Xianjing stepped forward. Recently, she had made great progress in her talisman techniques and was eager to find someone to test her skills. No way. Su Yang and Su Xianming rejected in unison. Engaging in a battle of skills is no child's play. Su Zhuanjing's cultivation is merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement, and in direct combat, she is weaker than in Xiao. Going forward would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. Su Xianjing stuck out her tongue and made a face, but was met with a rebuttal from her father and second brother, making her dare not act recklessly. Luo Qian, how many people does the Fong family have, and what are their cultivation levels? Su Yang ignored the antics of Su Xianjing and turned to serious matters. Luo Qian could not influence the family head's decisions and could only answer truthfully. Only Fong Xin is at the late stage of Qi refinement with 3 at the mid-stage and 3 at the initial stage, totaling 7 people. That Fong Xin is likely on drugs. His cultivation level is superficial. When we encountered him in the secret realm, he was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. And Xiao added with a hint of unwillingness. He had faced Fong Xin twice and lost due to the latter's overwhelming numbers. If it were an unknown fight, he was confident he could kill him. I understand the situation. I will handle this matter. Su Yang, a man of great initiative, immediately prepared to set off for Lanshui County. Family head, you don't need to personally avenge me. I just need to nurse my injuries and will seek justice for the Su family myself. And Xiao exclaimed, urgently touched that the family head would help him seek justice. But what merit did he have to allow the family head to take action on his behalf? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. I am seeking justice for the Su family, not just for you. Don't get overly emotional. Moreover, there may be a beast-controlling inheritance within that cave, which is very important for Linger. I am seeking opportunities for Linger. I will accompany my husband. Qin Jiangmei suddenly spoke up. Usually during family decisions, as long as Su Yang was present, she would unconditionally support him. This time, however, she took the initiative to suggest surprising everyone present. Since it concerns Linger's opportunity, as her mother, I should have the right to participate, right? Qin Jiangmai's smile was as gentle as ever. Her gaze turned to Su Yang silently, seeking his approval. Su Yang was about to refuse, but remembering this was one of his wife's few requests, he choked back his words. All right, we will go to Lanshui County together. Thank you, husband. After receiving his consent, Qin Jiangmai's eyes sparkled with joy as she hurried back to the house to pack a few things. Su Xianming expressed his concern. Father, make sure to return quickly after completing the task. The outside is very dangerous during the war between the two countries. Historical records indicate that large-scale wars can result in great devastation. The aftermath of the artillery fire from flying boats could destroy half a county. I understand. Once I've finished, I will return immediately. Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about your elder brother. Su Yang did not refute Su Zhuanming's words. This is the world of cultivation where war is not just about ordinary soldiers clashing, but involves the bombardment of flying boats, the siege of formations by armies of cultivators, and possibly confrontations with Golden Core experts. The distance from Qingyuan County to Lanshui County may seem far for ordinary people, but for cultivators, it's merely a matter of days, not even as far as Yunming ruins. On the contrary, Su Yang was more worried about Su Xuanheng. If he happened to encounter a battle between the two armies on the way, the danger would surpass that of searching for treasures in the secret realm. Lanshui County. In a certain guest house, voices were lively, and the air was filled with the aroma of alcohol. Amidst the clinking of cups, the diners laughed heartily. Fong Xian was in a private room, toasting with the young master of the Zhong family, Zhongheng, boasting about his great achievements. The cultivators from the Fong and Zhong families sat together listening with great interest. Zhong brother, you may not know this, but that Su family eldest son indeed possesses some ability. He is a dual cultivator of martial and spiritual paths comparable to a later-stage Qi refinement cultivator. At that time, I was only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and in a confrontation with him, I barely won by a hair's breadth. Unfortunately, he managed to escape in the end, which makes me regret that I could not slay such a talent. If it weren't for the stupidity of the deputy leader of the Yunsho Alliance, the Su family would have been exterminated by us long ago. Fang Xin's face showed unwillingness, then he suddenly changed the subject. But guess what? A few days ago, I encountered that Su family eldest son's servant. This person's fire spells are remarkably skilled. Although he was covered up, I recognized his aura at a glance. Fang Xian slammed the table. This person was enraged when I exposed his identity, and when I approached, he fled in panic. Good. The crowd applauded loudly like a group of cheerleaders. Fang Xian suddenly sighed. It's a pity that I encountered a beast tied while pursuing him, allowing him to escape by chance. Zhongheng's mouth twitched upon hearing this. How could the opponent always manage to escape by chance? It was likely that this guy was fabricating stories, and he didn't care what details had been altered. Isn't drinking and having fun just a means to boast? Who takes it seriously? Fang Daoyu is impressive in my view. This Su family, a mere 8th grade Qi refinement family, could be wiped out by you alone at your current cultivation level. Of course, if it weren't for the rules of the Yunsho Alliance, I would have acted long ago. Why would I let the Su family survive until today? Fang Xian spoke with disdain. A mere 8th grade Qi refinement family. Even if they developed for another 100 years, they would still be a younger brother in front of their 7th grade family. Fang brother, you are mistaken. In my view, even if you destroyed the Su family, the Yunsho Alliance would merely turn a blind eye and not intervene. After all, this was all done by you alone from start to finish. You neither mobilized your family nor requested the Yunsho Alliance for assistance. Even if the Su family were annihilated, probably no one would know. When these words were spoken, Fang Xin's body shook and the drunkenness in his mind dissipated significantly. Yes, how long ago did this happen? The Yunsho Alliance would not regard a small Su family seriously. They probably forgot all about it. Even if they discovered it after the Su family was destroyed, the Yunsho Alliance would likely pretend not to know. Zhong brother's suggestion is excellent. Fang Xian raised his glass again, his smile radiant. I wonder if Zhong brother would accompany me to Qingyuan County. Of course, I have no objections. Zhongheng raised his glass in response. After finishing their drinks, the laughter of the two echoed in the guest house, leaving the cultivators from both families puzzled, yet they joined in the laughter. After 3 rounds of drinks, the crowd stumbled out of the guest house. The night breeze was slightly chilly, carrying a hint of desolation. The streets were sparsely populated, and a melodious tune wafted from somewhere, making one feel quite at ease. At this moment, a handsome young man walked towards them. Fang Xian felt he looked somewhat familiar, but did not pay much attention. He continued boasting to Zhongheng about his exploits, repeating himself to the point where Zhongheng was left speechless. Dear friends, were you satisfied with the wine? The approaching young man suddenly spoke. Zhongheng thought he was the guest house owner trying to ingratiate himself, and casually replied, It's fine, this is none of your business, Scram. The young man chuckled upon hearing this. This wine happens to be the Fang family's beheading wine. I didn't expect the evaluation to be so low, what a pity. Moi. The cultivators from the Fang and Zhong families collectively froze their gazes, suddenly locking onto this person. Su Yang chuckled as he took out his flying sword. The cultivators of the Fang family stay, how unrelated individuals leave. Otherwise, that banquet just now will be the last cup of beheading wine for all of you. The clamorous atmosphere after drinking was abruptly cut off as if by an invisible hand. The cold night wind instantly swept away the drunkenness of Fang Xian and the others. Zhongheng's expression froze, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Yang. Fang brother, it seems your enemy has arrived. Fang Xin's face darkened, his eyes glaring intensely at Su Yang's face, and suddenly his body shook. It's you, the head of the Su family. The alcohol's effect vanished in an instant, and recalling his recent enemies, he finally recognized Su Yang. The Su family. Zhongheng was taken aback. He had heard Fang Xian boast all day and naturally knew the grudges between the Su family and the Fang family. Wait, Master Su. Please, for the sake of my Zhong family, do not act impulsively. Seeing Su Yang about to make a move, Zhongheng immediately spoke to stop him. Su Yang coldly glanced at him. I said for unrelated people to leave. Do you intend to stand against my Su family? Fang brother is a friend of my Zhong family. Zhongheng frowned. Do you mean, Master Su, that you don't intend to show my Zhong family any face? The Zhong family. A 7th grade family from Yunmengsu. Indeed. Zhongheng nodded proudly, suddenly straightening his back, his hands naturally resting behind him. Since the other party recognized their Zhong family, things would be easier. Both the Fang and Zhong families are 7th grade families with cultivators from both families present here. Would a mere 8th grade family dare to act recklessly? Su Yang's expression was strange, suspecting that this person had a problem with his mind. If he was not afraid of the Fong family, would he care about another 7th grade family? Zhong brother, why waste words with him? A mere 4th-tier Qi refinement cultivator dares to come alone, truly seeking death. Fong Xian sneered. Suddenly he raised his hand and threw out a flying sword piercing Su Yang's body in an instant with lightning speed. However, the expected sound of flesh being torn apart did not occur, nor was there any splattering of blood. The flying sword passed through Su Yang's body effortlessly, as if it were traversing an invisible ripple. Fong Xin's smirk suddenly froze on his face. What is happening in illusion formation? He abruptly retreated behind the Fong family members, warily observing his surroundings. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they quickly summoned their magical tools and talismans, preparing for battle. No wonder the opponent dared to come alone. It turned out he had set up a formation in advance. Do not panic. Zhong Heng forcibly suppressed the unease in his heart and shouted in a deep voice, in Lanshui County, it is strictly forbidden for cultivators to set up formations in the streets. This is definitely not an illusion formation. If it's not an illusion formation, then what is it? Fong Xian stared intently at Su Yang, the melodious tune still echoing in his ears. He glanced around and suddenly realized that the night was becoming increasingly dense, and even the lanterns in front of the inn had silently extinguished. The tune. This tune is problematic. Fong Xian suddenly awakened. The melody that had been lingering in his ears from the very beginning, he had no idea where it was coming from, and even now it continued to resound in his mind. It is the Tao of music. He shouted in alarm, immediately trying to block his hearing. However, the enchanting melody not only did not disappear, but instead resonated even louder in his mind. What is happening? Fong Xin's face turned pale as he hurriedly looked around for help from his companions, only to horrifiedly discover that everyone around had vanished without a trace. Do you really think I'm saying all this just to chat with you? Su Yang's voice echoed in Fong Xin's mind. I thought you would notice quickly. I even prepared many contingencies. It seems I overestimated you. Get out here. Fong Xian wielded his sword with one hand, wildly slashing at the pitch-black surroundings while tossing out several talismans, causing a series of explosive sounds. As the smoke cleared, Su Yang's figure slowly emerged from the haze, his clothes not stained with a speck of dust. Fong Xin's eyes turned fierce, his figure flashing like a ghost as he appeared before Su Yang, his right palm wrapped in a fierce wind as he struck down. His palm shot forth brilliant cold light, forming 3 interlaced, rotating metallic serrations that buzzed as they sliced towards Su Yang's throat. The sensation of cutting flesh brought a smile to Fong Xin's face. He saw a look of horror appear on Su Yang's face, hot blood spraying from his neck on Fong Xin's face, the familiar and pungent smell of blood filling the air with a sense of reality. There was no doubt about it. This time, he was not hitting an illusion. Fong Xian used his left hand to form a seal, summoning raging flames as a pillar of red fire crashed down from the sky. The boiling flames made the stone slabs sizzle, the rising heat waves distorting his vision. Su Yang was instantly burned to a crisp, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. Fong Xin's mouth curled into a grin, his bloodied face making his smile look extremely sinister. He firmly grasped Su Yang's neck, lifting him with one hand as the melody in his mind slowly came to a halt. Is that all? Fong Xian mocked derisively, as if he were holding a struggling chick. Fong brother, stop. Su Yang gasped, barely able to speak. Ha ha ha. Fong Xian laughed wildly. Now you know to beg for mercy. Don't say Fong brother. Even calling me Fong grandfather won't help. Fong brother, please stop. Su Yang struggled in pain, his expression gradually twisting. Fong Xian was ecstatic at the sight. Every time he recalled the tragic death of his brother in the secret realm and the humiliation suffered in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he wished he could skin the members of the Su family alive. He had fantasized about this scene countless times, and today it finally came to fruition. As Su Yang's face twisted, increasingly Fong Xin's laughter became even more unrestrained, Su Yang's face gradually contorting to the point it was unrecognizable, and vaguely it took on the features of Zhonghong. Until Su Yang spat out white foam and completely lost his breath, Fong Xian realized that Su Yang's appearance after being crushed was actually identical to Zhonghong's. Quite interesting. Wait. A thought flashed through Fong Xin's mind, and he suddenly froze in place, carefully distinguishing Su Yang's features. This is not merely identical, it is Zhonghong himself. What is happening? Fong Xin's pupils constricted as he retreated in terror. Looking around, he discovered that members of the Fong and Zhong families were engaged in mutual slaughter. Some were burned to charcoal by spells, some were dismembered, and some had their intestines spilled on the ground, yet they were still fighting desperately. Everyone stop immediately. Fong Xian shouted anxiously to the crowd. Thud! Just then a flying sword pierced through his back and out his chest. His body stiffened, unable to believe as he looked down at the bloodied sword tip protruding from his chest. He wanted to scream, but his throat was blocked by the rising sweetness of blood, only able to make a broken sound. He gritted his teeth against the tearing pain, using the last of his strength to turn his head with great difficulty. His vision blurred from the intense pain and blood loss, and through the crimson haze he saw Su Yang's cold and frosty visage, his gaze devoid of any ripples, only a chilling coldness that penetrated to the bone. Fang Xin's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper, his lips trembling violently. So this is the true horror of the Tao of music. Fang Xian smiled, revealing his blood-stained gums. They all thought that the opponent was only Su Yang, yet the one who truly annihilated them had never shown his face from the beginning. How foolish he had been, thinking the opponent was nothing much. It turned out he was the greatest joke of all, believing he was in control of the situation while being toyed with by a single melody. The moment Fang Xian and the others stepped out of the inn and heard the melody, without vigilance they fell victim to the melody's magical effects. During Su Yang's conversation with them, the melody slowly infiltrated their brains, and by the time they thought about blocking their hearing, it was already too late. Fang Xin's gaze became vacant, ultimately fixating on Su Yang's cold visage. The flying sword transformed into a streak of radiant light, piercing through the hearts of the remaining individuals. As Su Yang's spell descended, flames ignited Fang Xin's corpse. The scorching red flames merged all the bodies and blood into a sea of fire, fiercely burning and illuminating the night of Lianshui City. Pedestrians on the street were terrified and took cover, and even the inn's door was tightly shut with an eerie silence inside. Su Yang collected all the storage rings from these individuals. This operation was far simpler than he had anticipated. Neither formations nor talismans were used. It also made Su Yang realize that while the melody's magical effects lacked direct lethality, they were unpredictable and hard to guard against. No one would constantly pay attention to the melodies they heard, especially in crowded and lively places where it was perfectly normal for numerous taverns to have music playing. This was the main reason Fang Xian and the others fell for it, as they were in Lianshui City. Had they been in the wilderness, upon suddenly hearing a melody, they would have instinctively become vigilant and observed their surroundings. Isn't it against the rules for a fellow cultivator to kill in Lianshui City? Just as Su Yang finished collecting the storage rings, a latest Qi refinement cultivator stepped forward. From the official robe he wore, it was evident that he was a celestial official of Lianshui City. Su Yang responded nonchalantly, "My Su family has been hunted down in Lianshui City by them. Why don't you say it's against the rules for them? But your people did not die in Lianshui City. Look at the corpses strewn around. How can I justify this to the common people and the Grand Way?" The Lianshui celestial official smiled, his greedy expression reflected in the flames. "I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you." Su Yang's voice was icy as Qin Jiangmei appeared silently beside him. The two coldly stared at the Lianshui celestial official, who sensed the invisible pressure and realized they were not to be trifled with. "You two fellows, this is Grand Way. I know you possess considerable strength and some family background, but the status of your families is granted by Grand Way. If I report today's incident, what do you think will happen?" The Lianshui celestial official felt a bit intimidated under their gaze, but thinking of his representation of Grand Way, he regained some confidence. "Then you can report it. Whatever happens to my Su family, we will accept it. But if you dare to intervene," Su Yang said with a smile, "the fire here hasn't been fully extinguished. Your corpse can serve to keep it burning for a while longer." The flickering flames made the Lianshui celestial official's eyelids twitch. After a moment of silence, he turned and left. Qin Jiangmei frowned slightly and murmured, "Grand Wei and Grand Qi are on the brink of war, yet this Lianshui celestial official is still looking to profit. He probably wants to take advantage of the chaos, while most people are unaware of this matter, make a big profit, and then escape. These official cultivators are the most cunning." Su Yang couldn't be bothered with such people. As long as they didn't reach out to him, it was fine. He scanned the storage rings of Fang Xian and the others with his divine sense, and suddenly let out a soft, retrieving a jade slip. Spirit manipulation technique. Su Yang's divine sense delved into the jade slip, and upon seeing the inscriptions, he couldn't help but feel his mind shaken. This was the inheritance jade slip of the spirit manipulation sect. Did they obtain this from that foundation establishment cave? Did Fang Xian and the others not only find the cave, but also acquire the inheritance of the spirit manipulation sect? Su Yang was astonished and found it hard to believe such luck. He was still contemplating where to find that foundation establishment cave, and yet the inheritance from within was laid out before his eyes. How could Fang Xian and the others possess such capability? It should be noted that many cultivators had come to Lianshui City, all eyeing the caves left behind by foundation establishment cultivators. How could Fang Xian and the others with such ordinary strength seize opportunities from amidst the crowd of cultivators? Qin Jiangmei was also taken aback upon hearing this. Could this banquet between the two families possibly be a celebration feast? The couple exchanged glances, a mix of surprise and worry on their faces. When cultivation resources come too easily, one actually needs to be more cautious, as many troubles could be involved behind the scenes. For example, the Fong family and the Zhong family might actually be doing someone else's bidding, enabling them to easily obtain the inheritance. It could also simply be that they were lucky discovering the cave first and thoroughly looting it before other cultivators arrived. To further confirm, Su Yang checked all the storage rings. There weren't many good items, and they had no reference value, but there was a second-tier demonic beast corpse suspected to be the guardian beast of the Foundation Establishment Cave. It seems that the inheritance truly came from the Foundation Establishment Cave. What a hot potato this is. Su Yang's thoughts were chaotic at this moment. He wasn't afraid of the Fong family or the Zhong family, but he was concerned that this spirit beast inheritance was entrusted to both families. This item is already in our hands. If it was indeed entrusted to them, even if we discard it, they will still come looking for us to demand it back. Qin Jiangmei gently suggested, why not keep it for now? If they come asking for it, we can just hand it over then. Su Yang nodded. True, since the item is already in our possession, we can only deal with whatever comes our way. Su Yang shook his head helplessly. He couldn't even take joy in unexpectedly acquiring the spirit beast inheritance, as he had to worry about the trouble it might bring to the Su family. The two figures flickered and quickly left Lianshui City. Someone is chasing us. Qin Jiangmei warned. It should be a group of robbers, about a dozen of them. Su Yang's expression turned grim as he suddenly stopped and threw out a formation flag, instantly activating the killing sword formation he had set up in advance. This formation was initially one of the contingencies for dealing with Fong Xin and the others, but unexpectedly, it was used on these robbers. Not good. It's a trap. Retreat. The leader of the robbers changed his expression drastically. Such a rapid deployment of a formation could only mean it was prearranged. They had unexpectedly fallen into a fishing trap. The robbers hastily threw out escape talismans, attempting to tear a hole in the formation. The talismans collided with the formation, creating a thunderous roar and spreading radiant ripples, successfully tearing open a gap. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to escape, a thunderous sound of a zither unexpectedly exploded in their ears. The robbers instantly screamed in agony, their eardrums shattered. In that fleeting moment of delay, a flying sword shot forth like a sunbow, piercing through the head of one robber with a bone-chilling sharpness. The killing sword formation then activated with innumerable sword shadows densely arrayed in the air, shimmering with cold light and ghostly glimmer. With a flick of Su Yang's finger, countless sword shadows descended like a torrential rain. After a while, the killing sword formation was retracted. Su Yang put away the formation flag, and Qin Jiangmei used her spiritual power to lift the storage rings of the robbers. Just as the two were about to depart, their minds suddenly jolted, and they turned to gaze into the distance. In the dim night, massive floating flying boats emerged, bearing the overwhelming might to crush mountains and rivers as they advanced. Three figures walked side by side across the vast plain. In the distance, the lake mirrored the sky and clouds, its surface reflecting the light, while dense woods stretched along the shore, their leaves lush and dripping with vitality. Wei Yin had her hair tied up high, and her plain white robes were lifted by the wind as her gaze swept over the distant surface of the lake. A girl beside her raised her hand, pointing at the shimmering waves. Senior sister, we've arrived. Ahead lies Sword Lake. Sword Lake. Su Xuanheng murmured, a look of weariness etched across his face. The three had battled their way here, finally reaching their destination. During their journey, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin visited the surroundings of the Wanjian sect unintentionally, finding a mainline disciple of the sect who revealed to them that Wei Yin's master was still alive but had fled the sect. The Wanjian sect was still embroiled in the struggle for the position of sect master, with elders from various peaks scheming against one another. Many disciples had died under mysterious circumstances, resembling a small court in a power struggle for the throne. In order to survive, the mainline disciples could only flee the sect. Some chose to return home, some wandered the world, while others waited for the return of the sect master. Zhao Wani was one of those waiting for the return of the sect master. Hiding in a small town near the Wanjian sect, she was exhilarated upon meeting Wei Yin, as if she had found her life's purpose. Upon hearing Wei Yin mention going to Sword Lake, she unhesitatingly chose to follow. Thus the three arrived here together. From a distance, one could clearly sense the myriad sword intents hidden within the lake, sharp and fierce. The sword intents within Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin began to stir restlessly, while others came to Sword Lake to experience its sword intents and comprehend the techniques contained within the two needed to suppress and tame the sword intents. The normal path of a sword cultivator is to gradually understand their own sword intent, akin to nurturing a pet from childhood. The cultivator must evoke its fierceness and train its hunting abilities. In contrast, the sword intents of those with clear sword hearts are like wild animals, innately fierce with strong hunting capabilities. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin must slowly tame them to make them their own. The three looked up and saw the market by the lake bustling with activity, voices clamoring, creating a lively atmosphere. It's so lively. There are so many sword cultivators in the world. Su Xuanheng walked through the market street, marveling at the throngs of people. This remark caught the attention of a nearby street vendor who chuckled and explained, "You three must be new to Sword Lake. Recently, the sword intents in the lake have frequently erupted with great force. Some speculate that a treasure is about to emerge from the lake, attracting many cultivators here." Treasure? Wei Yin frowned slightly. Why have I never heard of a treasure in Sword Lake? As a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect, her knowledge was not lacking. The sect's records had never mentioned treasures hidden in Sword Lake. Where did the rumors of treasures in Sword Lake come from? The street vendor smiled, gesturing with his hand. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin did not understand. Zhao Wani, however, was more astute in worldly matters and immediately picked up a bottle of pills from the vendor's stall. "That will be 3 spirit stones, please." The street vendor chuckled. Wei Yin scoffed, and instead of haggling, concluded the deal at the price of 1 spirit stone. Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin looked on in confusion. Weren't they just chatting? How did they end up buying street goods? Only when the vendor pocketed the spirit stones did he continue with a smile. "There truly are treasures in the lake, but the specific type is uncertain. This news comes from a powerful cultivator from 1,000 years ago and cannot be false. Just because a powerful cultivator said it, does that mean it's true? What if they're just teasing us ordinary cultivators?" Wei Yin asked with a smile. The street vendor was not offended and laughed in return. "If a powerful cultivator says so, junior cultivators naturally will observe and verify." According to even older records, Sword Lake was originally just an ordinary lake, but then suddenly transformed into its current state, though no one knows how. Thus, the possibility of treasures being hidden in Sword Lake is quite high. Perhaps it was a treasure that transformed the lake into Sword Lake. Of course, it might not be a treasure, but a secret realm, or perhaps some ancient powerful cultivator is meditating in the lake, and no one can be sure. Recently, there have been unusual disturbances in Sword Lake, a sign that hasn't occurred in thousands of years, so everyone believes something in Sword Lake is about to emerge. The information provided by the street vendor had some reference value. It was unexpected that the rumors of treasures could be traced back 1,000 years. No wonder they couldn't find it in any books. The time gap was too long. The fact that Sword Lake could attract so many cultivators indicated that the rumors had some credibility. "Senior sister, do you think there will really be a treasure emerging?" "Who knows? We came to Sword Lake to cultivate. Whether true or false does not affect our sword practice." Wei Yin was unconcerned about the rumors of treasures. Both she and Su Xuanheng were solely focused on becoming stronger. Zhao Wani shrugged helplessly. Her senior sister was unchanged, her mind filled only with swords. She wanted to gossip with Su Xuanheng about the treasures, but when she turned to look, she found Su Xuanheng staring intently at Sword Lake, his expression identical to that of her senior sister. Well, another pure sword cultivator. Such individuals probably won't marry in this lifetime. The three arrived at the edge of Sword Lake, where true sword cultivators were sitting by the lake, either meditating or practicing their swordplay, quietly absorbing the sword intents from the lake, forming a stark contrast to the bustling market. The three found a vacant spot and immersed themselves in their cultivation. The sword intents from Sword Lake intertwined in countless forms, evolving into innumerable sword techniques. Sword cultivators sitting by the lake, upon gaining insights, could capture these evolving sword techniques. Su Xuanheng was completely absorbed in the comprehension of the sword intents, forgetting the passage of time. It wasn't until a terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted from Sword Lake that he was jolted awake from his trance. Countless sword intents erupted from Sword Lake, like millions of invisible swords simultaneously unsheathing the sharp sword light, creating visible ripples in the air. What's happening? The eruption of Sword Lake. Could it be that a treasure is truly about to emerge? The cultivators by the lake were all startled by this violent sword intent, their souls shaken, blood surging, and they hurriedly retreated, their faces showing expressions of horror. Su Xuanheng and the others were also forced to step back, only stabilizing their stance after retreating several dozen feet. The sword intent within Su Xuanheng resonated violently. Had he not forcibly suppressed it, it would have almost burst forth. Wei Yin felt equally uncomfortable, her nerves still frayed. The once smooth lake surface suddenly churned violently, without warning, stirring up huge waves. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, a treasure tower radiating an ancient and majestic aura broke through the lake's surface, rising from the center of the whirlpool. The tower stood tall, its surface a deep hue resembling ancient iron weathered by time, yet it subtly emanated an inner sharpness. The walls of the tower were covered with intersecting sword marks, each one seemingly inscribed with the passage of time and endless slaughter, exuding a terrifying sword intent that interwove with one another. Could it be? Wei Yan's pupils constricted, her voice trembling. The source of the sword intent is this treasure tower. The pagoda emanated countless intertwined sword intents, which the sword cultivators present were all too familiar with. They instantly concluded that the sword intents in the sword lake all originated from the sword scars on the pagoda. There really is a treasure in the lake, and it's a pagoda. Zhao Wani covered her slightly parted lips, her face filled with shock. As the pagoda appeared, cultivators from the market rushed over. Su Xianheng looked up and saw nearly 100 Foundation establishment cultivators flying on their swords suspended in the air, their expressions excited as they gazed at the pagoda in the lake. The sword lake has existed for over 1,000 years. This pagoda is undoubtedly an ancient treasure. Even a golden core cultivator might not be able to take it away. I didn't expect that the sword intents in the sword lake actually emanated from the sword scars on the pagoda. How precious must the pagoda itself be? We'll know if we go in and take a look, but ancient treasures often have spiritual beings. This pagoda has been silent for so many years, suddenly appearing, it must be for some reason. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the air spoke openly, without regard for others. Suddenly the pagoda emitted a faint light, and a youthful voice echoed from within. Inheritance Sword Pagoda Duo Team Up reached the top of the pagoda to obtain supreme sword techniques. It was the voice of the spiritual being. The cultivators instantly realized, and someone loudly asked, as long as we team up in pairs, can we enter the pagoda? Are there any cultivation restrictions? Is there a limit to the disparity in cultivation levels between team members? Sword Pagoda trials will seal all cultivators at the refining chi level, testing their comprehension of the sword. Non-sword cultivators need not waste their time. The voice of the pagoda's spiritual being resonated again, clarifying that this opportunity belonged to sword cultivators and anyone could enter, but everyone would be forcibly suppressed to the refining chi level. In an instant, the clamor of the sword lake was incessant. The sword cultivators present quickly paired up, surging into the inheritance sword pagoda like a torrent. Such a great opportunity for sword cultivators. Zhao Wanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Senior sister, let's go together. Before she could finish, Wei Yin suddenly patted Su Xianheng's shoulder. Xianheng, let's go in and take a look together. Okay. Su Xianheng replied, without hesitation, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Both he and Wei Yin were clear-minded sword users naturally endowed with sword intent, making them an unbeatable combination. Wei Yin remembered there was still a junior sister nearby. She didn't even turn her head, fully speaking rapidly, as if urging a birth. Junior sister, I'm going in with Xianheng to take a look. You wait for us outside, or grab a random passerby to team up. We'll go in first. A few sword chi surrounded Wei Yin, and her entire aura became sharp like a sword about to be unsheathed. Without waiting for Zhao Wanyi to respond, the two rushed towards the pagoda's entrance. Zhao Wanyi, still in shock, stood frozen in place. After a long while, she finally regained her senses, realizing that her sister, who only cared about sword practice, had actually run off with a man. Qing Yuan Su clan. Su Xianming's expression was grave as he stood in the clan's territory, gazing into the distance with a face full of worry. The young Su Xianling rode in on a large black horse, tugging at Su Xianheng's clothing. Second brother, when will father and mother return? It should be soon, Ling. Don't be anxious. Su Xianming forced a smile, ruffling his sister's hair. Calculating the time, father and mother should have returned long ago, but they had been away for nearly a month, causing him great worry. At that moment, and Zi Yao rushed back from outside, his expression even graver than Su Xianming's. Seeing this, Su Xianming's heart sank. After finding an excuse to send his sister away, he solemnly asked, what's the situation in Lanshui County? And Zi Yao frowned, tightly reporting to the second young master. Lanshui County has been captured by the army of Deqi. That area has been sealed off by Deqi. I was unable to enter the county. The outskirts of the county have been ravaged by the cannon fire of flying ships, leaving a desolate wasteland with no vegetation. I searched nearby for a long time, but found no trace of the master, and madam, I'm afraid. He didn't dare to continue. Based on the current situation, the master was in grave danger. Su Xianming's face turned pale, his breathing becoming heavier. Deqi had actually attacked Lanshui County. Father and mother must have encountered the Deqi army, but where did they go? Were they trapped inside Lanshui County, or did they flee in the opposite direction towards Qing Yuan? He couldn't believe that father and mother would die in such a place. Second young master, should we inform the other young masters and young ladies? And Zi Yao asked softly. Su Xianming thought for a moment, and felt that this matter must be communicated to his siblings. After all, father and mother had been overdue, and even if he didn't say anything others would ask, it was impossible to keep it a secret. It would be better to inform the whole family and discuss the next plan together. Su Xianming quickly convened a family meeting, revealing the news of father and mother's disappearance. Su Xianjing suddenly stood up, anxious. Father and mother are missing. Then what are we doing here? Let's hurry and go find them. Maybe father and mother need our help. Don't be anxious, third sister. Su Xianzhao's expression was serious as he grabbed Su Xianjing's arm. Father and mother's abilities far exceed ours, especially father's unfathomable skills. I believe they won't easily fall into trouble. Xianzhao is right. Su Xianming immediately added, we shouldn't panic now. I called you all here to calmly discuss strategies. Now that Lanshui County has been captured by the Deqi army and the surrounding areas are sealed off, it's impossible to pass through Lanshui County. Taking a detour would require a long journey. This journey is quite perilous, and there's even a possibility of encountering the Deqi or Dawei armies along the way, or it may take a long time. Perhaps father and mother took this route. Therefore, I have two suggestions. One is that half of us take the detour to search for father and mother on the other side of Lanshui County, and the other is for everyone to stay at home waiting for father and mother's return. Of course, we should send people to search, Su Xianjing exclaimed. Letting her stay at home waiting for father and mother was no different from abandoning them to fend for themselves. What if father and mother were in danger on the other side right now waiting for their children's support? Xianjing, I hope you can think calmly. Father and mother's whereabouts are unknown. They could be on the other side of Lanshui County or even within it. They might even be on their way back. If we send people out now, we might put our siblings who have gone out in danger. When father and mother return, what will you have those who went out do? Should father and mother go out to find them? Su Xianjing was momentarily stunned, her anger flaring. Then what do you suggest we do? I believe we should trust father and mother. Su Xianming decisively expressed his thoughts. Father tasked us with protecting the family. Right now, with the two nations at war, countless cultivators are fleeing. Yuqing Yuan will not be peaceful. I agree with second brother. Su Xianzhao took the lead to express his stance. I support sister. Let's go find father and mother. Su Xianling piped up, her small face filled with worry. Though she was young, she was also present at this family meeting. Ruan Ning holding Su Xianyu's side. I won't take a side. If we are to send people out to search for father and mother, I'm willing to go along. Uncle Luo Ziyao, what do you think? Su Xianming looked at the two. And Ziyao, knowing he lacked wisdom, directly relinquished the decision-making power. Luo Qian pondered for a moment before responding, I agree with the second young master's words, for I trust the master's strength. May I ask all the young masters and young ladies, how much do you really know about the master's true capabilities? At these words, everyone present was stunned. Ruan Ning deeply resonated with this. She had been in the Su clan for many years and had yet to see the master, Su Yang, make a move. His offspring were all outstanding, and a master who could cultivate many brilliant descendants could not be ordinary. Furthermore, the Su clan possessed a high-level breathing technique created by the master. Who could guarantee that the cultivation displayed by the master was indeed his true strength? Let alone the fact that the master simultaneously mastered many cultivation techniques and spells everyone in the family had been instructed by him. In terms of means and survival ability, no one in the family combined could match the master alone. After Luo Qian's reminder, Su Xianzheng gradually calmed down. Their children were indeed unaware of their father's true abilities. Since acquiring the high-level concealment technique, their father's cultivation still seemed to be at the fourth level of qi refinement. He could see through their true cultivation, yet they could not fathom his level of mastery. Whether it was alchemy, talismans, formations, puppetry spells, or sword techniques, their father was proficient in all. Such a diverse mastery of various arts of cultivation was hard to believe. No one would accept that he was merely at the fourth level of qi refinement. Perhaps even the strongest elder brother at home would not be a match for their father. Su Xianzheng returned to her seat, her mind clear as a mirror after calming down, and upon reflection, she realized that every choice carried its own risks. However, the plan to remain with the family would be more prudent. Currently, two nations were at war, and rogue cultivators were rampant, making it difficult to trace their parents' whereabouts. Searching recklessly was like finding a needle in a haystack. If they were to split their forces, it would not only increase the risk of losing family members, but also weaken the family's defenses. Conversely, if everyone fortified their family's foundation, the only variable would be the safety of their parents. With their father's capabilities, he was far more reassuring than his children venturing out alone. After contemplating this, Su Xianzheng felt a deep admiration for her second brother's intellect. No wonder their father entrusted the family to their second brother. While she needed to think calmly to clarify her thoughts, her brother could remain unperturbed by emotions and immediately discern the pros and cons of both plans. I understand now, let's proceed as my second brother suggested. Su Xianzheng agreed to Su Zuanding's plan, though the worry on her face did not lessen. As long as the third sister could understand, there was no need for the fifth sister to be upset. Their parents were capable individuals, or perhaps they would return in a few days. Su Xianjing gently ruffled Su Zuanling's hair and spoke softly to reassure her. In the days that followed, the Su family kept a close watch on external affairs. News of the two nations at war spread, and discussions among the Qingyuan cultivators revolved entirely around this matter. The armies of Deqi and Dawei were engaged in battles across multiple counties, resulting in countless displaced citizens and fleeing cultivators within Dawei. Many people having traveled to Qingyuan unexpectedly found it quite peaceful, leading to an influx of refugees to a county that had been reduced to ruins by a beast tide. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xianding selected a number of talented individuals from the refugees to recruit into the Su family and employed a batch of temporary laborers to assist in the reconstruction and expansion of the Su family estate. Some were diligent in their work, thankful for the Su family's kindness. However, there were also those who sought to manipulate the situation for their own gain. In such situations, Xiao would not care whether the opponent was a commoner or a cultivator. He would simply strike them until they behaved. Similar events unfolded across the territories of various families in Qingyuan, and the region was gradually descending into chaos. Today, two groups of strangers arrived in Qingyuan, their powerful auras unmistakably revealing their intentions, and the intense murderous intent on their faces caused those nearby to hurriedly retreat. Is this ruined city the original Qingyuan county? The gray-haired elder at the forefront stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "It is indeed more lively than I expected. Have we located the position of the Su family?" In response, a member of the Fong family bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, we have found it. The buildings ahead are the Su family estate." As he mentioned Su family, a murderous intent nearly spilled from his eyes. What a formidable Su family! A middle-aged man in purple and gold attire coldly remarked, "While all of Qingyuan has turned to ruins, they remain unscathed. They certainly possess some capabilities. No wonder they are so arrogant as to dare kill even my Zhong family's offspring. They are merely using formations to protect their family," Fong Qing replied impassively. To withstand a beast tide at the very least, they must have a second-tier defensive formation. It would indeed be somewhat tricky to eliminate the Su family. Leave this matter to my Zhong family. A mere second-tier formation is child's play. Zhongling scoffed. The two groups were from the Fong family and Zhong family of Yunmeng ruins. Their clan members had not returned after going out to hone their skills. Upon investigation, they discovered that they had encountered Su family servants a few days prior, and after that they fell silent. There was no doubt that it was the Su family's doing, so the two families sought revenge and came knocking simultaneously. They looked down on the small Su family, but still called forth the only latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator from their clan. This expedition was solely to annihilate the Su family, to exact revenge for both old and new grievances. The patriarchs of the Fong family and Zhong family came together, for no matter how many tricks a mere eighth-tier family might have, they could not alter their fate. At that moment, a Zhong family cultivator who had been gathering information approached and reported, "Patriarch, I just learned that there is a Foundation Establishment cultivator stationed in Qingyuan County." A Foundation Establishment cultivator. Upon hearing this, Zhongling was taken aback. How could there be a Foundation Establishment cultivator in a place like this? Could it be that the Su family dared to kill our offspring because they have the support of a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Foundation Establishment cultivators have a great demand for spiritual energy and rarely stay in small counties. Moreover, given their spending capabilities, they could easily reside in a cultivation marketplace. If they were unwilling to abandon their family, they could have descendants with spiritual roots live in the cultivation marketplace, while the other clansmen stayed outside. The Fong and Zhong families operated this way. Thus, it was indeed beyond both families' expectations that a Foundation Establishment cultivator would be stationed in such a devastated place like Qingyuan County. The Zhong family cultivator who reported the news continued, "I heard that this Foundation Establishment cultivator intends to establish a Qingyuan marketplace and is organizing various families to co-build it. The Su family is one of the participants." This news caused both Fong Qing and Zhongling's expressions to darken. Zhongling furrowed his brows, his tone laced with a hint of caution and indignation, saying, "The Su family is one of the main forces in establishing the marketplace. If we destroy the Su family without notice, it will surely provoke the displeasure of this Foundation Establishment cultivator." Fong Qing's gaze flickered slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, his usual calm demeanor returned. He stated calmly, "Then let's first speak with this Foundation Establishment senior. At worst, our two families can assist in filling the labor gap left by the Su family." Zhongling's tense expression relaxed a bit, and after weighing the options, he slowly nodded. The two then set off for the Jiang family to meet with Jiang Wuyo. "You say the Su family killed your people, so you want to annihilate them." Jiang Wuyo, upon learning their intentions, chuckled with great interest. "That probably won't work. I just stated my intention to establish a marketplace with everyone, and if the Su family is wiped out right after, how would it reflect on me, a Foundation Establishment cultivator stationed at the marketplace? What would others think?" Zhongling realized there was potential for negotiation. Jiang Wuyo's focus was not on the labor force for the marketplace, but rather on how others perceived him, fearing a loss of the Jiang family's prestige. "This matter is easy. Our two families can destroy the Su family and make it justified. Although Jiang Sr. may want to protect the Su family out of kindness, he too must reluctantly abandon them in the face of righteousness. After all, the Su family had it coming. What wrong did the senior commit?" Zhong Ling wore a smile reminiscent of a crafty fox. Zhang Wuyo, upon hearing this, wore a smile that mirrored Zhong Ling's. Indeed, I like what I hear, but destroying the Su family is fine, but everything they possess must be left intact. Zhang Wuyu intends to monopolize the entire wealth of the Su family. Not only does he refrain from taking action himself, but he also has someone assisting him in this scheme, truly a master of cunning. Fang Qing slightly furrowed his brows. He did not wish to become a great fool. Senior Zhang, our two families have a feud with the Su family stemming from the Su family robbing our beast-taming legacy. Fang Qing's calm tone was filled with resolve. We cannot hand over this legacy to Senior Zhang. We hope for your understanding. He respected Zhang Wuyu, but did not fear him. Although Foundation Establishment cultivators are powerful, the Fang family has the support of the Cloud Guardian Alliance. Even if Zhang Wuyu is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he would not dare to act recklessly against him. When Fang Xian shouted for the Fang family to withdraw from the Cloud Guardian Alliance, Fang Qing directly slapped him back, cursing him as foolish and disregarding him thereafter. Thus, the Fang family remained a member of the Cloud Guardian Alliance. However, due to Fang Xin's foolishness in offending the deputy leader, the Fang family's status within the alliance has since become tenuous. Regardless, the Fang family ultimately did not withdraw from the Cloud Guardian Alliance. Anyone who eradicates the Fang family is slapping the alliance in the face. This is Fang Qing's confidence. Zhang Wei's expression darkened, yet he still compromised. Fine, you can take that beast-taming legacy, as for other things. Naturally, they are reserved for Senior Zhang. Zhong Ling replied with a smile. How much wealth can an 8th-tier family possess? Even combined, it probably does not exceed the value of a single beast-taming legacy. No wonder Zhang Wuyu lingers in such a shabby place. It turns out his vision is flawed. After reaching an understanding with Zhang Wuyu, the cultivators from the two families strode confidently toward the Su family estate. And Xiao, seeing the approaching figures, was not friendly, immediately shouted, "Stop! What do you all want at the Su family?" Faced with the question, Fang Qing merely gestured with a blank expression. The flying swords of the Fang family's cultivators suddenly shot out, their cold glint aimed directly at Nzio's throat, their demeanor dismissive, as if they did not regard a mere servant of a family at all. They came to unleash a massacre. Who would waste words with a dead man? Since he dared to shout at them, they would first target this foolish gatekeeper. With his first drop of fresh blood, they would commence the countdown to the Su family's demise. Just when everyone thought this servant would meet his end instantly, Nzio's bronze skin suddenly turned a dark red, and his long knife unsheathed with a clang, moving faster than the eye could see. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as the fierce blade shredded the flying swords. Innate vital energy erupted violently from Nzio's body, and like a red lightning bolt, he slashed at the protective spiritual energy of the Fang family's cultivator. PFF. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the Fang family cultivator staggered back, clutching his bleeding neck, his eyes filled with terror as he collapsed to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled the cultivators from both families. Who would have thought that a mere servant they encountered would possess such strength? Fang Qing and Zhong Ling exchanged serious glances. At that moment, a Zhong family cultivator stealthily approached to launch a surprise attack, his weapon striking out sharply. And Xiao did not look back. Flames erupted from his pores as the crimson blade light surged like a volcanic eruption. Impudence! At that crucial moment, Zhong Ling shouted like thunder, his afterimage flickering across the battlefield, his massive palm enveloped in a fierce wind as it bore down toward Nzio's head. The latter's pupils constricted slightly as he raised his knife to block, while activating a golden light talisman. However, just as the shield began to solidify, it was shattered by Zhong Ling's palm, the residual force crashing down onto the blade's spine, producing a clanging sound of metal clashing. The overwhelming spiritual energy of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator erupted, causing Nzio's hand to bleed as he staggered back. Dual cultivation of Dao and martial arts. Zhong Ling was shocked, never expecting that this one palm would not be enough to kill a mere early-stage Qi refinement cultivator. The only explanation was the dual cultivation of Dao and martial arts. An ordinary cultivator could not possibly withstand such a palm. Enemy attack. Form the formation. And Xiao steadied his internal spiritual energy and shouted fiercely. In an instant, a protective clan formation rose quickly, enveloping the core area of the Su family. The Su family cultivators and warriors rushed over, weapons drawn, staring angrily at the Fang and Zhong families. Seeing the formation rise, Zhong Ling sneered derisively, taking out a compass to assess the position, then throwing out the formation flags, spreading intricate array patterns. A mere second-tier defensive formation. Before he could finish speaking, over 10 flags carrying lightning suddenly flew out from the Su family's courtyard, like bolts of lightning crashing down, directly encircling the cultivators from the Fang and Zhong families. A youthful voice then rang out, "Great thunder, killing formation activate." As the words fell, flickering lightning appeared in the air, bringing with it a scorching aura. Zhongling's expression changed as he hurriedly adjusted the direction of the formation flags, forming a defensive formation around the Zhong family cultivators. Fang Qing was enveloped in a green light, his sleeves swirling as he wrapped the Fang family members into a streak of light, quickly escaping the formation's range. Boom! Thunder poured down like a torrential rain, continuously striking against the formation barrier, exploding in dazzling light. At the same time, the Su family warriors rushed toward the Fang family cultivators. Innate warriors' fist winds surged, shattering the protective spiritual light of early-stage Qi refinement cultivators, while martial arts masters' blade energies swept through, causing mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators' magical artifacts to shatter, sending them flying as they coughed up blood. Killing intent surged in Fang Qing's eyes as he was about to strike against these martial arts masters. Su Xian stepped out from the Su residence with a light and agile figure, throwing 3 purple talismans toward Fang Qing, transforming into lightning pythons that lunged forward. Boom! Fang Qing summoned an ancient mirror magical artifact to block the mirror's surface, rippling as the lightning was reflected toward the horizon. Almost simultaneously, Su Xianming and Ruan Ning crossed their swords, aiming for Fang Qing's vital points. And Xiao roared with anger as the blazing blade energy descended. Faced with this encirclement, Fang Qing's withered palm danced, causing toxic thorns to shoot up from the ground, while the spiritual energy of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator erupted, shaking Su Xianming and Ruan Ning's hands. At the same time, he flicked out a blue talisman, forming a cold current that locked onto Enzio's lower limbs, the ice quickly spreading. And Xiao found himself encased in ice, struggling to break free. Fang Qing seized the opportunity and struck out with a palm, the hand enveloped in dark green toxic mist. Just as it was about to land, Su Zhuangxiu's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing in front of Xiao. Fang Qing reacted swiftly, decisively flipping his toxic palm and striking down onto Su Xianxiao. Explode! Su Zhuangxiu's voice echoed from another direction. The toxic mist from Fang Qing's palm touched Su Xuanxiao, which suddenly expanded, spiderweb-like red marks bursting forth on his skin. Boom! The puppet exploded in midair, the deafening noise resounding. Blinding white light engulfed Fang Qing's figure, and molten energy surged chaotically, the scorching waves rolling like raging tides. Su Xianming seized Xiao to retreat from the explosion's range, the intense energy melting the ice that had encased Xiao. Is he dead? Enzio's face turned pale. Su Xianming remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. He saw that half of Fang Qing's body was charred black, yet there were still signs of life. Ruan Ning immediately rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow. Yet Fang Qing stood upright, his half-damaged body visibly healing at a rapid pace. I truly underestimated you, Su family. A few little brats actually have the ability to injure me. Fang Qing's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with ferocity. You made me waste a 7 treasures vitality pill for nothing. The oppressive aura of latest-stage refining energy descended with a strong sense of pressure. Su Xianming and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. In the brief skirmish moments ago, they realized that they were no match for Fang Qing. The only reason they managed to injure Fang Qing was due to Su Zhuangxiu's unexpected puppet self-explosion. Now that the opponent was on guard, they couldn't use the same trick again. In a direct confrontation, the Su family would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with Zhongling trapped in the Great Cave Thunder Array, if he managed to escape, the situation would worsen. The Su family's only chance of victory lay in killing Fang Qing before Zhongling could break free from the array, and then teaming up with the martial arts masters of the Su family to subdue Zhongling. However, the foundation of a 7th-grade refining family should not be underestimated. To their surprise, the half-damaged Fang Qing forcibly recovered with a single pill. We must be quick and decisive. Su Xianming decisively activated the 2nd-tier Thunder Talisman, instantly draining his internal spiritual power. Such a desperate gamble is a major taboo in a battle. If he failed to kill the opponent, he would find himself in peril. In an instant, the sky was filled with churning thunderclouds, and endless thunderstorms cascaded down from the clouds. Boom! Fang Qing reacted swiftly, once again summoning an ancient mirror artifact for defense. However, this time the power of the Thunder Talisman was overwhelming, and the ancient mirror failed to deflect the thunderstorm. The thunderstorm poured down like a torrential rain, exploding against the mirror's surface and creating blinding flashes of light that spread out in rippling waves. Almost simultaneously, Fang Qing transformed into an afterimage, darting straight at Su Xianming with ghostly speed. Second young master, be careful. Several martial arts masters shouted angrily, standing in front of Su Xianming, their fists and blades weaving a protective net. Fang Qing's poisonous palm, shrouded in dark green mist, slammed down, shattering the protective aura. Several martial arts masters had their chests caved in, blood mixed with shattered viscera gushed forth, and they were sent flying like kites with severed strings for dozens of feet. Su Xuanming's pupils constricted as he was about to retreat. Fang Qing's bony fingers reached for his throat. In a critical moment, Wan Ning's sword enveloped in frost struck, with deadly intent targeting Fang Qing's back. The 3 ice needle talismans thrown by Su Xianjing exploded under Fang Qing's feet. Blue ice thorns rapidly grew and coiled around him, restraining his movement. Fang Qing let out a cold snort, unleashing all his internal spiritual power to instantly shatter the ice thorns into a sky full of crystal powder. He transformed his palm into a fist and struck at Wan Ning's sword. Clang! The sword blade wailed and trembled. The poison mist surged along the sword body into Wan Ning's meridians. She felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. Blood spurted from her cherry lips, and her delicate body was sent flying. Su Xuanming's face changed dramatically as he caught Wan Ning retreating 10 feet. The thunderstorm unleashed by the second-tier thunder talisman ended just then, and Fang Qing's ancient mirror lacked a bit of luster, clearly unable to be used again for a short time. Seeing this, Su Xuanxio's eyes flashed with understanding. This was a rare opportunity. He manipulated 2 puppets rushing in with thunder, shouting, "Third sister, assist me." Su Xuanjing's eyes gleamed with cold light. As her sleeves fluttered, dozens of talismans danced in the air, rustling, transforming symbols into myriad forms, commanding spirits to return to their shapes. With a clear shout, the talisman paper was incinerated in an explosive blaze. The crimson gold symbols detached like sparks, crashing into the backs of the 2 puppets. The puppets' eyes suddenly burst forth with blood-red light. Golden veins surfaced on their skin, and their fists were enveloped in flowing fire, their bodies whirling in a hurricane, with their legs flashing with lightning. The speed, strength, and spiritual power of the puppets surged threefold under the infusion of the runes. This was the result of Su Xuanjing's research during this time. Although she could not directly inscribe runes on the puppets, she could use talisman paper as a medium to strip the runes and embed them into the puppets, granting them talisman effects. After using the talismans, Su Xuanjing's body weakened, her spiritual power nearly depleted. Su Xianxiao clearly sensed the changes in the puppets. With a thought, the 2 puppets transformed into afterimages, one to the left and one to the right, charging at Fang Qing. Still trying to use the same trick. Fang Qing sneered, his body radiating a green glow. Layers of protective spells enveloped him as he faced the 2 puppets, heat in their fists colliding and erupting with continuous explosions. Fang Qing's expression slightly changed as he instantly realized something was wrong. These 2 puppets did not self-destruct, but each strike exploded like a fire talisman in front of him. The hurricane spiraled to intensify the flames, and the lightning beneath his feet shocked his body, causing it to stiffen and greatly limiting his movement speed. What kind of puppet heritage is this? Fang Qing had never seen puppets that could wield so many secret techniques. His heart filled with shock. He changed his fist into a palm, using magic to coat his palm with a layer of golden light, striking down towards the puppet's head like a bladed weapon, attempting to destroy it by brute force. However, the palm aimed at the puppet collided with a layer of protective golden light, creating sparks that flew. In the moment of astonishment, the puppet's killing move struck like lightning, landing a punch on his chest. Fang Qing was sent flying, barely stabilizing his form when he was besieged by the puppet's flurry of punches and kicks. "Fourth brother, be quick and decisive." Su Xuanming's voice rang out, urging Su Xianxiao to quicken his pace. He and the severely injured Wan Ning retreated into the protective array, noticing that Luo Qian and the others maintaining the Great Cave Thunder Array were on the verge of collapsing. He hurriedly called out a warning. If this dragged on, they would have to face 2 latest-stage refiners at the same time. "I know." Su Xianxiao swallowed a Kigathering pill, lightning bursting forth from his body as he transformed into a flash of lightning rushing towards Fang Qing. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was being pounded by the puppets, he summoned a thunder sail artifact, quickly evaporating more than half of his internal spiritual power, activating his strongest thunder path technique. In an instant, billions of thunder serpents surged forth from the thunder sail. At the same time, the 2 puppets restrained Fang Qing's arms, and their bodies suddenly swelled and exploded. The blinding thunder light seemed to tear a giant mouth in the heavens as the thunderstorm poured down like divine punishment, instantly engulfing Fang Qing's figure. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed like a clap of thunder, the intertwining thunder and fire dazzlingly bright. The raging thunder shattered Fang Qing's protective artifact. Layer upon layer of defensive spells were peeled away. Fang Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body charred black like charcoal, and before blood could even seep out, it was evaporated into blood mist. "Die for me." Su Xuanxio's eyes blazed with cold light as he clenched his fingers in the air. The heavens filled with thunder converged like rivers returning to the sea, forming a blazing white thunder spear that flickered with lightning. The spear's tip crackled with fierce electricity, exuding overwhelming power. Su Xuanxiao with both man and spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the spear tip instantly pierced through Fang Qing's throat. At nearly the same moment, Luo Qian and the other's spiritual power was exhausted, and the Great Cave Thunder Array collapsed. Zhong family's cultivators rushed out just in time to witness Su Xianxiao holding the thunder spear stabbing through Fang Qing's throat. The intertwining thunder and fire were blindingly bright, the raging thunder striking terror into the hearts of the onlookers. Zhongling's pupils slightly constricted, and the corners of his mouth froze in a slight lift. The Zhong family had only been controlled by the array for a brief moment, and yet they emerged to witness such a horrifying scene. The latest stage refiner of the Fang family was actually pierced through the throat by a 10-year-old boy. How is this possible? What just happened outside? Thunder techniques, array techniques, puppet arts. Zhongling scanned the traces at the scene, a storm of shock rising in his heart. This child at such a young age has mastered multiple arts. If allowed to grow, it would only be a matter of time before the Su family advances to 7th grade. This child must not be allowed to live. Fang family master, I will assist you. Come if you dare. As Zhongling's voice fell, Su Xianxiao abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes revealing a fierce light, the killing intent on his face almost solidifying. With a sudden exertion of his wrist, there was a sharp sound, and the thunder spear that pierced through Fang Qing's throat was ruthlessly pulled out, taking with it a spraying line of blood. The brutal scene struck the Zhong family's cultivators like a heavy hammer, leaving them frozen in place. Fang Qing lay on the ground, convulsing a few times, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness, staring fixedly at Zhongling, as if to say, avenge me, before falling silent. Zhongling's divine sense swept over Fang Qing's corpse, and then over the rest of the Fang family, his expression filled with suspicion. They are all dead, all of them. In the brief moment he broke the formation, the Su family annihilated the entire Fang family, including the latest stage Qi refinement ancestor. Although the Su family appeared to be in disarray, the impact of the scene before him made him hesitate. He could not determine whether the Su family had any remaining tricks up their sleeves, especially with the overwhelming murderous intent from Su Xuanxiao, whose aura seemed ready for another fight. No way. This is the end of their strength. They are merely bluffing. Zhongling's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing that if Su Xianxiao still had any energy left, he should have charged directly over instead of standing still. Zhongling grinned. I underestimated your Su family. An 8th grade family has the ability to kill the ancestor of the Fang family. It must have come at a great cost, huh? At that moment, Su Xianming and the others rushed out, standing beside Su Xianxiao. They were all exhausted, having barely recovered some strength through medicinal pills. Just as Zhongling had expected, the Su family had no fighting strength left. They were merely bluffing, trying to intimidate their opponent with sheer force. Are you not going to reveal your identities now, fellow cultivators? Su Xianming suddenly spoke up. Zhongling then remembered that they had not introduced themselves. The Su family had no idea who they were and had directly wiped out one side. This is utterly ridiculous. You Su family killed the descendants of the Fang family and my Zhong family, and you still have the audacity to claim not to know who we are. The people behind Zhongling replied, so it was you. And Xiao was seething with rage, realizing it was the Fang and Zhong families. He had a clear enmity with the Fang family, but he could not recall ever offending the Zhong family. Could it be that the family head casually killed a Zhong family cultivator? Now that you know our intentions, then prepare to die. Zhongling revealed a cruel smile, sparing no opportunity. The Zhong family members behind him also snapped out of their shock, realizing the Su family was merely bluffing. And Xiao raised his sword to block in front of Su Xianming and the others. Among the family cultivators, he had sustained the lightest injuries and still had sufficient spiritual energy. Young master, young miss, quickly retreat back to the protective formation, or we will hold them off. The Su family warriors rushed over immediately. They had just endured a fierce battle with the Fang family and bore varying degrees of injuries, yet their eyes were resolute, fearlessly surrounding the Zhong family cultivators. You all. Su Xuanming's heart trembled slightly. These servants could not possibly be unaware of Zhongling's strength. Fang Qing was a clear example, as the Su family had only managed to barely subdue him. Facing Zhongling, who was also in the late stage of Qi refinement, even the martial arts masters were merely like chickens and dogs. Yet knowing they would face death, they still chose to rush forward. If it were servants from other families, they would have already abandoned their masters and fled. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhongling could only sneer. The efforts of the weak against the strong were futile. It only added a few more lives to their own. Zhongling's figure blurred as he dashed towards Su Xuanxiao, while the Zhong family cultivators simultaneously blocked the Su family warriors. And Zio's long knife ignited with flames, striking fiercely towards Zhongling, who simply swung his sword, drawing an arc of light through the air. With a crisp clang, and Zio's knife shattered into pieces, and he quickly activated a golden light talisman for protection. But that sword light moved too swiftly to be caught, as a wave of intense pain surged and Zhao realized a bloody line had appeared on his chest, rapidly staining his garments red. His pupils constricted, he gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to fall. He roared in anger, attempting to continue attacking Zhongling. Yet Zhongling was like a hurricane, already standing before Su Xuanxiao, swinging his sword with an overwhelming force. The lightning spear which Su Xianxiao had thrust halfway suddenly exploded with a bang, scattering into flickering lightning points. What a pity! Zhongling grinned wickedly as he swung his sword down, the blade tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Su Zuanming's eyes widened in despair, but he could not catch up. Ruan Ning's bloodied fingertips, just about to activate a talisman, fell weakly. At that moment of despair, a thundering moo resonated, shaking the very ground. Zhongling felt a hurricane pressing from the side, unable to catch any trace of the black shadow. In a hurried attempt to slash with his sword, the blade struck against the dark fur, producing a sharp sound. Crack! Zhongling's palms split open, blood gushing forth, and with the mournful cry of his magical treasure, his sword shattered like glass. Before he had time to think, an overwhelming force slammed against his side, causing his bones to shatter one after another in that instant. Zhongling's chest collapsed, and he flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing through 3 courtyard walls before finally halting his momentum. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive black bull stood proudly in front of Su Xuanxiao, its hooves cracking the blue stone slabs beneath, exhaling hot mist radiating an overwhelming demonic aura. It roared at the Zhong family cultivators, the deafening sound waves causing the early-stage Qi refinement Zhong family cultivators' eardrums to burst, knocking them out on the spot. The remaining cultivators were besieged by Su family warriors, beaten to death with blunt instruments. The sudden turn of events left Su Xianming and the others stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long while, until a tender crying voice drew closer, bringing everyone back to reality. The small figure of Su Xuanling, her eyes red from crying, rushed into Su Zuanjing's arms. "Big brother, big sister, please don't die." Woo. Tears soaked Su Zuanjing's clothes as she stared blankly at her 5th sister, looking in shock at the massive black bull and Su Xianxiao. She quickly reacted, hurriedly wiping her sister's tears, smiling. Don't cry, big brother and sister are not dead. It was the big black bull that saved us." "Second brother, this." Su Xuanxiao, still in shock, looked at the massive black bull, then at Su Xianming. The latter's heart was racing. Just a moment ago, Su Xianxiao had nearly died at Zhongling's sword. In this critical moment, when everyone thought a tragedy was about to unfold, the big black bull, like a divine soldier, descending from the heavens, charged forward and knocked Zhongling, who was in the late stage of Qi refinement, flying. The sudden ups and downs caused Xiao, who had been barely holding on, to collapse on the spot. "Uncle Luo, save him!" Su Xianming shouted loudly. Luo Qian quickly called for servants to come, help Xiao stop the bleeding and heal his wounds. Su Zuanming's divine sense scanned towards Zhongling's direction, discovering that although he still had breath, his body was in pieces, unable to move. "Big black bull." Su Xianming looked at the massive black bull with a complex expression. He truly did not expect that the usually obedient big black bull would possess such terrifying strength, able to smash a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator with a single charge. The echoes lingered within the cave as intricate array patterns emerged on the walls. Qin Jiangmai's jade-like fingers swiftly danced over the strings of the zither, creating shimmering golden ripples. The array patterns on the walls flickered with her music, the brilliance intensifying and illuminating the entire cave. As a rapid melody concluded, the array patterns on the rock wall coalesced into form. In an instant, a deafening sound erupted within the cave. The barrier blocking the passage was lifted, and the previously sealed stone door slowly opened, releasing a rich flow of spiritual energy. "We did it!" Su Yang clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with joy. Qin Jiangmei took a deep breath, smoothing the trembling strings of the zither, and with a sense of relief said, "Yes, we finally succeeded." The two had been trapped in this cave for over a month, finally deciphering all the arrays here. More than a month ago, they had just left Lanshui County when they encountered the Great Qi Army. Under normal circumstances, they would have been fine if they had left immediately. However, the Great Qi Army suddenly unleashed their magical artillery, bombarding the area around Lanshui County with a relentless barrage. Su Yang had left many contingencies for dealing with the Fong family, and the killing sword array outside Lanshui County was one of them, though it was used against the robbers. In addition, there was a teleportation array prepared just in case they couldn't defeat their enemies. At the moment they were struck by the magical artillery, Su Yang immediately dragged Qin Jiangmei into the teleportation array, but as the array activated, a magical artillery beam struck the edge of the array, causing a deviation in the teleportation coordinates. They fell into an unknown valley, fortunately, without sustaining serious injuries, and sought a high point to assess their location. However, as they walked, they inexplicably entered this cave. At first, Su Yang speculated that it might be the cave of the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Yuling sect. However, when the image stone left by the cave's owner was activated, he realized this was the legacy cave of the long-extinct Huanin sect. Su Yang had read about the Huanin sect in books. They combined music and arrays using melodies to form and change formations. The sect's decline was due to the high cultivation threshold. Both the music-based techniques and the arrays were merely auxiliary means, thus disciples of the sect had to cultivate not only music and arrays, but also other combat techniques. Who could master so many skills simultaneously except for the exceptionally gifted talents? The cultivator within the image stone mentioned that as long as one entered the Huanin sect's techniques, they could unravel the arrays here. But if one could not unravel them, then death was the only outcome. Su Yang was proficient in arrays, but not in music, while Qin Jiangmei excelled in music, yet was unfamiliar with arrays. Thus the two taught and learned from each other, with the slower learner assisting the faster one, striving to master the Huanin techniques and break the arrays to escape. Su Yang believed that with hard work, he would surpass Qin Jiangmei. However, he never anticipated that his musical talent was practically non-existent and his progress was solely due to the fate of hard work. In contrast, Qin Jiangmei's talent for arrays proved effective, leading Su Yang to devote himself entirely to teaching her the ways of arrays. After more than a month of study, Qin Jiangmei successfully entered the Huanin techniques today and was able to break the array. Having spent so much time here, I wonder how things are back home. Qin Jiangmei felt no joy, her thoughts consumed by concern for the children at home. Having been away from the Su family for so long, the children at home must be worried about their safety. What if they all came out looking for them? Don't worry, Xianming will manage the situation. With his sharp mind, he will surely realize that staying home is the best strategy. Su Yang gently reassured her. He had great confidence in Su Xuanming, as he was raised with the standards of a family head, taught from a young age to remain calm and think from multiple perspectives when encountering problems. Knowing Su Xianming as he did, he would never allow the clan members to run around recklessly at such a time. Let's hope so, Qin Jiangmei replied, her mood still low. Su Yang took her hand, and together they ventured deeper into the cave. The internal space was not large, but the walls were filled with jade slips, with the most striking feature being the spiritual spring at the very center. The spiritual energy within the cave surged forth from this spring, which maintained the operation of the cave's arrays. This is a spiritual spring. No, this is a spiritual spring, Su Yang exclaimed in shock as he approached the spring and filled a bottle with some of its water. In the next moment, the spring churned, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish what had been taken. This spring continuously produces spiritual energy. Indeed, it is a spiritual spring. No wonder the arrays here have been able to endure for so long. Su Yang felt a thrill of astonishment and joy. If this spiritual spring were brought back to the Su family, it would not only increase the spiritual energy in their territory, but also double the growth rate of spiritual plants. This was the foundation for the family's foundation establishment. Husband, these jade slips encompass array inheritances from the 1st to the 4th rank. Qin Jiangmei's clear voice rang out, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. 4th rank arrays could contend with nascent soul cultivators. Did they really obtain them so easily? The Huanin sect genuinely wished to pass on their legacy, which is why they maintained the arrays with the spiritual spring, protecting the jade slips within the cave from the erosion of time. Su Yang performed a spell to store the spiritual spring in his storage bag for spiritual plants, saying, "Let's take the jade slips back and review them carefully. We need to hurry back." Qin Jiangmei nodded lightly, collecting all the jade slips into her storage ring. Their trip yielded rich rewards. Not only did they gain the inheritance of beast taming, but they also acquired the legacy of the Huanin sect, especially the latter, with many jade slips yet to be examined. A few days later, they returned to Qingyuan and found everything at the Su family's territory to be normal, which brought them both relief. At this moment, Su Xianming and An Xiao were discussing something at the door when they suddenly spotted two familiar figures, their faces lighting up with joy. "Father, Mother, Master, Madam." As the words fell, their children, who had been waiting inside, rushed out joyfully. "Father and Mother, you finally returned." Su Xianling threw herself into Qin Jiangmei's arms, tears streaming down her face as she released all the pent-up emotions. The latter embraced her daughter with care, gently wiping away her tears. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he sensed that Wan Ning and An Xiao's auras were notably weak. The warriors of the Su family had sustained varying degrees of injury, leading him to immediately realize that something had happened at home. What happened at home? Su Yang inquired in a serious tone. Su Xianming took a deep breath, saying, "Father, Mother, let's discuss this inside." The family returned to the courtyard with solemn expressions. After Xiao Mei made everyone a cup of spiritual tea, Su Xianming began recounting the events that had transpired during their absence. The couple felt immense anger after hearing the story, along with a surge of lingering fear. The The Su family had actually passed through this calamity by sheer luck. While it was commendable that Su Xianxiao and the others had successfully killed a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator, had it not been for the unexpected presence of the big black bull, Su Xianxiao would have already been killed by Zhongling. Su Xianming said solemnly, "Father, this matter cannot simply be let go. Of course this matter would not end so easily. Now that the latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the Zhong and Feng families, as well as the family's main forces, were dead, both families were currently in disarray, and Su Yang not only needed to eradicate them from Yunming ruins, but also aimed to replace them." Su Xianming appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he had cursed Zhang Wuyu 1,000 times. In the end, Zhang Wuyu turned around and sold the Su family. It was obvious he had received benefits from both sides, and it was even possible that the Su family's assets were a promise from the two. Indeed, outsiders are unreliable. Only by becoming strong oneself can one survive in the world of cultivation. Zhang Wuyu silently stared at Su Xuanming, attempting to see through his foundations. However, no matter how he probed, Su Xianming appeared to him only as a congenital warrior. His divine sense then swept across the others, including Su Xianxiao in the mansion. He noticed a layer of concealed breathing technique surrounding Su Xuanxiao, but it was peeled away under his foundation establishment-level scrutiny. Su Xianxiao was indeed a cultivator, but to Su Xuanming he looked like just a congenital warrior. Zhang Wuyu was puzzled and suddenly wore a friendly smile. "Su Xiaoyou, you are truly deep in hiding. If it weren't for today's matter, I would have never known your identity as a cultivator." Su Xianming was taken aback upon hearing this. Then he forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "I was wondering why you suddenly visited. It turns out to be about this matter. However, I fear you have misunderstood. I am not a cultivator, merely a congenital warrior." Zhang Wu's expression stiffened. Then he feigned anger. "Su Xiaoyou, this is quite impolite. Since the matter has been exposed, you should admit it openly." Please don't rush, senior, let me finish my words." Su Xianming interrupted Zhang Wu's act. "I presume the information you received was from outsiders. These loose cultivators have weak divine senses and misidentified my fourth brother's puppet as myself. Not only was I misunderstood, but my third sister was too. I have already explained this to several family heads." Su Xianming sighed in distress, his eyes filled with helplessness. He looked as if he wished he were a cultivator, but unfortunately, he lacked spiritual roots, his face displaying a mix of emotions that made it hard for Zhang Wuyu to discern truth from falsehood. Without waiting for Zhang Wuyu to speak, Su Xianming shouted towards the mansion, "Fourth brother, quickly bring out your puppet for Jiang Xianqing to see." Su Xuanming's tone was somewhat stern as he scolded, "You rascal, why did you have to make the puppet look like me and your third sister? Now everyone in Qingyuan thinks our second brother and third sister are cultivators." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xuanxiao, scratching the back of his head, awkwardly walked out of the Su residence. "Second brother, don't say that. I didn't mean to make it look like you and third sister. I created a puppet for the whole family, not just for you and third sister." With a wave of his arm, two puppets resembling Su Xianming and Su Xianjing perfectly flew out from his storage bag and landed before Zhang Wuyu. "Greetings, Jiang Xianqing." The puppets spoke in unison, bowing towards Zhang Wuyu with faint smiles on their faces. With his foundation establishment divine sense scanning the puppets repeatedly, Zhang Wu's expression shifted continuously as he then turned his attention to Su Xianming and Su Xianjing. He could no longer distinguish. These two puppets matched the appearance, voice, and aura of their originals completely. What puzzled him even more was that he did not detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy from Su Xianming and Su Xianjing. Could it be that the witnesses had weak divine senses and misunderstood, or was the Su family's concealed breathing technique able to deceive a foundation establishment divine sense? Yet Su Xuanming's demeanor earlier did not seem faked, and moreover, at such a young age, how could he possess such cunning and acting skills? "It seems I have misunderstood." Zhang Wuyu did not remain silent for long and tried to maintain a natural expression. "I just didn't expect there would be cultivators causing trouble in Qingyuan's territory. Fortunately, the Su family is capable and managed to weather this tribulation." Hee. Two 7th grade Qi refining families came to cause trouble, and you would be unaware. Hypocritical old dog. Su Xianming cursed inwardly, but replied with a smile on his face, "Fortunately, my father left behind a backup plan, allowing the Su family to escape unscathed." "Oh." Zhang Wuyu raised an eyebrow. "May I ask what the head of the Su family left behind that possesses such power?" Su Xianming awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "This is a family secret and cannot be disclosed. I hope Jiang Xianqing will not take offense. I have been presumptuous. Since the Su family is fine, I will not intrude any further." After saying this, Zhang Wuyu waved his sleeve and left. The two brothers exchanged glances, and without a word they put away the puppets and returned to the Su residence. Only after entering the inner courtyard's second-tier barrier did the two finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's still second brother who is clever. He actually thought of using puppets as a substitute. Su Xianxiao expressed admiration. The instructions Su Xianming had given him were to create 2 puppets as quickly as possible, which did not need combat capabilities, just enough to look convincing. Fortunately, the effect was good. Zhang Wuyu did not realize these 2 puppets were merely for show. Su Xianming's side, actually, it was a huge gamble, but from the current outcome, Zhang Wuyu, this old dog, should be half convinced. He had gambled that Zhang Wuyu could not see through the Su family's concealed breathing technique. The reason he could see through Su Zhuangxiu's cultivation was actually due to Su Zhuangxiu's intentional revealing. There was no harm in revealing Wan Ning's cultivation. After all, she was a female cultivator married into the Su family and would not be connected to the family's fortune. However, the secret that Su Yang's children all had spiritual roots could not be exposed, so while Zhang Wuyu was probing Su Xianming and Su Xianjing were desperately activating the concealed breathing technique. Moreover, he also bet that Zhang Wuyu was not proficient in the ways of puppets. Puppet techniques were quite obscure, and each family had different inheritances leading to different functionalities of puppets. Zhang Wuyu was completely ignorant of the ways of puppets and only understood that the functions of puppet techniques were various and strange. He could not judge whether the witnesses mistook the puppet for Su Xianming himself. Even the witnesses themselves could not determine the truth of this matter unless a puppet master appeared to expose it in person. I will strictly control the family servants and prevent them from disclosing today's details. For a short time, Zhang Wuyu will not act against the Su family, but I don't know how long this can last. Su Xianming said with worry. He finally understood the pressure of being the head of the family. With his parents absent, the weight of the family's burden fell entirely on him. The sense of crisis within the family made it difficult for him to breathe. He realized how great the pressure of protecting the family truly was. The Su family is still too weak. We must grow stronger and not rely on our parents for everything. Su Xianxiao deeply resonated. In this battle, he had poured everything he had, and by the end, he was exhausted, nearly killed by Zhong Ling with a single sword. He did not consider himself a hero of this battle, as it was De He who ultimately saved his life. He regretted his insufficient cultivation and not hiding his brilliance for long enough. If he could break through to the mid-stage of qi refining, or even the late stage, ideally to the foundation establishment stage, killing 2 mere latest-stage qi refiners would surely be a piece of cake. He wanted Zhang Wuyu, this old dog, to not even dare to bark at the Su family. The echoes lingered within the cave as intricate array patterns emerged on the walls. Qin Jiangmai's jade-like fingers swiftly danced over the strings of the zither, creating shimmering golden ripples. The array patterns on the walls flickered with her music, the brilliance intensifying and illuminating the entire cave. As a rapid melody concluded, the array patterns on the rock wall coalesced into form. In an instant, a deafening sound erupted within the cave. The barrier blocking the passage was lifted, and the previously sealed stone doors slowly opened, releasing a rich flow of spiritual energy. We did it. Su Yang clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with joy. Qin Jiangmei took a deep breath, smoothing the trembling strings of the zither, and with a sense of relief said, "Yes, we finally succeeded." The two had been trapped in this cave for over a month, finally deciphering all the arrays here. More than a month ago, they had just left Lanshui County when they encountered the Great Qi Army. Under normal circumstances, they would have been fine if they had left immediately. However, the Great Qi Army suddenly unleashed their magical artillery, bombarding the area around Lanshui County with a relentless barrage. Su Yang had left many contingencies for dealing with the Fong family, and the killing sword array outside Lanshui County was one of them, though it was used against the robbers. In addition, there was a teleportation array prepared just in case they couldn't defeat their enemies. At the moment they were struck by the magical artillery, Su Yang immediately dragged Qin Jiangmei into the teleportation array, but as the array activated, a magical artillery beam struck the edge of the array, causing a deviation in the teleportation coordinates. They fell into an unknown valley, fortunately, without sustaining serious injuries, and sought a high point to assess their location. However, as they walked, they inexplicably entered this cave. At first, Su Yang speculated that it might be the cave of the Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Yuling sect. However, when the image stone left by the cave's owner was activated, he realized this was the legacy cave of the long-extinct Huanin sect. Su Yang had read about the Huanin sect in books. They combined music and arrays using melodies to form and change formations. The sect's decline was due to the high cultivation threshold. Both the music-based techniques and the arrays were merely auxiliary means, thus disciples of the sect had to cultivate not only music and arrays, but also other combat techniques. Who could master so many skills simultaneously except for the exceptionally gifted talents? The cultivator within the image stone mentioned that as long as one entered the Huanin sect's techniques, they could unravel the arrays here. But if one could not unravel them, then death was the only outcome. Su Yang was proficient in arrays, but not in music, while Qin Jiangmei excelled in music, yet was unfamiliar with arrays. Thus the two taught and learned from each other, with the slower learner assisting the faster one, striving to master the Huanyin techniques and break the arrays to escape. Su Yang believed that with hard work he would surpass Qin Jiangmei. However, he never anticipated that his musical talent was practically non-existent and his progress was solely due to the fate of hard work. In contrast, Qin Jiangmei's talent for arrays proved effective, leading Su Yang to devote himself entirely to teaching her the ways of arrays. After more than a month of study, Qin Jiangmei successfully entered the Huanyin techniques today and was able to break the array. Having spent so much time here, I wonder how things are back home. Qin Jiangmei felt no joy, her thoughts consumed by concern for the children at home. Having been away from the Su family for so long, the children at home must be worried about their safety. What if they all came out looking for them? Don't worry, Xianming will manage the situation. With his sharp mind, he will surely realize that staying home is the best strategy. Su Yang gently reassured her. He had great confidence in Su Xuanming, as he was raised with the standards of a family head, taught from a young age to remain calm and think from multiple perspectives when encountering problems. Knowing Su Xianming as he did, he would never allow the clan members to run around recklessly at such a time. Let's hope so, Qin Jiangmei replied, her mood still low. Su Yang took her hand, and together they ventured deeper into the cave. The internal space was not large, but the walls were filled with jade slips, with the most striking feature being the spiritual spring at the very center. The spiritual energy within the cave surged forth from this spring, which maintained the operation of the cave's arrays. This is a spiritual spring. No, this is a spiritual spring, Su Yang exclaimed in shock as he approached the spring and filled a bottle with some of its water. In the next moment, the spring churned, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish what had been taken. This spring continuously produces spiritual energy. Indeed, it is a spiritual spring. No wonder the arrays here have been able to endure for so long. Su Yang felt a thrill of astonishment and joy. If this spiritual spring were brought back to the Su family, it would not only increase the spiritual energy in their territory, but also double the growth rate of spiritual plants. This was the foundation for the family's foundation establishment. Husband, these jade slips encompass array inheritances from the 1st to the 4th rank. Qin Jiangmei's clear voice rang out, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. 4th rank arrays could contend with nascent soul cultivators. Did they really obtain them so easily? The Huanyin sect genuinely wished to pass on their legacy, which is why they maintained the arrays with the spiritual spring, protecting the jade slips within the cave from the erosion of time. Su Yang performed a spell to store the spiritual spring in his storage bag for spiritual plants, saying, "Let's take the jade slips back and review them carefully. We need to hurry back." Qin Jiangmei nodded lightly, collecting all the jade slips into her storage ring. Their trip yielded rich rewards. Not only did they gain the inheritance of beast taming, but they also acquired the legacy of the Huanyin sect, especially the latter, with many jade slips yet to be examined. A few days later, they returned to Qingyuan and found everything at the Su family's territory to be normal, which brought them both relief. At this moment, Su Xianming and An Xiao were discussing something at the door when they suddenly spotted two familiar figures, their faces lighting up with joy. "Father, mother, master, madam." As the words fell, their children, who had been waiting inside, rushed out joyfully. "Father and mother, you finally returned." Su Xianling threw herself into Qin Jiangmei's arms, tears streaming down her face as she released all the pent-up emotions. The latter embraced her daughter with care, gently wiping away her tears. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he sensed that Wan Ning and An Xiao's auras were notably weak. The warriors of the Su family had sustained varying degrees of injury, leading him to immediately realize that something had happened at home. What happened at home? Su Yang inquired in a serious tone. Su Xianming took a deep breath, saying, "Father, mother, let's discuss this inside." The family returned to the courtyard with solemn expressions. After Xiao Mei made everyone a cup of spiritual tea, Su Xianming began recounting the events that had transpired during their absence. The couple felt immense anger after hearing the story, along with a surge of lingering fear. The Su family had actually passed through this calamity by sheer luck. While it was commendable that Su Xianxiao and the others had successfully killed a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator, had it not been for the unexpected presence of the big black bull, Su Xianxiao would have already been killed by Zhongling. Su Xianming said solemnly, "Father, this matter cannot simply be let go. Of course, this matter would not end so easily. Now that the latest-stage qi refinement cultivators from the Zhong and Fong families, as well as the family's main forces, were dead, both families were currently in disarray, and Su Yang not only needed to eradicate them from Yunmeng ruins, but also aimed to replace them. As long as the Fong and Zhong families are not eliminated, the Su family will never find peace. Leaving two enemies alive is not in line with Su Yang's usual style." Su Xianming spoke up. "What are your plans, father? It is easy to deal with the Zhong family, but the Fong family has the Yunshou alliance backing them. The Yunshou alliance is a major headache formed by multiple family powers from Yunmeng Su. Though there are no Foundation establishment cultivators stationed, there are several late-stage Qi refining cultivators. These forces are united, and even the Foundation establishment families of Yunming, Su must give them some face. A frontal confrontation is definitely not feasible. Although the Su family's heritage is strong, it is not sufficient to crush the Yunshou alliance. Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, "There's no rush, this matter requires careful consideration. With the two nations in turmoil and bandits rampant in the territory of the great Wei Xuanheng and Wei Yin have not yet returned, and there is also the threat of Jiang Laogo lurking in Qingyuan market. We cannot rush to Yunming Su. There are too many troubles. The Yunming Su has the Fong family, the Zhong family, and the Yunshou alliance. Along the way we may encounter bandits and the armies of the Great Qi, while staying in Qingyuan also poses the threat of Jiang Wuyu. Internal troubles and external threats. Su Xianming managed to deceive Jiang Wuyu using a puppet, but it cannot dispel the latter's suspicions. He will continue to observe the Su family secretly until one day he can no longer bear it and will find an excuse to deal with the Su family." Su Yang sat in the main seat lost in thought for a long time while his children dared not interrupt. First, we need to clarify to what extent Jiang Wuyu suspects the Su family. After careful consideration, Su Yang slowly said, "Does he think we possess a treasure that can help people condense their spiritual roots, or does he believe we have a treasure that increases the probability of our offspring having spiritual roots? And what is his concept of this treasure? Is it more inclined towards celestial materials and earthly treasures, pills, or Tao methods? Only by understanding his thoughts can we better respond. Since the family is plagued by internal and external troubles, the primary issue is to resolve the internal trouble posed by Jiang Wuyu before addressing the Fong and Zhong families in Yunming Su." Su Xuanming's eyes lit up. If Jiang Laogo suspects that we possess a treasure that can condense spiritual roots, he could easily eliminate the Su family. After all, such treasures must be reusable to ensure that the descendants of the Su family all have spiritual roots. Su Yang smirked slightly. But he hasn't acted against the Su family. Instead, he first used words to test us, indicating he believes the treasure might be a one-time consumable. Su Xianming clapped his hands, his expression excited. We can play along with his assumptions and quietly release false information to mislead him. Su Yang nodded approvingly. The boy truly understands quickly. He then looked at Su Xianjing and Su Xianshao. The two appeared confused, clearly not understanding. Su Yang chuckled and shook his head. It seems that in this generation of decision-makers in the Su family, there is only Xianming. He smiled and said, "You will handle this matter, revealing that it is a celestial material that can increase the probability of our offspring having spiritual roots. But the increase in probability is not significant, so only your elder brother and fourth brother in the family have spiritual roots. Furthermore, this item was obtained during my travels, giving Jiang Wuyu hope, while simultaneously dispelling his thoughts of dealing with the Su family." The father and son exchanged ideas, analyzing Jiang Wu's psychology thoroughly. It mainly stems from the shocking nature of the secret method to condense spiritual roots. Naturally, Jiang Wu's doubts would lean towards the idea that the Su family possesses some rare treasure that can enhance the probability of their offspring having spiritual roots. Such a defiance of heavens could only be a legendary, celestial material. Su Yang and Su Xianming followed each other's thought processes, designing a series of leads. Jiang Wuyu suspects the Su family, while the Su family attempts to conceal the truth. Thus, he secretly investigates information and accidentally discovers the incredible truth. Moreover, the truth is very close to his suspicions. There truly exists a celestial material in the world that can enhance the probability of offspring having spiritual roots, though its effect is not as good as he imagined. When Jiang Wuyu personally uncovers this truth, he will only secretly curse Su Yang for his good fortune and then discreetly inquire about the origins of the celestial material. At that time, Su Yang only needs to throw out a half-truthful lie informing him of the treasure's source. How could Jiang Wuyu not believe such a meticulously designed trap? Father, your mind is truly excellent. Su Xianming admired. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand. It all relies on the enemy's understanding. After all, no one would think that the truth is not a celestial material, but a Tao method capable of condensing spiritual roots. Jiang Wu's thoughts have been misguided from the start. I think second brother's mind is quite clever too. Su Xianshao said honestly. All right, you two should stop flattering each other. Qin Jiangmei could no longer stand it. These two kids were acting like sycophants. Now that we have dealt with Jiang Wuyu, what should we do about the Yunshou alliance? Su Yang lightly tapped his finger on the table, pondering for a moment before saying, "We have previously investigated that the Fong family's position within the Yunshou alliance is not as strong as before. Perhaps we do not need to confront the Yunshou alliance directly, we can simply negotiate with them to replace the Fong family." What you mean is? Su Xuanming's eyes narrowed slightly. Directly confront the Yunshou alliance, declaring that we are willing to join the Yunshou alliance to fill the vacancy left by the Fong family. Will they agree? Qin Jiangmei furrowed her brows slightly, believing this idea to be too bold, carrying a hint of provocation towards the Yunshou alliance. Su Yang's mouth curved upward. We'll find out by trying. However, it will not be the Su family joining the Yunshou alliance, but the Su Merchant Association. What if they refuse? Wouldn't that be like sheep entering a tiger's den? I will go personally. They won't be able to keep me. No, this is too dangerous. Qin Jiangmai's tone was urgent, and the children were all taken aback. Su Yang raised his hand to signal them to calm down. I will wait for Xuanheng and Wei Yin to return before going to Yunmeng Su together. That should be fine, right? If it's elder brother and sister-in-law with us, it does seem feasible. Su Xianshao analyzed in his heart and nodded slightly. Elder brother is a martial arts master in the mid-stage of qi refining, and sister-in-law is a latest-stage qi refining cultivator. With them accompanying father, we truly need not fear an assault from the Yunshou alliance. Yet Qin Jiangmei remained uneasy. I will go with my husband. Wife, it is better for you to stay and protect the children. Su Yang shook his head gently and said, you need to stay at home to protect the children so that I can feel at ease going out. Besides, you have just received the inheritance of the illusory sound sect. You must calm down and study diligently. Inheritance of the illusory sound sect? Su Xinjing asked curiously. Father and mother, you haven't told us where you've been for such a long time. Once Su Xinjing spoke, the atmosphere in the hall instantly changed. Everyone's thoughts were drawn to the whereabouts of father and mother, and this family meeting ended amid everyone's curiosity. Thus, Su Yang recounted their experiences in Lanshui County, as well as the month they spent in the inheritance cave, causing the children to exclaim repeatedly, praising their parents for their excellent fortune. Afterwards, Su Yang bestowed the inheritance of the Yuling sect upon Su Xianling and placed the jade slip of the illusory sound sect's inheritance in the family scripture vault. The spiritual spring I was placed in the inner courtyard's pavilion lake. The two colorful treasure fish felt the spiritual spring and swam joyfully. Suddenly, they broke free from the azure waves, leaping through the air like fish crossing the dragon gate, soaring over the pavilion lake and creating two brilliant rainbows. The spirit spring I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to produce a spirit spring which irrigates the spirit plants and accelerates their growth. The blooming spirit plants will emit spiritual energy. A cycle is formed among the three locked within a space, allowing the concentration of spiritual energy to gradually increase. Su Yang set up a formation in the inner courtyard to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking. He also planted precious spirit plants in the inner courtyard, and with the rich spiritual energy emitted by the Tianling fruit tree, the concentration of spiritual energy in the inner courtyard is now several times that of the outside world. Even the Jiang family, which has foundation establishment cultivators, does not have training conditions as good as the Su family. At this moment in the alchemy room, Su Yang skillfully controlled the furnace's heat, tossing the most crucial Tianling fruit into the furnace, his hands forming alchemical seals. The flames danced and burned, the spiritual herbs were liquefied, slowly coalescing into pills. Su Yang's heart throbbed in sync with the furnace, his face tense as he stared fixedly at the forming pills. An unprecedented fragrance of medicine wafted out, mixed with a hint of burnt smell. Su Yang's forehead beaded with sweat as his internal spiritual power rapidly evaporated. When the time was up, he immediately extinguished the fire and opened the furnace, retrieving 10 formed pills from within. 9 of them were pitch black, while 1 was brown. Su Yang's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the brown pill, laughing excitedly. A low-grade foundation establishment pill, it worked. After years of diligent research, he had finally deduced the formula for the foundation establishment pill and successfully refined a finished product. Although he only produced 1 pill, and it was still low-grade, the hardest step had been completed. The remaining task was to improve his proficiency, and soon Su Yang would be able to refine high-grade foundation establishment pills. Now, not only did the Su family have foundation establishment pills, but they also had the suitable environment for breakthroughs. Once someone reached the peak of qi refinement, they could directly establish their foundation on the spot, and then cultivate the Dao, Yin Hunyuan Jing, to build the strongest Dao foundation. Once the matter with Yunmengsu is resolved, I will retreat and focus on cultivation, reaching the peak of qi refinement within 10 years to break through foundation establishment. A cultivator's vitality declines after 60, greatly reducing the chances of foundation establishment. Su Yang was already 50 this year, leaving only 10 years. Although he possessed the fate of vigorous vitality which would delay his decline somewhat, he still hoped to establish his foundation before 60. After all, the vigorous vitality fate could not specifically determine how many years he would be delayed, so it was better to be cautious. Su Yang stored the foundation establishment pills away, or low and mid-grade foundation establishment pills were only suitable for sale and could bring fame to the Su clan's business. The pills consumed by the Su family members had to be at least high-grade. He pushed open the door to the alchemy room and stepped out of the courtyard immediately, sensing a fluctuation of spiritual power. It was Ruan Ning breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Congratulations, second sister-in-law, on your progress. Second brother, you must work hard too. Su Xianxiao elbowed Su Xianming teasingly. Su Xianming laughed and tapped his 4th brother's forehead. What are you saying? As if your second sister-in-law would bully me. She is not that kind of person. Yes, Su Xianxiao replied, dismissively, continuing to lie on the rocking chair studying the array jade slip of the illusory sound sect. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, thinking how this kid had started to hide things from the family. He noticed that Su Zhuangxiu's cultivation had quietly reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, putting him on the same level as his second brother and third sister. Su Yang's divine sense also discovered that Su Xianjing was close to a breakthrough, but Su Xianming was still far from the 4th level of Qi refinement. As time passed, the cultivation progress of the children gradually widened. Though they shared the same true spirit roots and had the same cultivation resources, there were still differences in cultivation speed, and numerous factors influenced the progress. Fortunately, Su Yang had the foresight to give great achiever late bloomer to Su Xuanming, so he didn't have to worry about his future. However, his youngest daughter Su Xuanling also had no spirit root, and he was unsure of her future achievements. She was so well behaved that she would likely listen to her parents and work hard on her cultivation. Xuanming, has the matter been taken care of? Su Yang asked as he approached the two brothers. Su Xuanming's smile faded, and he nodded seriously. It has been taken care of, but the news has spread a bit secretly. I wonder if Zhang Laogo has noticed. Since we want Zhang Wuyu to discover the truth, the method of spreading the news cannot be too straightforward. His method was very discreet, allowing a passing cultivator to inadvertently mention the Su family in a tea house, then extend the topic to Su Yang's past, and ambiguously mention a certain forbidden area that Su Yang had visited, focusing on the treasures that had appeared during that time and were fiercely contested by powerful beings. The rest would be left for Zhang Wuyu to speculate and verify. The forbidden areas in the cultivation world were hidden with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the key was that Su Yang indeed wandered there in his youth, just never went inside. The mixture of truth and falsehood is the hardest to verify, and people's capacity for speculation is beyond imagination. Su Xianming's only worry was that the news would be too secretive to be safe. He only designed this one topic for discussion. If Zhang Wuyu missed it, it would be a waste of effort, but if the topic was guided multiple times, it would raise Zhang Wu's suspicions. Seeing his son frowning, Su Yang smiled and said, a person with intention will surely notice. Do not underestimate the divine sense detection of foundation establishment cultivators. As long as the matter is taken care of, do not overdo it. He patted his son's shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the inner courtyard. Suddenly, he noticed his youngest daughter, Su Xuanling, sneaking up to his leg. Daddy. She spoke softly but clearly with a child's unique innocence and expectation. I want to raise a few flying spirit beasts. This was her first time asking her father for something. Su Yang smiled and squatted down. No problem. When I go to Yunmingsu this time, I will definitely bring you back a few flying demon beast cubs. Thank you, Daddy. Su Xianling hugged Su Yang's neck and happily kissed him on the cheek. Su Yang smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair, his gaze inadvertently sweeping through the crowd just in time to see Ruan Ning walking out of the room with a smile. Su Xianjing and the others all offered their congratulations, and Ruan Ning returned the greetings graciously. Qin Jiangmei also noticed Ruan Ning's appearance and quietly stepped over to her husband, transmitting sound. Do you think Ruan Ning passed? Su Yang immediately understood his wife's meaning, nodding slightly. It's fine, you can teach her the Dao method. After 2 years of interaction, the Su family had developed a deep understanding of Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning had fully integrated into the Su family, even risking her life for the family, and she was wise and capable of keeping secrets, making it safe to teach her the Hunyuan Nungjin method. Since they were family, they should all tread the path of longevity together. Su Yang spoke without avoiding his children, and Su Xuanming, not far away, instantly understood his father's intent. He trembled with excitement, his eyes turning red. Father. Thank you. Su Xianming was almost ready to kneel in gratitude, but was restrained by Su Yang's spiritual power. As long as we are family, everyone is qualified to cultivate this method. Su Yang patted his son's shoulder. However, you must remember that the clan rules cannot change. In the future, whether your son-in-law or daughter-in-law is qualified to cultivate this method will be determined by you, and you cannot pass it on indiscriminately. I understand. Su Xianming nodded solemnly, his tone firm. Everyone smiled upon hearing this, and the family enjoyed a warm atmosphere in the courtyard. And Xiao suddenly ran into the inner courtyard excitedly, shouting, Master, the eldest young master and young mistress have returned. Big brother and sister-in-law are back. Su Xianming and the others rejoiced, having missed their siblings who had been apart for a long time. In fact, it wasn't quite right to refer to Wei Yin as sister-in-law, as they hadn't established a relationship yet. However, in the eyes of the Su family, the two were inseparable and marriage was just a matter of time. It was unclear who started it, but everyone got used to calling out. The family walked out of the Su residence to welcome Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin. But it wasn't just the two of them who returned. There were over a dozen young men and women, all exuding a similar aura, their sharp gazes emanating a piercing brilliance. Sword practitioners. All of these more than 10 individuals were sword practitioners, and judging by their positions, it seemed they regarded Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin as their leaders. Having not seen them for nearly a year, the transformation in Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin's demeanor was astonishing, their every word and action radiating strong confidence. Su Yang also keenly noticed that their relationship had become more intimate and natural. Father-mother. Su Xuanheng's face bore a hint of weariness. Seeing his family whole and complete, the worry in his eyes slowly dissipated. Is everything all right at home? What about Qingyuan County? He was stunned upon his return. Was this really their home of 20 years, Qingyuan County? After you left, the Guangling border was breached and the beast tide destroyed Qingyuan County. However, that misfortune also brought fortune, as the Qi did not advance towards Qingyuan. Su Yang explained briefly, his gaze falling upon the group of sword practitioners behind the two. Su Xuanheng immediately spoke up. Father, these are my friends I met at Sword Lake. Now that the Great Way is in turmoil and the people are suffering, they have come here seeking a place of peace. Greetings, Su family head. The sword practitioners bowed respectfully to Su Yang, their attitude so reverent that it greatly surprised him, and he cast a deep glance at his son. This kid has made quite a name for himself outside. Sword practitioners are known for their cold pride, and they showed such respect to him, a seemingly ordinary family head, purely because of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin. Welcome everyone to Qingyuan. Compared to other places, this is indeed one of the few tranquil spots amidst the chaos of war. Su Yang smiled lightly and said, Qingyuan is in the process of establishing a market. You can find an unclaimed spot to settle down, join a faction, or choose to serve the Su family. I assure you that you will not be treated unfairly. As soon as these words were spoken, the sword practitioners furrowed their brows. Zhao Weiner was the first to speak. Su family head, we have come from afar. Shouldn't you invite us to stay with the Su family? This manner of hospitality was indeed unexpected for everyone. With their identity as sword practitioners, they should be treated as esteemed guests in any family, yet the Su family seemed to want to recruit them as servants. If it were any other family head who dared to do this, they would have drawn their swords right then and there. Su Yang chuckled. There is no problem with that. You are my son's friends, so it is certainly fine for you to stay. Please come inside. Senior sister, what is going on? The Su family's hospitality seems a bit. Zhao Weiner quietly transmitted her voice to Wei Yin, feeling quite puzzled. How could someone who became the head of a family not understand etiquette? The only explanation was that the Su family head was doing this deliberately, but she couldn't understand why. Wei Yin smiled and shook her head. I have said before that the Su family is different from the families you have encountered outside. The Su family does not curry favor with anyone, and there isn't a single offering in the clan. If you came here with the intention of enjoying yourself, then you have come to the wrong place. Zhao Weiner was greatly surprised upon hearing this, but it shouldn't be this cold, right? We are sword practitioners. Our lethality is quite formidable. It's precisely because you're formidable that the Su family head wants to recruit you as servants, Wei Yin replied with a smirk, her eyes teasing. If it weren't for the fact that you are sword practitioners, he wouldn't even bother to recruit you. Listening to Wei Yin's nonchalant tone, Zhao Weiner's traditional perception was completely overturned. This group of young sword practitioners had various expressions, but they all entered the Su residence together. Some were expressionless, some did not care about Su Yang's attitude, but others clearly showed their displeasure on their faces. Do any of you feel that I am neglecting you? Su Yang walked at the forefront, turning back with a smile. The hospitality of the Su family head is indeed beyond our expectations. A young man of remarkable demeanor calmly replied. But we sword practitioners place great importance on cultivating our Tao heart, so we did not mind such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Su Yang saw through it, but chose not to expose it. After all, they were just a group of young and impulsive kids who were merely putting on a brave front. I genuinely hope that you can serve the Su family rather than looking down upon you. The way the Su family treats servants is different from other factions. Although there is a hierarchy, no servant will be looked down upon even if they are mere mortals. Moreover, the Su family has a complete inheritance of 4 major skills: alchemy, talismans, formations, and magical artifacts, excelling in all, which can fulfill any cultivation needs. Su Yang led everyone to the guest rooms and smiled. No amount of words can compare. You can stay for a while and observe the life of the Su family members. Whether or not you are willing to serve the Su family, you are all friends of the Su family. After saying this, Su Yang left, leaving Zhao Weiner and the others discussing softly in the courtyard. As Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin entered the inner courtyard, they sensed the changes in spiritual energy here, and their faces showed surprise. Has the home changed so much during our absence? Su Xuanheng exclaimed in astonishment. Su Xianjing proudly declared, of course. A lot has happened at home during this time, and as a result we have acquired many treasures. The increase in spiritual energy is just part of it, along with the beast taming inheritance formation inheritance and the Tao methods of the sound illusion sect, not to mention countless spirit stones, pills, talismans, and so on. Su Xianjing spoke non-stop, detailing the events that had occurred during this period. Upon learning that the family had been attacked multiple times, intense killing intent surfaced on Su Zuanheng's face, lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. You have returned just in time. It is time to settle the score with the Fong and Zhong families. Su Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and walked over slowly. By the way, what is the deal with this group of sword practitioners? I don't believe that Qingyuan County has such great charm as to attract them all here. Setting aside the fact that Qingyuan County had been destroyed by the beast tide, even before the destruction, it could not have drawn so many sword practitioners. The real reason they came here was because of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan. Upon seeing his father, the killing intent on Su Zuanheng's face diminished abruptly, and he smiled as he explained, seeking a place to settle down is just one reason. The main reason is to follow me and Yenner. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. What did you two do at Sword Lake to make these people so devotedly follow you? Earlier, he had intentionally tested their characters, fearing that these sword practitioners might act arrogantly and cause trouble in the Su family. Yet despite their inner anger, these individuals swallowed their fury, which genuinely surprised him, causing him to consider recruiting them. Su Xuanheng did not keep them in suspense and immediately recounted their experiences at Sword Lake. From the appearance of the Sword Tower to the trials within, Su Xuanheng explained in great detail. Upon entering the Sword Tower, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the first level of Qi refinement. Each subsequent layer posed different challenges. Some focused on comprehending sword techniques, others tested one's character, while some were for practicing swordplay, and yet others involved fierce battles between cultivators. But at the core of it all lay the comprehension of the sword path. With their clear sword hearts and exceptional comprehension of the sword path, Su Xuanheng and Wei Yan managed to rank among the top 10 among numerous sword cultivators. Their fame spread throughout the Sword Lake, and many cultivators sought their guidance in sword techniques, all of them awed by their swordsmanship talents. Among them, a dozen or so sword cultivators followed them fervently. They were originally scattered cultivators, and with nowhere else to go due to the turmoil in the Great Way, they decided to follow the two to the Su family to plan their future. It seems I have indeed neglected them. Su Yang chuckled. Su Xuanheng shook his head, saying, Father's test is not wrong. We cannot guarantee that these people are genuinely following us or merely seeking a peaceful place to rest. The Su family welcomes cultivators, but we won't support anyone like an ancestor. If someone gets angry over such a test, bringing them into the Su family would not be a good thing. Elder brother and sister-in-law, is that sword tower still there? Have you reached the top of the tower? How many people made it to the top? What is the legacy there? Su Xianjing was extremely curious about the Sword Lake, bombarding them with questions. Wei Yan smiled, saying, after reaching a certain level you won't encounter others, so no one knows how many have reached the top. However, Xuanheng and I did reach the top and obtained a dual sword technique. 2 suns returning to the void. As she spoke, she took out 2 jade slips from her storage ring and handed them to Su Yang. Upon receiving them, Su Yang's eyes narrowed. This sword technique was even better than the sword transforming into a long rainbow. 2 suns returning to the void actually consists of 2 sword techniques. The male cultivator practices the sun technique, while the female cultivator practices the moon technique. They can be used separately or combined for the most powerful sword moves. You kid have quite the fortune. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Every time you go out to train, you gather resources for the family. Su Xuanheng smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, unfortunately, the Sword Lake has been occupied by the Great Way, allowing only exit but no entry. He and Wei Yan had just left the Sword Tower when they were driven away by the Great Way army, only to learn that the Great Way and the Great Qi were at war. Worried about the situation at home, the two hurried back to Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Xianming frowned, saying, the Great Way is in constant turmoil. How can they still have the time to occupy the Sword Tower? Su Xuanheng bitterly smiled, his voice tinged with resignation. After all, the Sword Lake is within the territory of the Great Way. As long as we gain something from our training, it's fine. The Great Way's stronghold over the Sword Lake means that future opportunities are unlikely to be ours. Su Yang had a relaxed mindset and smiled at the two, saying, now that you're back, take a good rest for a while. In a few days we will visit Yunming Market. Some matters need to be settled. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled and their emotions became noticeably restless. In the outer courtyard of the Su family, several sword cultivators practiced sword techniques, while another group sat together discussing. From the looks of the Su family, if we do not serve them, will they drive us away? A young man with a sturdy appearance said solemnly. Zhao Wani remained the calmest, unable to resist, scoffing. We are not members of the Su family. What right do we have to stay here for nothing? No family would support a group of freeloaders. Who in the world would allow their followers to linger without working? The young man looked embarrassed, blushing as he said, though that may be the case as followers, surely the Su family can provide us with some living assurance. Zhao Wani immediately countered, did not the head of the Su family say, this unclaimed land is ours to choose from and living arrangements are completely not an issue. Moreover, the Su family has provided temporary housing. Which side are you on? Luo Mo was unable to argue back, his face reddening with anger. Just because your senior sister is from the Su family, you side with them. I'm just stating the facts. Zhao Wani picked up a piece of fruit from the table and took a bite. We can't ignore reason. The Su family hasn't restricted our freedom. We can leave at any time. Are you planning to stay and serve the Su family, Miss Zhao? A young man with extraordinary bearing walked in from outside, speaking in a calm tone. I have no objection. I'm just being straightforward, Zhao Wani said casually. The disciples of the Wan Sword sect have gone their separate ways, and I have no home to return to. It's better to join the Su family for a stable life. With my senior sister around, it won't be difficult to manage. Actually, you all are the same. With Brother Su and my senior sister around, plus our strength as sword cultivators, the treatment in the Su family won't be bad at all. Zhao Wani smiled, directly revealing the thoughts of the crowd. It's just that you all feel slighted, believing the Su family has neglected you, which is why you're so conflicted. In my opinion, us scattered cultivators finding a place to belong in such chaotic times is already quite fortunate. This remark left Luo Mo and the extraordinary young man momentarily speechless. However, the latter quickly regained his composure and spoke calmly. Miss Zhao is correct, but joining the Su family would not be a disadvantage. Earlier, I strolled around the market and gained some understanding of the Su family. What the head of the Su family said is not false. They indeed possess the 4 major techniques of cultivation, and their family wealth is astonishing. Luo Mo opened his mouth, unable to help, but asked, are you Daoist Song also planning to stay with the Su family? For a moment, all eyes in the room turned to the young man. They were all followers of Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, but the strongest among them was the extraordinary Song Baiqing. With the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement, his demeanor revealed his extraordinary background. Though he claimed to be a scattered cultivator, everyone could guess that Song Baking's origins were not simple. How could someone like him willingly depend on the Su family? I know what you were thinking. Song Baiqing remained as calm as ever, saying, I indeed come from a family of cultivators, but now I am the only one left. It is precisely because I have been in a family that I understand the difference between having power and lacking it. The ability to accumulate wealth is worlds apart, and choosing a good force to join allows for faster progress. As long as I can avenge my kin, what does it matter if I suffer some grievances on the path to becoming stronger? Moreover, joining the Su family would not necessarily mean facing grievances. He had learned from the common people of Qingyuan that the Su family had a good reputation, even more humane and considerate than his own family. In addition, with the connections to Su Xuanheng and Wei Yin, serving the Su family would surely not lack rewards. Song Baking's words stirred the hearts of many who wouldn't want the support of a powerful faction. Being a scattered cultivator offers freedom, but the conditions for cultivation are harsh, as a lot of time must be spent earning spirit stones. Moreover, practicing sword techniques also requires a significant investment of time, leading to a scarcity of sword cultivators among scattered cultivators, as both pursuits divide their time and energy unless one possesses exceptional talent in swordsmanship. Exactly, Brother Song has a keen perspective. Zhao Wani finished the fruit in her hand and smiled, saying, you all don't need to make a decision right away. The head of the Su family has specially given us time to understand the Su family. Deciding in a few days is not too late. Days later, Luo Mo and a few sword cultivators bid farewell to Su Xuanheng. After several days of contemplation, they ultimately chose to leave. Su Xuanheng did not insist, as they were on different paths. He believed that the treatment and manner of the Su family far exceeded those of most families, yet these individuals still felt that joining the Su family was a humiliation. If that is the case, then all that remains is to wish them a long-lasting path to immortality. The Su family would not serve their ancestors. Song Baiqing, Zhao Weiner, and the remaining 7 sword cultivators decided to stay and serve the Su family. With 9 sword cultivator attendants added to the Su family, Su Yang was overjoyed as the number of those who stayed exceeded his expectations, especially Song Baiqing, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining. This individual's cultivation matched the combat strength of a sword cultivator, easily handling multiple perfected Qi refiners. I did not expect Daoist Song to wish to join the Su family, Su Yang remarked with a smile. Song Baiqing cupped his hands in salute. Just call me by my name, head of the family. The Su family's profound heritage and well-known reputation make it an honor for Baiqing to join. Although Su Yang appeared to be only at the 4th level of Qi refining, Song Baiqing did not dare to underestimate him. He had learned from other cultivators of the Su family that the head of the family mastered various arts, including alchemy, talismans, formations, puppetry, and spiritual plants. Could such a formidable person truly be at the 4th level of chi refining? What a joke! As a descendant of a cultivation family, Song Baiqing was well aware that what he saw might not be the truth. Perhaps the head of the Su family was actually at the 9th level of chi refining, or even at the perfected chi refining stage, but they simply could not see through it. Su Yang greatly appreciated Song Baiqing's attitude, as if he saw a reflection of Luo Qian, equally perceptive and sensible. Today I happen to have business to attend to at Yunming Ruins. You all can accompany me. If all goes well, we will eliminate 2 families. Su Yang's casual words left Song Baiqing and the others slightly taken aback, further confirming in their hearts that the head of the Su family was not as simple as he appeared. Initially, there were only Su Yang, Su Xuanheng, Wei Yin, and An Xiao for this trip. With their strength, eliminating the remaining cultivators of the Fang and Zhong families would not be a problem, though it would be rather exhausting. The biggest issue was actually the negotiations with the Yunshou Alliance. With just the 4 of them, it was unlikely they could intimidate the Yunshou Alliance. However, the situation had changed now that 9 sword cultivators, including Song Baiqing, were accompanying them. Even the leader of the Yunshou Alliance would have to give them some face. The group proceeded onward. The damaged Guangling border saw neither armies nor cultivators, but they encountered a group of homeless refugees. The towns they passed through exhibited a similar scene, once a place of prosperity, now turned into a dreamlike memory, with only the remnants of destruction and bodies left unburied on the streets. Neither the Great Qi nor the Great Wei care about the lives of the common people, Wei Yin said heavily. Su Xuanheng sighed. The chaotic times have come. Who knows how long this will last? The war between the 2 nations would not end shortly. They attacked each other's towns, but it was the innocent citizens who suffered. Cultivators could escape to the cultivation markets for refuge, but ordinary people were forced to hide in remote mountains. Perhaps Qingyuan Market would become a second choice for both ordinary people and cultivators. Soon Su Yang and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Yunming Ruins. The once desolate town had become unexpectedly lively, filled with refugees fleeing the chaos of war. Ordinary people knew that the Great Qi would not attack cultivation markets, and coincidentally the outskirts of Yunming Ruins had such a small town. Thus nearby ordinary people and cultivators flocked here to gather for refuge, with some cultivators even setting up stalls in the town. Su Yang and the others did not linger, and instead walked straight into Yunming Ruins. Upon entering the market, they were greeted by a bustling scene. The number of cultivators inside had increased several-fold compared to before, and the streets were crowded with people. The group made their way directly to the main hall of the Yunshou Alliance. The cultivators at the entrance dared not obstruct them as they saw the imposing aura of Su Yang and the others. One of them rushed inside to notify the others. I wondered who had such a grand entrance, but turns out to be the head of the Su family. A steady voice echoed in the magnificent hall as Situ Zhu descended the stairs. He did not forget Su Yang, as the secret realm of the 10,000 mountains was quite memorable. Please do not mind, head of the Su family. Oh, I have come to discuss matters. Su Yang smiled and cupped his hands, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Situ Zhu's gaze swept over the imposing Song Baiqing and the other 9 sword cultivators behind Su Yang. Notably, when he sensed Song Baiqing's cultivation at the 9th level of Qi, refining a trace of subtle gravity, crossed his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he turned and ascended the stairs. In that case, follow me. The group followed Situ Zhu, passing through the main hall of the Yunshou Alliance, ascending the steps, and arriving at a private room on the 3rd floor. Once seated, both sides exchanged a few pleasantries with an air of unspoken testing lingering in the atmosphere. As the thin veil of false politeness dissipated, Su Yang got straight to the point. The elder of the Fang family and the head of the Zhong family recently came to Qingyuan to annihilate my Su family, but were counter-killed. Su Yang grinned and said, "Today we have come specifically to eliminate the Fang and Zhong families." Upon hearing this, the cultivators standing behind Situ Zhu suddenly changed expressions, an intimidating aura radiating from their bodies. The Fang family was a member of the Yunshou Alliance. Su Yang not only wanted to eliminate the Fang family, but also came to the Yunshou Alliance to proclaim this, which was no different from defecating on their heads. Situ Zhu's expression darkened slightly. "Head of the Su family, you must have more to say, right?" Su Yang laughed heartily. "Communicating with a wise person like Situ Alliance leader is indeed easy. As far as I know, the Fang family has a poor relationship with you, which has made them dispensable in the Yunshou Alliance. Why not just expel them from the Yunshou Alliance? This is an internal matter of our Yunshou Alliance, and it is not for outsiders like you to dictate," Situ Zhu replied coldly. He knew Su Yang had more to say, so he patiently listened. "If the Yunshou Alliance expels the Fang family, my Su Family Business Association could join the Yunshou Alliance. What does Situ Alliance leader think?" "The Su Family Business Association, not your Su family. My Su family does not establish a presence in Yunmeng ruins. We are here solely for business development. I believe Situ Alliance leader understands that the benefits a business association brings to the Yunshou Alliance far exceed those of the Fong family, who have lost their ancestor. Su Yang's voice was calm and steady, his smile unwavering throughout. Meeting Situ Zhu today was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Among the leaders and vice-leaders of the Yunshou Alliance, Situ Zhu was the most adept at weighing interests. Back in the 10,000 Mountains, he had decisively abandoned the idea of avenging the Fong family for the benefit of the Yunshou Alliance, and would seek spirit stones from Su Yang for his own profit. Su Yang's words struck directly at Situ Zhu's thoughts. Abandoning a Fong family that had no connection with him in exchange for a Su family business association with a stronger foundation that could bring more funds to the Yunshou Alliance was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful. Situ Zhu almost immediately agreed to this proposal, but he did not respond right away. Instead, he considered how the other members of the Yunshou Alliance would perceive this action and whether it would have any negative impact on him. I agree to this matter. I will inform other family powers to let them not interfere with your actions, but the Yunshou Alliance will not assist you in eliminating the Fong and Zhong families. If there are any survivors who escape, we will not pursue them either. Situ Zhu paused briefly and added, furthermore, I will take 20% of the land from the Fong and Zhong families.